You clearly have 99 kidney stones, but you are determined not to treat them. Instead, you look at girls every day because you only have 3 days left to live. Yet you have 3 million in your hands that you have not enjoyed. However, just as you were preparing to go to the nightclub, something unexpected happened. Ding! Detected that the host has saved money all his life but has not enjoyed it. Reward the host with a young girl watching system. Please reply with 3 dog heads to claim your reward. You were helpless, having to comment on dog heads just to go to the nightclub. And after you replied, something surprising happened. Ding! System successfully activated, rewarding the host with 10 days of life. And for every time you surprise a beautiful woman, you will be rewarded with 2 months of life. And there will be a super reward. Please bind 3 beautiful women within 24 hours. I seem to have awakened the system. And you happen to own 3 sets of houses, which you rented out to 3 female tenants. If I bind them, can't I become an 18-year-old young man again? What makes you even happier is that one of your tenants, Lu Ruyan, is currently working at Hong Romantic, looking at the grand facade of the bar. You click your tongue twice, thinking it's quite large, wondering if Lu Ruyan can make it there. Just as I entered the lobby, a young man dressed as a waiter greeted me. Hello sir, this is a bar here. The senior activity center is next door. You looked around the bar environment. Didn't make a mistake. I'm here to spend money. You took out 100 yuan and handed it to the other person. Tip, find me a quieter private room. The young waiter was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, wow, this is a big spender who knows how to have fun. His attitude became respectful, took the 100 yuan with a smile on his face. Sir, please follow me. I have a good place for you. Walking to the room at the end of the corridor. This is the room. Although it's small, it's secluded and soundproof, so you won't be disturbed while playing inside. Sir, let me bring the girls over for you to choose. You sat on the soft sofa in the private room with your legs crossed. No need to bring so many people. Do you have someone named Lu Ruyan in your shop? The waiter was taken aback. Lu Ruyan? Repeated the name. We don't have anyone named Lu Ruyan here. This surprised you a bit. How could you possibly forget the name of your tenant? But then you suddenly realized, who would use their real name for this kind of work? But you also didn't know what Lu Ruyan's stage name was. The waiter whispered, Sir, let me bring a few girls for you to see. They are all young and beautiful, and can talk and be considerate. In a daze, you remembered that Lu Ruyan had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. So you said, last time I came, there was a girl with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Do you know what her name is? Without hesitation, the waiter replied, as there was only one girl in their shop with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Ha ha, it's Selena. Right. Lu Ruyan, Selena, this little girl is quite good at giving herself names. It's her. Bring her here, and also bring me a fruit platter. Sir, don't you drink any alcohol? How can your limited lifespan withstand this kind of excitement? Drinking is secondary. The main thing is to observe people. Understood. I understand. Sir, I'll go and call someone for you now. After saying that, the waiter hurriedly ran out of the private room. Lu Ruyan was happy to hear someone calling her, but when she realized it was an old man, she wondered if he was a pervert. The waiter reassured her, saying, Don't worry, this old man is very generous. He looks like a regular customer. Lu Ruyan picked up her small backpack and said, All right, let me go meet him. Following the waiter, she arrived at a private room in the corridor and lightly knocked on the door. Hello, guest, I'm here, she said as she slowly pushed open the door. You were inside eating a fruit platter and looked up at Lu Ruyan. Ding! Surprised by Lu Ruyan's presence, you gained 60 days of life. To your surprise, the system actually gave you 60 days of life, making you feel stronger. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. How come it's you? Wu Di. You put down the watermelon rind in your hand and said, What's wrong? Can't I come here to spend money? Is this not a place you can come to? Lu Ruyan had seen Wu Di picking up trash before and knew he lived frugally. Impatiently, she said, Hurry up and leave. Do you know how much it costs to spend money here? Enough to last you half a year of rummaging through trash cans. Reluctantly, you took out 500 yuan and placed it on the table. Today, I want to spend money. If you don't serve me, I will complain about you. Lu Ruyan whispered to you. I owe you 2 months' rent. I'll pay you back when we get home. Please leave quickly. Instead of leaving, you looked at the waiter at the door and asked, Can I complain about her for trying to kick me out? According to the rules, you can complain about her, and our boss will deduct her salary. Hearing about the salary deduction, Lu Ruyan became scared and stared at you but dared not mention asking you to leave again. After confirming the waiter had left, Lu Ruyan asked sternly, "Old man, what do you want to do? What's with the attitude? Do you believe I will complain about you?" Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment, never expecting to be at a loss with a man in his 60s. She then changed to a gentle tone and asked, "All right, sir, what would you like to do?" You leaned back and said, "Feed me some fruit." Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and put a grape into your mouth. You chewed the grape and said, "Not bad." Lu Ruyan remarked, "Do you know how much it costs to spend money here? It's as much as my monthly rent." You spat out the grape skin and said, "Isn't that perfect? It forces you to pay the rent. So the money comes back, right?" Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth and said, "Stop playing around. Sing a song for me." "No problem." In the end, Lu Ruyan was defeated by the complaint and silently vowed that she would never pay the rent and make you pay the price. She didn't believe that Wu Nai would still dare to come to the concert hall, which cost at least $2,000 a time. What do you want to hear? As a service worker in a concert hall, being able to sing and dance was the most basic skill. "Wu Nai, let's have the song 'We Workers Have Power.'" Xia Lili gritted her teeth. "How am I going to sing that?" "Wu Nai, then let's have a song about the blossoming of Shandandan." Xia Lili, if she had a knife right now, she wouldn't hesitate to get Wu Nai killed. "No. Wu Nai, you don't know how to do this or that. Tell me what you know. Do you want me to file a complaint against you?" At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, which scared Wu Nai, thinking that the police came to sweep pornography. As it turned out, there were 3 big-bladed punks standing outside the door. One of them, a big brother-like man covered in cross-stitch embroidery, said in an arrogant tone, "I'd like to see who dares to rob my Sharana." Seeing the visitor, Xia Lili hurriedly stood up. "Shunya brother, you come hana to make a phone call? I can pick you up at the door." The expression was a far cry from when he received Wu Nai. The man named Shanyata looked over at the person on the couch, unable to see because of the dim lighting, but sure enough there was only one other person. "Just him playing you while I'm gone. Ha!" Although Xia Lili hated Wu Nai, she couldn't bear to see the other person get hurt. Hurriedly holding Xuanyao's arm, whispered, "Which is not he is a relative of my family, specially come over to see me. Shanyata, turn the light on. I want to see what this relative of yours looks like." The lights in the private room were flicked on by the minions. Wu Nai looked at the man in front of him with a face full of flesh that looked somewhat familiar. Shunyao looked somewhat familiar to Wu Nai as well. After a moment's hesitation he inquired, "Are you Master Wu?" Wu Nai looked familiar to the other party because of a fragment in his memory. Before the original owner moved, there was a man who was hunted down and cut up who fled to his house. The original owner helped to hide the trail, and gave it a simple stop to stop the bleeding, and took in the other party for 2 days. Now look closely, is the man in front of you. It's Shanyata. Shuani's attitude is warm with respect. "Master is me. Your old house moved. I looked for several times, did not find you." Ding! Receives a surprise from Xia Lili, adding 60 days to her life. Wu Nai was secretly happy that he was coming. Adding another 60 days to your life is a couple $100 well spent. Xia Lili was surprised that Wu Nai knew Shunyao. Shunyao is a famous local big brother. Even the owner of their bar doesn't dare to mess with him. And it looks like Shunyao has a lot of respect for Master Wu. Wu Nai also didn't expect to run into the person that the original owner had once saved here. And the other party was also considered to be blessed after a great disaster. "Since you want her service, take her." Shuani sat down next to Wu Nai. "How can I?" "Mr. Wu, if she's your relative, isn't she my relative? Can I play with my own relatives?" "Sally Lee? How did she become a relative of Shuani's big brother in a daze? Then won't no one dare to bully her in the nightclub in the future?" Thinking of this, Shara Li hurriedly sat down next to the 2 men. "Brother Shunyao, Master Wu." Shuani appeared. Shali Li no longer called Wu Nai old man, and again addressed on the Wu grandfather. Wu Nai looked at Shali Li. "How can you call him brother? He is my brother. You should call him uncle. Never heard of my brother named Shunyata?" A few of the Sooners haven't seen the TV show. Xia Lili had read it in her spare time. However, hatingly, she looked at Wu Nai. This old man was even playing a stunt with her. Shunyao nodded excitedly. "Good. Wu is right. Selena, I'll be your uncle from now on." Xia Lili cried Originally when the younger sister is quite good. Now on the contrary, down a generation, but can be covered by Shuani, called What Does Not Matter. Chapter 7 Hospitalization. Since Wu Nai didn't want to drink, the 3 of them were stoned and chatting in the room. Shunyao suddenly said to his little brother, "You guys go get some little sisters to make my brother Wu happy." Wu Nai quickly waved his hand. No, 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 my own relatives are the ones who do this." What else do we call outsiders? Shalili looked at Wu Nai with exasperation. At this time you remembered to save money, right? Still following Shunyata's instructions, the two minions quickly went out to look for their little sister. Shunyao patted Wu Nai's thigh. Wu, all listen to me today. Let my great niece rest for a day. Soon 2 little brothers, leading 4 youthful and beautiful girls into the private room. The 4 girls were scantily clad and smiling brightly. When he saw Shunyata he immediately stuck to him. Sooner brother finally remembered us. Shunyao commanded 2 of the girls, go to my Wu's side. If you don't make my Wu happy today, you know the consequences. Looking at the girls' super short skirts and snow-white thighs, Wu Nai suddenly felt a dullness in his chest and had trouble breathing. Then his eyes went black and he fainted directly. Sooner, What's wrong with Wu? Shalili hurriedly checked Wu Nai's condition, placing her hand under her nose and pausing for 2 seconds. There's still air left. I think he passed out from excitement. Shuani, excited hurry to send to the hospital. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Nai came to his senses. The thought crossed his mind that his body, like a broken bicycle, would fall off at a critical moment. Slightly opened his eyes. Shalili and Snow stood on either side. Turns out he was given a ride to the hospital where Snow is. Master Wu, you're finally awake, Bai Shui said worriedly. Shalili also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but still put on a disgusted expression. You don't know what kind of body you have, and you go to a place like that for excitement. When Bai Shui heard Shalili mocking Grandpa Wu, she immediately took sides. Grandpa is like this, can you say less? Shariari gasped and said in her mind, you don't know how the old man screwed her in the bar. Okay, anyway, it's getting light. I'm going home to sleep. You take care of the old man. After Shalili left, Bai Shui inquired with concern, is there anything else that's uncomfortable for the Grandmaster? Wu Nai, I'm just not happy about it. How could he be happy when 2 long legs almost sat next to him last night and he passed out? Unwilling? Snow didn't understand what it meant. Counting last night's 2 rewards from Shalili, a total of 300 days of life had been gained, which meant that this body was 10 months younger. It's also just a little over a year away from his super reward. Wu Nai ignited a fight. Yes, he had to keep screwing up and surprising the 3 girls so he could keep getting rewards. Looking at Bai Shui, who was full of concern next to him. Grandpa is hungry. Can you help Grandpa go buy some food? Bai Shui nodded her head in a hurry. What do you want to eat, Grandpa? In addition to Wu Nai, there were 2 other older patients in the ward who were watching him and Bai Shui conversing at the moment. Wu Nai, I want to eat elbows. Bai Shui had an odd expression. Do you really want to eat elbows in the morning, Grandpa? The system made no sound. It seems that simple requests don't cause surprise on the other side. You don't get rewarded by the system either. Something unexpected had to be done to make it work. Then get me 2 buns. Okay, Moncler, I'll go get it for you now, Snow said, heading out of the hospital room. The patient in the next bed suddenly shouted, I want breakfast too. Bai Shui stopped walking and looked at the second bed patient with a smile. Sure, I'll bring back whatever you want to eat for you as well. Patient, I want elbows. Bai Shui, second bed, you can't eat greasy things with your illness. And where do you want me to buy elbows in the morning? Or else I'll buy buns for you too. The patient in the second bed suddenly cursed. Do you know who the hell I am? I can't even let you buy food. Believe it or not, I'll call your dean and have him fire you. Bai Shui's eyes instantly reddened. She often encountered this kind of unreasonable patient. Don't talk about finding the dean, even a complaint. No matter who is right or wrong, the head nurse forces them to apologize to the patient. Wu Nai looked sideways at the second bed. What's wrong with you? The second bed glared. What business is it of yours? What ails me? It was because he saw that Bai Shui was taking special care of Wu Nai that he was disgruntled to make things difficult for Bai Shui. I didn't realize the guy next to him had the nerve to talk to him. Wu Nai got up and out of bed and put on his shoes, walking to the front of the second bed. In front of each bed is a care card labeled with the patient's name, age and condition. Name, Hu Yue. Age, 58. Disease, cerebral infarction. Wu Nai wanted to know what was wrong with his opponent, just to see if he could him over. Despite being 4 years younger than him, a brain attack just resuscitated shouldn't have much strength. Bai Shui and the patient in the second bed looked at Wu Nai in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. Hu Yue shouted angrily, what gives you the right to look at my card? I won't even take it with me if you die. Bai Shui was angry. She had read Wu Nai's diagnosis and knew that Wu Nai really couldn't live for a few days. How can you say that about him? Before Bai Shui could speak out and theorize, Wu Nai bent down and took off his own shoes, and rushed over in 2 steps to give Hu Yue a wild smack. Let's get you ing full of and let's get you ing pretending. Ding! Life expectancy increased by 60 days after receiving Snow's surprise. Wu Nai couldn't be bothered to be happy for the moment, just trying to figure out how to get a reward when this old den comes forward. He had to thank the other man properly. Snow froze for several seconds before reacting and rushed forward to stop it. Calm down, Moncler. Don't get yourself all pissed off again. Wu Durable Shoes pointed at Hu Yue. Don't let me see you again. I'll beat you once I see you. Hu Yue's face was covered with shoe prints and his voice trembled. I want to call the police. I want the police to arrest you. Wu Nai slapped the sole of his shoe on the other's mouth. I'll let you call the police. I'll let you call the police. Eventually a few doctors rushed in from the hallway to pull Wu Nai away completely. Hu Yue's family rushed back to the ward with him. He just went to the bathroom. How come his old man got beat up like a pig's head? And the man who hit his old man was older than his old man. Hu Yue shouted to his son. Call the police. Call the police immediately. Let the police chicken beep him. Bai Shui helped explain from the side. It was your father who cursed first, and it was Master Wu who moved. The other son, however, did not even listen to the explanation that his family was the only ones who bullied others, and when had they ever been bullied? Pulled out his cell phone and called the police. Wu Nai, on the other hand, reclined on his hospital bed as if nothing had happened. Anyway, the diagnosis says he has 10 days to live. So what can the police do to him when they come? Greeting the anxious Bai Shui on the side. Girl, first go help the big master to buy buns. Exercise for a while, feel more hungry. Snow is convinced. What a time to be thinking about eating a bun. Chapter 8. I disagree. The police came very quickly, and the other side was in place before Snow had returned from buying the buns. The visitors were two young officers who entered the ward and first asked who had called the police. Hu Yue's son hurriedly raised his hand in a gesture. It's me. My name is Huan. My father was beaten up. The two officers scanned the hospital room, and there was no one other than the two other patients in the beds. The man who hurt your father ran away? Hu Jiu pointed to Wu Nai lying on the bed. That's him. My father was beaten by him. The two police officers were stunned. This grandpa is afraid that his age is even older than your father's age. How can it be him? So he inquired of Wu Nai. Did you hit each other, Moncler? Wu Nai looked at Hu Yue. The other party's shoe prints on his face were still there in order to preserve the evidence. How can you say beating? I'm just teaching him a lesson. Growing a mouth that can't talk all day long is full of. The two officers laughed bitterly. This was not called a beating? Hu Yue was furious and shouted at the two young officers. Will you guys be police officers? Why don't you grab him and put him in handcuffs? Who also added fuel to the fire. Comrade police, hurry up and get him under control. He's just a dangerous person. Father and son sang in unison, constantly urging the police to hurry up and arrest people, as if Wu Nai had not beaten his father, but had dismantled his father. The officer raised his volume. All calm down. We need to understand what happened before we can make a judgment. At this time, outside the ward door, has gathered more than a dozen doctors and patients to look inside. Hu Yue's father and son saw that there were onlookers and became more energized. Hu Chi pointed to the shoe prints on Pop's face. Look everyone, look everyone, look. The shoe prints are on my father's face. And the police even say they want to investigate clearly. I think the police are intentionally harboring criminals. The two officers blushed at what they were told. But they couldn't use coercion to shut the nonsense up. Who expected Wu Nai to suddenly speak? That's right. I'm the one who hit the person. And I'm the one who slapped the shoe prints on. One of the officers sighed. Then why did you hit someone? Wu Nai said indifferently. If he has a cheap mouth, I'll beat him. It's that simple. Nonsense pulled the officer's arm. Listen to you. Listen to you. He admitted it, right? My dad didn't invite him or mess with him. And he went up with the sole of his shoe and slapped him around. Is there any law? Is there any justice? Hu Yue cooperated by covering his face and lying on the bed and letting out a miserable scream. The officer pulled away from the hooligan's hand. We are enforcing the law. Please do not make physical contact with us. Hojo let go of his hand. I just pulled you a little. But he smacked my father hundreds of times. My father! One cried and the other made a lot of noise in the room. At this time, Bai Shui squeezed into the hospital room carrying the buns she had just bought and said excitedly, Comrade police officer, there's a reason why Mr. Wu hit the man. I can explain it for him. Hu Jiu pointed at Bai Shui, blushing. What are you explaining? You explain. My father was beaten up in your ward. You are mainly responsible. If I don't get a solution, I'm not done with you. Bai Shui instantly shed tears. Obviously it was his father who made unreasonable demands and even cursed him. How did the fault become hers? Hojo continued to yell. Don't pretend to cry. My father has told me that you and this old man are in cahoots. Wu Nai sat up and took Bai Shue's hand. Girl, you make way first. Let me deal with them. Bai Shue was so angry that her body trembled. Wu Moncler outlet store your body. Wu Nai pulled out his diagnosis. It's because of my body that I'm better suited to deal with him. Then he said in a despondent tone, anyway, I don't have a few days to live. So before I leave, take away one or the other. I'd like to see who wants to accompany me. All the people in the room closed their mouths at one word. A police officer took the diagnosis book in Wu Nai's hand and saw one diagnosis on it. With such a serious condition, it would be difficult for someone else to even move around. And this oldest man is still able to strike out and hit people, which is also fierce enough. Looking to the still unaware Hoochie, are you sure you want to continue to hold people accountable? Hooch looked suspiciously at the diagnosis and frowned when he saw the diagnosis on it. It's fake. I've never seen a dying man with that much strength. Bai Shui cried out. How can it be fake? You guys are still targeting Master Wu even after he's like this. At this time a doctor who was watching from outside the door walked in. He was the one who was responsible for Wu Nai's hospitalization last night. Seeing the doctor, Bai Shui hurriedly begged. Dr. Zhao, the examination you did for Master Wu last night, could you please tell them if it's true? Dr. Zhao looked at Hu You's father and son. He was in charge of the patients in the entire ward, so he knew how difficult the father and son were. We did a full body check on this patient last night, and he is in very bad shape indeed. Dr. Zhao's words certainly established that the diagnosis was true. Instead, Hustler raised the diagnosis. Even if he's real, I'm going to let him die in prison. Both officers were new to the force and hadn't dealt with a case of this complexity. Wu Nai's physical condition, they certainly did not dare to take coercive measures. And the other party only hit him with the soles of his shoes a few times, and it was not so much as to take him away by force. The only difficult ones are the Hu family's father and son. A police officer said, we recommend that both parties remain in mediation. I won't do it. Hu won? Hu Yue and Wu Nai all spoke out against it at the same time. This time even the Hu family father and son froze. They do not agree to mediation, want the other party to be severely punished. What does it mean that the other side doesn't agree either? Don't you want to be sanctioned and pay for it? Wu Nai just didn't want to shell out any money. And losing money to this father and son would be an insult to himself. The two young officers really had no choice but to call and shake people. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Yu Qian arrived at the hospital in a flurry of wind. She was none other than the master of the two young police officers. Outside the ward, a young police officer told Yu Qian in detail what had happened. Yu Qian, neither side accepts mediation? The young constable nodded. Neither side is good. Yu Qian sighed. The case of people in their old age is the most difficult to deal with. And the other side of the disease, life is not long to go. It is even more difficult to deal with. No wonder the two apprentices had called her. Come on, let's go inside and take a look around. When she saw that it was Wu Nai lying on the hospital bed, Yu Qian was surprised out loud. How come it's you, Mr. Wu? Ding, receive surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Wu Nai smiled. There was even an unexpected joy. He should really thank these two guys surnamed Hu. The Hu family father and son were even more confused. How come this old man knew everyone? Wu Nai laughed. Sorry to trouble you with a trip. Yu Qian, it's no trouble. It's supposed to be my job. But Master Wu, why are you hitting people? Wu Nai rubbed his palms together. Getting old, letting loose a bit. Evil has to be rubbed in. I'm willing to be the big bad guy. Hu cried out. You indulged you in hitting my father. Why don't you dare to hit me? Wu Nai smoothly grabbed the vase on the nightstand and threw it towards Hu. Fulfill your wish. Huey reacted quickly, dodging out of the way. Did you see that, comrade policeman? That he was going to hit me in front of you? No one in the room answered, but everyone had the same thought in mind. Didn't you let people beat you? Chapter 9 You ate. Seeing that things are about to intensify again, Yu Qian hurriedly stopped it. Everyone calmed down. He also looked at the Hu family's father and son. Things have to be resolved. How about you guys can be satisfied? At this time, Wu Nai said to Bai Shui from the side. Girl, you go buy a kitchen knife for me. Bai Shui was shocked. What are you doing, Master Wu? Everyone in the room also looked at Wu Nai, wanting to buy a chopper, and knew what he was up to. The hooligan father and son looked at each other and began to drum in their hearts. The diagnosis is real. The condition is real. And it's real that you won't live more than a few days. It would be so wrong of them to really take them both away before they die. It's okay for Hu Yue to be older, but Hu Rao is only in his early 30s, and if he is taken by the hand of a dying man, he won't even have a place to cry. Hooligan whispered to his dad, Dad, Why don't we just let him pay a few bucks and forget about it? Before his father said anything, Wu Nai spoke up first. I don't have any money. Ask them if you don't believe me. I'm still picking up rags all day long. Where can I get money? Hu Jiao was directly choked. We have conceded. Let you lose some money. You still want to not pay out a penny? Is my dad's face a pig's ass for you to shoot for nothing? Yu Qian and Bai Shui, on the other hand, looked at each other. It's not true that Moncler Outlet Online you're picking up rags, but it's also true that you have 4 houses at home. But you certainly can't tear Moncler Outlet Online down at this time. Yu Qian said. Yes, Master Wu does pick up rags all year round. This I can testify. Snow, I can testify to that as well. The Hu family's father and son looked at each other, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Wu Nai greeted Bai Shui. You'd better help me go buy a chopper. When I'm done with it, comrade police, you should arrest and sentence me. I'm willing to pay for my life. What the hell? Again? You're a man who's about to die. What are you paying for? I'm afraid you'll hang yourself before the court can even try you. Hu Yaoi's face was incomparably unsightly, from the strength of the other party who had just smacked him with the sole of his shoe. If the other party took a knife to cut him, he would be completely incapable of resisting. Comrade policeman, can't you arrest him? He's going to die anyway. Can't you shoot him down? Yu Qian said. How can we shoot down? Even if we arrest the murderer, we will arrest him and hand him over to the court for trial. Hu Yue trembled and pointed at Wu Nai. Then you didn't hear that he was just going to buy a kitchen knife to kill me? Yu Qian shook her head. This grandpa only said to buy a kitchen knife. He didn't say to kill anyone. While Hu Yue was almost infuriated to the point of relapse of brain infarction, his son Hu Rao was able to see that it would take a lot of effort and waste a lot of effort to rely on legal means to sanction Wu Nai. Quietly went to his father's ear and whispered, Father, let the police go first. I'll find someone to deal with it. And directly find someone to beat him so much that he can't get out of bed. Won't there be no danger? Hu Yue had a hard look in his eyes and thought that this method was good. It takes out the gas and solves the pitfalls later. Fine. Go get the guys. I'll deal with them. Hojo nodded. Then be careful, Dad. He was afraid that the other party would take advantage of his efforts to find someone, and directly GA his father, even if not GA, and then take the soles of the shoes to slap a meal. His father cannot stand. Hu Yue, don't worry. Dad walks the Jianghu for so many years, will not suffer 2 losses on one thing. When Hu Wan left, Hu Yue said to Qian and the others, You guys go, I forgive him. Yu Qian and the other 2 police officers have frowned. Just now the father and son muttered they all saw. Now the son just left. The old man said that he forgave the other party. Obviously have other plans. Yu Qian warned, it's not right for Master Wu to hurt people, but if you retaliate with force, you're also breaking the law. Hu Yue yucked a mouthful. You guys didn't care when he hit me, but he broke the law when he was beaten? You guys hurry up and leave. I've already understood him. I don't need you guys to care. He was now just waiting for his son to bring people back and beat Wu Nai until he couldn't take care of himself, and then he would see if he was still bullish. Yu Qian was worried that Wu Nai was having problems, so she asked, Do you want me to send you home, Mr. Wu? If Wu Nai had definitely gone with Yu Qian before, a gentleman is still not under a dangerous wall, not to mention that he is now an old man, but it's different now. He has his good brother Shan Lu, and when the Wu family muttered, he sensed that something was wrong. So a message was sent to Shanyata to bring a couple of guys over. Shanyata was thinking of coming to see him in the hospital and agreed painfully. Wu Nai said to Qian, since he has already left it alone, you guys go ahead. Anyway, there is medical insurance. I have to lie down for 2 days. Yu Qian is anxious in her heart. Is this a matter of money? The other party obviously has bad intentions. However, under Wu Nai's strong request, she could only take the people away. Before leaving, he said to Snow, Call me first thing. Snow nodded in agreement. The police withdrew and the people watching outside the door dispersed. Wu Nai sat up from the bed and picked up the shoe on the floor again. Bai Shui hurriedly blocked the way. Calm down, Master Wu. Even if Wu Nai was seriously ill in this body, it was not something that a little girl could stop. Wu Nai rushed up and once again slapped Hu Yaoi's beaten face with the sole of his shoe. Let your son find someone, right? It's not over, is it? Hu Yue shielded his face with both hands, not realizing that he had just finished talking to his son that he would not suffer a second loss on the same matter, and as a result, he was hit in the face. He really didn't expect that the police had just left on the front foot, and Wu Nai would dare to attack him immediately on the back foot. You wait. There'll be a time when you'll regret it. Wu Nai waved his cloth shoes one by one. I'll wait. I'll see what you can do. Ha? Brother Wu is working out here? Just at that moment, Shunyao walked into the hospital room with two of his minions. Wu Nai was also tired of fighting and threw his shoes to the ground panting slightly. Came pretty fast. Shun Lu didn't take Wu Nai's beating seriously at all, since he did it for a living, and told his junior to put the tonic he'd brought on the counter. I was shopping nearby, so of course I came quickly. Hu Yue was stupid. His son hasn't even brought anyone back yet, and the other side has helped first? Hurriedly lying on his side and pretending to be dead, not daring to look in Wu Nai's direction. He only hoped that his son could bring back more people and not fail to beat the other side again. Snowy left first after saying hello because she had other wards to attend to. Wu Nai, on the other hand, was making small talk with Shunyao in one sentence or another. The two minions stood quietly in position next to the bed. Shunyao laughed and said, "Why are you so excited, brother Wu? You fainted before little sister even sat on your lap." Wu Nai helplessly said, "High blood pressure, heart disease. When to commit the disease is not something I can say." Shunyao dry laugh. "I wanted to repay each other. Did not expect to send directly to the hospital. So do you have any other hobbies? Wu Nai, where there are still any hobbies, this body can also simply play a game." Suddenly, the door of the hospital room walked in 5 people, one of whom was none other than Hu Yaowei's son, Hu Wan. The other 4 were thugs he had found. These guys usually do bad things, beating up blind people, scolding mutes, and collecting protection money at kindergartens. They'll do anything to get money anyway. Chapter 10, Losing My Father and My Money. Hu Wan led the 4 bullies into the hospital room, first giving Wu Nai a vicious look, then saying to Hu Yue, "Dad, I'm back." Upon seeing a dozen new shoe prints on his old dad's face, Hu became furious. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are there shoe prints on your face again?" Seeing that his son led back more people than those who came to visit in the next bed, Hu Yue finally let go of his heart. The time for a clean slate had finally arrived, and it would be best if the 4 could just beat Wu Nai to death. Hu Yue, what else could it be? It's being filmed again. Hearing Pops get slapped again, Hooch immediately coughed softly. It was his agreement with the 4 men who did it, that whenever he coughed, the 4 men would go and beat up the patient in the next bed. Whatever the fight was, it had nothing to do with his family. Wu Nai was lying in hospital bed number 3, while the 4 of them went straight to hospital bed number 1. Before Hu Yue could react, the 4 of them directly smacked the one bed patient several times. Hojo cursed, "A bunch of idiots. This can even hit the wrong person." Hurriedly, he winked at the 4 men, trying to get them to fight Wu Nai. The 4 punks looked at Shunyata and the 2 minions. The other party's physique was 2 circles larger than theirs, and their bodies were covered in tattoos, so they were not to be messed with at first glance. As a gangster, the eyes of a socialite are the most accurate, and the other person is not an ordinary person at first glance. Letting them fight the other side, that's not touching eggs against stones? You want them to fight to the death for only $3,000? One of them said to Hojo, "We've taken the money, we've beaten the man, the deal is done." Nonsense? But you guys are hitting the wrong guy. The patient in bed number 1 covered his face. He was more aggrieved than anyone else. He had received several large electric shots for no reason. The 4 punks didn't care if they hit the wrong person or not, and left the ward without saying hello. Wu Nai and Shunyata and the others laughed. Shunyata said, "What's this song about?" Wu Nai, playing dumb. He also didn't expect things to turn out like this. The people brought by the other party didn't dare to make a move and directly hit an unrelated person. Of course, Shunyata and the 2 minions would never have been in this situation had they not been there. Wu Nai looked at the patient in bed number 1. "I can testify for you. They found someone to beat you up. Do you want to call the police?" A bed of patients covering their faces. "We must call the police. I'll sue them to death." How could he swallow when watching the fun and seeing himself take a beating? Hu Yue father and son face ugly. Not only spent $3,000 to find someone, but also to pay compensation to the patient in bed number 1. Wu Nai was only in a coma last night due to elevated blood pressure, so he only needed to take medication to control it and did not need to be hospitalized. With Shunyata's help, he was quickly discharged from the hospital. After speaking with Snow, he left in Shunyata's Mercedes. In the car, Shun Lu asked, "Does Wu want to go to the field again for a while? Celebrate your release from the hospital." Wu Nai said helplessly, "That wasn't a celebration of my discharge. You were trying to put me in the hospital again." In the end, Shunyao could only drive Wu Nai back to the neighborhood. "It took a quick shower and a simple change of clothes when I got home to remove the lingering smell of medicine from my body. Peacefully recuperated at home for 2 days. The body is always more comfortable. Looking at the dirty walls of your home, you might as well just get someone to repaint your house." So then I found a remodeling company online to paint the walls along with replacing the light fixtures in all the rooms. About half an hour, the staff came to the door. Wu Nai handed over the house to the other side, and then left with his cell phone alone. Where to stay is a problem. At his current age, he should spend his free time during the day square dancing, going to the senior center, or finding other old men to play chess with. But he didn't want to. His mental age was only in his 20s. Internet cafe? In this day and age, internet cafes were still prevalent, and no one would pay any attention to him as the people inside played their own games. Thinking of this, Wu Nai immediately took action. Nowadays, internet cafes don't need to swipe ID cards yet. They just need to make sure that the person surfing the internet is not underage. Naturally, Wu Nai's appearance would not be suspected of being underage, but entering the internet cafe still drew attention. They all thought that Wu Nai had come to look for the child. It wasn't until Wu Nai opened his card to access the internet that those underage kids let go. There was another reason why Wu Nai went to an internet cafe. The cafe had fast Wi-Fi, which allowed him to play King Nongyao. The computer opened a random movie to play and played with the phone. Played for a couple hours at a time. And the internet cafe had great service and a food ordering service. Wu Nai ordered a boxed lunch in passing and proceeded to continue his canyon conquest. Toward darkness, the wall painter called and told him the walls were finished and all the lights had been replaced. Even though the paint is environmentally friendly, because it has just been painted, there will still be odors and dampness, so it is not recommended to come home and live there today. Wu Nai agreed. And anyway, the money had already been paid, so he didn't need to go back to pay. Thinking about where I was going to spend the night, wasn't I in an internet cafe myself? In my previous life, all-nighters were commonplace, and now I can't back down even though I'm not in good health. Anyway, he had a death countdown and didn't have to fear sudden death until it was time. Raising his hand, Webmaster, change the overnight. Internet cafes only care about making money. They don't care how old you are. Are you sick? Collected the money and immediately changed it to overnight for him. Wu Nai's shouts attracted the attention of two youths in the opposite row, who saw Wu Nai's appearance through the gap between the computers. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a 5-kill master. The two were the same two youths who wanted to worship Wu Nai when they bought the cell phone. Without hesitation, he threw down the machine and ran to Wu Nai's side. Wu Nai was wondering what flavor of boxed lunch to have for dinner. The youth asked in a low voice, "Hasn't the master eaten yet?" Wu Nai gazed at the menu and nodded down. "Master, why don't we buy you dinner?" It was only then that Wu Nai turned back to him, thinking who would invite him to dinner for no reason. The result was the sight of two familiar faces. The two youths looked at Wu Nai expectantly. "What do you want to eat, Grandpa? Spicy hot pot? Potato noodles? Snail noodles? Or yellow noodles?" Wu Nai was helpless. "So you guys don't have a budget of more than $20 to invite people to dinner, right?" The two youths were embarrassed. All their money had been charged to the internet. The money for treating Wu Nai to dinner was still their breakfast money for tomorrow. No matter how shameless Wu Nai was, he couldn't bear to exploit two youths. "Forget it, I'll just order my own boxed lunch." The two youths cheekily switched the machines to either side of Wu Nai, then looked at him with unblinking eyes. Wu Nai asked in a nonchalant manner, "Have you two eaten yet?" The two men licked their lips and didn't strike up a conversation. It looked as if it was saying, "No food." Moncler Outlet Online were hungry. Wu Nai made a phone call and directly ordered 3 of the most upscale elbow boxed lunches. Where do you expect to be fed and watered, and the time is just about 7:30 p.m. Wu Nai was suddenly sleepy, and the kind of sleepy that couldn't be done without sleep. Leaning back in his chair, he leaned his head back and fell asleep. The two youths were still chewing on the delicious elbow box lunch, and when they looked up, they realized that the grandpa who had invited them to dinner had fallen back on his chair. A youth with a large piece of meat in his mouth slurred, "Are you okay, Moncler? Don't scare me, Moncler." The other person put his hand under Wu Nai's nose at fire speed, "Still alive? Quick, call 120. The two quickly dialed the 120 emergency number, and the phone had just hung up when Wu Nai opened his eyes and rubbed his face. Smacking his lips, he said, "I feel much more comfortable after a short nap." Two youths? Another look at the cell phone in his hand. Is it too late to call and cancel? Chapter 11, Getting 3 Rewards. Wu Nai's Neighborhood. Bai Shui and Xia Lili all sat in Yu Qian's house. They are having their first tenant meeting. Xia Lili didn't even work at the bar at night for this meeting. Yu Qian glanced at the heavily made-up Xia Lili. If it wasn't for Wu Nai, she wouldn't even be sitting with the other person. Yu Qian said, "I found you all here today because I want to discuss the matter of Master Wu. And you all know that Master Wu's days are numbered." Snow nodded in silence. Shalili also bit her lip and didn't squeak. Yu Qian continued. As you all know, Master Wu had no children, so his last days and funeral can only be managed by us. Bai Shui pursed her lips and said, I can cook, so I'll be responsible for 3 meals a day for the grandpa from now on. Yu Qian, I don't have time during the day, but when I come back at night I'll clean and tidy up the house for Mr. Wu. After saying that, the two women looked at Shalili at the same time. Shalili frowned slightly. One of you cooks and the other does housework. What else can I do? Or else I'll take advantage of him for free? Yu Qian wide eyes. Bai Shui hurriedly blocked, but don't do that. Master Wu high blood pressure. Can't be excited. Can't suffer from stimulation. You're home during the day, you'll talk with him. Moncler outlet online, he must be lonely on his own during the week. Shalili spread her hands indifferently. No problem. I'm the best at chatting to make men happy anyway. The three women then agreed on a name for the project. The Good Trip Project. Suddenly Bai Shui inquired. Did you guys come back and see Master Wu? Yu Qian shook her head. No. Shalili followed suit, shaking her head. You know, I didn't wake up until nighttime. Bad. Master Wu shouldn't have fainted in his room, right? Bai Shui said and hurriedly ran towards the door. The other two women followed closely behind. The three came to the door of 914 and kept tapping on the door of the room, resulting in no response from inside. Shalili, *******, our plan isn't over before it starts, is it? Yu Qian glared at Shalili and took out her cell phone to call Wu Nai. If the phone didn't work, she would have to find someone to forcefully break down the door. Beep, 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 beep. The cell phone was on public playback with a waiting tone coming from it. As they waited for the tone, the three women's hearts were in their throats. Shalili, don't die. Moncler, I haven't paid my room bill yet. Snow clasped his hands together and prayed for a blessing. The result was that the ringing ended and the call was not answered. All three had a bad feeling. Yu Qian immediately after contacting the relevant locksmith. After waiting 10 minutes, the locksmith arrived. Because of Yu Qian's identity, the locksmith immediately began to work, and the old security door was opened within seconds. Locksmith, there, said to step aside. Yu Qian looked at Shalili and Bai Shui, took a deep breath and quickly opened the door to the room. The three women rushed inside the room and immediately caught a whiff of paint. Then he looked around and found no sign of Wu Nai. Bai Shui patted her chest. It's good that she's not at home. At the very least, it proves that there's no problem with Master Wu. Shalili, however, shook her head. That's not necessarily true. I've heard that when old dogs are dying, they run off alone to an unoccupied corner and die quietly. Master Wu was afraid of being like an old dog. Bai Shui was not happy. How can you say that about Master Wu? Yu Qian also felt that Shalili couldn't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Shalili, it's almost 9 o'clock now. So where do you think Master Wu can go? Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Yu Qian's cell phone came out with an incoming ringtone. Seeing that the caller ID is Moncler Outlet Store Wu, Yu Qian hurriedly asked the two women beside her to be quiet. Connect and turn on the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Wu. Yu Qian was worried that someone had picked up Wu Nai's cell phone and called her. Oh, it's me. I was busy just now and couldn't answer the phone. Actually, Wu Nai was just in a group battle and couldn't answer the phone to pit his teammates. The three women sighed in relief, and Yu Qian inquired immediately after. Where are you, Master Wu? Not coming back so late? Wu Nai said casually. Overnight at the internet cafe. Not going back tonight. Ding, ding, ding. Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Receives surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Receiving surprise from Shalili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Bai Shui asked loudly into her cell phone. What did you say, Master Wu? You were at an internet cafe all night? Wu Nai was also stunned at the internet cafe, not expecting to get 3 system rewards for 1 sentence. That's an additional 6 months of life. The bottom line is that he's racked up 22 months, and he's 1 short of a super reward. Yes, Snow asked over the phone. Can you hear me, Moncler? Wu Nai, here. The newly painted walls in the house can't be lived in at night, so I'm dealing with a night at the internet cafe. That's when the 3 women reacted to the smell of paint they had smelled when they entered. Re-observing Moncler Outlet Online Wu's house, they realized that it was surprisingly very different from what they had seen before. It used to be dirty and littered with rags and a smell that made you sick to your stomach. And now, neat and shiny, brand new furniture, better than their house. Snow, don't you want to die? Grandpa, don't you know your physical condition? 2 youths beside him were waiting for him to start the next game. Wu Nai casually coped. I know. I'll go back tomorrow. The phone was hung up and the three women were dumbfounded. Even thought Wu Nai died outside. Did not think he would go to the internet cafe all night. In the internet cafe, after understanding, Wu Nai knew the names of two youths. One called Zhang Lu, one called Tao Dashi. Both are sophomores. One high and one happy. Because the name calling was so satisfying to Wu Nai that he took the two together to play the game in the evening. Zhang Lu asked, "Master, is it your family looking for you?" Wu Nai, "No, a few neighbors. They were probably afraid I'd die and called to ask." Two youths. Zhang Lu was worried. "Why don't you go back and rest after this game, Grand Master?" Dahi nodded his head in agreement, and the two were afraid that Wu Nai would have an accident. Wu Nai was having a great time. How could he go home? And the two game hitchhikers worked pretty well with him and played very smoothly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Keep doing it. If you get sleepy, I'll buy you coffee and coke. The three of them played until 6 in the morning, and Tao Dashi was already sleepy and somewhat delirious. Admiringly, he said, "I'm convinced. Let's go back to bed." Zhanglu was also sleepy and a little dull-eyed. Wu Nai put away his cell phone. "Alas, you young people, none of you can survive." Leaving each other's contact numbers, Wu Nai got off the plane and went home. "I just ran into old Lu walking downstairs." "Lao Lu, I allow Wu. You got up early enough today. You went to the morning market?" Wu Nai yawned. "Going to the internet cafe. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to hurry home to catch up on my sleep." Old Lu froze in place. "Go to the internet cafe? Go to the internet cafe? Is it possible that internet cafes are also giving away eggs? I've never heard of it." Chapter 12, You Call This Making Me Happy? Wu Nai had just gotten home and slept for an hour when there was a knock on his room door. Rubbing his somewhat swollen head, he opened the door, and outside stood Yu Qian. "Master Wu, are you alright? Don't mess around in the future. Take care of your health." Knowing that Yu Qian was worried about herself, Wu Nai nodded down. "Don't worry. Yesterday's all-nighter held up though, and I still feel physically sick. And it's the kind of thing that wouldn't surprise the three girls again." Seeing Yu Qian off, Wu Nai closed the door and lay down on the bed again to catch up on his sleep. It turned out to be not quite an hour before the door to the room was knocked on again. When he opened the door, the one standing outside was Bai Shui, who was holding a plate of dumplings. "Master, this is my new dumplings from this morning. Try how they taste." Wu Nai took the dumplings. "Trouble letting you make dumplings in the morning." Snowy smiled cheekily. "It's okay, it's all I should do. I'm in charge of the program." Wu Nai was puzzled. What plan? What person in charge? Bai Shui spat out her tongue, but she couldn't let Master Wu know that their plan was called all the way. Casually, he explained, "The three of us agreed to come and take care of you every day." Wu Nai let out an oh-so-sweet sound. So the three women thought he was going to die, so they wanted to take care of him in his final hours. This kind of good thing naturally couldn't be refused, and with the three girls coming to take care of him, it would also make it easier to get system rewards from them. Wu Nai rubbed his face with one hand and put on a touched look. "You're all good boys?" The grandfather is very pleased. Among the three women, Bai Shui was the most emotional and almost cried out when she heard Wu Nai's words. "Just be happy, Moncler Outlet Store. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you." Wu Nai, okay, go to work. Don't delay your work." The door to the room closed. Wu Nai ate a few dumplings, not to mention that the little girl's handiwork was not bad. Dumplings made to taste like dumplings. Lying in bed without going back to sleep, he knew that after a while, Shara Li would surely come over as well. Unsurprisingly, the door to the room was knocked on again half an hour later. Shariari got up very early today because she didn't go to the bar last night. When she opened the door, she saw Shalili dressed in a sultry outfit with heavy makeup painted on her face. "You're really good, old man. You can still go to an internet cafe all night at this age." Wu Nai, that's all there is to this hobby. Shalili looked Wu Nai up and down. Her task was to chat with Wu Nai during the day and coax him to be happy. So she said, "Come on, let's go and take you to the mall to buy 2 outfits. I just had an all-nighter last night. Can it be another day?" Wu Nai immediately wanted to refuse. Instead, Shalili yanked Wu Nai right out, then kicked the door shut. Wu Nai, then hurriedly touched the pocket on his body. Fortunately, the key was in the pocket. Shalili continued to hold Wu Nai's arm towards the elevator. "Come on, old man. Look at how many years the clothes on you are." It's true that the original owner hadn't bought new clothes in years. Wu Patience will go if he wants to. If he can't get the rent, why don't he take a few sets of clothes? 2 people took a taxi to the city's wholesale clothing market, where the most expensive clothes $110. Cheap as long as 20 or 30. Shalili pretended to be very generous. Pick it. Whatever you want. I'll pay for everything you spend. Wu Nai. He's just picking out flowers. Can a suit be more than 150? But don't take it for nothing. Just pick out a random white tunic with black pants, plus a new pair of cloth shoes. 75 total. Shalili looked at the white tunic and wasn't very happy with it, pointing to a flowery shirt. Wrap this one too. The woman selling the goods smiled and said to Wu Nai, this daughter of yours is so filial. You are truly blessed. She's not. I'm not. Both denied it at the same time. Sell goods boss froze. Young girl with the grandfather. Not father and daughter. Is there another relationship? One more look at what Shalili was wearing, and the more I thought about it, the more likely it was. The old man is good. The old man has fewer things to do and has a low income insurance, and after a few years of service, he can still get a lot of inheritance. Noticing that the boss's wife had a wrong look in her eyes, Shalili questioned, what's that look in your eyes? The boss's wife hastily denied it. There's nothing in the eyes. What was originally $105? Shalili directly dumped $100 bill. Then he pulled Wu Nai out of the room, mouthing, never come back to this house again. The boss's wife muttered behind her back, looking for an old man and not letting people watch. The two of them wandered over to noon. Except for the set in the morning, everything else was bought for herself by Shalili. Wu Nai was considered to have accompanied people for half a day of shopping. Shalili once again handed a bag to Wu Nai. Carry it well. Wu Nai, you told me to go out on the street so that I can carry your bags, right? Shalili, I'm having fun with you. Wu Nai looked at the large bag of things in his hand. You should be the one who's happy, right? Shalili also felt a bit overwhelmed. Okay, I'll treat you to a big meal at noon, okay? Something you definitely haven't eaten before. 5 minutes later, the two walked into a $15 buffet of small hot pots. Wu Nai convinced the so-called big meal is this. But yes, it's true that the original owner never ate the stuff. After sitting on the seat, Shalili greeted, eat whatever you want, I'll pay for as much as you eat. Wu Nai heckled, wasn't it a price for a buffet to hold out? He can eat for months on end when the room is paid for. Halfway through the meal, Shalili put down her chopsticks. Watch the pot for me. Don't get served. I'm going to the restroom. After that he quickly ran out of the store. Wu Nai looked at his small hot pot. $15 afraid that anyone who eats it will have a bad stomach. Wu Nai inclined his head to look at it. Labeled. Thinking it would be some customer who doesn't pay after playing. Wu Nai didn't hitch a ride either. The phone finished ringing followed by a text message tone. It says, dare not answer the phone. And if you don't pay the money your family owes, break all your family's legs. Ha! Wu Nai took a closer look at the message on it, and it turned out to be a debt collector. At that moment, Shalili rushed in, picked up the phone and glanced at it, then looked warily at Wu Nai. You didn't see anything, did you? Wu Nai took a sip of the free soda blended by Tech Ruthless Living. What are you looking at? Shalili breathed a sigh of relief and panicked, putting her phone away in her bag. No, it's nothing. The two of them continued to munch on their hot pot as Wu patiently wondered what was going on. No wonder Shalili can't afford the rent and buys him and herself cheap, swishy, miscellaneous stuff. Looks like there's a hard lesson to be learned at home. 2. Observing Shalili's expression again. She had been soulful from the moment she saw the message on her cell phone. Is it true what they say? The women who go to sea have a gambling father, a sick mother, a school-going brother and a broken home? Shalili also raised her head to look at Wu Nai at this time. Old man, you can go back after dinner in a while. I still have to go and do my beauty treatment. Wu Nai smiled faintly and thought to himself, in your condition you still go for beauty treatments? Probably 80% looking for a place to borrow money. Chapter 13, Being Pursued. Does Wu Patience want to secretly follow Shalili? When he suddenly appeared when the other party was messing with the money, Shalili would be surprised, and he would be able to get a system reward. One more time, and he'll be super rewarded. But think about it. If Shalili found out that her affairs were known, she would probably not continue to rent his house, embarrassed to continue living there. The system was bound to 3 tenants, and if this incident caused Shalili to leave, he would lose a lot of money. Wu Nai, I see. Then I'll go back by myself later. Shalili was clearly no longer in the mood to eat anymore, and after 2 simple bites, she hurried away. Wu Nai ate and drank his fill, carrying his and Shalili's things and preparing to take a taxi home. Old brother Wu. Wu Nai turned his head and was greeted by an old woman who looked to be approaching 60. The heart said, how did you run into her? There were memories of the other person in his mind. The other person's name was Zhao Guifang. She was widowed 5 years ago and had 2 sons. Since the death of his old partner, he has hinted 3 times that he wants to live with the original owner. The pursuit intensified especially after learning that the original owner's house had been moved. Zhao Guifang walked up to Wu Nai and saw the large bag of things he was carrying in his hand. Reaching out, he was about to help him carry it. "Let me hold it for you. It's so heavy." Wu Nai flashed the object in his hand back. "No need." Zhao Guifang put on a helpless expression. "Tell me how hard it is for you to be alone, and there's no one to help outside the house." Zhao Guifang leaned toward Wu Nai again as she spoke, while Wu Nai ducked back another step. The other party wanted to get along with the original owner, and was running after his house and property for no other reason than that. After all, the 2 sons on the other side don't have the money to get married yet. Wu Nai casually replied, "It's good to be alone." It just so happened that a cab was parked on the side of the road. Wu Nai hurriedly opened the door. "You keep skulking around, I'll go back first." After saying that, he quickly drilled into the cab, and as a result, Zhao Guifang opened the other side of the door, and surprisingly also drilled in. Wu Nai frowned. "What are you doing?" The cab driver turned his head to look curiously at the 2 old men. Zhao Guifang firmly closed the door behind her. "Go sit in your house, and by the way, I'll cook you a meal and clean up the house." Newly remodeled home and cleaning up the gross chores. "No, just get out of the car. I'm not going home, I'm going somewhere else." Zhao Guifang was still unwilling to give up. "Where are you going?" "It's too dangerous to go alone, I'll go with you," the driver advised. "Just listen to the older woman. Don't let her worry about it." Wu Nai opened the car door and said to the driver, "You're so good for your elder mother. You can drag your elder mother wherever she wants to go." When Zhao Guifang got out of the car and tried to catch up, Wu Nai was already gone, turned the corner and retook a cab back to the neighborhood. The result was that just as I got out of the car in the front foot, a cab came in the back foot. Fixing his eyes, it was Zhao Guifang and the driver just now. "Naya, where's the ghost?" The taxi driver poked his head out. Hey grandpa, ma'am wanted to come here, I pulled it for her." "Wu Nai, are you up?" After saying that, he ignored Zhao Guifang and walked towards the neighborhood alone. Zhao Guifang hurried and squeezed in before the elevator closed. Zhao Guifang's heart was strange. In the past, although Lao Wu didn't like to talk to her either, he didn't avoid her as much as he did today. "What the hell are you thinking, old Wu?" "Wu Nai, I'm just not interested in you, so don't you ever pester me again." Wu Nai really convinced the original owner can still leave him emotional debt. Zhao Guifang, I don't believe it. "Old Wu, stop suppressing the feelings in your heart. I know you've always wanted to spend your life with me. Are you afraid that my 2 sons won't agree?" "Don't worry, I'll convince them." Wu Nai laughed. "Your 2 sons still need to convince?" Probably even thought about how to divide his property. "I definitely can't go home at this time, and if I let Zhao Guifang enter the house, it will be even harder to drive her out." After the elevator reached the 9th floor, Wu Nai pressed the button for the 1st floor again. Zhao Guifang wondered, "Why don't you go home, old brother Wu?" "Wu Nai, not going home. I'm going down to get some air." The 2 of them arrived at the gazebo, and Wu Nai placed the items in his hand on the stone table. "I didn't expect Zhao Guifang to suddenly take the bag over. Let's see what you bought." Wu Nai didn't even have time to try to block it, and then Zhao Guifang took out 3 stockings, 2 bras, and a sexy nightgown from inside. Pulled out all the stuff Shalili had bought. "What's this? What's all this?" Looking at these things alone, Zhao Guifang felt ashamed. Holding up the lace transparent bra, he asked, old Wu, what the hell do you want?" It was a good thing that there were only the 2 of them in the gazebo. If there were other people, Wu Nai wouldn't have the face to stay in the neighborhood in the future. Reaching out, he snatched the things in Zhao Guifang's hand and hastily stuffed them into the bag. "Are you sick? What are you doing going through people's stuff?" Zhao Guifang was still shocked at what she had just seen, not realizing that old brother Wu, who seemed honest on the surface, was actually that kind of person. She had seen those in her son's room once as well and knew that those were for the lady of the house to wear. Her son had also told her what to call a fling. Zhao Guifang looked at Wu Nai. "Old Wu, old Wu, I didn't expect you to be quite affectionate, and you're not afraid of getting sick." Wu Nai knew that the other party had misunderstood that these things were his. But the misunderstanding was just right, and he could just use it to get rid of the other party's entanglement. Taking out a stocking and showing it to Zhao Guifang, "Hey, that's what I like how it is, right?" Zhao Guifang pointed at Wu Nai. "You're shameless. You old immodest. You old rascal." Wu Nai rubbed the stocking against his face and made an expression of enjoyment. "It's not too late for you to realize that's just the way I am." Suddenly someone from the rear shouted, "Master Wu, Wu Nai's stockings are still attached to his face, slowly turned back to his head. Yu Qian stood in the back in police uniform, shocked at him. What are you doing, Master Wu? Wu Nai hurriedly hid his stockings behind his back. Didn't do anything. The situation was as awkward as it could be. Zhao Guifang, however, suddenly snapped and ran to Yu Qian's side shouting, Comrade policeman, this old pervert is looking for a lady. Quickly arrest him. Wu Nai. Yu Qian. Master Wu, what's going on? She passed by the neighborhood just in time to stop by home to check on Wu Nai, and ended up running into him downstairs. Wu Nai coughed lightly. Did he explain or not? If you explain, you can't get mad at Zhao Guifang. If he didn't explain, Yu Qian would definitely misunderstand. Let's talk about it at home. Hearing that she would say it again at home, Zhao Guifang exploded. Looking at Wu Nai and then at Yu Qian, could it be that all these things were bought for you? Yu Qian was so dumbfounded by what was said that she didn't even know what was going on. She only saw Master Wu holding a stocking and rubbing it on her face. What's going on with Master Wu? Wu Nai couldn't let the misunderstanding continue to develop. She's just a psychopath. Don't bother with her. Zhao Guifang was infuriated. You're the one who's a psychopath. You old rascal. I have to let everyone know what kind of person you are. When he finished, he ran a few steps down the block. He opened his voice and shouted at the residential building. Everyone, come and see. Old Wu too is not a human being. Chapter 14, Sha Lily borrows money. From Old Wu Big Brother to Old Wu and then to Old Wu Head. The change in address also represented the change in Wu Nai's status in Zhao Guifang's heart. It's really a case of destroy if you can't get it. Wu Nai looked helplessly at Yu Qian. Go and get busy. Let this lunatic shout away. Regardless of her status as a police officer or her relationship with Wu Nai, Yu Qian could not leave. Yu Qian walked to Zhao Guifang's side. Auntie, don't shout first. We'll solve the problem properly. Zhao Guifang glared at Yu Qian. You little wannabe hoof. Stay away from me. She puts all the blame on Yu Qian for Wu Nai's unwillingness to live with her. The good thing is that Yu Qian, being a police officer, has a strong mental capacity. Even after being so insulted, he didn't lose his mind. The original owner's good friends, Lao Wang and Lao Lu, heard a bustle downstairs and ran downstairs in a hurry. Seeing that the main character turned out to be Old Wu, the two gloated. Walking over to Wu Nai. Old Wu, what's going on? Still being approached? Isn't this the big sister Guifang who pursued you? How come she's still turned against you? Wu Nai forehead. An old woman is not enough, and then popped out two old men. You two stay where you are and don't make a mess here. The two old men laughed and laughed, and there were jokes that were not seen, especially if it's still Old Wu's joke. How can they miss it? That's when a sultry dressed woman walked into the neighborhood. None other than Sha Lily, who was one step ahead of her. Sha Lily walked over and asked curiously, what's going on? Old Wu Tu's old flame is here. Wu Nai threw the bag in his hand at Sha Lily. It's not all because of these things? Sha Lily took the bag. What's in the way of what I bought? Yu Qian, just don't add to the confusion. Yu Qian can't look at Sha Lily. Sha Lily likewise does not like Yu Qian. The two professions are like a mouse and a cat. The old woman who saw the spattering and rolling around was running towards Wu Nai. Sha Lily touched Wu Nai with her arm and whispered, Old man, I'll help you get rid of her. Will you promise me one condition? She had just gone out to borrow money and hadn't gotten a dime, and was worried that she had no place to get it. Wu patiently thought, Sha Lily can have what matter. Just want to borrow money from him. Gotta write me an IOU. Sha Lily blushed. How did you know I was going to borrow money? Wu Nai glanced at Sha Lily. What else could you be up to besides borrowing money? Shariari thought to herself, does she just have the impression in other people's minds that she's always short of money? There was no suspicion that Wu Nai had peeked at her cell phone. But the home side couldn't wait any longer and bit the bullet. Yes, it's a loan. $30,000 okay? If she wasn't forced to really have no choice, she couldn't borrow money from the seriously ill Wu Nai. In case she hadn't paid back the money and Wu Nai died first, she would have to feel guilty for the rest of her life. Good. Wu Nai agreed painfully. He had already been rendered helpless by Zhao Guifang. I didn't realize that being pestered by an old lady could be so troublesome. Go do it. Sha Lily placed her shopping bag and backpack on the stone table. Just watch. Old man. Sha Lily rushed to Zhao Guifang and pointed at the other party's nose and scolded. You old shrew. Ugly. Stinking shameless. And have the face to scold others. In an instant the conflict between Zhao Guifang and Wu Nai turned into a conflict between Zhao Guifang and Sha Lily. The two men, fearing no one, stood in the middle of the cell and sprayed each other. Wu Nai saw Zhao Guifang's face turn from white to red, then from red to black, and finally so angry that she couldn't speak, shivering one after another. Sha Lily condescended and glared at Zhao Guifeng. If you're like this, I can deal with 8 of them alone. And you're still fighting with me? If you don't leave again, I'll scold you to death. Zhao Guifeng couldn't get angry, sat down violently on the ground and began to bawl. Come and see na, bully the old man. All the neighbors around her were watching the fun, and no one paid any attention to her at all. Yu Qian walked over and picked up Zhao Guifeng, who was sitting on the ground. Auntie, you'd better go first. Zhao Guifeng complained to Yu Qian. You are a police officer, why don't you care about her? Yu Qian lied. I'll send you back before I deal with her. Then he racked Zhao Guifeng to leave the neighborhood. Sha Lili wiped the sweat that wasn't on her forehead, licked her dry lips, and returned to Wu Nai. How's that for a solution? Wu Nai nodded. Good job. Then head for the building. Sha Lili hurriedly picked up her bag and things and followed. Old man, you haven't done what you promised me? All the way to Wu Nai's house, old man. Wu Nai took out his cell phone. Keep your mouth shut and give your bank card number. Sha Lili quickly recited her bank card account number, and then saw Wu Nai transfer $30,000 to her. Sha Lili was touched. She just went out to everyone she knows and no one wants to lend her money. Even if she knelt for someone, no one else would. And she had only done Wu Nai a small favor, and the other party had actually lent it to her without saying a word. Sha Lili excitedly hugged Wu Nai and gave him a kiss on the cheek. You're wonderful. Wu Nai wiped his face in disgust and threw a paper and pen from the drawer to the other party. Hurry up and write the IOU, including the rent you haven't paid. Shariari erupted, grabbed a pen and paper, and wrote the IOU as requested. The written loan note was neatly handed over to Wu Nai. I will definitely return it to you next month when I get paid. Wu Nai sighed. It's not certain if there'll be any next month. Sha Lili suddenly settled down, feeling guilty, but there was really nothing she could do about it. If she doesn't pay back that $30,000 soon, the debt collectors will really hurt her family. You'll be fine, Moncler, and I'll pay you back all the money I owe you. Even if you're gone, I'll definitely offer your tablet at home and burn incense and toast to you every year. Wu Nai, stop. He's just saying that. Why did he the wall? Sha Lili hurriedly changed her words. Yes, you will definitely get better, Master Wu. Seeing that the iron-hearted Sha Lili's eyes were also red, Wu Nai was in no mood to tease further. Waved Sha Lili away. Wu Nai could finally catch up on his sleep. Snow came home from work and hurriedly prepared dinner. Nowadays, she is not one to feed the whole family. She also has the responsibility of Master Wu's dinner. Snow grew up in an orphanage, and because of her age, she used to help the director and take care of the other younger children when she was in the orphanage. So she was especially good at taking care of people. And when she grew up, she enrolled in the nursing program, carrying the prepared meal. He knocked on the door of Wu Nai's room. Smiling, she said, Master Wu is eating. Chapter 15, Sha Lili is changing careers? A fried celery, a fungus fried meat and vegetables. Simple 2 dishes for Bai Shui to do very fine. Instead of letting Wu Nai pick it up, he helped put it on the table. Master, quickly taste how I cook. Snow's eyes glittered with a desire to be praised by her elders. She was truly treating Wu Nai as her elder, taking care of him with all her heart. If Wu Nai was a young man in his 20s now, he would definitely pursue a girl like Bai Shui to become his girlfriend. Well-behaved, obedient, gentle and pretty. Wu Nai took a taste and said appreciatively, delicious. Bai Shui hemmed and hawed and sat on the other side of the table. Do you like climbing mountains, Master Wu? Wu Nai recalled the original owner's memories. Every day just busy picking up rags, which have time to swim in the mountains. He was somewhat interested in climbing mountains in his previous life, so he replied, it was okay. Snow followed up by asking, which mountain do you like, Moncler? Wu Nai looked at Bai Shui suspiciously. Why did you remember to ask this? Bai Shui scratched his face and secretly said, you can't say that after asking. When you die you can bury you on that mountain. Handily, he said. Nothing, I was just asking. Wu Nai, Everest then. Snow White? She had heard that it cost a lot of money to climb Everest, and she simply didn't have that kind of money. Why don't you change the mountain? Moncler, it was a random name, and Wu Nai couldn't figure out why he had to be told to change the mountain. Instead, Bai Shui had a serious expression on her face as she waited for his answer. I'll go with King's Bastard Hill then. The memory of Wangba Mountain is not far from their city, because the shape is like Wangba, so everyone called Wangba Mountain. Bai Shui followed up by inquiring, Master, do you really like Wang Beishan? Like okay. Wu Nai picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Snow secretly wrote down the information and went back so he could report back to the other 2 team members. Bai Shui waited until Wu Nai finished his meal before leaving with his plate. Looking at the closed door of the room, Wu Nai couldn't figure out why he was asked which mountain he preferred. Do you want to take him on a trip? But he can't even climb a mountain with this body. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shuo wanted to wait for him to die so that he could live on Wang Baishan Mountain all the time. Before going to bed, he played 2 more games with Zhang Lo and Tao Dashi. Both are very talented at the game, and after playing with him a few times have been able to keep up with his game. The trio is among the crushes in the Roadrunner field. Zhang Lo asked in the game, Master Wu, when are we going to go overnight again? Wu Nai, no. It went on all night and almost killed me. Zhang Lu had some regrets over there. Although the game could also be played together online. But when they are together, Master Wu can teach him a lot of tricks. Then can we come up to your house to play, Master Wu? Wu Nai thought about the fact that the house was indeed usually a bit too quiet. So he promised the other party, yes, but regardless of the meal, you guys can come back after dinner. The 2 boys laughed. After exiting the game and charging his cell phone, Wu Nai fell into a deep sleep. Who says you can't sleep when you're older? He must now sleep at the hour and not wait a minute. The next day was again awakened by a knock on the door, and the person standing outside was Shalili. Wu Nai glanced at the time. It was just 6 in the morning. Did you just get off work here? Shalili instantly cried out and directly jumped into Wu Nai's arms. Wu Nai braced his arms, not touching Shalili's body. Take your time about something. Just let go. Shalili's hand strangling Wu Nai's neck, however, tightened. Master Wu, you must help me. Wu Nai felt like he wasn't being killed by the disease. He was going to be strangled by Shalili. Quickly, let go. Wu Nai kept slapping Shalili's arm. Shalili let go of her hand and saw that Wu Nai's face was holding red. Shalili wiped her tears. I'm sorry, Master Wu. I didn't mean it. It took Wu Nai several breaths to slow down. I thought you were going to kill someone. Looking at Shalili's outfit, she must have gone to work at the bar last night. She just didn't know why she came back crying. Did you meet a perverted customer? Then we should ask the bar security. What's the use of asking an old man like him? Shalili sobbed. Master Wu, our boss owes me 3 months' salary. I asked him for it, but he wouldn't give it to me, and said that if I quit, the money would never be paid to me. Wu Nai was surprised. You're not going to work at the bar anymore? Shalili nodded. A sister asked me to sell buildings, said I could earn 70,000 to 80,000 a month, so I wanted to try. How to say it's also a serious industry. Will not be looked down upon. It's just as well I can claim back the wages the bar owes me, just in time to pay you back your 30 grand. Turns out the owner said he wouldn't give me any money. Woohoo! It suddenly occurred to Wu Nai that it was now the stage when real estate was booming, and it would indeed be better to sell properties than to be a bar escort. But what can an old man like him do? Shalili sought him out, and it was 80% likely that she wanted to get Shunyata's help through him. Although the original owner saved Shuani, the favor was used 1 point less. It wasn't that Shalili wasn't worth it. After all, Shalili was one of his top 3 tasks. Rather, it's not worth it for tens of thousands of dollars. Sure enough, Shalili held her mouth and said, Master Wu, can you let my Uncle Shuani step in and talk to the boss? Our boss is very afraid of Uncle Shuani. As long as the money is asked for, I'll pay you back immediately. Wu Nai contemplated for a moment that the money had to come back. That's what Shalili was touched out one by one. The key money to come back to return to him, which makes him can't ignore. No need to be smooth. I'll get it for you tonight. Ding! Receiving surprise from Shalili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Ding! 2 years of cumulative life expectancy will be rewarded with a super gift pack. Acquired skill, penetrating eye. Accumulation of another 2 years of life will also be rewarded with a super bonus. I didn't realize that the last reward I had been waiting for had been unintentionally accomplished. Wu Nai looked over at Shalili. There was blood in his eyes. The eye of perspective saw Shalili, inside and out, clearly. Wu Nai covered his chest. Quickly help me get the quick-acting heart pills from the drawer. Shalili went up to assist Wu Nai first. Being so close, Wu Nai could see everything about the other party again. It directly made his heart beat more violently. In his mind, he shouted, System, does perspective I have a shutdown function? Ding! Skills are under the host's control. Wu Nai tried to order in his head to turn off the perspective, and in the next second he could really only see Shalili's clothes on the outside. Wu Nai breathed a sigh of relief. It's so add up. I almost died of excitement. Shalili nervously inquired. Are you alright, Master Wu? I'll go get you medicine now. Wu Nai shook his head. No need. I'm already fine. Shalili dropped her heart a little. Then my business. Wu Nai, you don't care. Just follow me at night. Chapter 16 Procurement of Appliances. Shalili nodded her head down with confidence. If I can really get my money back, I'll definitely treat you to a nice meal this time. Wu Nai, it's not going to be the $15 rotisserie hot pot again, is it? I didn't have diarrhea after eating it that day, so I'm already counting my stomach is good. Sha Lili smiled shyly. If she had the money, how could she treat old man Wu to a $15 buffet? Wu Nai told Sha Lili to go back to bed to recuperate. On his own, he headed out the door and went to the nearby farmer's market. You can't just eat Snow's cooking for nothing every day, and it's not very nice to pay for it, so you want to help out with the ingredients. The morning market is a battleground for old men and women. Whichever stall gathers more old people, that stall must be the cheapest. But Wu Nai doesn't care about price, only quality. When I came to a young woman's stall, the greens on it were neatly yards without a bit of stray soil. This dish is quite beautiful. No, this young woman is quite fresh. Give me some eggplant, potato, jalapeno, tomato, leek, carrot. The young woman froze, wondering if the old man in front of her really wanted it. She'd never seen an old man shop like that. You don't ask for the price. You don't pick the dish. You just order a whole bunch of it. Wu Nai, load the dishes. The young woman quickly agreed and her hands began to get busy. Wu Nai saw that the other party picked for him the best dishes on it. It's true that things that are expensive have no faults other than being expensive, and you don't have to put up with any drawbacks. Weighing and counting totaled 85. Young woman, is your home in the neighborhood? Sir, I can have my husband send you home. Wu Nai TSK. This service is better than the community group buying service in 10 years. But your husband delivery even if. The young woman gave a confused look. What purchase? Wu patiently thought. Just like the community group buying did not appear. A lot of new things did not appear. One has the memories of the next 10 years. And one is perfectly capable of getting rich off of it. No more Bitcoin. You can also get hundreds of times the return in 5 years and thousands of times the return in 10 years. Bitcoins are $300 or $400 a pop right now. He has $3 million to really put a lot on the table. The young girl was still waiting for Wu Nai to answer. Wu Nai explained. Isn't your family's business not good? You can let your husband go from neighborhood to count the number of groceries bought and give them home delivery. But always remember, even if people buy an onion and a head of garlic, you cannot refuse. The young woman heard the suggestion, thought it over, and found it feasible. It's just difficult to gather customers up front. Wu Nai laughed. Give up the child to catch the wolf. If you don't have an upfront investment, how will you get customers? The young woman hurriedly pursued. What do you mean by pre-investment? Moncler? Their family lives on this vegetable stall, but it is slightly more expensive because of the quality of the vegetables they get in. It's not like the two couples are going to work on the scales like other vegetable vendors, setting the price cheap and getting it back in pounds. That's why it's been selling lukewarm. Wu Nai, you first come up with a free food delivery campaign, and make some specials, so customers will come, won't they? If you give your customers the habit of waiting at home for the food to be delivered to their doorsteps, are you afraid of no business in the future? The young woman was enlightened as she realized that the old man in front of her was no ordinary person. A few simple words opened up a new sales channel for her. Thank you, Moncler. I'll discuss it with my husband when I get back. Wu Nai did not take it seriously, just as a casual conversation to the community group buying mode after 10 years, and the other side said a little. Little did he know that it was because of his few words that he would become the king of a family of local dishes. Thinking that I don't have a refrigerator at home yet, I left the food market and went straight to the appliance store. The outlets are having a sale today. It seems that places like this that sell appliances have events 8 out of 10 days. Either a big promotion is a loss of profits to thank new and old customers. Anyway, the price of home appliances is not one day at the original price of the sale. Always let people think that they take advantage of the bargain. Grandpa, you're finally here. A saleswoman immediately greeted Wu Nai when she saw him walk in. Wu Nai, you know me? The saleswoman pursed her lips and laughed. Moncler Outlet Store, I look at you like I kissed my grandpa. Wu Nai thought that the other party knew the original owner, but it turned out to be just a way of getting close. The saleswoman hurriedly took the dishes in Wu Nai's hand and led him towards the outlet. The saleswoman kindly asked, "What are the shortcomings of your family?" Wu Nai followed behind with his hands behind his back. The dishes were all taken, and he couldn't even think of not coming in. "Look in the refrigerator," the saleswoman said in surprise. "It's too good a time for you to come. We have a refrigerator event today. Special price $19.99, and buy 3 get 1 free. Wu Nai, this is the first time I've heard that there's a buy 3 get 1 free on refrigerators." The saleswoman hastened to explain. "That's not what it means. As long as you buy any 3 appliances at the mall, you can get 1 beautiful appliance for free." Wu Nai understand. This is not 10 years after the old way of e-commerce? They said they were giving away nice appliances, but it turned out to be either a flashlight or a razor. Costs $20 or less. If refrigerators were really buy 3 get 1 free, I'd buy 3. Fine appliances or not. The saleswoman laughed. She also knew that the mall was just fooling people by having this event. The fine appliance is actually an electronic alarm clock. But the salesman's words reminded Wu Nai that none of the 3 women's rented houses had refrigerators either. If they were suddenly given a refrigerator, the 3 girls would be surprised to see it. Wouldn't he or she gain another half year of life? $6,000 for a 6-month life expectancy. That's not a bad deal. And outfitting the rental house with appliances and stuff that belongs to him. Wu Nai said to the salesman, $19.99 that one. Give me 4 units. The saleswoman froze in her tracks. Are you sure you're right, sir? You want 4 refrigerators? Our fine gifts may not be that good. The saleswoman is afraid that Wu Nai will buy the refrigerator for the freebie. Wait until she sees that it's just an ordinary alarm clock, and then back out of it. Wu Nai, don't worry, I'll buy it even without the giveaway. The saleswoman was overjoyed to sell 4 refrigerators. She had solved a large part of her sales task for the month. Wait a minute, Moncler, I'll apply to the manager and present you with a nice giveaway. About 5 minutes later, the saleswoman came running back with a smile on her face. Grandpa, the application is in. Giving you a washing machine worth $566. Wu Nai, in the spirit of preferring to follow a group of people not to follow a person's style of doing things, but also afraid of a refrigerator, cannot let the 3 women surprised. Then give me 3 more washing machines. The saleswoman almost laughed out loud. Her sales for the month was done? You can't rush it. You can't rush it. You have to wait for the payment to be made. Then Grandpa, I'll take you to pay the money first. The saleswoman's attitude became more enthusiastic. Because of such a big bill in the morning, all the waiters in the store also came over, wanting to see which boss was so generous. It turned out to be an old man with a full head of gray hair. It was very smooth to go to the front desk and pay the bill by credit card and open a ticket. The total price was less than $10,000, and the saleswoman gave him 4 more small alarm clocks with beautiful appliances. The appliances will be delivered to your door in 2 hours. Moncler, to help you live happily. Outside the mall door, the saleswoman bowed slightly and bid farewell to Wu Nai. Wu Nai had wanted to take a taxi home immediately. I ended up seeing a lottery store next to Appliance City. Scratchers were prevalent at this time. Thinking of his newly acquired perspective, he hooked the corner of his mouth and walked in. Chapter 17, Demanding Money. Because of its downtown location, the lottery station is very large. When I walked in, I saw 7 old men studying the charts and some young people buying scratchers. Wu Nai opened his penetrating eyes and walked over to the counter. The owner thought that Wu Nai was going to play the lottery, because there really weren't many people of that age who would be willing to play scratch-offs. Fight what? The owner inquired out loud. Wu Nai shook his head and looked towards the assortment of scratchers that were displayed on the counter. Many scratch-offs are cumbersome to win and require corresponding numbers, which can seem like a huge hassle, so Wu Nai stayed a little longer. The boss laughed. Moncler Outlet Store, you look even more carefully. Without scratching it, you can't tell which one has won the prize. A comment that made all those young people buying lottery tickets laugh. Wu Nai, however, was completely unconcerned and continued to observe each card in the counter. 5 minutes passed the hour. Finally, in one of them, I found one with a maximum prize of $10,000. Wu Nai stood up straight, in order not to draw attention from the others, pointing to the pile of scratch-offs. Take those out. I'll take them all. Scratchers were $5 apiece, and there were only about 20 left in that pile. The boss smiled and held out the scratchers. There are 24 more in total. Moncler Outlet. $120. Wu Nai directly took out 120 and handed it to the boss. The young men standing laughed out loud again as all those scratch-offs were left over from their scratching. Each pile of scratch-offs has a bonus amount, and those that have won a jackpot, such as 100, 200 and 500, make it difficult for the rest of the tickets to show a jackpot. They had just won $200 in it, so they chose to give up all the others. A kind person in the young reminds, Grandpa, $120 to go home to buy some meat to eat does not smell good? Why do you have to buy this all? The owner glared at the young man unhappily. Maybe the grand prize is here. I think this grandpa is blessed. Wu Nai smirked and swept a glance at the young man who had reminded him. The biggest prize in the scratchers the guy was holding was only $10. So he said, young people play this stuff less. It's a waste of money. The boy saw Wu Nai's eyes, and after looking at the dozens of tickets left in his hand, he hesitated. Wu Nai, on the other hand, regardless of anything else, continuously scratched all the tickets. Unsurprisingly, the numbers scratched out were exactly the same as the ones he had seen through his perspective. When the $10,000,001 was scratched, Wu Nai stopped and handed the ticket to the boss. "Can you see if I won this one?" The owner didn't take it seriously because he also knew that in this pile of lottery tickets, there must not be any big prizes. Took the ticket and scanned it casually. The whole thing paused. After looking at it carefully several more times, he gulped in fear. "You've won, Moncler. It says you won $10,000. Wu Nai was ancient. "Okay, let's cash these in then." The young people on the sidelines were collectively dumbfounded. $10,000? In their leftover scratch tickets? They have the ache of losing $10,000. It's not about missing $10,000. It's about losing it, and if they keep scraping it, the money is theirs. It's too late to repent. A single ticket that doesn't exceed $10,000 can be redeemed at the lottery. So the boss painfully handed Wu Nai a $10,000 bonus, and on his lips he said, "Moncler Outlet Store, you are so lucky. Even one more dollar you will have to pay tax." Wu Nai was satisfied to put the money in his pocket. The money for the appliances, isn't that back? He wasn't greedy and didn't keep scraping. Walk out of the lottery store to the envious stares of the crowd. The guy who was reminded by Wu Nai looked at the lottery ticket in his hand and returned it directly to the boss. No one has won away with $10,000, so what's the point of shaving? Wu Nai returned home, and at noontime Bai Shui was in the unit and did not return. Sha Lili made lunch for Wu Nai. Simple boiled noodles with an egg on top. "Sha Lili, I just went upstairs and saw a van unloading appliances, and I don't know who bought so many refrigerators and washing machines." Wu Nai let out an oh-so-quiet sigh, not expecting it to be delivered so quickly. "I'll buy it. A refrigerator and a washing machine for each of you." Ding! Receiving surprise from Sha Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Wu patiently rejoiced that it had come true. The last super bonus was perspective. "I wonder what the next super bonus will be." Sha Lili was surprised that the landlord, who had always lived frugally, would give them a refrigerator and washing machine. She protested when she first rented the room. As a result, the landlord has only one sentence: "Willing to rent. If you rent, do not want to rent to look elsewhere." What's going on now? Is it because he knows he's dying? Do you want us to remember him? Wu Nai, don't tell Yu Qian and Bai Shui about this beforehand. I want to give them a surprise. The main fear was that if the two women knew in advance, he wouldn't be able to get the reward. Sha Lili heated a smile. "Old man, you people also strange good Lu. So well send things should be very attracted to the lady like it right. How you have been single it. Wu Nai, I give you a gift and you stab me in the heart, right?" Sha Lili spat out her tongue. Why hadn't she realized that the landlord was so funny before? The refrigerator was quickly shipped upstairs, and Wu Nai had the delivery person set up a set for his room, another set for Sha Lili's room. The last two refrigerators and two washing machines were placed outside the doors of Yu Qian's and Bai Shui's homes. Wait for them to come back and find out for themselves. After moving her things, Sha Lili went back to Wu Nai's house. "Can you tell me how you're going to ask for money for me at night?" Wu Nai was thinking about this during the day when he was lounging around. So he said, "Just tell him I'm your father and ask him directly." "Dad?" Wu Nai, ugh. "Do you know what it means to be famous? I'm your father and I'm going to ask for money is the name of the master." "But father, blah blah blah." "But Moncler, what if Dog still doesn't pay?" Dog is the very nickname of the bar owner. Used to be a socialite, got some money and opened a bar. Organized girls like Sha Lili to serve the guests. Originally, the girl was supposed to take the lion's share and the bar took the cut. As a result, that dog, relying on his own social mixing and the lady's lack of backing, forcibly garnished the lady's wages. Sha Lili wasn't the first woman the other pitched. Wu Nai, just remember, the poor are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the rash, and the rash are afraid of the lifeless. Your uncle I am now just don't want to die, but still can't deal with that dog? Sha Lili felt guilty when she thought of Wu Nai's condition. People are dying and they have to clean up her mess. Sha Lili knelt directly in front of Wu Nai. "Master Wu, from now on you will be my own father." Wu Nai hurriedly took 2 quick steps back and raised his hands. Back, 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 back. "You're ruthless enough to want to recognize me as your father in order to not pay the rent?" Chapter 18, Yu Qian's mysterious identity. Sha Lili's idea of recognizing her godfather is ruthlessly rejected by Wu Nai. Joking. He was thinking of taking advantage of each other in the future. How could he let the other party recognize his godfather? That is not their own road blocked? At night, as Wu Nai expected, Yu Qian and Bai Shui were all surprised to see the refrigerator equipped for them. Once again, 4 months of life were harvested. It was hard for Bai Shui to feel bad that Master Wu was still thinking about them even after he was dying. Yu Qian, on the other hand, was even more determined to take care of Wu Nai. Immediately after dinner, he went to Wu Nai's house, wanting to help clean up the housework, and happened to run into Xia Lili, who also came to find Wu Nai to go out. Yu Qian frowned. "Why are you here? Xia Lili, what's it to you?" She could not let Yu Qian know that she was going to take Moncler outlet store Wu to the bar to ask for money. Otherwise Yu Qian would never agree. Yu Qian warned, "Don't get any wrong ideas about Master Wu. I'll keep an eye on you." Xia Lili raised her head. "What's the matter? You're afraid I'm going to become your big mom?" Ha! It was only Xia Lili's character that could say shameless things with such a straight face. Yu Qian directly chose to ignore this shameless bore. Sitting next to Wu Nai. "Is there anything you need me to do, Master Wu?" The room was already low on chores, and Xia Li had cleaned it up several times already in order to beg for his help. Xia Lili sneered from the side, "Waiting for you to clean up. The yellow flowers are cold. You'd better stay wherever it's cool." Yu Qian glared at Xia Lili, and the two of them looked like they were about to get into a fight. "Wu Nai, I'll be quiet for a while." Wu Nai gave the word, and the two women obediently shut their mouths. One on the left and one on the right sat on either side of Wu Nai, neither one of them taking the stance of the other. In the end, it was Wu Nai who spoke first. "Yu Qian, you've worked all day. Go back and rest first." Xia Lili spat her tongue at Yu Qian from the side. "Yu Qian, then she has to go too." For the first time, Wu Nai felt the trouble that comes from having many women. Wu Nai had no choice but to let Xia Lili go back first as well, and come back to join him afterward. The room finally subsided when the two women were sent away. Why are women so hard on women? Half an hour later, Xia Lili came quietly over to him. Wu Nai was ready and said, "Go quickly. I have to be back in bed by 8. The two of them took the elevator downstairs, and just as the elevator door closed, Yu Qian's room door opened. Yu Qian frowned. What were the two of them doing out at night? That Xia Lili guy wouldn't be trying to lead Master Wu to a bar again, would he? The uneasy Yu Qian hurriedly chased down the stairs. From a distance, he saw Wu and Xia Lili take a cab and leave. Yu Qian called a car to follow close behind and said to the driver, "Quick, follow that car." The driver also saw the car in front of him with a young girl and an old man. In this world, there are men who steal men and there are fathers who steal fathers. Quietly following behind, the cab in front of him at last did stop in front of the Red Romance bar. Yu Qian cursed, "Xia Lili, you really deserve to die. Hurriedly pay to get off." The driver looked at Yu Qian back. The old man is willing to play, let him play. Tube, so much for what ah. By the time Yu Qian chased into the bar, the two were already out of sight. In the office of Dog, the bar owner, Dog was sitting in his boss's chair with 4 minions standing behind him, and Wu Nai stood in front of the other side with only Xia Lili. "Dog, I can't give this money even if you call your father." "Wu Nai, that's my daughter's hard-earned money. Why don't you give it to her?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. He actually asked me why I didn't give it to her," Dog said mockingly. The minions behind him laughed along with them. This is Dog's bar, and what Dog says makes sense is what makes sense. And where's the why? Wu Nai pulled out the diagnosis and slapped it on the table. "I'm a man who, nah, I won't live for a few days. Used to be a gunsmith, just for fun and explosives. And if you don't give my girl her money, then I'll take this bar of yours with me to heaven." The man called Dog frowned, picking up the diagnosis on the table and studying it half-heartedly. Then he asked the boys behind him, "Which one of you knows how to read? See what's written there?" Wu Nai was speechless, still illiterate after the whole day. A junior stepped forward to take the diagnosis and read out the diagnosis of terminal cancer on it. Even if Dog is illiterate, he knows what terminal cancer is. Frowning, he looked at Wu Nai. "This is yours?" Wu Nai sneered. Who would joke about terminal cancer? Xia Lili stood aside and bit her lip. If the other party still does not pay, she cannot let Wu do anything to hurt herself. Wu Nai's expression was calm. "You can bet on the fact that I won't blow up this tie bar of yours, but understand that if the bet is wrong, even if it doesn't kill you, you'll be stuck in jail for the rest of your life with the responsibility." The little brother behind Brother Dog shouted, "Old thing, who are you scaring? Our brother Dog is not intimidated. Have the guts to blow one up and see." Dog, looking to the little brother who spoke, "You're a ING undercover agent sent by someone else, aren't you?" The little brother immediately shut his mouth honestly in fear. Dog bit his lip. He owed Xia Lili a total of $40,000, but he had invested $6 million in this bar alone. Should he really gamble his millions and the rest of his life's freedom for $40,000? Dog looked over at Sha Lily. You really do have a good father. Sha Lily played along. I earned money to cure my father. And now that the money is gone, my father will naturally fight you. These were the words Wu Nai had taught her to say at home. The only way to convince the other side that they really dared to blow up the bar. Hearing Sha Lily's words, Dog's frown deepened. He has defaulted on dozens of ladies' wages. Some people tolerate and continue to work here. Some people choose to leave the bar, or the first time I have encountered there to call their own father. And this real dad is an old man who can play with bombs and doesn't have many days to live. That's a lot of live dads. The point is that his bar is open for business. And if the other side wants to do something, they can't defend themselves at all. Opened the drawer, took $40,000 out of it and threw it on the table. Pointing at Sha Lily, she said, in the future, you have no relationship with our red romance. Take your father and hurry to leave for me. Sha Lily excitedly went over and hugged the money. She didn't think it would be so easy to get it back. Old Wu Tu made the other party take the money obediently with one move. At this point, suddenly a little brother pushed open the door of the office room. Dog brother is bad. There is a police officer outside said that if you do not hand over the person, let us eat nothing to go. Dog was forced to take out the money, already in a depressed mood, and asked impatiently, hand over who? The little brother who came and glanced at the white-haired Wu Nai. She said she was looking for an old man. Instantly everyone looked at Wu Nai. The only person in the entire bar that could be called an old man was him. Dog said angrily, how dare you call the police? Wu Nai and Sha Lily looked at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. The entry boy quickly closed the door behind him. A few minions behind Dog, also eyeing the tiger, took a few steps forward. There was a big gesture of taking Wu Nai and Sha Lily down. Wu Nai suddenly said, I'm afraid that the bombing I did a few years ago has been discovered, so you guys quickly help me find a place to hide. A statement that froze everyone in the room. Explosion case? Dog frowned, and the few juniors behind him all had expressions of skepticism. Did the old man in front of them really have a case on him? And wouldn't they be guilty of harboring someone if they hid them? The minions looked to Dog to see what the boss was planning. Dog didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse. Pointing at Sha Lily and Wu Nai, the money owed to you has already been given to you. Now we don't have any relationship, so hurry up and leave. Thinking that Wu Nai was telling the truth, Sha Lily begged, Brother Dog, just help my father. He can't be taken away by the police. Chapter 19, Forming a Battle Team. Sha Lily's true feelings. Undoubtedly more solidified. Wu Nai has a case on the body. How dare Dog take this hot yam? Yelling like the plague, get the hell out of here or I'll have you arrested and handed over to the police. Sha Lily still wants to fight for it. Wu's days are numbered. She does not want Wu to end up in prison. Instead, Wu Nai took Sha Lily's hand. Let's go. The two left the office unimpeded. When he came to the lobby of the bar, he saw Yu Qian who was anxiously looking for him. Yu Qian comes up to question Sha Lily, but is stopped by Wu Nai in time. Let's get out of here first. The trio quickly walked out of the bar. Seeing that the so-called police officer was Yu Qian, Sha Lily already understood that Wu Nai had lied and cheated in the office before, walked to safety and immediately stifled a laugh. Yu Qian said angrily, you still have the face to smile? I'll see what you'll do if you put Master Wu in the hospital again. Sha Lily took out the $40,000 she had just received from her bag and drew out only $2,000 from it, handing all the rest to Wu Nai. Master Wu, here's your money and rent. Wu Nai didn't refuse. It was his money in the first place. Yu Qian looked on in a daze. What the hell is going on? Then Sha Lily told Yu Qian what happened before and after. Ding! Receive surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Yu Qian was surprised. How dare you let Master Wu do such a thing? What if there's an accident? Harvesting another 2 months of lifespan. Wu Nai couldn't be happier. Okay, don't argue. Hurry up and go home, I'm getting sleepy. Sha Lily spat out her tongue towards Yu Qian. Tomorrow sis won't do this, and you're less likely to look down on me. If it wasn't for the huge debt owed by her family, how did she end up in a bar as an escort? Now that the bill is paid, she can finally live the life she wants. Yu Qian was surprised once more, but since it wasn't related to Wu Nai, she didn't get a reward. The three of them took a taxi back to the Sunshine District, and from the time they got off the bus Sha Lily has been assisting Wu Nai. Despite Wu Nai's disapproval, Sha Lily already thinks of him as a godfather. Yu Qian watched from the side and straightened her mouth. Abrupt. Daughter, my daughter. A high-grade business car in front of the cell door came down with a well-dressed noblewoman. The noblewoman was followed by 2 burly bodyguards. Yu Qian saw the woman frown. The noblewoman ran to Yu Qian. Shanshan, go home with mom. Your father has already said that he won't force you to marry someone you don't like anymore. Wu Nai and Xia Lili were eating melons next to each other. Xia Lili whispered, old man, it seems that Yu Qian's identity is not ordinary nah. Look at that car. Look at those two bodyguards. It's not ordinary at first sight. Wu Nai slapped Xia Lili a bit to tell her to keep her mouth shut and eat her melon honestly. Yu Qian, I'm not going back. From now on I'll be me and you'll be you. A bodyguard advised. Missy, it's better to go back with us, or the boss will get angry. Yu Qian blared up. Shut your mouth. Is it your turn to talk? The two bodyguards were so scared that they immediately dared not make a sound. Yu Qian's domineering appearance was a far cry from her usual self. The noblewoman was worried, but she couldn't do anything about Yu Qian. Why don't you go live in another villa at home? How can you live in such a shabby neighborhood? Wu Nai, what's wrong with his neighborhood? The average price of a house is $10,000. Okay? Yu Qian, it's none of your business where I live. If I don't leave again, I'll make sure you never find me again. Okay, mom go. Then you take care of yourself. You can spend whatever you want with the money in this card, the noblewoman said and handed Yu Qian a black card. Yu Qian, however, didn't even look at it, turned around and walked towards the neighborhood. The noblewoman sighed and turned toward the business car. It was only then that Xia Lili dared to speak. Old man, what kind of family do you think Yu Qian is in the end? Wu Nai shook his head. In his previous life, he had only seen this kind of image in TV dramas, and it seemed that this tenant of his was still a rich second generation. When I got home, I simply washed up and laid down on the bed. Buy bitcoins online with your cell phone. 371 knives apiece, which translates to about $2,300 apiece in Chinese currency. Wu Nai directly acquired 1,000 of them at a cost of $2,300,000, leaving over $700,000 on hand to live on. Then just wait for the price of Bitcoin to go up. Satisfied, he logged into the game, and Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi had been waiting for a long time. When I saw the old master online, I immediately sent a message to ask, Master, where have you been? You're on the line so late? Wu Nai, go to the bar. Asterisk. Is the grandpa so hip? Can you take us there next time? Wu Nai preached. You are now important to study. Go to what bar? Go to the bar. Hurry up and play a hand me to sleep. The two youths had to suppress the fluttering in their hearts. The next day, Snowy came over to deliver breakfast. Hand-wrapped ravioli flapjacks. Wu Nai handed Bai Shui the various green vegetables he had bought in the refrigerator. From now on, I'll be in charge of buying the food, and you'll be in charge of cooking it. Bai Shui wanted to refuse, thinking that Moncler outlet store you still have a few days off. Where do you need to be divided so clearly? However, seeing Wu Nai's expression that could not be refused, he obediently took the dish over. I'm off today. Moncler, do you want me to accompany you out for a stroll? Wu Nai thought of going out shopping with Xia Lili for a day and almost strolling him out of a heart attack. No, some friends are coming over later. I'll wait for them at home for a while. According to what Bai Shui thought, all of Moncler Outlet Online Wu's friends must be elderly as well. Then Moncler Outlet Online I'll cook more for lunch, and you can have a nice get-together with your friends. Actually, the ones who were going to come were Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi. It's Sunday, and they're all off, too. And he said, mysteriously, that there was something he wanted to discuss with him. Wu Nai casually said, no need to go to that much trouble. I told them to come to my house regardless of their dinner. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Lu Tao Dashi found Wu Nai's home, and at the same time there were 3 other students who came with him. Wu Nai went downstairs to pick up a few people, and upon seeing Wu Nai, Tao Dashi immediately introduced himself excitedly. Master Wu, these 3 are the remaining members of our battle team. Wu Nai nodded his head. Yesterday Zhang Lu had already told him to bring the rest of the team over. The 3 youths were a bit constrained when they saw Wu Nai. They had heard Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi say that they had found a master who was still a bit old, but I didn't expect it to be this big. It's catching up with their grandfather. Wu Nai carried his hands behind his back. Since you're here then hurry up. Alright, Master Wu. Zhang Lu looked a little excited. A few people nearly filled the elevator and went straight to Wu Nai's room when they reached the 9th floor. Opening the door and entering the house, Wu Nai said, there are drinks and snacks in the refrigerator. If you want to eat, take them yourself. Several people were very disciplined and no one moved around. Zhang Lu said, Master Wu, then we start now? Connecting to the home's wireless network, the 5 youths immediately entered the game. Wu Nai's mission today was not to play a game, but to watch 5 people play. The 5 were skillfully coordinated and had obviously trained together often. Wu Nai didn't make any comments during the game, but who performed well was already in his mind. 20 minutes later, the first game ended with Zhang Lu and the others winning. How did we play, Master Wu? The remaining 4 also looked at Wu Nai expectantly. They felt to themselves that they had fought quite well in this round. Wu Nai, however, shook his head. If you guys are just doing it for entertainment enough, if you want to play professionally, all I can say is, not even close. Zhang Lu and Dashi nodded their heads in recognition of Wu Nai's statement, while the other 3 had an unconvinced look on their faces. How can they be convinced when they're young and angry and are told by a grandfatherly man that they can't play the game? Wu Nai said to Zhang Lu, take a break, I'll play around with them. It was definitely not a good idea to deal with these ruffians without showing some strength. The second set started quickly, with Wu Nai controlling the hitters and crushing them all the way to the ground. The fight was over in 11 minutes. The 3 new youths were dumbfounded, and the way they looked at Wu Nai again had changed. Zhang La laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. How about serving? The 3 nodded their heads obediently, no longer seeing the haughty look. The gap was so large that it had left them without the idea of competing. Their grandfather at home, in addition to watching TV, is to play chess. How could they think that the same as their grandfather? Grandfather Wu, play games to play so skillful? The 5 people put their cell phones down in unison. Or Zhang Lu opened his mouth and spoke in a solemn tone. Master, we want to form a battle team and ask you to be the coach. Wu Nai, not interested. Tao Dahi, we can pay you a salary. Wu Nai, oh, how much? Chapter 20. The 5 men looked at each other. Tao Dashi held his tongue for half a day. $600 a month. You can think of $600 that 5 people saved from their living expenses. Wu Nai, let's just forget about it. You guys treat the game as entertainment. Just don't play professionally. Zhang Le said anxiously, if our team wins, we can give you the prize money as well. After Zhang Li's introduction, Wu Nai learned that King Pesticide had organized a national offline competition. The city champion gets $5,000, the provincial champion gets $20,000, and the national champion gets $100,000. That brought up Wu Nai's interest. When the nationals come around and he finds a chance to get on the field, won't the 3 female tenants surprise them to death when they see it? And through observation, the 5 youths have a good base. A little training, the city championship is absolutely no problem. The provincial championship can also strive for. The national champion will have to look at the training afterward. Alright, I don't want all the prize money. We'll split it 50-50. Otherwise you guys won't have any motivation. The 5 cheered. Dang dang dang. Room door rings with a knock. Master Wu opened the door. Bai Shui called from outside. Wu Nai walked over and opened the door. Bai Shui was outside carrying a tray while 7 or 8 cups of tea were placed on the tray. Grandpa, your friend is here. I helped make some tea. Wu Nai moved out of the way and Shirayuki walked in with a tray. As a result, she saw 5 youths a little younger than her sitting there. Seeing the pretty sister, the eyes of the 5 youths lit up. This was much better looking than the so-called school flower of their school. Snowy, could you be Master Wu's friends? I wouldn't dare. We're just Master Wu's juniors. Zhang Lo hurriedly took the tray in Bai Shui's hand. The simple gesture was so simple that it made him blush. Wu Nai looked at the time and it was almost noon. Things are settled for now. You guys go back first. The 5 youths thought to themselves that the master was so merciless, and the pretty sister had just come to drive them away. Snow said, why don't you guys wait a while and I'll cook for you? Wu Nai, no need. They have no appetite. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Lu and the others. Is it true that they don't have an appetite? Zhang La laughed dryly. Yes, we ate too much in the morning and none of us are hungry now. Wu Nai was still waiting to surprise the 3 girls, so how could he let Bai Shui know in advance that he was going to lead the team to play professionally? Waiting for the 5 to leave, Wu Nai took a sip from a cup of tea himself. Why don't we stop cooking for lunch and we'll go out to eat? Bai Shui nodded in agreement. Then I'll treat you, Grandpa. Bai Shui cooked for him every day. It was not easy to go out for a meal. How could he let Bai Shui treat him? The 2 went to a nearby seafood restaurant. After entering the door, the waiter then welcomed. Welcome, hello 2 customers. Our restaurant anniversary celebration charged 2,000 to give 1,000. Do you want to recharge it? Preventing Bai Shui from pulling a fast one with herself over the money to pay the bill, Wu Nai directly pulled out $2,000. Charge. I'll do it, Grandpa. Bai Shui was about to fight for it, but was stopped by a look from Wu Nai. The 2 followed the waitstaff into the lobby, and at a glance, they saw Shalili eating with an obese man. Bai Shui wondered, Didn't Sister Sha go to sell the building? How come she's here eating with someone else? Wu Nai also frowned. It was impossible for Sha Lili to lie to him about changing jobs. Could it be that he was having dinner with a client who was buying a house? Go, sit behind her and listen to what the two talk about. The two quietly sat at a table behind Sha Lili when she wasn't looking. The waiter came over to order, and Wu Nai simply ordered 2 items and gave the menu to Bai Shui. Listen to the conversation behind you with your own sidelong ear. Ms. Sha, you know that the price of this house of yours is not low, and several salespersons have contacted me privately, wanting me to buy it from them. But then, I think you're the most agreeable, and I'll buy the house from you and let you earn a commission if you grant me one small request. Sha Lili let out a flirtatious voice. Mr. Lu, may I ask what your requirements are? Mr. Lu, surnamed Lu, laughed. I don't have to say, you should understand, right? How about just once and I'll pay the full amount right away? Wu Nai didn't need to turn around to think of the mouth and expression of the obese man at the back table. He wanted to see if Sha Lili would agree to the other party's request. Sha Lili didn't answer the other's question right away. Mr. Lu, you try this shrimp, is quite well made. The obese man at this time where there is still the mood to eat. He only wanted to eat the delicate woman in front of him. Promise me, okay? Not only will you get a commission, I'll give you another $5,000 in bonus money. Sha Lili had seen too many customers like this when she worked at the bar, but she had never let anyone get away with just selling her art. How can selling a building break her rules? Of course not, but she couldn't let go of the fat sheep in front of her either. Mr. Lu, I don't like to progress too fast. If you really have a crush on me, buy the house first and let's take our time to get along. Bai Shui ordered a dish and returned the menu to the waiter. Because she was sitting across from Wu Nai, she couldn't hear clearly what Sha Lili and the others were saying, and could only blink her curious eyes and keep looking at Wu Nai. Wu Nai made a silent gesture and continued to eavesdrop on the conversation behind him. Mr. Lu said, Ms. Sha should stop beating around the bush. Let's be direct. Everyone is quite busy. Sha Lili stood up. Then I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, go find someone else to buy it. Shariari wasn't trying to turn down the business, but knew that the less a man could get the more he wanted in his heart. Especially men like the one across the street, who want to sleep with someone else when they buy a building. Not being able to get it only made him itch more. Sure enough, Mr. Lu immediately spoke out to retain him. Don't get excited. Miss Sha, I apologize for my presumption just now. The beastly tactics didn't work and immediately changed to a gentlemanly face. I just see that Miss Sha is so beautiful that I can't help but have intimate contact with you. Sha Lili grunted softly and obediently resumed her seat. Mr. Lu, please remember that I'm not a casual person. Wu Nai hooked up the corner of his mouth and said in his heart, indeed, he was not a casual person. And he was not a person when he was casual. Want to escape by Sha Lili played the perfect. This Mr. Lu was afraid to escape Sha Lili poem. Didn't continue to eavesdrop on the conversation at the table behind him. Wu Nai and Shirayuki began to eat. But by the time the food was finished, Shariari and the obese man hadn't finished talking. Wu Nai looked at it. No way. He had to help Sha Lili. So, turn around and sit at Sha Lili's table. Lily, what a coincidence. Sha Lili froze. Wu Nai interrupted promptly. My son has been pursuing you for so long. Can't you give him a chance? My son is a returnee to the sea and a boss. Which point doesn't satisfy you? Sha Lili was even more confused. When did old Wu have a son? And a returnee? And courting her? In the next second, Sha Lili reacted to the fact that old Wu too was giving her an assist. Creating a grabbing persona for her. So he laughed and said, Moncler, although your son is excellent, he is not my favorite type. I like a body that is on the fatter side. Mr. Lu, who was sitting next to him, sat up straight, a little on the chubby side of the body. Isn't that what he's talking about? It seems he really does have charisma after all. This lord, since Ms. Sha is not interested in your son, don't force your hand. It takes fate for two people to get along. Mr. Lu had the tone of a proper gentleman. Wu Nai looked at Mr. Lu and then at Sha Lili. Who is this fat pig? Could it be that you like this? Mr. Lu's face turned directly into a pig liver color. Sha Lili almost laughed. Why didn't I realize that Master Wu had such a bad mouth before? Stifling a laugh, he said, please watch your language. I don't need to tell you about my relationship with him. Wu Nai stood up. Well. I didn't expect my son to be so good and still be compared to someone. He then led Snow toward the front door. Lu was moved to look at Sha Lili. Hurry up and eat. After that we'll go back to sign the contract and pay. I'll take that house. Bai Shui secretly gave Wu Nai a thumbs up as she watched the events unfold. I have to admire Moncler Outlet Online Wu's ability to play on the spot. And then there's Shilleli's resilience. If it had been her, she would have revealed herself just now. The two of them slipped and slid back with a full stomach. Just as he walked into the neighborhood, a dark shadow suddenly sprang out of the corner. Wu Nai thought it was a wild dog and raised his foot just to kick it out. As a result, he saw Zhao Guifang's repulsive face. Bai Shui was also frightened. It was really because Zhao Guifang appeared too suddenly. Wu Nai, you're sick, aren't you? Zhao Guifang pulled Wu Nai's clothes. Good. A few days have passed and you've changed into a vixen. If the other party was talking about Xia Lili, or Yu Qian, Wu Nai wouldn't worry about it. Both women were strong people in their hearts. But not Snow. Being called a vixen was definitely not acceptable. Can you get as far away as you can? Is it true that a pretty woman is a vixen in your eyes? Bai Shui hugged Wu Nai's arm. She was afraid that Wu Dajie would be angry. Zhao Guifang pointed at the two of them. Still saying she's not a vixen. Hugging in broad daylight. Wu Nai is helpless. Zhao Guifang is really a lazy donkey that doesn't pull the mill and owes it. Thinking about it, he threw a slap on Zhao Guifang's face. Ding! Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Wu patiently in a sentence? If he had known that he would get a reward for smoking Zhao Guifang, he would have smoked it a long time ago. Chapter 21, Send It All In. Bai Shui, however, was surprised that Master Wu had smoked someone again, smacking people in the hospital with the soles of their shoes and slapping them in the neighborhood. Is Master Wu addicted to smoking people? Zhao Guifang was even more surprised than Bai Shui because she hadn't thought that Wu Nai would dare to hit her. Originally, she came to find Wu Nai today because she wanted to find an excuse to forgive the other party. After all, two-legged men are good to find. It's not easy to find old men who are single, rich and have no children. She's counting on Wu Nai for her family's happiness. The result came in the form of a big nose pocket. Zhao Guifang aggrievedly covered her face. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me for her? As he spoke, he sat directly on the ground and then bawled. Come on people nah. Everyone come and see nah. Surname Wu beat up someone for a. This again? Wu Nai rolled up his arms and rolled up his sleeves. He had to make Zhao Guifang learn a long lesson today. Otherwise there's absolutely no end to it later. Bai Shui pulled Wu Nai's arm with both hands. Grandpa calm down. Zhao Guifang wanted to scold Bai Shui for not pretending to be a good person. But in the next second she heard Bai Shui say, it's okay to break her. Don't get mad at yourself. Ouch me. Ouch me. Zhao Guifang almost fainted from anger. Pointing at Wu Nai, he said, I'm going to call the police to arrest you if you hit me. Wu Nai had a disinterested expression. Do you want me to lend you my phone? Snow had a feeling of déjà vu. It seems that the hospital who family, father and son, also reported to the police after being beaten. Where did I expect Zhao Guifang to really extend her hand? Okay, you give me the phone. Wu Nai took out his cell phone and pretended to dial a few numbers, then put it to his ear and hummed and out a few times. Then he put away his cell phone and said to Zhao Guifang, I've finished reporting to the police for you. I'll be over in a while, so wait here. Then pulled Snow towards the building. Zhao Guifang sat on the ground that was hot from the sun. Even if she was stupid, she knew that Wu Nai was just fooling her. Rising from the ground, he knew he was no match for Wu Nai, so he immediately headed for his house, wanting to go back and get help. When he returned upstairs, Wu Nai said to Bai Shui, go home and rest. Zhao Guifang's rogue character. He knew that he would still come up to look for trouble, so he didn't want to involve Bai Shui. Bai Shui asked worriedly, is it okay, Grandpa, or you should go to my house to hide? Wu Nai laughed. What did he have to fear from an old? In a moment if you hear a noise, you stay out for a while. Call the police. We have to take up the weapons of the law to protect ourselves. Bai Shui ahead of question marks. Take up the weapons of the law. This is the words that can be said by Master Wu. Snow was driven away by Wu Nai. About an hour later, the elevator doors on the 9th floor opened. Zhao Guifang and her two precious sons, furious, rushed out from inside. When they came to the door of 914, the two sons punched and kicked the door of the room. Old Wu too. Open the door quickly. We know you're home. Surname Wu. If you don't open the door, I'll tear down your door. Wu Nai opened the door as if it was nothing. What are you kicking at? Do you know how much this door costs? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Zhao Guifang's eldest son sprinted into the room, looking around, trying to find the little man his mom was talking about. It turned out that there was no one in the room except Wu Nai. Wu Nai shouted into the hallway, if you guys are like this, I'll call the police. Zhao Guifang also squeezed into the room and sat down on a chair with her, but, you smacked me in the face and I wanted to call the police. On the other side, Bai Shue's room. Bai Shue heard Moncler outlet online with shouts, immediately pulled out a cell phone to call the police. The message had been delivered, and Wu Nai returned to the house with confidence. What do you guys mean, right? Zhao Guifang looked at her eldest son, Fei Wu. Close the door. Fei Wu immediately ran to close the door. Zhao Guifang looked at her youngest son again. Fei Kai. Ask your Grandmaster Wu to sit down. Wu Nai looked at Zhao Guifang's two baby sons. The name is really good, a talent and a martial arts. It is this last name is a bit ruined. No wonder he hasn't found a wife in his 30s. Fei Kai came over and pulled Wu Nai, trying to pin him to the couch. Wu Nai's body, naturally, could not resist the robust young man. One was pushed back onto the couch. Fei Kai said, "Old man, you'd better listen, or we'll be rude to you." Fei Wu returned to the sofa after closing the door. Leaf, one left and one right, like humming and hawing, keeping a close eye on Wu Nai on the sofa. Zhao Guifang said, "Old Wu, I'll give you one last chance to choose today, whether to be good with me or let my two sons beat you up." Wu Nai estimated the time. It would take a few more minutes for the police to come over. He had to find a way to provoke the other party, so that the police could catch him in the act when they arrived. The body leaned back and looked fearlessly at the three men. "You want to be good to me, but you still don't see this family fortune of mine? Zhao Guifang, do you think you're a fan of all people? You can be good to whomever you want to be good to?" He also looked at the two of them, Fei Wu and Fei Kai. "You guys too. You're not young anymore. And you want your mom to sell her sex to get money for you?" All three of them did not expect that, having reached this situation, Wu Nai would still dare to verbally abuse them. The two of them rolled up their sleeves and were about to give Wu Nai some color. "Stop!" Zhao Guifang blocked in time. She brought her two sons over just to show Wu Nai that she wasn't easy to bully. "If you really let your two sons beat someone up, not only do we have to pay for it." Her idea of being good with the other person went completely out the window. Fei Wu and Fei Kai reluctantly stepped back aside. Zhao Guifang comforted her. "Old Wu, what good do you think those beautiful young women are? Are they not greedy for your money?" Wu Nai let out an oh-so-quiet sound. "They covet my money, and you covet my money, so why don't I pick the young and pretty ones and pick you, the old gangster?" Wu Nai's rhetorical question directly choked Zhao Guifang. Who said I coveted your money? Dang dang. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room, accompanied by Snow's voice. "Master Wu, are you okay? Open the door now." Then a man's voice shouted, "Hurry up and open the door, I'm the precinct police. If you don't open the door, we're going to break it down." Zhao Guifang and her two sons froze. They hadn't seen Wu Nai call the police. Why would the police come? Luckily they haven't actually done it yet. Zhao Guifang said to Fei Kai, "You go open the door." Fei could only reluctantly roll his sleeves back down again, and then walked over to prepare to open the door to the room. Just the moment the door to the room opened, Wu Nai suddenly slid from the sofa to the floor. With a pained expression, he rubbed his back and cried out, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Bai Shui heard Master Wu's screams and crashed through Fei Kai to rush into the room. "Master Wu, are you alright?" The three officers in the back then quickly took Fei Kai under control, then quickly followed up the room and took the confused Fei Wu under control as well. Fei Wu struggled and shouted, "It's nothing to do with us." He sat on the ground by himself. Zhao Guifang also panicked and pulled the clothes of the police. "You hurry to let go of my son." The police were going to spoil Zhao Guifang and put her under control as well. Wu Nai gasped and thanked, "Comrade police, thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise this old life of mine would have been tortured to death by them." "You fart!" Zhao Guifang shouted. "It was clearly you who sat on the ground. When did we touch you?" Wu Nai rubbed his waist. "Zhao big sister, am I stupid to sit on the ground by myself? You have a grudge out of love and broke into my house with your two sons, forcibly taking me under control and beating me. All these police comrades saw it. Do you still want to argue?" I. Zhao Guifang was so angry that she couldn't speak. The scene couldn't be clearer. And the three police officers had rushed over because they had received a report that someone had broken into the house and wanted to commit murder and injure someone. A police officer looked at Wu Nai. "Grandpa, it's better to let this girl take you to the hospital. We'll take people back to the police station first, and we'll have to find you to make a statement afterward." Wu Nai nodded his head. "Okay, thank you guys. I definitely need to go to the hospital. I now have a headache and backache everywhere in my body. I must do a comprehensive examination." Zhao Guifang shouted, "You loosen me and my son. Where he hurts has nothing to do with us?" The three officers didn't listen to Zhao Guifang's nonsense and forcibly escorted the three away. The only two people left in the room were Wu Nai and Bai Shui, who once again gave Wu Nai a thumbs up. In one day's time she had already been bowled over by Wu Nai's tactics on two separate occasions. How did you come up with that, Moncler? Wu Nai froze. What? How did you think of that? Didn't you see me get hurt so badly? Bai Shui stifled a laugh. See. So are we still going to the hospital? And if you dare to bring people to his house, how can you not let the other side bleed a little? Wu Nai, must go ah. Oops, you help the grandpa up. I had just sat down a little hard from the couch to the floor, and my butt was really hurting at this point. Accompanied by Snow to the hospital. Large and small checks were done a whole lot. The total cost was over $7,000. Wu Nai said to Bai Shui, keep the bills. I'm still waiting for Zhao Guifang's family to reimburse me. Snow pursed her lips and snickered, but the smile retracted when she saw the results of the examination. As with the checklist, Wu is terminally ill and has a short life expectancy. Sighing deeply, Master Wu, are we going home now? Wu Nai, why go home? It's easy to run into someone who helps pay for medical bills, so why don't I stay here for a few more days? Wu Nai had already made up his mind that he had to make Zhao Guifang's family whole this time. Otherwise there will be no end to what comes next. Don't you want to tangle with him? Let's see who's better. Chapter 22, Old Shameless. 4 p.m. Two police officers came to the hospital to give a statement to Wu Nai. At the same time came Zhao Guifang. Fei Wu and Fei Kai took all the responsibility and the police then released Zhao Guifang. It was not that the two sons were so dutiful, but they wanted their mother to come and beg Wu Nai for understanding. Zhao Guifang thought well on the way here and must have lowered her voice and begged nicely to be forgiven. As a result, when he entered the hospital room, he saw that Wu Nai was chatting with someone else with a smile on his face. His two sons, on the other hand, are still suffering in the police station. Zhao Guifang immediately couldn't hold it in. Surname Wu, tell the police. Did you fall to the ground yourself? Did we invite you to mess with you? And you harmed us like this? The word popped out of Wu's patience. Zhao Guifang's performance was also unexpected by the two officers. Didn't we say we'd make up? Why are we arguing again? Warning, if you're making a lot of noise, we're going to have to ask you out. Wu Nai rubbed his forehead and said to the police, you guys better hurry up and let her go. Seeing her gives me a headache. Zhao Guifang realized that she was impulsive, and quickly apologized to the police officer. I promise I'll never yell again. Let me talk to him some more. The two police officers did not take a position. Zhao Guifang rushed to the bedside of Wu Nai. Old Wu, we know we're wrong. Please talk to the police and release my two sons. Wu Nai grunted. Where the other party knew that he was wrong, he clearly knew that he was afraid. At home, the three of them blocked him in the house and were as arrogant as they could be. Wu Nai, I'm not so capable of letting the police release people. Everything will just go through the legal process. Zhao Guifang scared pale. She asked someone to inquire. If the formal procedures, her two sons at least 1 or 2 years sentence. When they come out, they will also leave a record and who will dare to marry them in the future. Zhao Guifang violently sat on the ground. Alas. Mama, this can let me orphaned and widowed how to live ah. Zhao Guifang showed her mastery of crying and hanging. Wu Nai alone had seen it 5 or 6 times, but now the trick was completely useless. No matter how much Zhao Guifang cried and fussed, it had nothing to do with him. Two officers stepped forward to frame Zhao Guifang. The victim doesn't want to communicate with you right now. Please leave first. Zhao Guifang wiped her tears and looked at Wu Nai. Don't you really miss the old feelings? They but almost became your sons. Wu Nai. Why does that sound so obscure? Wu Nai turned. It's not impossible to get an understanding. Originally already desperate Zhao Guifang once again ignited hope. You say, what you put forward the requirements I will promise you, even if you let me move your home to live. Bai Shui had been standing next to the hospital bed, frowning at the old woman in front of her. How could such words be said? No wonder Master Wu hates her so much. Wu Nai really underestimated Zhao Guifang's cheek. It's true that people have no shame. My request is simple. You and your two loser sons, stay away from me from now on, and you're responsible for my hospital bills, nutritional costs, and lost wages your family is responsible for. The two officers nodded their heads in the background. Wu Nai's request seemed reasonable to them. Zhao Guifang, however, still refused to do. You fell on the ground yourself. Why should my family be responsible? And lost wages? You are retired for how many years? Where is the lost wages? Wu Nai didn't bother to talk nonsense. Then there's no more to talk about. So hurry up and go. We'll see you in court. Bai Shui also felt that the old man across the street was a bit of a nuisance. Moncler Outlet Online Wu has already given in. The other party even wanted to give an inch. So he said, The patient needs to rest, so please go ahead. Zhao Guofeng recognized Bai Shui in a nurse's uniform as the same little wannabe hoof she saw at noon. Immediately grabbed the officer's clothes and screamed, "It's her! The woman who had an improper relationship with Wu Nai is her. You guys quickly arrest her." The two officers were speechless, looking at the epileptic Zhao Guofeng. "I'm sorry, there is no evidence to prove that they had an inappropriate relationship, and even if they did, we have no right to interfere." Bai Shui was made to blush. She was still a young girl in her 20s. How could she endure someone saying that? "If you say anything else, I'll sue you for slander." Hearing that she was going to be accused again, Zhao Guofeng was afraid. If she goes in as well, her two sons are completely out of luck. "Okay, I promise to compensate you for your loss and I won't pester you in the future." "Wu Nai, don't believe me. Unless you write a guarantee and take out 20,000 yuan as a deposit. And if you don't continue to pester me within a year, I'll return the 20,000 yuan deposit to you." Zhao Guoxiang had wanted to stabilize Wu Nai first and wait until her two sons came out. As a result, he heard Wu Nai's request. "On what basis? Why should I give you a deposit?" Wu Nai calmly looked at Zhao Guofeng. Now the initiative is in his hands. The other party has to agree, but also have to agree. Sure enough, Zhao Guofeng made some noise. Seeing that Wu Nai was completely ignoring her, she turned into a pitiful expression. "Old Wu, you know my family's situation. With old Fei gone and two sons at home, it's impossible to get that much money. Just do us a favor and leave us mother three alone." "Wu Nai, I let you guys off the hook. Did you let me off the hook? Cut the crap. If you're willing to talk, do it the way I tell you to, or you're out of here." Zhao Guofeng finally could only write a guarantee to Wu Nai under the supervision of two police officers, and took out 10,000 yuan of financial compensation and 20,000 yuan deposit. Although Fei Wu and Fei Kai were given letters of understanding and their punishment was reduced, each of them was still detained for half a month. Everyone left and Wu Nai told Bai Shui to go about her business as well. To take care of him, Snowy had a busy day. Wu Nai was the only one left in the hospital room, lying in a hospital bed, checking today's price of Bitcoin on my phone. In a few days it had risen to 420 knives, or 2,500 Chinese dollars. He bought 1,000 of them and made $200,000 straight up. However, Wu Nai didn't make a move because he knew that it would continue to go up until it rose to 40,000 knives apiece. It's a $40 million profit out of the gate. By then one's age, at least, had returned to the 30s, if not the 20s. With 40 million knives, wouldn't your life take off? Just when Wu Nai was in the middle of his masturbation, a nurse walked in the door of the ward. "Bed 2 is due for an injection." "An injection?" Wu Nai didn't remember him prescribing it. The nurse lifted the cart to the side of the hospital bed. "You don't know what's going on with you. How can you do it without an injection?" "Wu Nai, get off the ground. Put on your shoes. And flash." Not giving the nurse time to react at all. "You wait, I'll go out and come back about the shots." The nurse thought Wu Nai was in a hurry to urinate and didn't even think in the direction of urinating. After all, no one jokes about their lives. Wu Nai left the hospital and took a taxi directly back to the Sunshine District. There are a lot of people coming in and out of the neighborhood during off hours. Many hawkers will take advantage of this time to come and sell their goods outside the gates of the district. Wu Nai paid to get out of the car and saw a new chopper seller among the vendors. "The family chopper just doesn't work anymore. How much is this one?" Wu Nai inquired as he picked up a handful. 100, the vendor said with some impatience. Wu Nai looked up and down again, and the chopper was just an ordinary chopper. The market sells them for $20 or $30. So he picked up another one. "What about this one?" 100. The vendor's tone became more impatient. "Buy if you are willing to buy. Hurry up if you are not." Wu Nai frowned and looked up. It was the first time he had encountered such a seller. The vendor looked to be in his 40s and was less than 1.7 meters. What is noticeable is that the vendor's left ear is only halfway down. Realizing that Wu Nai was looking at him, the vendor immediately lowered his head and used his duck-dun cap to hide his looks. Undercover? Undercover? All the strange behavior made Wu Nai sure that the other party was not an ordinary trader. Chapter 23, Buying a House. Although Wu Nai was rich, he was not an ingrate. Putting the chopper in his hand back in the stall, he turned around and went straight home. Ding! The elevator reaches the 9th floor. Snow and a strange man are talking in the hallway. Seeing Wu Nai, Bai Shui hurriedly said, "Master Wu, just in time for you to return. This man is looking for you." Wu Nai surveyed the man. Well-dressed, leather shoes polished, not an ordinary person at a glance. "Looking for me for something?" The The man pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over. "Hello, my name is Han Gaofeng. I want to buy your house." Wu Nai took the business card, which read General Manager of Han Group. "Why do you want to buy my house?" Wu Nai was simply curious. Because this neighborhood is a demolition compensation house, so the people who sell houses are still quite a lot. The other side to find him. There must be a problem. Han Fengfeng put on a professional fake smile. Because of love. Bai Shui had a surprised expression on the side. She also just happened to go out and run into the other party and didn't know much about it. Wu Nai had an odd expression. Because of love? Did the original owner leave him another emotional debt? This is even more outrageous than the old lady. And it's even a man? It's not for sale. Ask at someone else's house. Han Gaofeng said. I've already had people investigate. The average price of your neighborhood is 10,000 yuan. And the houses are all around 70 or 80 square feet. So I'll give you 2 million directly. Isn't that okay? Snow stared wide-eyed. What kind of person would spend an extra $1 million or so on a house here? Willing to increase the price of the house. Wu Nai is even more skeptical of the other party's intentions. All he knew was that rich people's money didn't come from the wind and couldn't be given to him for nothing. Not for sale. Ding. Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Bai Shui did not expect the other party to pay so much more money, but Master Wu was still not willing to sell. Han Gaofeng was also surprised. Well, I'll offer $3 million, which can already buy you 4 houses, and I only need 1. Wu Nai was still looking at his system's life countdown. Another year of longevity was built up, and with 6 more rewards, he'd be able to get another super reward. Metso, what do you care if your life is more important than mine? By selling the house, he'd have 1 less tenant. And how would he get the system rewards? Ding! Behind them, the elevator door opened again and Yu Qian walked out from inside. Seeing the trio in front of him froze. Frowning, he asked, Han Fengfeng, why are you here? Caught by his client, Han Fengfeng scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, he is Yu Qian's family. Arranged a blind date for her. Learning that Yu Qian ran here to rent a room to live in order to avoid him. He wanted to buy the house and give it to Yu Qian, so as to gain her favor. But for some reason, this landlord said he wouldn't sell it to him. Han Peek, I came over to run some errands. Wu Nai followed up with, you guys know each other? Then you advise him to go buy someone else's house. My house is not for sale. Yu Qian's expression became furious as she already understood why Han Fengfeng appeared here. You get out of my sight right now or don't blame me. Han Fengfeng was simply embarrassed to pick his toes, not expecting the landlord to betray him so mercilessly. Shanshan, don't be angry, I'm leaving now. Yu Qian had a disgusted look on her face, obviously not liking being called Xian by a man. The men left in the elevator, and the atmosphere in the hallway was a bit eerie. Wu Nai broke the silence and said to Bai Shui, what are we going to make for dinner? It could make me hungry. Snow hadn't reacted from the shock yet. After 2 ahs, he said, Master Wu, I thought you weren't coming back tonight and only cooked noodles. Wu Nai, let's go, I just love noodles. Yu Qian looked deeply at Wu Nai. Even if she hadn't been present just now, she knew that Han Feng must have offered a very high price based on the fact that he was rich. Master Wu, thank you. Wu Nai laughed a bit. Since I rent my house, I have the obligation to protect you. It's not like I've never seen money before, and I still want to use money to hit me. A comment that made both women laugh. The 3 of them went to Snow's house for noodles. Although Yu Qian has the status of a rich second generation, the meal is not at all pretentious, and the noodles cooked in white water are eaten with relish. After eating and leaving Bai Shui to brush the dishes by herself, Wu Nai was ready to go home and sleep. This day had tired him out. I didn't expect Yu Qian to follow. Wu Nai could only endure his sleepiness and chat with Yu Qian for a few moments. Yu Qian, I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, for causing you trouble today. Wu Nai pretended to be an old man and said, they all came from youth. I understand everything. Looking at the amiable Moncler outlet store Wu, Yu Qian bared her heart. Actually, 2 years ago, I had a boyfriend who was also a police officer. My parents didn't approve at the time, so we had to sneak together. For this kind of emotional gossip, Wu Nai was very interested, and his sleepiness seemed to be a little less. And then what? Yu Qian said. And then he left. Wu Nai, gone? Where did you go? Yu Qian is in a sad mood. He sacrificed his life. In the process of arresting a fugitive, he was stabbed 7 times, and his clothes and pants were stained through. Wu Nai smacked his lips, feeling that he had been abrupt, and that this did not evoke Yu Qian's sadness. Yu Qian, that's why I swore that I would catch that murderer. Wu Nai nodded. I'm sure you'll be fine. After sending Yu Qian away, Wu Nai lay down on the bed and fell asleep. It didn't wake up until the next day when there was a knock on the door. Thinking it was Bai Shui coming to deliver breakfast, Wu Nai smiled as she dressed and opened the door. As it turned out, it was Xia Lili standing outside, wearing a lady's suit ultra-short skirt and showing off her big white legs. Wu Nai, you'd attract a lot of beasts if you wore that when you worked at the bar. Xia Lili took a deep breath. I'd like to dress conservatively, but the unit won't let me. The time was now 7 in the morning. And whereas before Shariari had just gotten off work at this time, she was now getting ready to go to work. She has come out of the darkness into the sunlight. And who's to say that's not an improvement? Wu Nai said, you're not here to give me a cut, are you? Yesterday he did Xia Lili a big favor and set up a big client. Xia Lili hemmed and hawed. The dividend is designated, but the bonus won't come down until the end of the month. And I'm taking you for a break today. Wu Nai wore a questioning expression. Xia Lili said, our sales department today organizes people to pretend to line up to buy a house. As long as the people who go there have $100 each plus 3 meals. This kind of good thing I thought of you. Wu Nai, isn't this a ING trust? $100 for him to sit there all day. He doesn't want to go. Xia Lili continued seductively. Today the sales department will also ask the female group to dance in super short skirts. Don't you want to go and take a look? Wu Nai said angrily. What do you take me for? Is it possible that Master is that kind of cold-blooded person in your eyes? How could Master not go and stand up for you when you're in trouble? He said, picking up his jacket. Why don't you get going? You won't be able to catch breakfast later. Chapter 24, Where's the girl group? The two men took a cab to the sales office. No less than 100 people had gathered at the scene, and all the sales ladies looked like Xia Lili, wearing a lady's suit with a super short skirt underneath with assorted stockings. Wu Nai's eyes widened. He had come to the right place. If the salesgirl is so beautiful, then the girl group will be dancing in no time. Xia Lili found Wu Nai a seat in front of him. The stage is one section higher than the seats, and sitting directly below the stage, one can only imagine the springtime colors one will see. Xia Lili blinked at Wu Nai. Old man, you mustn't pass out with high blood pressure. Wu Nai pulled out the quick-acting heart pills from his pocket. Since he came to see the show, how could he not prepare in advance? Xia Lili gave a thumbs up. Okay, hi. I'll get busy then. Her main task today was still to sell the house, and the only way she could make an income was if the house closed. Wu Nai nodded his head and sat down peacefully in his seat to wait for the show to begin. You were also dragged here by your daughter to fill in? An old man beside him, who also looked to be in his 60s, took the initiative to greet Wu Nai. Wu Nai nodded down and didn't emphasize his relationship with Xia Lili. The old man shook his head in relief. I was also forced to come here by my daughter, saying that there is a program to save energy today, and the child still has filial piety. Wu Nai, dragging his old man over to watch the girl group dance. I wonder if the kid's mom would approve. The old man asked again. By the way, how much do you charge for a day? Wu Nai answered truthfully, 100. The old man didn't say another word with an odd expression. By the look on the other side's face, I knew there must be a hidden agenda. Did Xia Lili call herself in and draw red from the center? How about you? How many? The old man grinned and laughed twice. People are different. It's already good enough for you to get 100. What the? Wu Nai didn't expect to be despised? It's useless to ask the old man about this. The other side won't talk about it anymore. It's not like this is the time to find Xia Lili. If it goes, such a good spot will surely be taken by someone else. Wu Nai decided to wait until after the show to find her and ask her about it. The host walked on stage and bleeped a lot, adding, when the show is over, each guest will be able to go up to the stage and draw for a prize. Our first prize is an SUV limousine. Second prize is a deluxe 3-day trip. Wu Nai wasn't interested in the raffle, because with this form of raffle, it's built in who wins. The small tickets for the first and second prizes were probably not even in the raffle box, but were given directly to the insiders. Have it grab the raffle ticket in the palm of its hand and go back to the box to fill it and draw it out. The host tooted a whole bunch off the stage. The much-anticipated girl group finally took to the stage. The average age was 48, and each held 2 large pink fans. When they got on stage, they started twisting a big rice balloon. Wu Nai, what the is this? The sexy girl group. The powerful song and dance that Xia Lili was talking about? That's it? The old man hitching a ride next to him, however, was watching with great interest. And yes, these pussies, at the very least, were a decade or so younger than them and did count as young women. But that's not what he wanted to see at all. Standing up, he went to find Xia Lili. The old man saw that Wu Nai was about to walk out and said in a voice, if you want to leave now, but you can't even get $100. Wunai, I'll go pee okay. The old man shook his head and muttered to himself. You don't know what your own status is, and you're still competing with me for appearance fees. When Wunai found Sha Lili, the other party was entertaining a client. Wunai took a deep breath and waited by the side. No longer wanting to find trouble with Sha Lili could not delay the other party's normal work. Then auntie, feel free to call me if you need anything. Sha Lili sends off the entertaining clients. Obviously this order was not immediately negotiated. Sha Lili inquired, why don't you watch the beautiful women dance? Master Wu? Wunai, where's the beauty? Isn't that all the pretty girls, mom? Put. Sha Lili laughed out loud. You don't want to see 20-something girls dancing, old man, do you? Wunai, I don't watch 20-something girls dance. What kind of quick-acting pills do I bring? Sha Lili pursed her lips and snickered. Just wait a little longer. Dinner will be ready soon. At this point, Wunai had little hope for the meals provided by the sales department. What happened when someone said the charge wasn't 100? Sha Lili was flabbergasted by the comment. It's 100. Our supervisor told us. Who told you it wasn't 100? Wunai pointed to the old man who had spoken to him earlier. At this time the other party stood beside a woman in overalls, and the two were talking and laughing and chatting. Shariari frowned. I see. That's our supervisor that's talking to him. Looks like she's getting a cut of the people we're looking for. Sha Lili said so Wunai understood. As long as it wasn't Sha Lili who was behind this, the rest didn't matter. You get busy then. I'm going back. Sha Lili hurriedly pulled Wunai back and slipped a note into his hand. Stick to your ear and whisper. Moncler, this is the 5th prize raffle ticket. Later you pretend to go up and draw it. You can get a bag of rice. Things were as Wunai expected. The raffle was all internalized. A bag of rice is quite a lot of money. Anyway, it's time for the raffle after the dance. So if you're here, you'll have to wait a while. All right. Then resumed his seat. When the old man saw Wunai return, he smiled faintly and clenched his right fist together. Wunai immediately turned on his perspective ability and looked into the old man's right fist. And there was indeed a note hidden inside as well. The other supervisor's daughter came over just now, presumably to deliver the note. It was just that the paper ball was held in a ball and you couldn't tell what the prizes were. Sitting in a chair for 20 minutes, I watched the twisters in peace. The women's group took a curtain call and the hosts re-entered the arena. Sha Lili followed the host, holding a red raffle box in both hands. The host, microphone in hand, shouted loudly, the following is going to be the exciting moment of the raffle. I wonder which lucky audience member will be our grand prize winner. The place was silent and everyone wanted to draw the first prize. Sha Lili stood on the stage and winked at Wunai. That means hey, thanks to me, right? You were able to draw the 5th prize. Otherwise you'd be just like these cuties. Up to a souvenir prize, a water glass. After the moderator has explained the rules, the draw starts from the first row in order on the stage. Wunai followed behind the supervisor's old man. The first person draws the souvenir prize, a water glass. Shaking his head helplessly, he went to the stage to receive his award. The second person reaches into the raffle box and keeps stirring hard. If it's a competition of who's stronger, he's sure to come in first place. But alas, it wasn't a contest of strength. And when I drew my hand out and opened the note, it said thanks for participating. Didn't even get a water glass. The third person is the supervisor's father. Only to see the old man put on an innocent expression and walk over to the host. The host was smiling. This grandpa put his hand in and stirred it vigorously and drew out the card you wanted. The supervising pops immediately stuck his right fist into the raffle box. I wanted to pretend to stir it, but my palm loosened slightly against my will, and the note in my hand unexpectedly fell out, mixing with the rest of the prize roll. Chapter 25, Threats from Supervisors. Wunai had his penetrating eyes on and had been observing the situation in the raffle box, originally wanting to see how the other party was faking it, only to see such a hilarious scene. The supervisor's old man looked visibly flustered, and his hands fumbled around in the cardboard box. It was a full 2 minutes of touching, until the host reminded, we could have been faster. Moncler. The old man could only grab a raffle ticket and draw it out. The female executive on stage looked at her old man and thought he was acting like he was the only first prize in the very raffle ticket she had given her dad. That was the reward she got for sleeping with her old boss for days. The host took the raffle ticket and read aloud. The Moncler jacket sale winner is the souvenir prize, a prize water cup. The supervisor's father's head went buzz and the supervisor's head went buzz as well. Why is it a memorial prize? Where's the first prize? The supervisor grimaced and wanted to call off the raffle immediately. However, Wunai had already stepped forward to put his hand into the raffle box. and the supervisor could only wait for Wu Nai to finish drawing before suspending the raffle. Wu Nai's penetrating eye looked at the lottery tickets in the box, and with a couple of gentle tugs he found the one that the supervisor's old man had thrown away. It was then taken out and the lottery ticket was handed to the host. The host smiled and unfolded the somewhat creased colorful ticket. Xia Lili was also smiling because she knew that Mr. Wu was sure to win the 5th prize. In the next second, the host said in a surprised tone, "Congratulations to this grandpa for winning our first prize." The host was a professional host that the sales department got. Although he knew that the sales department would be tampering with the lucky draw, he didn't know who the winner was who was sent out, and thought that Wu Nai Zhan was the grand prize winner of the arrangement. Ding! Receiving surprise from Xia Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Xia Lili's head was in a daze. How did the 5th prize she gave to Moncler Outlet Online will become the first prize? The supervisor on stage was equally confused. She just wanted to wait. How come the first prize was drawn? The host is still excited to explain the winning process. The VIP who won our first prize will receive a luxury SUV sedan worth $400,000. Let's congratulate him. Not a single person on stage applauded and congratulated them because it wasn't them who won the prize. They just felt eye rolls. The father in charge wanted to tell Wu Nai that the first prize was his, but how could he say that? The supervisor's old man tried to go to Wu Nai, only to be stopped by the supervisor, who lowered his voice and asked, "Why did you throw the lottery tickets in there, Dad?" The father in charge consoled, "Girl, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry, Dad will go over there right now and tell him that the first prize is ours." The supervisor was bitter and thought her old man was crazy. People draw the first prize from the raffle box, and you tell them that the first prize is yours? Who would agree? Do you want to admit that the raffle was faked? Wouldn't the boss scold her to death? Wu Nai was happy to get off the stage and wait for his first prize. The supervisor told his old man to stay honest and walked over to Wu Nai himself. "Hello, Grandpa." Wu Nai thought that this supervisor would look for himself. How could the other party be willing when the duck in hand flew away? The voice was flat. What's up?" The female supervisor wore a smile. "First of all, congratulations on winning our first prize, but actually we don't have a first prize at all. But don't worry, it won't be for nothing. We will be putting up $2,000 as a reward," said the female supervisor. Took out $2,000 in cash from her bag, wanting to exchange the raffle ticket in Wu Nai's hand. Wu Nai took out his newly purchased smartphone, pulled up the video recording function, and aimed it at the female supervisor's face. "Would you please repeat what you just said? Is there no first prize and $2,000 instead?" The female supervisor was frozen in place, never expecting to be in such a situation. The old man in front of him actually pulled out a smartphone and had to take a video of him. She was literally in a dilemma right now. "We need to discuss the winning of the lottery a little more. Moncler Outlet Online. And I'll be back to talk to you in a few minutes." Wu patiently laughed. "Still playing this with me?" The rest of us could only aim for the second prize in the raffle. But until the end of the raffle, the second prize did not appear. The moderator announced the end of the raffle. Xia Lili hugged the raffle box off the stage and rushed to find Wu Nai. She wanted to ask what happened to the first prize. When Xia Lili walked over to Wu Nai sighed. "Aren't you getting yourself into trouble?" Xia Lili inquired in a confused manner. "What kind of trouble?" "Wu Nai, you'll see in a moment." It happened just as he expected. And a few minutes later, the supervisor saw Xia Lili with him and immediately approached him. In a serious tone, she asked, "Xia Lili, this is the person you let here?" Not yet recognizing the severity of the problem. Xia Lili nodded. "Yes, supervisor." The supervisor snapped. "Then tell him that the first prize is cancelled and he can have $2,000. If he doesn't want it, forget it." Xia Lili was shocked plus angry. The raffle was drawn by Master Wu with his ability. Why should it be cancelled? The supervisor wrapped his arms around his chest. "Cancel it when I say cancel it, and convince him right away or you're out of here." Xia Lili was so angry that her chest trembled. How much money could she earn in a month? That car was worth $400,000, and she simply couldn't do anything that would jeopardize Master Wu's interests in exchange for her own peace of mind. Wu Nai took out his cell phone, which had been on video in his jacket pocket. "Lily, do you think this shot is clear to me? See the clearly recorded image on your cell phone." Ding! Receiving surprise from Xia Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Xia Lili was really surprised. "I didn't think that Master Wu had left this hand." The supervisor's face became unsightly as he raised his hand and pointed at Xia Lili. "You hurry up and tell him to delete the video for me or I'll fire you right now." Xia Lili spread her hands. "I'm sorry, supervisor. The phone belongs to Mr. Wu. I don't have the right to make him delete it." "You're willing to fire me? I'll quit now." Wu Nai patted Xia Lily's shoulder. Why are you so impulsive? How hard is it to find a job now? Xia Lily, but Moncler de down Moncler. She had already thought about it. There were thousands of sales jobs. There was no need for her to hold back here. With her good looks and means, she could make a good living anywhere. The female supervisor, however, hands pinched waist, fought to hold the other side of the lifeblood. No matter how this first prize she must also get back. Wu Nai told Xia Lili to be calm and not to rush, then held up his own cell phone. Don't we have evidence of each other here? She should be the one who's scared. So why are you going to quit? Xia Lili reacted. Yes, it's the supervisor who doesn't follow the rules, and it's the supervisor who gets caught in the act. So who is she to not do it? Okay, Moncler, if you don't get the first prize, we'll send this video to headquarters and we'll see who gets the hell out first. Chapter 26, The Sedan Arrives. The female supervisor's expression was as ugly as if she had eaten several flies when she heard what the two said. Just then, her father walked over to look at Wu Nai. To be honest with you, old buddy, I accidentally dropped that raffle ticket in there, so I'd better give it back. The supervisor hurriedly tried to shut her dad up, and the other man was still holding up his cell phone, in case it was still being videotaped. She was completely screwed. How could Wu Nai let go of this forensic opportunity? The video was on. Of course. Wu Nai, old man, you're out of order if you're going to say that. Who can prove that the raffle ticket is yours? Show me the proof. The old man looked at the female supervisor. Girl, didn't you say the raffle ticket was given to you by your store manager? Call your old store manager to prove it to him. The female supervisor just felt the sky spinning. There were a lot of headquarters leaders at the scene. If the headquarters leaders knew about this, she and the store manager would be in trouble. Dad, stop it now. Her father was unconvinced. Earlier he looked down on Wu Nai. Now the first prize was snatched by the other party instead. How could he stand it? Are you going to hand over the raffle tickets or not? Wu Nai put away his cell phone to protect the evidence. What's the matter? Do you still want to make a move? The old man swung his fist. I'll beat you to death. Wu Nai took a step back and easily dodged his opponent's attack. The old man tried to continue his attack, only to be stopped by the people watching around him. At that moment a leader-looking man approached and asked the female supervisor, "What's going on?" The female supervisor stammered, not knowing how to explain. Her father spoke first instead. "You're the head of the company, aren't you?" The man nodded his head and the old man continued. "You gave my girl that first prize ticket, didn't you? You tell him that the raffle ticket is mine." The female supervisor only felt a black eye, because the leader in front of her was none other than the person from the head office who came to supervise. "Mr. Chow, listen to my explanation." The female supervisor hurriedly tried to defend. The face of the man called Mr. Chow was icy cold. "You do need to explain, but not now. The prizes are to be given out immediately in accordance with the results of the raffle, and you are to go to the head office this afternoon and report the situation as it is." Wu Nai helplessly glanced at the three men. I'm afraid that in this situation now, he didn't even need to provide the evidence that he had filmed. Next up was the awards presentation, where Wu Nai went on stage to receive the keys to an SUV sedan. The brand new car was parked in the sales office parking lot, and how to drive it back was another problem. Ask Xia Lili, "Do you know how to drive?" Xia Lili nodded her head in a hurry. Will. So Wu Nai waited for Xia Lili in the sales department for a while longer, just in time to finish the formalities for the car. In the afternoon, the two drove their new car together to get the license plate. Wu Nai inquired in the car, "It won't have any effect on your future work, will it?" Xia Lili laughed out loud. "It's not certain if that supervisor will be able to come back in the future, so what effect can it have on me? I have to thank you today, Moncler Outlet, for taking the heat off me. That supervisor has been targeting me since my first day here." Wu Nai nodded down, and the next thing to think about was getting a driver's license for himself. He had a driver's license before crossing over, and it wouldn't be difficult to retake the test. The two stayed busy until the evening, when they returned to the neighborhood. Passing through the gate of the neighborhood, Wu Nai saw the man selling kitchen knives again. It was the end of the day, and there were a lot of customers surrounding the other stalls. Only the man was not patronized by a single person in front of him, and the man didn't seem to care if anyone bought his stuff, his eyes staring furtively at the occupants coming in and out as if looking for someone. Squeak! Xia Lili stopped the car suddenly. Wu Nai turned his head. "What's wrong?" Xia Lili spat out her tongue signaling to look out the window. Yu Qian was getting out of a car. At the same time, Wu Nai noticed that the man selling kitchen knives had his eyes locked on Yu Qian. The eyes didn't leave until Yu Qian walked next to the SUV. Sha Lily opened the window. Oh hey, who is this? Taking a taxi back? Who doesn't have a private car these days? Yu Qian is a rich second generation. The family has several million level cars. She just does not want to drive the family car. What's the matter? You got yourself some big bucks? Or did you borrow some guy's car? Sha Lily stroked the steering wheel. Tired of guessing whose car this is. Go away. Let some people walk home. Wu Nai's eyes stayed locked on the man selling kitchen knives until the other man disappeared from the rearview mirror. Sha Lily asked happily, "What are you looking at, Moncler?" Wu Nai shook his head. "It's nothing." At the same time, he felt in his heart that it was necessary to talk to Yu Qian about this matter. Parking the car in the underground parking lot, Sha Lily blinked her big soulful eyes. "Grandpa discussed something with you." Wu Nai, "No way. No cars or women." "Reach over and pull out the keys to the car." Sha Lily grunted. "Cheapskate. If I hadn't taken you there, would you have been able to draw the first prize?" This time, when he went to the sales department and received 2 rewards directly from Sha Lily, Wu Patriari was still very happy. It's just that the car is one of those things where it's fine if there are no problems. And if there are problems, it doesn't look good for anyone, so it's better not to borrow. "Can I give you half of next month's rent free?" Sha Lily immediately revealed a smiling face and hugged Wu Nai's arm and shook it. "Hey master, you're so nice." "Wu Nai, I'm not good. Money is good." Taking the elevator to the upper floor, he just happened to meet up with Yu Qian again. Actually, walking the basement is about as fast as walking into the neighborhood in about the same amount of time. The 2 women met and glared at each other again. Wu Nai first let Sha Lily go home, and then called Yu Qian back to his house. "What's the matter with Mr. Wu?" Yu Qian asked easily after entering the door. Wu Nai inquired, "You didn't feel anything unusual when you entered the neighborhood?" Yu Qian thought carefully. "It seems that every time I go back to the neighborhood in the past 2 days, I always feel that someone is staring at me, but I didn't find out who it is." Wu Nai directly told Yu Qian everything he had discovered. Yu Qian tightly frowned. With the story told by Moncler outlet online Wu, enough to judge that the person has a problem in 9 cases out of 10. "I'll go out first, Moncler." Wu Nai also stood up. "I'll go with you." Yu Qian laughed. "Don't worry Master Wu. I'll be fine in broad daylight. And don't forget my identity." Wu Nai had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. He was afraid that even if he went alone, his body wouldn't be of much use. Yu Qian hurried downstairs to look for the man selling kitchen knives. About 10 minutes later, Yu Qian returned. Regretfully, he shook his head. "That stall is gone. Can you describe what that person looked like, Master Wu?" "Wu Nai, the other party wore a mask wearing a hat. I did not see clearly. Probably more than 40 years old. Left ear missing a piece." Yu Qian, who sat down to rest, changed her face and stood up violently. "What did you say, Moncler?" Chapter 27, Ungrateful Grandson. It was the first time Wu Nai had seen Yu Qian reveal this panicked expression. "What's wrong?" "Yu Qian, Moncler outlet store, you said he's missing a piece of his left ear?" Wu Nai nodded down. "That's right." Yu Qian took a deep breath. "Moncler outlet store, do you remember the ex-boyfriend I told you about?" It had only been 2 days since the incident, so of course Wu Nai remembered. "I thought you said he was sacrificed." Yu Qian nodded down, looking sad. "Yes, but the criminal who killed him was never caught, and before he died he bit off half of the other's left ear." Wu Nai sat up straight, not realizing that there was such a hidden agenda behind it. "You mean, that man is most likely your ex-boyfriend's murderer? But why did he come back to you?" "Maybe I've been tracking him down and questioning his family and he knows about it." Wu Nai nodded his head down. "Whether it was him or not, he always had to be arrested and questioned. I can't help you with the arrests, so I'll just have to wish you good luck." Yu Qian nodded her head in a moved manner. "Master Wu, I still want to thank you for providing me with such an important clue." After Yu Qian left, Wu Nai laid down on his bed to check the system reward situation. Get 4 more rewards and get another super bundle. And the countdown to his death has grown to 600 days. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The cell phone rang and picked it up to see that it was Zhang Lu calling. "It's only nighttime and you're looking for him to play a game?" Hit the answer button. "Hello? Hello? Zhang Lu, Grandpa. Help! Wu Nai, how come you're being targeted by the assassin too?" "Zhang Lu, more terrifying than a killer. Tao Dashi and I are going to be expelled from school." Wu Nai erupted. "Why?" Zhang Lu recounted the process of the crime. The 2 yesterday skipped class in the dormitory to play games, forgetting an important exam. The result was the director of the teaching staff blocked in the dormitory. The director of instruction directly nominated the 2 for expulsion and told their parents to come to the school immediately. "Zhang Lu, master, you must help the 2 of us or we'll be killed." Wu Nai, but how can I help? I can't say I'm the grandfather of you two, can I? Zhang Lu, Grandpa, save your grandson. Just give a good speech and the school won't expel the two of us. Wu Nai sighed. There were only a few people he knew in this world. He couldn't let the two really get expelled from school. Fanghai University, right? I'll go over there tomorrow morning. Zhang Lu was grateful. Why don't we play a game now? Wu Nai, playing games to the point of being expelled from school. And you guys still think about playing. Why are your hearts so big? Zhang Le laughed dryly twice, and the two of them hung up the phone. The next day, after eating the breakfast made by Bai Shui, Wu Nai took a taxi and headed directly to Fanghai University. Only when he got off the car, he saw two gray-headed boys squatting by the gate. It was Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi. Master Wu. Seeing Wu Nai arrive, the two of them hurriedly stood up. Wu Nai glanced at the two of them without any sense of humor. I told you guys long ago that the game can only be used as entertainment. But you guys insisted on playing professionally. Now it's good, right? The two didn't dare to retort. Wu Nai put his hands behind his back. Let's go. Take me to your director of instruction. Let's say yes or no, I can't make a promise. The two men said excitedly. Master, as long as things are set right, you're our own master. The three men went straight to the faculty office. Dang it. Zhang Le knocked on the office room door and said in a low voice. Director Wang, my master is here. A man's voice rang out from the office. It's no use for your master to come. There's a serious breach of discipline. I must punish you. Wu Nai dragged Tao Dashi into the office and without waiting for Director Wang to speak, he first shouted at the two. You guys kneel down for me. Kowtow to Director Wang and apologize. Zhang Lu and the two of them froze. You didn't say anything about this episode ahead of time, did you? Director Wang, on the other hand, was shocked. Although he was the director of instruction, he definitely couldn't afford a student's kneeling. Wu Nai winked at the two, and Zhang Lu reacted extremely quickly. Director Wang hurriedly stood up, tugged Zhang Lu, and said to Wu Nai, Zhang Lu, his master, you can't do this. Even though the child made a mistake, it's not so bad that they have to kneel down. Wu Nai drew out the waistband of his own pants. Since Director Wang can't bear to punish you, I'll damn well whip you both to death. The belt of his pants snapped against the wall next to the two of them, making a crunching sound. Zhang Letao was overjoyed and hugged his head and shouted, Grandpa, I don't dare anymore. Don't hit me, I won't dare anymore. Wu Nai said, raised not to teach the father's fault. Son made a mistake, master sent. I don't have to go to school anyway, so I'll just whip you two to death. Director Wang rushed forward and controlled Wu Nai's striking arm. Moncler Outlet Store? It's not that serious. The kid just made a small mistake. Wu Nai, huh? Didn't you say you were going to fire them both? Director Wang explained. The punishment has not yet been determined. I just look at the two children are too unintelligent, and the decision was made in a fit of anger. Wu Nai raised his belt again. Such a good teacher. What kind of anger have you two assholes become? See if I don't whip you to death. Zhang Lo and Tao Dashi continuously called out. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. It's like a huckleberry calling a grandpa. In the end, Wu Nai was not able to break free from Director Wang's block, and the belt did not hit the two men. Breathing heavily, he sat down in his chair. Director Wang, Zhang Lu, why don't you hurry up and pour your master a glass of water? Zhang Lu hurriedly beat a cup of water at the water fountain and brought it over. Director Wang then raised his hand and said to the two, Zhang Lu, you guys go out first. The two boys stole a glance at Wu Nai and quickly exited the office. Everything can only depend on Master Wu. Director Wang, Grandpa, I want to ask you something. Wu Nai raised his head. Director Wang, you say. Director Wang, you're Zhang Li's grandfather. Why does Tao Dashi call you grandfather too? Wu Nai sighed. His gaze angled at a 45-degree angle. This matter is a long story. When Dahi's grandmother remarried with my second son, then there was Tao Dahi. Director Wang revealed a melon-eating expression. So that's how it is. It's really hard for you. Wu Nai shook his head. It's all an old story. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the two children. If they are really expelled, their future will be over. Director Wang nodded approvingly. With the way you educated them today, I'm sure they already know they're wrong, and they can be dismissed without firing them. But a demerit is unavoidable. This is already the limit of what Wu Nai can do. The two bastard boys nestled in the dormitory during the exams to play games, but also caught by the director of instruction, deserved to have them remembered. Thank you, Director Wang. Just as he was about to get up to say goodbye, Wu Nai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and his entire body was weak. Director Wang was shocked and asked, what happened to you, Moncler? Wu Nai covered his stomach with a pained expression. I can't. It hurts too much. Director Wang hurriedly called out to Zhang Taodashi, who was standing outside the door, to come in. Look what happened to your grandfather. The two of them were also in a daze as Zhang Lu took out the phone. Let's take Grandpa to the hospital first. Chapter 28 Master Wu can't make it? In order to prevent being discovered by Director Wang, the ambulance came and neither of them let Director Wang get on the car. Don't worry, Director Wang. We definitely won't let anything happen to Grandpa. The ambulance honked and drove out of Fanghai University, and when it arrived at the hospital, it pulled Wu Nai directly into the resuscitation room. Zhang Lo holding Wu Nai's cell phone in his hand. Such a big thing. They must notify Wu's family. But when he looked through his address book, there was no information about his family on it either. So I called a phone number above named girl. Snow picked up the phone. Hello? What's wrong with the grandpa? Zhang Le anxiously said. Hello, are you a relative of Moncler Outlet Store Wu? Master Wu is in the emergency room of the city hospital. He is not working. Bam! The plate Bai Shui was carrying fell to the ground. Master Wu was fine yesterday. Why not today? Since the hospital she was in was not a city hospital, she hurriedly took leave from the head nurse to run outside. Bai Shui cried while calling Yu Qian and Xia Lili, telling them to go all the way. Plan is afraid to end early. Have the two men meet at the city hospital immediately. Xia Lili Yu Qian did not dare to delay, but also hastened to take leave to go to the city hospital. Wu Nai was lying in the emergency room and the doctor asked where it hurt. Wu Nai only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, but the death countdown had clearly reached more than 1,000 days. Why is he suddenly so hard? As a result, after the doctor's initial diagnosis, it turned out to be kidney stones. Another radiograph was taken to confirm and it was determined to be a kidney stone. The two Zhang Le stood by the hospital bed. Don't worry, Grandpa, I've already called your family. Wu Nai was in so much pain that he didn't hear what Zhang Le was saying at all. And then he was wheeled into the operating room for lithotripsy. By the time the three women arrived at the emergency room of the city hospital, they found the beds empty. Asked the doctor on duty, who said, the man is gone. Snow cried out, wow, why did you leave without waiting for us? Moncler? Xia Lili leaned against the door, her body collapsing helplessly, muttering under his breath, old man, I haven't had enough with you yet. Why did you die? Yu Qian bit her lip and stood in place. Yesterday, Wu Dejia also helped her to discover the clues of her enemy. But today, she has already been separated from her yin and yang. The doctor looked at the three pretty girls in confusion. Not you guys cry what ah? The old man kidney stones to do lithotripsy surgery. Need to make such a fuss? What? The three women looked at the young doctor in front of them in dismay. Xia Lili, are you sick? Can't you finish talking at once? Bai Shui wiped her tears hard. Do you know this will scare people to death? Yu Qian just blankly glanced at the doctor. Which way is the lithotripsy department? The young doctor gulped. Third floor. He'd never seen girls with such hot tempers. And three of them at once. Xia Lili stood up from the ground. You're lucky today. We're going to see the Grand Master. Or else my old lady will have to whack you. The three women wind up running to the third floor. Zhang Lu, who was waiting outside the rubble room, immediately looked at the three women. They had seen Bai Shui at Wu Nai's house, so they recognized her. Bai Shui likewise recognized the two and asked anxiously, where is Master Wu? How is Master Wu? The two young boys were already slurring their words in amazement by the three beauties in front of them. In there. Xia Lili immediately wanted to rush in, only to be pulled back by Yu Qian. Treatment is going on inside. Going in will most likely disturb the doctor. Bai Shui inquired of the two Zhang Lu, who called me, and said that Master Wu is not working? Zhang Le thought he would be praised and took out Wu Nai's cell phone. Sister, it was me who called. Snow gritted her teeth and grabbed the phone. Are you trying to scare us to death? Zhang Lu scratched his head. After the kidney stones were treated, Wu Nai immediately felt no pain and the person was no different from normal. Getting out of the hospital bed and walking out of the treatment room, he saw three women and two men waiting for him outside. Wu Nai, why are you all here? Xia Lili wrapped her arms around her. It wasn't these two boys who said you weren't going to make it, so we've all come to give you one last ride. Knowing that Wu Nai was fine, Xia Lili's mouth damaged again. Wu Nai looked at Zhang Lu and Taodashi who were at their wits' end. When had the two of them ever seen this kind of situation? Being surrounded by three beautiful women eyeing them intently. Alright, you two go back to school. Things are done for you. The two of them bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master. Then we'll leave first and visit you again when we have time. After saying that, they ran away in haste. It's only morning, and the three women are at work. Wu Nai said to the three women, you guys go back to your own business as well. Aren't I fine here? Being cared for by so many people. Wu Ningli was actually quite warm. Master Wu, I'll send you back. The three women spoke almost simultaneously. After saying that, they looked at each other, not realizing that they were still so in tune with each other. Ding, 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 ding. Shalili's cell phone rang. Pressing the answer button, a man's voice came out of it. Miss, where did you order the wreath to be delivered? Wu Nai looked at Shalili, who was embarrassed. Wu Nai smiled bitterly. That wreath wasn't ordered for me, was it? After dismissing the three women, Wu Nai took a taxi back to the neighborhood alone. When he got home and slammed a couple of large glasses of mineral water, his doctor had warned him that he must drink plenty of water for his kidney stones, drinking out of his eyes. Mud. Who would have thought he could still have kidney stones? Then he lay down on his bed and began to rest, and slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when his body finally recovered. What's the best way to surprise the three girls with 4 more to go for the super prize? With this hospitalization, all 3 women came and he didn't get a reward, supposedly because they were shocked rather than surprised. Wu Nai suddenly thought of the man selling kitchen knives at the door. Yu Xin should have made a deployment today to arrest that man. He could instead go and see if he could get a reward from Yu Qian. Thinking that, he found a rolling pin the thickness of his arm in the kitchen, hid it in his shirt and headed out. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor and opened the door. A tall figure just waiting outside. Wu Nai locked eyes with the other party, and his heart was suddenly startled. Outside stood none other than the man selling kitchen knives. The man was still wearing a duck-tongued hat, his head lowered, his body missing Wu Nai as he walked into the elevator. Wu Nai gulped and didn't follow him in, but kept looking at the elevator floor count, wanting to see how many floors the other party went to. The numbers slowly change over time. 5, 6. The elevator reached the 9th floor and stopped abruptly. Wu Nai, your sister. Sure enough, it's running towards Yu Qian. Wu Nai pulled out his cell phone and hurriedly called Yu Qian. Although he wanted to obtain the system rewards, it was still not as important as his old life. Beep. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was picked up. It seemed a little noisy on the other side of the phone. Yu Qian said, "What's wrong, Moncler Outlet Store? We are right in front of the neighborhood. And that chopper seller didn't come today." Chapter 29, Failure to Capture. Yu Qian's side is really deployed. Is with 3 colleagues in front of the neighborhood squatting to guard the knife seller. Wu Nai, don't wait. He's upstairs. I just ran into him in the elevator. Yu Qian was shocked. Don't act rashly. Moncler, we'll come over right away. Ding ding ding. The elevator began to descend until the doors opened on the first floor. The man heckled and reappeared in the elevator. Surprisingly, the other side didn't stop at the 9th floor. If she let the other party leave now, Yu Qian might miss another chance to make an arrest. Wu Nai slammed right into the man. Hey hey hey, you young man, how to walk without opening your eyes, ah? Instead of assisting Wu Nai, the man moved 2 quick steps backward and retreated back into the elevator. The voice was icy cold. You bumped into me yourself. Wu Nai slowly lowered his body to lie flat on the floor, unintentionally blocking the elevator entrance, shouting loudly, "What do you mean I bumped into you? Are you being reasonable? Let the neighbors come and judge." Wu Nai didn't even think that he would one day use Zhao Guifang's tricks against others. Yu Qian, I really lost my face to help you. Why don't you hurry up and come? The man's duck-tongued face furrowed in a frown, and he said coldly, "What the hell do you want? Wu Nai, pay up, or I'll call the police right away." Hearing Wu Nai say call the police, the man was obviously a bit flustered. Okay, how much did you say? The man simultaneously ran his hand up his backside. Marred. Wu patiently cursed. This guy wasn't trying to kill and silence him, was he? 50. Wu Nai uttered a price that didn't allow the man to pull out his knife. The man was visibly stunned and asked, somewhat incredulously, "You only want $50? Wu Nai breathed a sigh of relief as his opponent's hand had been taken out from behind him. "That's 50. And you're not going anywhere for a penny less." The man took out $100 directly from his pocket and threw it at Wu Nai. "I'll give you 100 and get the hell out of my way." Wu Nai held $100 to the light and said with his mouth, "It's not that I don't believe you, young man. It's just that there are so many fake bills these days." At this point, messy footsteps came from outside the cell door, accompanied by Yu Qian's voice. "You 2 block downstairs. I'll go up with Chang to arrest them." Hearing the voice, the man took a leg and tried to step over Wu Nai. Wu Nai obediently hugged the man's thighs. "You have no sense of public morality. Do not know that from the human body across the past people will not grow? Men really want to yell at you, you're going into the ground and you still care about growing?" With all his might, He broke away from Wenai's grip and ran violently toward the door of the unit. It just happened to collide with Yu Qian, who came in. Wu Nai shouted, "Catch him!" He tried to run away after hitting the old man. Yu Qian and another male police officer were instantly entangled with the men. I just didn't realize that the men were so capable of fighting. And in a couple of tries, they kicked both of them all the way to the far side of the room. Wu patiently said a sentence. Fortunately, he did not make a move just now. Otherwise this pair of old bones are not enough to be kicked by a person. The man shook off the entanglement and ran for the door again. Two other officers outside the door stepped in to stop them, but the man pulled a long knife out of his backside. Yu Qian yelled, "Watch out, put!" While the officers were off guard, a long knife was stabbed into the abdomen of one of the officers. Yu Qian and Constable Xiao Zhang hurriedly got up and went to help. The man body slammed the stabbing officer into the duo and fled immediately afterward. Yu Qian shouted, "Xiao Zhang stays behind. Xiao Li chases after me." The police officer named Zhang covered his colleague's wound and called for backup by phone. Wu Nai stood on the sidelines, but couldn't do much to help. After requesting support, Zhang recognized Wu Nai as the very same grandfather who pumped people in the hospital. "Are you okay, Grandpa?" Wu Nai patted the dust on his body. What could he have done? And he had made $100. He was now just worried about Yu Qian, who chased him out. The murderer's methods are brutal, and I'm afraid the two of them won't have a good time catching up. Well, a few minutes later, Yu Qian too returned. Expression ugly, obviously did not catch up. The ambulance arrived immediately after. "Yu Qian, Xiao Zhang, you follow to the hospital. The bureau support will arrive soon. We continue to arrest." Yu Qian then looked at Wu Nai again. "Are you alright, Grandpa? Do you want to go to the hospital as well?" Wu Nai shook his head. The murderer was extremely good at counter-surveillance, and his hands were so good that it wouldn't be so easy to catch him again if he ran away. It's a good thing he didn't reveal that he was helping the police at the last minute just now, or else he'd have to worry about getting knifed when he went out in the future. "Then you guys go ahead and I'll be upstairs." Yu Qian still had to set up the arrest and did not send Wu Nai up. Snow came back in the evening and made rib soup. To Wu Nai sent over still say, "Do not know why today downstairs a lot of police, but also saw Yu Qian is also in it." Wu Nai didn't explain too much. It was better not to let the simple Bai Shui know about such things. Shalili came back and also went to Wu Nai's house to rub the rib soup. "Old man, it scared me to death to know you couldn't make it today," Shalili said as she nibbled on her ribs. Wu Nai laughed. "Wouldn't it be better if I died? The house you continue to live in, and you don't have to pay rent in the future." "Shalili, how bad is that? Or you live well and don't charge us rent, okay?" "Wu Nai, no way. I'm counting on your rent to retire. How can I not want it?" The two women were amused by Wu Nai's words. Yu Qian didn't come back until after dinner. Zhang Lo and Tao Dashi didn't dare to go back on the game in the past 2 days because they were written up, so Wu Nai washed up and went to bed early. Early the next morning, Yu Qian makes a point of visiting Wu Nai before going to work and tells him that the suspect still hasn't been caught. This is expected by Wu Nai, reminding Yu Qian that the other party's methods are cruel and to be careful when arresting. Yu Qian was moved to agree. After Yu Qian left, Wu Nai directly unlocked the door to his room. During the special period, one can't go out and wander around. It's better to stay at home honestly. 10 o'clock in the morning. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door of the room. Wu Nai, who was nestled in bed playing games, sat up and quietly walked to the door of his room. Turning on his penetrating eyes, he saw that outside stood his downstairs neighbor. "Old Lu, what is it?" Wu Nai asked through the door of the room. "Old Lu, open the door and say it again." "Wu Nai, just say what's up directly. It's not convenient to open the door." "Lao Lu, I heard that something happened in your unit last night, so I came to inquire about what happened." "Wu Nai, so I'm here for the gossip. I don't know what's going on." "Well, hurry up. I've got to sleep." Old Lu touched his gray hair and shook his head in disgust. "How old are you and still like to sleep so much? Will you not sleep enough when you die?" Wu Nai just wanted to return to the bedroom from the new one. A man outside was heard conversing with Old Lu. "Master, do you know which house a policeman lives in on this floor?" Old Lu said heartlessly. "You're talking about Old Wu the tenant less than, right?" Chapter 30, Successful Capture. Hearing the man's voice, Wu Nai snapped his head back and opened his penetrating eyes once again. The one talking to Old Lu too was indeed the man selling kitchen knives, and Old Lu was pointing the other to his room door. "I don't know which room Xiao Yu is in. Old Wu happens to be at home. Ask him." Wu Nai gave a cry. This Old Lu head really deserves to die. If he was recognized by the other party, he would surely associate it with the fact that he had intentionally blocked it yesterday. Taking out his cell phone, He hurriedly called Yu Qian. Beep, 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 beep. The phone, but no one ever answered. Bong bong bong. Just then, the man walked up to the door of Wu Nai's house and knocked lightly on the door a few times, and old Lu too didn't leave. He wanted to see why old Wu didn't open the door for him. Who is it? With talkative old Lu outside. There was no way Wu Nai could pretend that no one was in the house. Hello grandpa, I want to ask you something. The man pretended to be polite. Wu Nai quickly edited a text message on his cell phone and sent it to 110. It's common sense first aid to text 110 when you're not available to call and they'll be alerted just the same. The edited text message was simple. The murderer who hurt the police yesterday is back in the Sunnyside neighborhood. On the 9th floor of building 4. Wu Nai said to the outside of the room. Say what you have to say. Old Lu too helped from the side. Old Wu, you open the door now. Why are you so impolite? Wu patiently cursed. Ing stab you a few times and you'll know what it means to be polite. Wu Nai shouted to the door. I'm not wearing any clothes, so just say what you have to say. The man inquired. I'm Yu Qian's friend, and I'd like to ask which house Yu Qian rented? Wu Nai put on an impatient tone. 912. Since you're Yu Qian's friend, you won't call and ask her? The reason why Wu Nai told the other party the real room number was to stall for time waiting for the police to arrive. Since he asked for the room number, he must have wanted to do something just to stall for time. The man didn't suspect a thing and said politely, Thank you, Grandpa. This was followed by some thanks to old Lu. Old Lu atmospherically waved his hand. What's there to be thankful for in this little matter? I'm not as petty as old Wu. After satirizing Wu Nai, Lao Lu went to take the elevator, and the man waited quietly for Lao Lu to leave before quickly running to the 912 door. Wu Nai had been closely observing his opponent using his penetrating eyes, only to see the man pull out a tool from his pocket. Crouching down and poking briefly twice, the door to Yu Qian's room was opened. Wu Nai sighed. It seemed that he had to take the opportunity to change all the doors with fingerprint locks. Ding 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 ding. The cell phone rang. Wu Nai saw that it was Yu Qian calling and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Yu Qian, Moncler, we just received a police report. The man selling kitchen knives appeared again. Was it you who called the police? Wu Nai, who else but me? I gave him your room number, and he's already pried the door open to get in. Ding. Received surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Wu Nai laughed twice, and sure enough, he was rewarded again. Yu Qian couldn't care less why Wu Nai told the other party her room number. Hurriedly, he said, Master Wu, you immediately unlock the door of the room. We are heading that way. Before Yu Qian finished speaking, the door to room 912 opened again. The man came out of it. Wu Nai, ******** ing again? Yu Qian was uncertain over there. What did you say, Master Wu? Wu Nai said. The man came out of your room and is waiting for the elevator. Yu Qian gritted her teeth. They rushed to the neighborhood with 5 minutes to spare. This time I'm afraid to let the other party escape again. Calm down, Moncler. We'll get him. With 3 more rewards and another super prize, Wu Nai didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Wu Nai said into the phone, I'll try to stall him. You guys come as soon as you can. Not equal to Qian's answer. Wu Nai hung up the phone, and then called Lao Lu, who had just come downstairs a short time ago. Old Lu, hello. What are you calling me for upstairs and downstairs? Wu Nai's language was concise. That man was a thief just now, and stole several $1,000s from the Xiaoyu family. You quickly find a way to stop him. Old Lu was confused by what was said. What did you say? Wu Nai, little so police. As long as you help her catch the criminal, there will surely be a reward. That person just went downstairs, you don't talk nonsense. Hurry up to find a way to stop him. I'm going down now. Wu Nai hung up the phone and let out an ouch. Lao Lu, Lao Lu. The trouble is caused by you. You just take the top for a while. Old Lu was chatting with a few old men at the moment and greeted a few of his old buddies. Hurry, 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 come with me to catch the thief. 4 old men, almost 300 years old combined, waddled toward the door of the unit. Onai has also found a weapon. Yesterday's rolling pin, followed closely by another elevator ride down the stairs. The deer is about to find out today. Either men go to jail or old Lu goes to the hospital. When Wu Nai took the elevator to reach the first floor, the elevator door had just opened when he heard curses outside the unit door. Wu Nai rushed out with a rolling pin, and old Lu had already fallen in a flower bed, and the other 3 old men were pulling on the man's clothes. Wu Nai quickly rushed up from behind and swung the rolling pin up and smashed it on the man's head. There was a muffled crash. The man stumbled 2 steps and slumped to the ground. Wu Nai smoothly sat down on the man's back and went ahead and pulled out the long knife pinned on the man's back waist and threw it aside. The other three old men saw the knife and froze in fear. Wu Nai growled, "At your age, you're afraid of chicken feathers?" Only then did the three men dare to step forward and help Wu Nai together to bring the man under control. Drip drip drip. Yu Qian and the others' police car drove directly to the entrance of the unit. Yu Qian caught a glimpse of Wu Nai sitting on top of the man. Ding! Receives surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Quick! Get the suspect under control. The officers swarmed over the man, thoroughly holding him down and handcuffing him. Wu Nai sighed in relief. The man was lifted up and looked at Wu Nai angrily. "Old man, how dare you shade me?" Wu Nai bristled. "How can you say een? This is my means of justice." Ouch ouch. Old Lu's miserable scream came from the flower bed. That's when all of them noticed that there was someone else in the flower bed. Two officers dragged Lao Lu out of the flower bed. Old Lu covered his old waist. "Surname Wu, you old thing, wanna pit me to death?" Wu Nai gestured for Lao Lu to look at the side, and only then did he realize that he was surrounded by police. Wu Nai can catch this person. Old Lu contributed the most. Yu Qian, you can be sure to praise him. Yu Qian immediately stepped forward and very formally said to Old Lu, "Thank you, Grandpa. We will ask the bureau to award you a reward." Lao Lu instantly felt that his waist was not sore, his legs did not hurt, and he had the strength to walk the path. "I didn't realize that old Wu too was telling the truth and that there was a real reward. I'd like to ask how much money can be awarded?" Chapter 31, Super Reward again. It's not up to Yu Qian to say how much the reward will be. "Don't worry, gentlemen, you'll be rewarded for your feat, along with a commendation from the bureau." After that, the officers escorted the man into the police car. After screening and interrogation, the man is indeed the murderer of Yu Qian's boyfriend. The reason why the man entered Yu Qian's room was actually to see if there was any evidence about him. As a result, the evidence was not found, and he himself was pressed by a couple of old men instead. That night Yu Qian bought a lot of beer and locked herself in her room to get drunk. Even when Wu Nai went to knock on the door, Yu Qian didn't open it. Bai Shui worriedly said, "Master Wu, do you think something will happen to Sister Yu?" Wu Nai shrugged his shoulders. The hatred that has been pent up in her heart for many years has finally been released, so let her relax and unwind. Snow smacked his lips. Wu Nai inquired of Bai Shui, "How have you been?" Of the three women, Snow is the most sensual, so it's easiest to get a reward in its favor. Bai Shui blushed slightly with a shy expression. "Wu Nai, you're not in love, are you?" Bai Shui hurriedly denied. No. It's just that there's a doctor at the hospital who's pursuing me, and I haven't agreed yet." Wu Nai, "Oh, you like each other too?" Snow blushed. "I don't want a relationship yet." There was one thing that Bai Shui hadn't said in her heart, and that was that she didn't want to fall in love before Wu Nai left. Wu Nai decided that the last two surprises would come from pursuing Shirayuki. "Tomorrow I'll go to the hospital and see what the man who pursued you looks like." Ding! Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Wu Nai, it's so easy? Snow is truly a blessing in his own right. "Snow, I haven't promised the other side yet." Moncler. Wu Nai had already made up his mind and patted Bai Shui's white, clean palm. "Don't worry. Moncler is a man who has been there. Go and give you a check." "No problem." The next day, Wu Nai followed Bai Shui to the hospital. A number for a full body checkup was purposely put up to look natural. Following Snow to the doctor's door, Snow said quietly, "It's the doctor in there." Moncler Outlet Store. Wu Nai looked at the clinic door and something looked familiar. Pushing the door open, he saw that the doctor sitting inside was the same one who had given him the diagnosis when he crossed over. The doctor also recognized Wu Nai and stood up in surprise. "How come it's you, Moncler? After so long you should have been." Wu Nai sat down on the chair. "Should be dead already, right?" The doctor sat back in his chair. "I don't mean that, Moncler. It's just how can you still go out in your condition?" Wu Nai gave the doctor a look of displeasure. From the moment he recognizes each other, Wu Nai is very unimpressed with this relationship with Bai Shui, because he remembered seeing this male doctor scowling at another female nurse when he came across. Typical womanizer. He cheated the young nurses who had not been in the profession for a long time because of his status as a doctor. Wu Nai looked to the doctor's badge. Chao Jun. Chao Jun inquired, "Are you looking for a checkup, Moncler?" Wu Nai stood up. "I was going to do it, but now it's not necessary." Chao Jun froze again and watched Wu Nai walk out of the office. Snow stood at a distance and kept waiting. When he saw Wu Nai come out, he immediately came over. In a low voice, he asked, "How is the Grand Master?" Wu Nai knew he had to speak out of turn in order to surprise Bai Shui. So he said, "He's a pervert. He actually touched my ass in there just now." Ding! Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Ding. Accumulated life expectancy of 2 years to open the super bundle. Honest mouth. Ask someone a question with an honest mouth and they will answer it honestly. Wu Nai was stunned. This reward was a bit heaven-defying. Honest mouth inquired of Snow. Is Moncler Outlet Online handsome? Snow, it's not handsome. After saying that, Bai Shui immediately covered her mouth. I don't know why I'm telling the truth. Even if you're not handsome, you can't say it outright. Squeak. The door to the office room behind him opened, and Chao Jun froze as he looked at the two people outside. Puzzled, he asked, do you know each other? Wu Nai was trying to figure out how to unmask his opponent's hypocrisy. Honest mouth inquired, do you really like Snow? Without hesitation, Chao Jun replied directly, of course I don't like it, I just want to play with her. In an instant, Chao Jun and Bai Shui all froze, and Chao Jun hastily changed his words. I really like Snow, I swear. Wu Nai once again used the mouth of honesty to inquire, so who else do you like? Jie, Feng, Wav. Snow was shocked because the men were from their nursing unit. You. Snow turned and ran off into the distance with only one word. Chao Jun tried to catch up, only to be stopped by Wu Nai. Stay away from Bai Shui in the future, or I won't mind making you lose your face to your grandma's house. Chao Jun was truly afraid of Wu Nai. Why was it that every time the other party asked him something, he couldn't help but say the true answer in his heart? Who the hell are you? Wu Nai, I am the messenger of justice, the embodiment of light, and the protector of Snow. Chao Jun. He looked at Wu Nai's dashing back, but did not dare to chase after him again. Finding the red-eyed Bai Shui in front of the hospital, Wu Nai consoled. Don't be sad. It's not worth it for this kind of person. Bai Shui nodded her head with red eyes. Luckily she didn't trust the other party gullibly, and had asked Master Wu to help look at it. I'll take you back, Grandpa. Wu Nai waved his hand. You work hard. The sun is shining. The wind is blowing. He's gained new abilities, and he's still not wandering around? Walking out of the hospital alone, the question of where to sneak off to became a problem again. Thinking that there is a new car at home that can't be driven, Wu Nai decided to find a driving school and get a driver's license first. Waved for a cab. The driver inquired, where to? Wu Nai, find any driving school. The driver was surprised. You want to get a driver's license at your age? I happen to know a place that is cheap and quick to get a license. Wu Nai inquired honestly, is it really that good? The driver starts the car. Not good, but I get a $500 commission for pulling ahead to go. After the words were spoken, silence fell in the cab. It was so quiet you could barely hear a pin drop. The driver wondered if the words just came out of his mouth. Wu Nai sighed. Embarrassed, the driver said, why don't we change driving schools? Driving schools are basically the same price, and it's people's ability to get a commission. Let's split the commission 50-50, and I'll go where you say. The driver did not nag, said with a smile, well, that gives you 300, I stay 200. The cab drive to the driving school was a lot smoother because the driver knew someone who did it instead. The payment is made here and the driver gets his commission there. The two then split the spoils outside the door. Driver, Grandpa, you won't be able to take the test today anyway, so I'll give you a free ride back. The newly acquired skills the other two women didn't know about yet, just so they could utilize the skills to gain rewards from each other. Yu Qian in the police station certainly cannot go. Wu Nai said, go to the Ping An intersection, that's sales department. Chapter 32, Master. Higher power. Getting out of the car and walking into the sales office, he saw a group of people gathered around. Wu Nai looked around and didn't find Xia Lili, and so it went towards the crowd. Are you wrong? A woman's overbearing questioning voice came from the crowd. Then came Xia Lili's voice. I'm right. Wu Nai looked through the crowd and saw that Xia Lili was standing opposite the supervisor of that day. Gu, this guy hasn't been fired yet? The female supervisor pointed at Xia Lili. If you don't admit your mistake, all of your bonus commission will be deducted this month. A salesman whispered to Xia Lili. Just admit your mistake. It's not like you're missing a piece of meat. Xia Lili firmly shook her head. It's not my fault. Why should I admit my mistake? She's retaliating. The female supervisor gritted her teeth. Okay, you'll lose your bonus commission this month. Xia Lili said indifferently. What you say doesn't count. If you want to garnish my wages, let the manager order it. The female supervisor smiled. The manager of the sales department is her lover. As long as she said, the manager will 100% deduct the salary of Xia Lili. Yes, she is retaliating. The car that had come to her was gone and she had taken a disciplinary action at headquarters, all of which she was going to get back on Xia Lili. Okay, you want to take orders from the manager. Right. I'm going to get him to talk to you right now. Sha Lily grunted. I'm afraid of you? The female supervisor huffed and puffed her way to the office. The other saleswomen once again persuaded Sha Lily. Why bother? She and the manager are already good. You can't fight her. Any more than that, I'm going to get this month's paycheck. Sha Lily, big deal. I won't work here anymore. And I won't take her crap. Suddenly Sha Lily saw, standing behind the crowd, Wu Nai. What brings you here, Master Wu? Wu Nai laughed. I wanted to come over for a casual stroll, but I ended up seeing you and the supervisor on the line. Sha Lily also laughed and walked over to hug Wu Nai's arm. It's just that she's spoiled with her problems. Wu Nai, do you need my help? Sha Lily skimmed her lips, thinking what help can an old man like you be? But on his mouth, he still took care of Wu Nai's face. It's better if I do it myself. Big deal. As the two spoke, the female supervisor led a man in his 40s with glasses over to him. The female supervisor was overbearing and said to the man, Manager bye. Sha Lily talked the prospective client down, and still won't admit her mistake and accept the punishment, and has to let you give the order in person. Sha Lily pinched her hands on her waist. People originally did not want to buy a house, just want to understand. What kind of prospective customers? You're just having a personal vendetta. Manager bye frowned. He was the one who gave the first prize ticket to the female supervisor, and he was aware of the fact that it had been drawn by the people brought by Sha Lily by mistake. That's why he doesn't have a good impression of Sha Lily either. How do you talk to your supervisor? Based on your attitude alone, I'm justified in docking your paycheck. Shara Lee could sort of see it. People 2 against 1. She simply can't talk to each other. And in a fit of anger, she wanted to say that I quit. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was stopped by Wu Nai beside him. Wu Nai honestly asked Manager Bai, what is your relationship with her? Manager Bai immediately replied, she's my mistress. Oh, the surrounding female sales seemed to have eaten some heavenly melon and let out a gasp. The female supervisor was also in a daze. Was this something that could be said with a straight face? Ding! Receiving surprise from Sha Lily. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Sha Lily surprised. How can Wu Moncler Outlet Online casually ask the other party to tell the truth? Wu Nai once again used the mouth of honesty and asked Manager Bai, does your wife know about this? Manager Bai, how can I let her know? That tigress won't kill me if she knows. Oh, the saleswomen were shocked. Was Manager White going to blow himself up? The female supervisor looked at Manager White as if she was looking at him. Is this crazy? He says whatever people ask him. Manager White was more shocked than anyone. He realized that no matter what the other man asked, his own mouth uncontrollably spoke the true answer. What are you all laughing at? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? Manager Bai shouted to the dozen or so female sales. The female salesmen who are eating melon can only disperse unhappily and hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. Only 4 people were left at the scene. Wu Nai, Sha Lily, the female supervisor and Manager Bai. Manager Bai frowned at Wu Nai. The old man in front of him would definitely order something. He had heard that there was a kind of compulsion, and that the person who was under the compulsion would answer whatever others asked. The female supervisor recognizes Wu Nai as the old man who stole her father's first prize that day. Manager White. He's the one who drew the first prize. White manager at this time has not care about a few prizes. If he really won, the compulsion will be finished. Life is in the hands of others. Speaking tone of 180 degrees big turn. With a smile, this grandfather. What we have to say into the office to talk about it. Wu Nai, what about our Lily fine? Seeing Wu Nai's confident demeanor, Manager Bai further confirmed that the other party was an expert. What fine? Sha Lily hasn't done anything wrong. Who dares to fine her? A woman in charge? How come I'm always so unlucky when this old man shows up? Looking at Manager Bai's respectful attitude, nothing she could say right now would work. All you can do is keep your head down and sulk. Sha Lily was simply going to admire Wu Nai to death. He's really turning things around. And look at the situation. Manager White seems to be afraid of him. First there was Uncle Shanyata. Then there was Manager White. What kind of god is Mr. Wu? Wu Nai looked at Sha Lili. People have gone to work, so you go and work hard too. Sending Sha Lili away, Wu Nai followed Manager Bai into the office. After closing the door, Manager White served tea and water. Grand Master. No. Hi Master. Everything was caused by that stinking woman Meng Hong. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Nai sipped his water. I know. As long as you don't target Lily in the future. Manager Bai, in a moment I'll let Meng Hong get out and let Lily be the supervisor. What do you think, Moncler? Manager Bai was so polite that even Wu Nai was surprised. It's not like the mouth of honesty is the mouth of obedience. The other guy doesn't have to be so afraid of himself, does he? Manager Bai held back for half a day and said in a consultative tone, "Master, you see I listen to you in everything. Can you unlock the compulsion on my body?" Compulsion? Wu Nai froze, then reacted that the other party was misunderstanding. Coughing lightly, he assumed the posture of a worldly superior. "Your kid has some insight, but this is something I don't want to get out." Wu Nai opened his penetrating eye and realized that the supervisor, Meng Hong, was outside, sticking to the door and eavesdropping. Wu Nai whispered to Manager Bai, "Quietly go and open the door. There are people eavesdropping outside the door." Manager White looked at the door to the room in surprise. The door to the room was so tight that it was impossible to detect anyone outside with the naked eye. Tiptoeing over, he quickly yanked open the door to the room. Supervisor Meng Hong was unsteady on her feet and fell straight into the office. Manager White was shocked. That grandpa really is a man of the world. Luckily, he hadn't messed with the other guy, and there was the possibility of a good karma. Meng Hong was embarrassed. Manager Bai didn't want to waste his breath with Meng Hong. "Hurry up and get out. If you dare to eavesdrop again, I won't spare you." Meng Hong fled out of the office in ashes. After closing the door to the room behind him, Manager Bai suddenly turned around and knelt in front of Wu Nai. "Master, higher power. I'm convinced. Please let me go." Chapter 33, Persuading Criminals to Give an Account? Wu Nai puts Manager White in his place with a flurry of flimflam. Smearing his palm on the white manager's oily hair, he casually scratched it twice. "There, I've removed the parasites from your body." Manager Bai suddenly felt his body lighten up quite a bit. "Thank you, Master, for opening up." He thought it was Wu Nai who had used a spell, but he didn't realize that it was all an illusion on his part. Wu Nai nodded his head down. "Remember, do not divulge anything about me, otherwise, you know the consequences." Manager Bai agreed repeatedly. "Master, may I ask if you still lack disciples?" Surprisingly, he wanted to worship him. "If we let them get too close, they'll all be discovered." Wu Nai shook his head in a pretentious manner. "No, your qualifications are too mediocre, so it's better to forget about it." Manager Bai's expression was ugly, as if he had missed a great opportunity. Wu Nai continued, "As long as you treat Sha Lily better, it's not like you won't have a chance in the future." Manager Bai rekindled hope. "You can rest assured, Moncler Outlet Online. I will take Sha Lily as my own sister, to ensure that she is not treated badly." Wu Nai nodded his head in satisfaction. "I'll be going then." After saying that, he got up in a dashing manner, and Manager Bai hurriedly followed behind to see him off. The two of them walked to the sales hall, and Manager Bai was still whispering, "Come and play often in the future. I'll be waiting for you here." Sha Lily hurried over and was instantly curious when she saw Manager Bai's attitude towards Wu Nai. Headquarter leaders have not seen Manager Bai so respectful. Wu Nai said to Sha Lily, "Do a good job. I've already made a deal with your manager. You'll be the supervisor from now on." Ding! Receiving surprise from Sha Lily. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. 2 more rewards from Sha Lily. "I didn't come here for nothing this time." Sha Lily had to be surprised. "A few words from the Grandmaster and he's in charge?" Manager Bai helped out next to him. "Moncler Outlet Store, right? Lily, from now on you are the supervisor. Any difficulties at work, just look for me." Sha Lily nodded down dumbfounded. This was all so dreamy. Ring 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 ring. Wu Nai's cell phone rang. Picked up and saw that it was Yu Qian calling. "Hello? Yu Qian, do you have time now?" "Moncler?" Wu Nai glanced at the time on his cell phone. 11 in the morning. "I have time if you want to take me to dinner." "Put." Yu Qian laughed out loud. "It's okay to treat you to dinner, but is it okay to be in our unit's cafeteria during working hours?" Yu Qian looked for herself. Surely it would not be to invite for dinner. "Say, what's it to me? Yu Qian, Moncler, or the murderer thing, need you to come over to assist in making a statement." Wu Nai was worried about not being able to go to Yu Qian, and with such a good opportunity, he would not be able to perform well and gain a few more rewards. Accumulate for another 2 years and you'll get another super jackpot. He was looking forward to it all a bit. "Okay, I'll take a cab now." Hanging up the phone, Wu Nai said to the two beside him, "You guys get busy. I'm leaving. Sha Lily, or Moncler, let's eat together at noon." Manager Bai's eyes glistened as he listened from the sidelines. Yes, master. Let's eat together at noon. My treat." Wu Nai noticed Meng Hong, the female supervisor, standing in the distance, was looking at him and Sha Lily with sinister eyes. "Dinner is off the table, and you get a grip on that woman and don't let her cause any more trouble." Manager Bai obediently looked at Meng Hong. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll let her get lost in a while, and I definitely won't cause any trouble for Lily." Only then did Wu Nai leave the sales department with Xia Li's support, took a taxi to the city office and stood at the gate to call Yu Qian. Soon Yu Qian ran out from inside. Moncler outlet online. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then go to make a statement later. Wu Nai naturally had no opinion. Instead of going out, the two ate a simple staff meal in the police station cafeteria. On the way to dinner, Wu Nai inquired, "Did that murderer confess?" If there was no admission of guilt, he could have used the mouth of honesty to get the other person to voluntarily confess. Yu Qian's suddenly sad face, "No. The other party is very uncooperative. But the evidence is sufficient. The amount he cannot run." Wu Nai gave an "oh so quiet. What do you want to interrogate out of this?" For Moncler outlet store Wu, Yu Qian has nothing to hide. How many people did the other side kill in total and where did they bury the bodies? Those are the things we want to know. Wu Nai, can you let me see him in a while? Maybe I can persuade him to give an account. Yu Qian reveals a helpless expression. There is no problem to let Moncler outlet online Wu see a criminal. The person is in the interrogation room. At any time you can see. But how could the murderer listen when Wu tried to persuade the other to give an account? They raided and interrogated for a day and a night without any results. Wu Nai insisted on going and Yu Qian had to agree. It just so happens that the place where the statements are taken is right next to the interrogation room. So I'll show you around in a minute. Wu Nai laughed and nodded his head, hoping that Yu Qian would not be too surprised in a while. After dinner the two return upstairs. Straight away, he went first to the room where the criminals were being interrogated. Two young officers were eating a boxed lunch while holding on to the interrogation. Wu Nai recognized one of them as the same Xiao Zhang who was involved in the arrest that day. Seeing Yu Qian, the two stood up. Team Yu Qian, he still hasn't explained anything? The two shook their heads down helplessly. No. Still not a word. The man handcuffed to the chair in front of him looked up to see Wu Nai. He gritted his teeth. Give me a chance and I'll kill you, old Biden. Chang slammed the desk. Be quiet. You think you have a chance to get out? Xiao Zhang then said to Qian. Captain, you first take Moncler outlet online us out. We continue the interrogation. Yu Qian looked at Grandpa Wu. Why don't we go out first? Grandpa. Wu Nai waved his hand. Let me have a word with the criminal. Since she had already promised Grandpa Wu, Yu Qian didn't stop her. Xiao Zhang and the other male police officer looked at Wu Nai uncertainly. Didn't understand what the captain meant by bringing him here. If he was making a statement, he should have gone to the next room. Wu Nai used the mouth of honesty to ask the criminal. Now that you've been caught, give an honest account of how many people you've killed. The criminal blurted out. Killed 7. Ding. Receive surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Yu Qian stared with wide, beautiful eyes. Master Wu asked this out? The so-called persuasion? Just say you're caught anyway? The two male officers also looked incredulous. They interrogated him for a day and a night, and he refused to say anything except his name and age. Moncler outlet store casual question? And the other guy gave an honest account? The criminal sat in his chair with a dismayed expression. Why would he say it? No way. It wasn't my words just now. Wu Nai asked immediately afterward. Since you've already given an account, let's be more detailed. Where did you hide all those people's bodies? What Wu Nai said earlier was nonsense. Mainly to cover up the problems later. Otherwise others would have noticed something unusual. Just like Manager White, Yu Qian and the two male officers, keeping a close eye on the suspect. If the other side tells where the body is hidden, as long as the body is found, it's useless for the other side to try to deny it anymore. The interrogation room was quiet for a moment. Then under the watchful eyes of Snow and the two male officers, one by one, the criminals began to explain where the bodies were hidden. Yu Qian hurriedly said, Xiao Zhang, quickly write down all the locations. Xiao Zhang hurriedly picked up the pen and paper on the desktop and began to record. As each address message spits out of the criminal's mouth, the three Yu Qian people were sure that the other party was not talking nonsense. Wu Nai waited quietly on the sidelines. There was only so much he could do. Finally, the offender finished all 7 addresses. Yu Qian hurriedly said, quickly, you guys take people to the scene to verify the situation. Chang and another team member hurried out of the interrogation room with their notes. The criminal who had given up all the information was by now dumbfounded. Is he possessed? How come he answers whatever that old guy asks him? Shouting towards Wu Nai, what the hell did you do to me, old man? Believe it or not, I will kill you? Yu Qian immediately warned. Quiet. How dare you be so wild at the end of your life? The criminal shouted toward Yu Qian. I'm still afraid of death? Yu Qian frowned. The other party's tough attitude was a far cry from what he had just explained. What's going on here? Looking to the grandfather Wu, who was as if nothing had happened. Could it be that the matter had something to do with Grandfather Wu? Wu Nai touched his nose. What's wrong with looking at me like that? Yu Qian shook her head. It seems that it has nothing to do with Moncler Outlet Online Wu. The other party was just having a momentary brain fart before he coincidentally revealed the secret hidden in his heart. It's okay, Grandpa. Let's go out first. Calling the other officers to escort the criminal to the interrogation room, Yu Qian took Wu Nai to another room to make a statement. The cause and effect was very clear and the statement was done smoothly. In less than half an hour, the two were busy. Yu Qian said, I have to be busy here. I'll find someone to send you back. The culprit explains 7 places to hide the body. Not only Yu Qian has to be busy, the whole police station is afraid to work overtime today. How could Wu Nai have the heart to let others send him off again? You guys get busy. I'll go back by myself. Yu Qian was touched and knew that Master Wu did not want to cause them any trouble. Thank you, Moncler. I'll buy you something delicious later. Wu Nai, is this treating him like a child? Took a taxi home alone and proceeded to take a solid afternoon nap. Not only did I get a super reward today, but I got an additional 6 months of life expectancy. Cool. Sleeping in a daze until 6 p.m. Sha Lily banged on the door. Is the Grand Master home? Wu Nai sat up, covering his pounding heart. The sharp knock on the door almost sent him straight away. This body didn't take kindly to scares. Opening the door, Shara Lee stood outside carrying 2 packing boxes, squeezing into the house with a wicked grin on her face. I bought you drinks and food today, Moncler Outlet Store, and thank you for helping me become a supervisor. Wu Nai blankly stared. You could almost have a banquet. What's the point of packing wine and food? Sha Lili didn't understand the meaning of the words and questioned. What kind of banquet? Who's having a wedding banquet? Wu Nai sighed, still really convinced of the heartless Shirley. Enter the house and open the box. A plate of dumplings and a plate of beef. It seems that in order to thank herself, Shara Lee has put her money down. These are things she doesn't usually eat herself. Where's yours? Sha Lily laughed cheaply. Hey, these are the ones I had left over and packed up to bring back. Becoming a supervisor, I'm sure I'll have to treat everyone to a rubdown. Wu Nai shook his head and picked up his chopsticks, and just as he was about to do so, the door to the room was knocked on again. Bai Shue's voice sounded outside the door. Is Grand Master home? I've brought you food. Shariari ran to open the door to her room and saw that Snowy was also carrying 2 packing boxes in her hands. Smiling, he asked, the ones you brought back for Master Wu, they won't be leftovers as well, right? Bai Shue was not happy. How could I bring him leftovers when Master is so good to me? Isn't that heartless? Shirley erupted, and she had the feeling of lifting a rock and hitting herself with it. Looks like she brought back leftovers. Then the food you brought must not have been as good as the food I brought. Snow walked over to the table and saw the beef and dumplings on it. Grandpa, you are not well. How can you eat such greasy things? Aren't you afraid of high blood pressure and diabetes? Then he opened his own packing box and took out from it the newly purchased nourishing porridge and coleslaw. Eating these is good for your health. Wu Nai smacked his lips helplessly. He knew these were good for his health, but he still wanted to eat beef. Licking his lips. If there's nothing else, you can all go home first. I'll just eat by myself. Snow also wants to thank Master Wu for helping her see through the faceless doctor. Sha Lili also wanted to thank Wu Nai for helping her out of trouble and becoming a supervisor today. Neither woman wanted to leave. Sha Lili said to Bai Shue, you go back first. In a while I'll help Grandpa take a bath and put him to bed. Bai Shue, no. What if you take advantage of Master Wu? If you want to wash it, I'll wash it for him too. Wu Nai sat on the stool with an odd expression. He really wanted to ask the 2 women if what they said was true. Otherwise, it's okay for one person to wash for a day. Sha Lili clasped her hands together. Have you ever bathed a man? Have you ever seen what a man's body looks like? This hit Snow's specialty. As a nurse, what had she not seen before? I've seen more men's bodies than you'll ever see. Sha Lili said defiantly. I've touched more men's bodies than you've ever seen. Wu Nai couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. Who the hell is going to wash me? No. Listen to what you guys are saying about tigers and wolves? Where is it like a little girl in her 20s? Snow spat out her tongue and hastily shut her mouth. For her part, Sha Lili bristled and turned her head in the other direction. Wu Nai sighed helplessly. This bath was not going to happen today. Both of you get your asses home. Blasting the 2 women out of the room, Wu Nai drank the nourishing kanji that Bai Shue had brought back and ate the marinated beef that Sha Lili had brought back. Not to mention that the flavor was quite good. After eating and drinking, he laid down on the bed and opened the game, only to find that Zhang Li's few people were actually online. When Zhang Li saw Wu Nai on the game, he immediately called the phone over. You have time, Master Wu? Wu Nai, you guys just got disciplined by the school, and then you turn around and play games? Zhang Le laughed awkwardly. Doesn't the offline competition start this Sunday? We want to seize the time to practice and take the city championship first. Wu Nai glanced at the date. Today was Friday, the day after tomorrow's match. You guys have tomorrow off, right? Zhang Le hummed. Wu Nai, then you guys come to my house tomorrow to train. I'll get a share of the prize money anyways. Chapter 34. Who the hell is going to wash me? The next day, Yu Qian, who was tired for the night, returned to the neighborhood only in the morning. First came to visit the home of Mr. Wu. The bodies were all found. None of us expected him to kill so many people. Wu Nai nodded. Isn't that good? Yu Qian, this time it's also thanks to the Grandmaster. Otherwise the case would not know how long it will be delayed. Wu Nai smiled faintly. It's fine. Just a favor. Yu Qian, Master, I want to ask you one more thing. Wu Nai froze. Yu Qian rarely begged. What is it, say? Yu Qian smiled and said, I would like to ask the Grandmaster to give our police officers a lesson and teach them how to interrogate criminals. 3 big question marks popped up on Wu Nai's brain. He's a loser. How can he teach people? He'll be exposed in a few words. Clearing his throat, I think it's better to forget about the lessons. I'm just exchanging sincerity for sincerity. I'll be able to go and help out if you need any help in the future. Yu Qian still wants to fight, don't Moncler? You are now a legend in our bureau. Everyone wants to take lessons from you. Wu Nai is firmly opposed to this, and can never do anything that is embarrassing. Yu Qian also had to give up on this intention. Then if I ask you to take a shot in the future, you must help. Wu Nai replied with a full reply. No problem. As long as the other party's mouth is good, I will definitely help you guys ask for results. Yu Qian thanked again and went back to her room to rest. Not more than half an hour later, Zhang Li's group of boys ran over. Everyone had panda eyes, and it looked like they hadn't gotten a good night's sleep last night. Master Wu. The 5 men greeted each other. Wu Nai hummed. Looking at the 5 people's decrepit appearance, he knew that they must not have eaten breakfast. Pulling $100 out of his pocket. So who? Go out and get some breakfast and come back. 5 people looking at each other. So who's who? In the end it was the most diligent Tao Dashi who took the $100. Thank you, Master Wu. I'll go buy it. The reason why Wu Nai said that who was there was to get the other party who was diligent. The remaining 4 entered the room. Their second visit noticeably less restrained than the last. A few people briefly talked for a while, and soon Tao Dashi returned with 2 large pockets of buns. Wu Nai, how much did you buy here? Tao Dashi shook the buns in his hand. 100 ah. Master Wu, your buns here are really cheap. $1 apiece. Wu Nai was convinced. Who could eat 100 buns? Half an hour later, a shocking sight occurred. 5 boys had eaten 98 of them. He only ate 2 himself. Wu Nai, not you guys. How many days have you not eaten? The 5 rubbed their stomachs. Taking out 20 buns each was still quite stressful for them. But I can't help that the buns are so delicious. Zhang Le laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, Master Wu. When we take the city championship, the money for the buns will be deducted from the prize money. Wu Nai touched his chin. The city champion rewarded 5,000. But also not enough for 5 boys to build so every day. Eat up and hurry up and train. Wu Nai stood behind a few people, teaching on the spot. Without realizing it, Wu Nai heard the sound of his stomach rumbling at noon. Not 1, but 5 stomachs growled. Wu Nai was helpless. He didn't remember being this good at eating before he crossed over. The 5 of them endured their hunger, and none of them made a sound. But from the way they swallowed their saliva, it was evident that the hunger was all quite unbearable. Wu Nai once again pulled out $100 from his pocket. Then who? Go buy another 100 buns. Zhang Le swallowed his saliva. Master, we are not hungry. The others nodded in embarrassment. Wu Nai threw $100 to Zhang Le. Not hungry yet? I'm afraid you guys are going to eat me. A few people scratched their heads in embarrassment. Then Zhang Le took the money and went out to buy buns. 100 buns were bought and the scene was again devoured. It was a good thing that Wu Nai had taken out 3 of them first in advance. Otherwise he might not have been able to get any of them. Zhang Le said vaguely as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. Master Wu, come with us tomorrow. The tournament is in the gymnasium and the city champion will be decided that day. Wu Nai thought about the fact that he really didn't have anything to do tomorrow, and he couldn't surprise the 3 girls every day. It's also important to keep them calm for 2 days and surprised every day, so that they don't become immune after a while, and it's not good if he can't surprise them with anything he does. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. The 5 held up their buns and cheered. They were more stable with the Grand Master present, practicing until the end of the afternoon. Wu Nai didn't want the 3 girls to know about his training of the battle team in advance. then he rushed a few people away, while saving money on dinner. In the evening, Sha Lily came back from work and came to Wu Nai's room with a bath basket. Wu Nai saw the bath frame and thought of Shirley's comment last night about giving him a bath. Is this going to fulfill the promise? Lighten up. Be sure to be calm and never let the other person see that they are looking forward to it. In a serious tone, she asked, Lily, what are you going to do? Sha Lily said rightfully, a bath. Of course. Wu Nai gasped for more, and it was true. Then this time is also too early. What if Yu Qian and Bai Shui come over later? Shariari got into the bathroom and said through the door, the shower head in my room is broken, so I'll take a shower in your place. If they come, they come. Are you afraid of being watched by them? Wu Nai stood outside the door. You wash yourself? The bathroom resounded with the sound of water, and Shirley didn't hear Wu Nai's last words. It took nearly an hour of washing before the other man emerged from the bathroom with wet hair, with only a thin nightgown on her body. Her proud figure was hidden. Sha Lily said as she rubbed her hair. Moncler Outlet Online, my water heater over there is broken. Find someone to fix it for me tomorrow. As a landlord, it is natural to be responsible for a broken water heater. Okay, got it. You leave the key just in time to change your fingerprint locks tomorrow. Shariari looked through her clothes to find a spare key, only to realize she was wearing pajamas. Hurried into the bathroom again to get his clothes and toiletries out. Find the spare key from his pocket and place it on the table. Master that, thank you. Wu Nai waved his hand for the other to go, wearing a thin pajama to hang around in front of him. Wasn't this just to make him feel bad? Sha Lily opens the door and prepares to leave, just in time to run into Snowy, who has come over to deliver dinner. Bai Shui was surprised as she looked Sha Lily up and down. Could it be that you really gave Master Wu a bath? Sha Lily smiled badly and smoothed her long hair. Why? I'll do what I say. Next time it's your turn to wash it. You're not just paying lip service, are you? Bai Shui bit her lip and blushed slightly. Just wash it. Sha Lily left humming a little tune. Bai Shui walked into the house and blushed even more when she saw Wu Nai. Although she had seen a lot of male bodies due to her profession, she had never touched one. But no matter what, she couldn't lose to Sha Lily. Putting the rice on the table, she said sheepishly, Master, next time you want to take a bath let me know and I'll do it for you. Chapter 35, the game begins. Bai Shui was too simple. She believed whatever Sha Lily said. Didn't she see that he was dry all over him? Wu Nai, Grandpa is not to the point where he can't take care of himself and doesn't need your help with bathing. Snow pointed toward the door. So what's up with her? Wu Nai was speechless. She's fooling you. Don't you see that I'm dry all over? Snow suddenly realized. Cursing Sha Lily for being an asshole, Wu Nai asked for one of Snow's spare keys as well, so that they could change the locks together tomorrow. A normal operation like changing locks doesn't cause the three women to be surprised, so they don't get rewarded either. Wu Nai wasn't in a hurry, and anyway, there would be a long time to come. Is your sister Yu back? Since the locks are changed, of course, all of them should be changed again. And the spare key to Yu Qian's room is also needed. Bai Shui shook her head. No, it seems like Sister Yu is very busy these days. I haven't seen her for quite a while. Wu Nai let out a hem and began to eat the food that Bai Shui had brought. The little girl's cooking is getting better and better. It's just too hard to come back from work every day and have to cook. It would be easier for everyone if they got a babysitter. How do you take the opportunity of finding a babysitter to surprise three women, without giving away the babysitter's identity first? Let the three girls think they're looking for an older companion? Cancer patients get a temporary companion for their old age. This reasoning would surely surprise the three girls. Bai Shui carried the finished plate. Take an early rest. Grandpa, I'll go back first. Bai Shui's performance as a laborer reinforces Wu Nai's idea of finding a nanny. People were kind enough to take care of themselves, so he couldn't just lean on his old age and keep taking advantage of it. Good. Go back and rest early. Wu Nai got up and walked Bai Shui out the door, back to lie in bed until 8 o'clock. Yu Qian did not come back. Sleepy as hell, Wu Nai could only lie down and sleep. The next day when he woke up from sleep, Wu Nai went to knock on Yu Qian's room door again, and found that the other party unexpectedly did not come back last night. Did you work all night last night? Shaking his head, it looked like he would have to change the locks on the other two women first today. Ding! A text message beep was received before the phone was even confiscated. From Zhang Lu. Moncler, the match takes place at 8 o'clock. You mustn't be late. Wu Nai pressed the word, received, and sent it. Still have to finish up the race today. But luckily, the match was about Zhang Lu and the others, and he only had to go and sit and cheer. Go downstairs, take a cab, and go straight to the stadium. Getting to the location just after 7:40, no less than 1,000 people came to the scene. though none were older than 30. Many people were first surprised to see Wu Nai for a moment, and then thought that they might be accompanying their children. So they were not surprised. Master Wu. Zhang Li's 5 people found Wu Nai. The 5 also customized their uniforms to look like that. How's the preparation going? Any confidence in taking the title? Zhang Li flattered. Before, we only had a 30% chance of winning, but with you here, Master Wu, the win rate goes straight to 90%. Wu Nai deliberately checked the information. Fanghai City had a total of 64 offline teams participating in the competition this time. 2 by 2. You have to win 5 in a row to take the title. If you miss one of the 5, you miss out on the championship and lose the chance to compete at provincials. Cheer up. If we get the championship, I'll treat you guys to a nice dinner tonight out of my own pocket. Grandpa, we'll buy you dinner if you get the championship. The 5 men were very confident. Wu Nai followed a few people backstage. Municipal teams, and a game that just came out, have very few coaches, and a lot of everyone is a hobbyist. This was the reason why Zhang Lu and the others were confident in taking the title. Not only are they skilled, they are also a little more talented compared to the others. The most important point is that they have Master Wu. Another group of participants from Fanghai University saw Zhang Li's several people and came over to provoke them. The championship is ours, so you guys can forget about it. And the whole crappy uniform, which was bought for $5 apiece. Right? Zhang Lu and the others had ugly expressions. The other party was their biggest competitor in this competition. They'd had a few fights at school, with both sides winning and losing. Tao Dashi said disdainfully, Ma Feng, what strength do you have? Don't let us beat you to tears when the time comes. Ma Feng is exactly the name of the captain of the other side, dressed in a famous brand. At first glance is a rich second generation. Ma Feng scoffed, then I'll see you guys in the finals. Hopefully you'll make it to the finals. After Ma Feng and the others left, Zhang Li's 5 were still sulking. Wu Nai voiced out a reminder. The other party is here to mess with the mindset. If you guys are still angry, you're falling right into the other party's trap. Remember your goal is a national championship, not to beat a city team. The 5 raised their spirits at once. Zhang Li nodded his head vigorously. Master Wu is right. Our goal is the national championship. There's no need to get angry with them. The remaining 4 were emotionally infected. Wu Nai smiled. That's right. At 8 o'clock, the draw game began. Wu Nai stands backstage, watching the match. In the first inning of the first game, Zhang Lu and the others went very well. The first team to beat their opponents in a 32-team tournament. The 5 of them excitedly ran to Wu Nai's side. They have to wait for the remaining groups to finish before they can play their next match. Wu Nai said lightly, calm down. You can only get the final victory if you are not proud of the victory or discouraged by the defeat. After saying the words, Wu Nai himself froze. He now speaks how really a grandpa tone, but he was only in his 20s inside, just like the young man in front of him, Zhang Lu and the others. However, listened attentively and did not find it strange in the slightest. Obediently, he replied, understood, Master Wu. The third game ended quickly. Wu Nai observed that the strength of the youth squad called Ma Feng was truly extraordinary, and that each win was easy. If we follow the normal flow of the tournament, the finals could really run into each other. After Wu Nai's reminder of the next 2 victories, the players did not get cocky and celebrate with excitement. Ma Feng once again came before Wu Nai and the others. Tao Dashi stared up with bull's eyes. What else do you want? Ma Feng grunted. Aren't you guys participating in the competition for the $5,000 prize? How about I give you 10,000 and you admit defeat? Asterisk 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 you. Old me likes your $10,000? Tao Dashi turned on the wild spraying mode. Wu Nai realized that the honest Tao Dashi turned out to be the one with the hottest temper. Ma Feng compared 2 fingers. 20,000. You know that the provincial champion only gets a 20,000 reward. As long as you admit defeat, $20,000 is now yours. Wu Nai quietly looked at the 5 team members. All the choices were in their hands. He could understand if he chose to ask for money. After all, as a school party, $20,000 is really quite a lot. Zhang Lu and the others looked at each other, then simultaneously raised their middle fingers towards Ma Feng. Keep your stinking money to yourself. We want the championship. Ma Feng smiled disdainfully and stuck his hands in his pockets. Alright, don't know what's good for you. I'd like to see how you'll win the championship. Then left the crowd with a backdrop. Chapter 36, Suffering a Backstabbing. Tao Dashi looked at Ma Feng's back. That guy must be holding something bad again. Wu Nai did appreciate a few people's not wanting cash for the title. Go ahead and win the other team at the tournament more than anything. Alright Master Wu. You'll see. 5 people are full of confidence. The 4th game started and the scene entered into a tense atmosphere. Wu Nai looked at the projected images of the match on the big screen, and it was true that there was no shortage of talented people at any given time. The opponents in this one were already very strong, and Zhang Lu and the others obviously didn't play as easily as they did in the first 3 sets. After nearly 30 minutes of fighting, Zhang Lu and the others finally defeated their opponents. The 5 hugged each other excitedly. If they took the last set, they would be city champions. On the other side, Ma Feng's team also defeated their opponents and advanced to the finals. Ma Feng glanced at Zhang Lu and the others who were celebrating from afar, and his nose hummed softly. Are you happy? You'll end up being a stepping stone for them, won't you? The host took the stage for a bit of hot commentary as it went to the finals. Please take a short break for both groups. The finals will be held starting at 2 p.m. Wu Nai glanced at the time, not realizing that it was already 11 o'clock. To the 5 members of the team, he said, let's go. The big man will treat you to a meal at noon. The 4 cheered and celebrated. Only one person said with some embarrassment, I won't be there. My dad and my mom are taking me to lunch at noon, so there's no way I can eat with you guys. Zhang Lu patted the other's shoulder. Doggy, you mustn't be late this afternoon. The dog assured. Don't worry, just eat around the neighborhood. So Wu Nai took the remaining 4 people and found a buffet nearby. I'm sure a couple of people could eat their way back into it anyway, and it saves the hassle of ordering. During the meal, several of the men also seemed very excited to be the city champions soon after all. The hard work they put in finally paid off. Wu Nai couldn't compare to the appetite of these young people, and after simply eating 2 bites, he felt propped up, and even wanted to go to the restroom a little bit. Sigh helplessly. Really old man ass loose. Do everything not hit ah. After eating, the crowd returned to the stadium and practiced a little more because there was still time. It wasn't until 1:30 that the dogs, who said they were going to dinner with their parents, returned to the meeting. Tao Dashi said, thought you wouldn't make it back in time. The dog just laughed twice and joined the crew for another fight. At 1:58, the hosts took the stage again. I've kept everyone waiting. The much-anticipated King Pesticide Fanghai City Finals are about to begin. Both teams are from our own Fontainebleau University, the MLB team and the BMW team. Tao Dashi muttered below. MLB, Malurbi, it must be Ma Feng that named it, and the moral of their BMW name is don't touch me. The scene was filled with cheers. Not realizing that Team Zhanlu already had their fans, the host shouted, please welcome the 2 teams to the stage. Go for it. The 5 players cheered each other on. On the other side, Ma Feng also led 4 players to the stage. Ma Feng looked at Zhang Li's 5 people and revealed a bad smile. Seeing Ma Feng's bad smile, Wu Nai had a bad feeling and didn't know what the problem was. The stage was left to the 5 players to face. With the host's cry, let the game begin, both sides went into the selection process. Asterisk 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 how do you pick an assassin? Dog? When the team practiced, it was never Zhang Lu who played the assassin while the dog played the shooter. Contest rules do not allow for the exchange of cell phones. The dog's expression was hard to read. I'm sorry, I ordered the wrong one. Zhang Lu, as the captain, immediately said, it's okay, I'll pick the shooter. We still have a chance to win. Thus, Zhang Lu could only choose a shooter that he was not good at. Seeing the commotion on this side, Ma Feng's bad smile became even more obvious. Wu Nai finally realized what the problem was. Something was wrong with the dogs on the team. 80% of them were bribed by Ma Feng while they were eating at noon. $20,000 won't make 5 guys give up on winning the title, but it will make one of them go completely rogue. The dog's equivalent of 5 men's honor for his own $20,000. At this point, it was too late to remind the other 4 players, as Zhang Lu had already picked the shooter that he was not good at. Wu Nai shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the victory had been decided. King's Pesticide is supposed to be a game of 5-player teamwork. And now, one person is using a bad hero and the other is a traitor. There is absolutely no chance of winning, unless one person plays superbly and carries the other 4. But the other side is not ordinary, and this basically won't happen. The host shouted over the microphone. Both sides have finished picking their heroes, and the battle will begin immediately. Zhang Li's 4 hadn't realized the severity of the problem, simply thinking that the dog had chosen the wrong hero. Come on, we can still win this way. Tao rejoiced. Go for it. Those losers. Only the dog was muffled, silently operating his cell phone. The result was the start of the game, when the dog made one mistake after another, burying all the advantages that the other 4 had managed to gain. It confirms the saying that one is not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. The dog was undoubtedly the piggybacker. The other four kept reminding the dog not to make any more mistakes, but it was as if the dog didn't hear them and continued his enigmatic maneuvers. It directly confused the other four people. The game was completely over in less than 15 minutes. Ma Fong got up and pointed at Tao Dashi. Little Thane, are you convinced? Who are you saying has no strength? Tao Dashi was almost exasperated, looking angrily at the dog sitting beside him. He didn't even know what to scold the other party for. The dog looked pitifully at his four teammates. I'm sorry, I'm not in shape today. The five men got off the stage and came to Wu Nai with their heads hanging down. Master Wu, we've let you down. Wu Nai gave the dog a parting glance. Soothingly, he said, it's okay, it's not like the contest will only be held this once. Zhang Li's voice choked, but we almost became champions. The reason why Wu Nai didn't immediately dismantle the dog was to prevent a few people from becoming emotionally unstable and doing something impulsive at the competition site. Come on, let's go outside. Wu Nai wanted to leave, but someone didn't want them to. Ma Fong led his team to run in front of a few people once again, flaunting his power. Zhang Lu, Tao Dashi, you remember, you're just a younger brother when you play the game, and in the future, keep your heads down and behave in school. Zhang Lu and the others glared angrily. Tao Dashi, grass, won a game of the game put you crazy. Dare to single, lost called fathers. In addition to Zhang Lu and the team, Tao Dashi had the best skills, and Ma Fong was by no means his opponent in single combat. Ma Fong put on a look that looked down on Tao Dashi. Want to fight alone? How do you deserve it? We're the city's overall champions. Wu Nai had wanted to take his people away first and not create a conflict in the stadium. But this horse wind is more or less not open nah. Chapter 37, do you want a companion or not? Both sides are at swords drawn. Wu Nai suddenly used the mouth of honesty to ask Ma Fong, do you think you won honorably? Ma Fong blurted out, dishonorable. I bought off the dog with $20,000. One moment. Everyone on both teams froze. Even the bribed dog didn't know what to do. Zhang Li's four looked at the dog suspiciously, wanting it to give a statement. They were unwilling to believe in their hearts that someone would be bribed. Wu Nai honestly asked the dog, did you take his money? The dog's heart wanted very much to deny it, but his mouth couldn't help but answer, take it. The scene fell silent. After a few seconds, Tao Dashi reacted and pointed at the dog and cursed, you are really a dog. Betrayed your brother. The dog's expression was ugly. At this moment he didn't even react to why he had told the truth. It's impossible to deny it now. Yes, I did accept $20,000 from Ma Fong. Sorry, okay. Tao Dashi went up and fired a little cannon, directly knocking the dog over. Apologizing ing works. What am I doing with a long fist? Then he rushed up and banged two more kicks into the dog's stomach. Zhang Lu hurriedly pulled Tao Dashi back. Fighting the dog now would only make a joke out of Ma Feng's group. Wu Nai had expected a fight, but it seemed he had overthought it. Zhang Lu still had some sense in him as the captain. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, Ma Fong wanted to quietly lead the people away. Tao Dashi shouted, we can't let them go. They cheated. Match scores can't be counted. Wu Nai sighed. If grades could not be counted, he would have revealed the two long ago. It's not like the other guy is open. It's impossible for the game to not count if it's being played normally. Ma Fong spread out his hands. If you don't like it, go and sue. See if the organizing committee will care about you. After saying that, he swaggered away with his men. Wu Nai then followed Zhang Lu and the others to find the organizing committee. Things were as he thought they would be. Since it was the first time they organized a tournament and they had little experience, they didn't know how to handle a situation like buying out their opponents. Presumably that means, pay attention next time. You can't change it this time. Wu Nai and the four drooping boys left the stadium, and the dog had run off somewhere by now. Tao Dashi cursed, grass. Where's the dog? Zhang Lu, running away. Tao Dashi, marred. I'll go back and publicize all the good things he's done, so that he can't hold his head up in school from now on. What happened between children? Wu Nai was not really in the mood to get involved in right now. Well, from now on you guys study hard and come back for the next tournament. The four men were muffled. They had eaten more than 200 buns from Master Wu, and they were still thinking about getting the bonus compensation. It turned out to be nothing and a traitor. Waving goodbye to a few people, Wu Nai heads to the market, and not winning the title doesn't affect him too much. Nothing less than a couple of surprise rewards for the three girls. He had quite a few things to do today. Took a taxi to the market. First looked for a fingerprint lock seller. $500 a set of package door-to-door installation. Wu Nai bought 4 sets straight away. Make an appointment for the home installation and proceed to the home service center. Hello Grandpa, how can I help you? A staff member in his 40s rose to greet him. This agency not only introduces all kinds of jobs, but also matchmaking services. Are you looking for an elderly companion? Sir, we have several new young ones registered here. Wunai, how young? Only the early 60s. Nothing wrong with it. The bride price is only 88,000. And then give her 5,000 a month as pocket money. Wunai laughed a little. Do we still have to find a nanny to serve her? The staff wore a smile. Get a babysitter or you can serve yourself. People aren't that particular. Wunai inquired with honesty. Is she related to you in any way? She's my old aunt. After saying that, the salesperson immediately regretted how she had told the truth. Wunai erupted. It's your old aunt, that's right. After all, you're not looking for an old companion for her. You're trying to find her a big wrong seed. Wunai turned around and left the agency. Having seen black, not so black, it was even more beautiful than Zhao Guifang thought. After a few steps, I once again came across an agency. It's a bit larger and more formal looking than just now. Inside, a young girl with glasses greets. Can I help you? Sir? Wunai suddenly realized that the Moncler outlet store name is strange. The 40-something can call him a grandpa, and the 20-something can still call him a grandpa. This time Wunai went straight to the point, looking for a babysitter. The young receptionist kept a smile on her face. Grandpa looking for a nanny to our place is right. We have the most formal nanny here. May I ask what your request is? Wunai thought for a moment. What more could a nanny ask for? Cooks well, knows how to do housework, and that's about it. The receptionist smiled faintly. I'm asking, Moncler, what are your requirements for age, looks, and body shape? Wunai, are you sure you're referring a regular nanny? He'd seen those so-called in-home nannies online, doing what was really a service to the man of the house. The receptionist assured me again and again, we are definitely regular, so you can rest assured that there is absolutely no mess. Then the receptionist pulled out a booklet with many pictures of women. It ranges from 20 to 40 years old. Which one do you favor, Moncler? I'll call the person to show you. This scene couldn't help but remind Wunai of the time when he was in Red Romance, looking for Sha Li. The other side seems to be saying the same thing. Which one do you like to call for you? Wunai flipped through the atlas and suddenly saw a familiar face inside. Seeing Wunai pause, the receptionist hurriedly introduced him. Grandpa, you are so discerning. This auntie has the best service. She is our gold medal nanny here and has never gotten a bad review. Wunai looked to the bottom of the information introduced. Lu Mei, age 45. 3 years of work, 5-star gold medal nanny. Monthly salary of 5,008. Wunai, then call her out and see. The female receptionist hurriedly pulled out her phone to make contact. When the contact was finished, he poured hot water for Wunai again. Just a moment. Sir, it'll be there in 5 minutes. Is there anything else you need? Sir? Wunai, you're not going to introduce me to my old partner too, are you? Ha ha ha. The female receptionist laughed dryly twice. She did have this idea. But now, listening to the other party's meaning is definitely not needed. A glass of water was not finished when the door to the agency's room was pushed open. A plainly dressed woman walked in, looking exactly like she did in the photo. The female receptionist stood up and introduced herself. Master, this is Sister Lu. Sister Lu, this is the grandpa who wants to find a babysitter. Wunai looked closely at Lu Mei's face, which looked even more evocative in person than in the photo. When the other party was young, they definitely had a 7% resemblance to Bai Shui. Chapter 38. Second meeting. Lu Mei noticed the older gentleman in front of her checking himself out, looking down to see what he was wearing. No problem? Does the old man like to dress a little more stylishly? Sir, is there a problem? Wunai, I see you look like someone. Lu Mei erupted. She didn't look like a human. Was she going to look like an animal? In the back of your mind though, what your employer says must be right. Sir, you have a great eye. Wunai had wanted to ask the other party if they had a long-lost daughter, but looking at the other party's behavior, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Do you have any requirements for the work environment? Lu Mei laughed. As long as there is a place to stay. 914 would have had 2 bedrooms, just another for the other to rest in. This is followed by the signing of a contract with no time limit. That is, both parties can file for termination at any time. Wunai told Lu Mei the address. Since the other person had to go back and pack his personal belongings, he couldn't go home with him. Wunai didn't care. It wasn't that bad for a while anyway. Leaving the agency, he went to the market to buy some more food. And in the future, this kind of grocery shopping would also be done by Lu Mei. It's the same young woman's stall from last time. The young woman greeted Wunai warmly when she saw him. Grandpa, here we go again. What are you having today? Wu Nai didn't expect the other party to remember him. Then again, quite a few days had passed. Then, have some cucumber eggplant peppers. The young woman revealed the unique smile of a young woman. Master is buying so many vegetables again today? The mouth was talking but the hands were not idle. My family really did do a lot better business following what you taught me last time. And I was looking for a chance to thank you. Consider today's food our treat. Wu Nai realized. No wonder the other party still remembered him. So he had listened to his advice. How is this good? Fill me up with some more peas pegs. Without saying a word, the young woman simply stuffed a large pocket. With both hands, he handed the dish to Wu Nai and said sincerely, Master, you can come and get whatever you want to eat from now on. My husband has said that you are the nobleman of my family, and that we have combined our fortunes. Hearing this, Wu Nai smiled. Everyone likes the young woman. No one likes the young woman her husband. So it looks like you're going to have to change your mind. Good. Go for it. Sooner or later you guys will be making over $10,000 a month. $10,000 was still quite a lot of money at this time. And most people only made $2,000 or $3,000 a month. At the other party's strong request, Wu Nai did not pay and just took the food and left. Arrived at home downstairs just as Lu Mei called. She also arrived. The two agreed to meet at the neighborhood gate and prepare to go home together. After meeting Lu Mei, who was only carrying a travel bag, so Wu Nai carrying the dishes and immediately went forward to help take them. Uncle Wu, from now on, I'll do things like grocery shopping. Finally, one that doesn't call himself a grandpa. Wu Nai smiled and handed the dish to the other party. A sudden thought surprised the three women. As the two walked inside, Wu Nai asked, What does your husband do? Lu Mei, he died of cancer 8 years ago. The reason why Wu Nai asked what the other party's husband did was actually secretly to find out if the other party had a husband. After all, the next plan required the other party to cooperate with the act. Sigh, cancer is really hard to treat. And I have it. Wu Nai didn't say he had terminal cancer. Having gained 4 years of life expectancy before and after, he's definitely turning into a mid-stage cancer instead of a terminal one by now. I just never went back to the hospital for another checkup. Lu Mei showed a surprised expression and at the same time understood why the other party was looking for a nanny. Uncle, what about your body? Wu Nai waved his hand. Don't worry. You won't be able to get off the job for a while. Lu Mei, I didn't mean that. Wu Nai smiled. Don't worry. Uncle has already looked away. But I want to beg you for one thing. Lu Mei nodded her head in a hurry. Uncle, you say, as a professional nanny, it is natural to fulfill all reasonable requests of the employer. Wu Nai looked up at the residential building. As for Uncle, he has never married in his life and is childless. But there are 3 tenants who care for me very much. So I'd like you to disguise yourself as, well, the old companion I'm looking for. So the 3 girls won't worry. Do you think that's okay? Another $200 a month added to your paycheck. Lu Mei absolutely did not expect that Wu Nai would mention this kind of request. After a little thought he nodded his head in agreement. Uncle, there's no need to increase the salary. I'll cooperate with you. Wu Patience Zhong was delighted. It's done. Take Lu Mei back home and arrange a place for her to stay. Just waiting for the 3 girls to return in the evening to carry out his plan for a fake old companion. I don't know the other side. Yu Qian, Bai Shui and Xia Lili are having a meeting at a cafe. This is also the second group meeting of the Going All the Way program. Yu Qian, from the diagnosis. Wu's deadline is just a few days away. What are your thoughts? Xia Lili, I look at the state of mind of Moncler Dudown Moncler. Another 10 days and a half months should not be a problem. Will the last diagnosis is not allowed? Bai Shui shook her head. Master Wu was hospitalized in our hospital and had another checkup. The results were the same as the last diagnosis. There is absolutely no mistake. Xia Lili was not happy. So what? You think Master Wu has to die in the next 2 days or so? After so many things, Xia Lili truly didn't want anything to happen to Wu Nai, and she also truly regarded Wu Nai as her elder. Bai Shui hurriedly explained. I didn't mean it like that. I don't want anything to happen to Master Wu either. Yu Qian, don't argue. Now we have to think about what we can do for Master Wu in the end. Xia Lili picked up the drink in front of her and leaned her body against the backrest. Snow dangled, the straw tangled in his mouth. No one can think of anything they can do for Moncler Outlet Store Wu. In the end, it was Yu Qian who spoke first. What does the master lack? Bai Shui pursed her lips. If you want to eat and drink, it seems like there's no shortage of anything. Xia Lili's eyes lit up. I know. Master Wu is short of women. The other 2 women showed contemptuous expressions, thinking that Xia Lili was talking nonsense again. Xia Lili explained. You don't understand men in this, do you? What man lacks a woman? And Master Wu has been alone all his life and has never looked for a woman. So you guys just tell me if he's lacking, right? Yu Qian Bai Shui had an odd expression. Both felt that what Xia Lili said was crooked, yet somewhat reasonable. Snowy, but who would want to follow Master Wu in his physical state? Xia Lili tapped the table. Why don't I find him an experienced one? Give him one last ride? Yu Qian wide eyes. Xia Lili said experienced. Nothing more than engaged in years of selling silver work. Wu's physical state and excitement can easily pass, but also really send him the last ride. No, this method will never work. Xia Lili's body leaned back into the chair again. Then what do you think we can do for Master Wu? The three men fell silent again. At this moment they were still thinking that Wu Nai was returning to the light and that was why he appeared so healthy. Bai Shui whispered, why don't we go back and ask Master Wu what he wants? Chapter 39, so it's not. The three women returned to the neighborhood with trepidation. Came to the door of Master Wu's house just about to knock. The door to the room suddenly opened and Lu Mei came out of it carrying a garbage bag. She was about to go downstairs to throw the garbage. Both sides froze as they met. Lu Mei asked suspiciously, may I ask who you are? Xia Lili looked up at the door number. 914 is right. It's Master Wu's house. Wu Nai overheard the conversation from his room. Immediately put on your shoes and come to the door. Seeing that all three women were outside, he was overjoyed. Coughing lightly, ahem. Let me introduce you guys. This is my new old partner. Just call her Aunt Lu. Lu Mei. These are the three tenants I told you about. Lu Mei played along with the act, her face busy with a smile. Hello, you guys. Ding. Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Ding. Receives surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Ding. Receiving surprise from Xia Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Wu Nai inwardly laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Little sorts are still not surprised to death you guys. Another half a year of life expectancy. Yu Qian. Several people looked at each other. What's going on? They were just thinking of introducing an elderly companion to Mr. Wu. And then they found one on their own? And the aunt in front of her is obviously much younger than Mr. Wu. When did Master Wu become so attractive? Lu Mei greeted. You guys go inside and chat. I'll go downstairs and take out the trash. Oh, the confused three women hurriedly got out of the way. When Lu Mei left, the three women immediately crowded into the room. Xia Lili, Master Wu Yulaina, bored to do great things. When hooked up, Yu Qian frowned. How did you guys meet? Master Wu? Does she know about you? As a police officer, Yu Qian considered things more comprehensively. She was worried that the auntie just now was a liar and knew that Master Wu was not going to live long. So she had a bad idea. Snow, however, did not speak. When she saw that aunt just now, her heart couldn't help but tremble. It felt as if the two had known each other for a long time. The system rewards had been obtained. And Wu Nai smiled as he sat down on the chair. What about fate? It's always so wonderful. Don't worry, Lu Mei won't be a problem. From now on she'll be responsible for taking care of my food and living. So you guys don't have to worry about me every day. Xia Lili curiously asked. Just hurry up and tell us. Master Wu, how did you guys meet? Wu Nai laughed. There was no point in continuing to deceive. Wu Nai said truthfully, actually, she is the nanny I found, cooking and cleaning up the house for me every day. The three women looked at each other. Shirley, oops, for nothing I got excited for you. Thought you were on your deathbed and suddenly wanted to open up. Wu Nai looked at Xia Lili. What pro? Xia Lili hurriedly covered her mouth. How could she get excited and say what was in her heart? Yu Qian glanced at Xia Lili with eyes like an idiot. It's good for Master Wu to find a nanny. After all, we're all busy during the day and not at home. So we're relieved to have someone to take care of you. Yu Qian and Xia Lili saw that nothing was going on, so they went back to their own homes. And Snow didn't leave, sitting quietly in his chair. Wu Nai realized just now that this girl was not in the right state. What's wrong? Bai Shui raised her head as if electrocuted. I'm fine, Master Wu. Is it okay if I want to eat at your house at night? This small request, Wu Nai naturally agreed to it wholeheartedly. Not long after, Lu Mei and another man returned. Lu Mei said, Uncle Wu, this man says he's from Unlock. Wu Nai almost forgot that he had made an appointment with the store that sells locks to come over at the end of the day to change all the rooms with smart locks. Alright, Bai Shui, you lead the master first, and change the locks on all three of your rooms. Bai Shui's gaze rested on Lu Mei intentionally. Got it, Grandpa? I'll take him there now. Could it be that Bai Shui had also realized that she and Lu Mei looked a bit alike? When Bai Shui led the people away, Wu Nai still couldn't help but ask Lu Mei who was preparing to cook. Little Lu, do you have children? Lu Mei moved nimbly to prepare the meal, slightly sidelining her head. Yes, my son is about the same age as these three girls. Wu Nai asked again. So you're just one child? Lu Mei nodded down uncertainly. Yeah, this one is enough to tire me out. Wu Nai sighed helplessly. It seemed that both he and Bai Shui had overthought things. It just looks similar. It doesn't matter. The door locks of the other three households had just been installed, and Lu Mei had already prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Smiling, he brought the meal to the table. Uncle Lu, taste my handiwork. Does it match your appetite? Just by smelling the aroma, Wu Nai knew that the flavor couldn't be wrong. Wait a minute. A moment later, Bai Shui, that girl, eat with us. Soon, Bai Shui led the installer back and finally replaced Wu Nai's room door with a new smart lock as well. The three men then sat down at the table together. Bai Shui continued to look at Lu Mei on the side intentionally or unintentionally. Wu Nai sighed. If only Lu Mei was really Bai Shui's real mom. Lu Mei also liked the quiet-looking girl. The child is eating. Don't just look at me. Bai Shui suddenly clenched her fists and her eyes became incredibly determined. Wu Nai knew that Shirayuki was finally unable to hold back. Next, Bai Shui asked, Aunt Lu, do you have children? Lu Mei first looked at Wu Nai and then at Bai Shui. Was the question of whether she had a child important? Why is she being asked this question? Yeah, there's a son. Snow followed up with. So that's the only child you have? Lu Mei was even more bewildered. If a question that could be said to be coincidental. 2 questions asking the exact same thing. So there must be something else going on. Lu Mei first ascertained that she had only one son, and then inquired of Bai Shui. Why are you asking me this question? Bai Shui forced out a smile. It's fine. I just asked. Wu Nai hurriedly changed the subject, not letting Bai Shui continue to be upset. That male doctor didn't continue to pester you, did he? Shirayuki sniffled and put a lighter tone to her voice. He's avoiding me when he sees me now. Afraid that I'll spill the beans about him. Wu Nai nodded down. That's good. Lu Mei deserves to be a gold medal nanny, cooking with all the colors and flavors. After eating, Snow returned to her room. Wu Nai, on the other hand, went back to the house to rest, not having to care about cleaning up the dishes at all. DDT. I had just laid down when my cell phone rang. Seeing that the incoming call was from Zhang Lu, Wu Nai thought that this kid, who couldn't bear the result of losing the match, called for consolation. Hit the answer button. Go ahead and cry. You have 5 minutes. Zhang Li's side froze. Master Wu, why am I crying? I'm telling you good news. The King Pesticide Organizing Committee informed us that the rules have changed and that both the first and second place finishers will be able to compete in the provincial competition. We've advanced. Chapter 40, 2 minutes. It's really true that when the car gets to the mountain, there will be a mountain in the dark. A situation that was already doomed to elimination managed to allow these boys to advance. And what's the bonus? No bonus. Zhang Li's tone on his side was a bit awkward. Wu Nai, alright, you guys don't want to get caught playing games by the teacher again, or I won't go to school and embarrass myself again. Zhang Lu hurriedly assured. Aha, sure. The provincial competition is also taking place in our Fanhai city. As Fanhai was the capital city of the province, it was natural for the provincial competition to be held here. What are you going to do about the crew? The dog betrayal let the other 4 were not expected. Although after the return, Taodashi the dog's son did the dog thing proclaimed everyone knows. But the team was also missing a player, and they were down to 5 guys with no substitutes. Zhang Li said in a supplicating tone, Master Wu, the provincial competition will take place next Sunday, and we really can't find any team members, so why don't you do it yourself? Wu Nai, you're asking me, a 60-something, to play with you 20-somethings? Wu Nai could even think of that image. I'm afraid that he would be the center of attention in the room before the match even started. Zhang Lu was on the verge of crying over there, but Master Wu, you know how hard it is to find talented players, and joining us would offend Ma Feng, so even more so, no one would want to get involved. Master Wu, count on me to beg you, have mercy on our 4 children. A song of gratitude for you, said Zhang Lu, who was about to start singing. Wu Nai hurriedly shouted to stop. I'm going to sleep soon. Are you singing to give me nightmares? Let's talk about it then. Zhang Lu immediately climbed up the pole. Alright Master Wu, I'll tell the 3 of them that you'll be on the next game. Hello? Without waiting for Wu Nai to speak, the opposite party had already hung up. Wu Nai shook his head. It was good to get on the field. The 3 girls would be surprised to know. Before 8 o'clock, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, just after opening his eyes, Lu Mei had already prepared breakfast, cooked a pot of rice porridge and made 2 light side dishes. Last night Lu Mei did not sleep well all night. She was wondering why. I'll asked her how many children. The first sight of snow also reminded her of someone. It was her long-dead sister. More than 10 years ago, my sister lost her daughter in an accident and searched for years in vain, eventually died of depression. But their old home was thousands of kilometers away from the Sea of Fong, and there was no way snow could have been the child. Wu Nai finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. You don't always have to be at home to keep watch. Just come back at the right time to cook. Lu Mei snapped back from her thoughts. She realized she had really come across a good employer. Those employers in the past hated to find work for her without work, while Uncle Wu surprisingly let her do whatever she wanted. Dang dang. There was a knock on the door of the room. Lu Mei rushed to open the door. Outside the room stood Shalili. Hey, Master Wu, I've come to rub breakfast in my face. Wu Nai blankly stared. I'll tell you the password in a while, so don't knock on the door from now on. Shalili sat down next to Wu Nai and served herself a bowl of porridge. Does Master Wu have time today? Take you out for a walk? Wu Nai inquired with honesty. What exactly do you want? Shalili immediately answered truthfully. Meng Hong doesn't know what means she used, but she actually made Manager Bai not kick her out. So I want you to make a trip and talk to Manager Bai again. Otherwise Meng Hong would definitely still be working against me. When she finished speaking, Shalili froze. Is her head on the wagon? How could she tell the truth? It seems like she really didn't sleep well last night. Wu Nai didn't answer the other party right away whether he was going or not. There's only that one way a woman can get a man to change his mind. Looks like Meng Hong didn't put up much of a fight in bed. Now that it was out of her mouth, Shalili simply let go. Blinking her big, pitiful eyes, she looked at Wu Nai. Master Wu, please, accompany me on a trip. Will you? Or else I'll be bullied. Shalili's voice was soft and numb. Lu Mei, who was listening next to her, had a strange expression on her face. Those who know are begging Wu Nai to do something. Those who don't know think that the little baby is pampered and cute. Wu Nai got goosebumps. Shalili was still trying to hold his arm and shake it, and Wu Nai hastily withdrew his arm. Stop, can't I go? He. Shalili was happy with the way Manager Bai treated Master Wu last time. As long as Master Wu shows up, Manager Bai will surely be good enough to get rid of Meng Hong. After eating and greeting Lu Mei, Wu Nai was pulled out the door by Shalili, took a cab to the sales office, which was not busy in the morning. Inside sat the sales staff. Shalili asked a female co-worker, is Manager White here yet? The female co-worker nudged toward the office inside and lowered her voice. It's in the office with Meng Hong. Shalili, marred. Serving the lords in the morning. She doesn't mind. The female co-worker smiled and didn't reply. After all, one was the manager and the other was the lover in front of the manager. She wouldn't dare to say anything like Shalili. Shalili returned to Wu Nai's side. What do you say, Master Wu? Do we rush in now and ruin their day? Wu Nai smacked his lips. The bad guys are more or less over the top. Manager White had always treated him respectfully, in case the good deed was crashed, resulting in lower body dysfunction. I can't even feel good about myself. Have a drink of water and wait a while. Shalili, what if they're in there pounding away for an hour? After saying this, Shalili again asked her female co-worker, how long have they been in there? The female co-worker held up 2 fingers. It hasn't been in there long. About 2 minutes. The words were just finished. With a click, the door to Manager White's office room opened. Meng Hong straightened her collar and walked out of the office. Shalili blurted out, I'll be damned. Manager White has such a short time. The female co-worker was outright amused. Meng Hong looked over at the sound and frowned when she saw Shalili. She wasn't ousted, though, and her supervisor's status was still taken away from her by Shalili. So it's also important not to reprimand each other in a leadership tone. A heavy grunt escaped his nose. What belongs to me, I will take back. Meng Hong spoke in a not-so-low voice, and the dozens of staff in the sales hall heard it. Everyone looked at Shalili at the same time. Shalili wouldn't spoil her, and immediately said loudly, how powerful you are. You made Manager Bai soften in 2 minutes. The staff in the hall all understand the meaning of Shalili's words. Want to laugh but do not dare to laugh out loud. One suffocated face read. Meng Hong was furious and raised her hand to point at Shalili. Say that again if you have the guts. Manager Bai walked out of the office at this time, his voice stern. What's all the noise about if you're not working properly? Chapter 41. Manager Bai's spirit was shaken when he saw Wu Nai beside Shalili, quickly running closer. How come the Grand Master has time to come over and play today? Shalili laughed softly from the side, and sure enough, when she brought Moncler Outlet Online Wu, Manager Bai immediately made a 180-degree turnaround in his attitude. Wu Nai carried his hands behind his back. It wasn't because Lily said you didn't transfer Meng Hong, so I came over to take a look. Manager White had an awkward expression. He was trying to transfer Meng Hong, but that night Meng Hong found him. All 18 martial arts were used on him, and he was so comfortable that he simply didn't want to let Meng Hong go. Grandpa, listen to me explain. Wu Nai inquired with honesty. What do you really think? Meng Hong also came over from a distance, wanting to hear how Manager Bai would answer. She had done a lot of unspeakable things for the other party. Manager Bai blurted out, I just want to keep Meng Hong by my side. It's not easy to find a woman who lives well for free and also pays back. When Manager Bai finished speaking, the entire sales department was shocked. Dozens of salesmen opened their mouths wide. Manager Bai can really dare to say this kind of thing, dares to say it to the face. Meng Hong was almost outright pissed off. Is this how you stand in Manager White's heart? She thought the other guy really liked her, but ended up using her as a fall guy. Shalili wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at Meng Hong through her nostrils. Humph. You know what you are, don't you? Manager Bai had been shocked speechless. Again this feeling. What the other asked he could not control to answer the other. Could it be that because he didn't listen to the master, the other side planted the compulsion on him again? Meng Hong angrily went up and grabbed the white manager's shirt. You give me a clear explanation. What exactly am I to you? Manager Bai was panicking in his heart. How could he have time to deal with this crazy woman? And everything that happened was because of her. Waving Meng Hong's palm away. Get the hell out of here. Meng Hong stood unsteadily and almost fell to the ground. There were no staff around to help assist. When Meng Hong was the supervisor, he hadn't bullied them much, but they just dared to be angry at that time. It's kind of them not to fall on their sword nowadays. Meng Hong struggled to stabilize her body. Okay, surname Bai. You wait for me. I'm going to find your wife now. If there was anyone Manager Bai was most afraid of, besides the master in front of him, it was the tigress in his family. Cheating on your wife should never be allowed. Raising his palm, he directly slapped Meng Hong. If you dare to do that, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in Fanghai. It's already happened. Manager White no longer cares about being known by his men. His own little life is important. If he didn't satisfy the master, he might not even be around for the rest of his life. Meng Hong cried and ran out of the sales department, and Manager Bai just looked at it and didn't go after it. Instead, he forced a smile. Grandpa, let's go into the office and talk slowly. The two had already fallen out, and the mission was considered complete. So Wu Nai didn't want to continue wasting time here. The office will be out of bounds, so you'll be on your own from now on. Wu Nai deliberately said the words more heavily so that the other party would be more fearful in their hearts. Manager Bai really panicked and hurriedly said, Don't, master. What about my compulsion if you leave? At this moment, he thought that it was Wu Nai who had God forbid put a compulsion on him again. Wu Nai, as long as you behave yourself, after half a month, it will automatically disappear. White manager at this time cannot wait to pump their own two mouths. Good obedience cannot prefer to fool around with Meng Hong. This time not only is it possible for the tigress of the family to know that there is something wrong with her body again. Wu Nai looked at Xia Lili. Things are settled. I'll leave first. Xia Lili secretly gave Wu Nai a thumbs up. Kawa kawa. This aura. If not their understanding of Master Wu, even she would have to think that it is really a master. There's another reason why Wu Nai is leaving. On his way here Yu Qian called him and wanted to ask him to go to the police station to do a favor. Looks like he's going to have to take a trip to the next city over. Being sent out the door respectfully by Manager Bai, Wu Nai directly took a car and headed to the police station. The car had just arrived and Yu Qian was already waiting for him at the gate. Wu Nai, what is it? Yu Qian pulled open the car door. Grandpa, let's talk on the way. The one who drove the car was police officer Zhang, and Wu Nai still had some impression of him. Xiao Zhang also remembers Moncler Outlet. 3 words to get a serial killer to talk. It's hard not to remember. The doors close and the vehicle starts right up. Only then did Yu Qian tell the reason why she begged Wu Nai lie. The son of the richest man in the next city, Sha Jinghua, has been kidnapped and the kidnappers are demanding a ransom of $50 million. The police there used the ransom payment as a reason to arrest a kidnapper who came to collect the money. But how come the other side didn't give any information about the other kidnappers and where the hostages were being held? So the local police asked our provincial capital for help. If the delay is too long, the remaining kidnappers are likely to tear the ticket. Wu Nai understood. So you want me to enlighten the captured kidnapper? Yu Qian nodded down. Although this matter sounds a bit of bull *******, the local police cannot pry the suspect's mouth. Let a boss over to enlighten. But there is no way around it. Xiao Zhang said as he drove. Master Wu, This time you must make the suspect talk. I told my friend over there that there was a grandpa who could persuade the suspect to confess. And my friend said that I was bragging, and that this time I would be sure to punch them in the face. Wu Nai was helpless. He's even become the topic of conversation among these officers themselves. All I can say is that I do my best, and I don't have much to offer if the suspect really won't talk. Wu Nai wouldn't fill his mouth with words. That would in turn cause others to become suspicious. Yu Qian nodded her head. Just do your best, Moncler. We also want to try all methods. The police car drove for 3 hours straight and finally arrived at the city police station next door. The person Yu Qian had contacted in advance was waiting outside the door to greet him. Policewoman Fong Hai, you finally arrived. Yu Qian glanced at the police officer who spoke. Interceptor, if you keep talking nonsense, we'll go back. Interceptor hurriedly apologized. Don't. I was just kidding. The two obviously knew each other, and in a more familiar sort of way. But Yu Qian didn't like it when people made fun of her looks. Interceptor greeted Xiao Zhang again and finally looked at Wu Nai. And this is? Yu Qian brought Wu Nai and did not notify the people on this side in advance. So the other side did not know the identity of the Moncler outlet store in front of them. Yu Xin, our secret weapon. Secret weapon? Interceptor re-observed Wu Nai, searching his mind for memories. I don't remember which of the retired old-timers the other was. Interceptor mistakenly thought that Wu Nai was a retired old detective. Only those old-timers would be called secret weapons, being asked to come out of the mountain at a critical time. Yu Qian, cut the crap and hurry up and take us to the suspect. Chapter 42 Assistance in Interrogation. The four walked quickly into the office building. The officers coming and going looked serious. The richest man's son has been kidnapped and an astronomical ransom has been demanded. It was definitely considered a big case in their small city. So everyone seemed nervous. If something happens to the person tied up, the impact on their image is huge. The four of them went straight to an interrogation room on the 3rd floor. The door to the room was opened and inside 4 officers were interrogating a suspect. Captain Xing. The 4 people immediately rose in greeting when they saw Interceptor lead the men in. Interceptor said, "You guys go and rest for a while. The experts from the province have arrived. Let them take a look." Yu Qian skimmed her mouth. Interceptor was holding them up again. The 4 men nodded towards Yu Qian's trio and proceeded to leave the interrogation room. Interceptor made a gesture of invitation. "I'll leave the following matters to you." After saying that, Interceptor stood still and didn't go. He wanted to see what Yu Qian and the others would do with the mouths they hadn't been able to pry open during their night of interrogation. Yu Qian, however, looked at Interceptor. "Why don't you leave? Standing here is delaying our play." Interceptor, looking at Yu Qian's resolute eyes, Xingtian could only say, all right, you guys try. I'll go." After Interceptor left, Yu Qian and Xiao Zhang sat in the interrogation position. On the desktop was all the clue information about the kidnapping case, as well as the statement that the person in front of him had already explained. But the transcript was largely blank, and the man hadn't answered a single question. Even the kidnappers? How many people in total? The other side did not give a truthful account. Yu Qian looked at Wu Nai. "Grandpa, why don't you try it first?" The man, securely handcuffed to the chair, glanced up only slightly at a few people, continuing to keep his head down. He wasn't going to answer any questions, because he knew that his companion had not been captured, the hostage had not been found, and the police could do nothing with him. Wu Nai picked up a bench and sat half a meter away from the man. The other man looked 27 or 18 years old, with a slim body. Wu Nai asked as if he were chatting about his family. "Married?" The men remained silent. Wu Nai continued, "Any children?" Once again, the man remained silent because the mouth of honesty was not used. Xiao Zhang in the back looked at Yu Qian. "Captain, the other party is completely silent, and there is no way for Moncler Dudon Moncler Outlet Wu to persuade him, right? Yu Qian, keep your mouth shut." In fact, she didn't have much hope left in her heart. The suspect clearly wants to resist to the end. Wu Nai saw that the padding was almost done and said using the mouth of honesty, "Now is your last chance. If you give up your accomplices, you can definitely get leniency. Come on, tell the Lord how many of you committed the crime and all." The man blurted out. 3. Ding. Receive surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Bang. Xiao Zhang was so excited at the back that he almost sat on the ground. And the other party actually did give an explanation. Wu Nai looked back. Xiao Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry. Too excited. Yu Qian's face held a mixture of surprise and nervousness. Now that the exact number of people has been asked, will the other party give an account of the whereabouts of the other 2 suspects and where the hostages are hidden? The man finished answering the previous question, his mind shocked but still not lifting his head up. At the same time, he mentally reminded himself that he must never answer another word to the other man. Wu Nai said in a serious tone, I know that you must have been coerced by those two people. Now give us an account of their location, and we will definitely speak up for you and fight for a reduced sentence. Say, where are the other two accomplices? The man lowered his head and tried desperately to keep his mouth shut, but it was like his mouth was out of control. Abandoned cement factory on the outskirts of town, where both of them and the baby are. There was another thud in the back, but this time it was Yu Qian who made the noise. I'll notify them to rescue them now. After saying that, he rushed out of the interrogation room. One more second of delay, and the bound child is in more danger. Xiao Zhang convinced. Moncler outlet store again a few simple words. Let the suspect truthfully explain the case. Chang walked up to the suspect and took Wu Nai's tone. You've gotten credit for this. Tell me what your name is? Inexplicably accounting for his accomplices. The man's heart was incredibly depressed. The man looked up angrily when he saw the question still being asked of him. I'm calling you dad. Go back and ask your mom if you don't believe me. Chang was sprayed in the face. Cluelessly, he looked at Wu Nai. How could there be such a big difference in being a human being? I just asked for a name. But Master Wu is asking for important details of your case. Why don't you spray him or me? Wu Nai patted Xiao Zhang's shoulder. You're too anxious. You have to communicate with the criminal first before the other party will open up to you. So Wu Nai demonstrated to Xiao Zhang again and asked the suspect in the chair. I see you're not too old. How old are you? The man's expression gritted his teeth, but he managed to squeeze out. 29. Chang seemed to understand. When Wu Moncler outlet store asked questions, his tone was calm and his expression was kind. Chang put her expression a bit more cordial, and her tone was as calm as possible. Can you tell us where you're from? Suspect, I'm your father. Chang took a deep breath and stood up. Discipline did not allow him to curse. Otherwise he would have broken into a rage. Yu Qian and Interpol immediately lead people to the abandoned cement factory to rescue people, while Wu Nai and Xiao Zhang are left to wait at the police station. The officers knew that backup was coming from the province, and in less than 10 minutes they asked for the suspect's trail. The entire police department was shocked. They came to the conference room in droves, wanting to catch a glimpse of the masters. Wu Nai told Zhang in advance not to disclose that it was him who asked, but to say that it was you who interrogated him. Chang, how can this be good? He said so on his lips, but the thought of being worshipped and admired by others, Xiao Zhang still couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. A large number of police officers came to the conference room and found the two Wu Nai. Can you tell us how you did the interrogation? Can you give us a lesson? Little brother is really handsome and capable of handling cases. There were a lot of teenagers in the police force. And when he heard that he was addressed as a handsome man, Chang simply floated up, waved his hand and said, low-key, we are all in the same system. Of course I know everything. I will definitely give you a good talk when I have the opportunity. But today, forget it, the case is important. Instantly the officers were a bit disappointed, but they still cast admiring glances at Xiao Zhang. As for Wu Nai sitting in the back, no one paid any attention to him. Wu Nai is happy to be free. About an hour later, the party that had gone to make the capture triumphed. All of the other two suspects were arrested and the kidnapped child was only slightly shaken and physically unharmed. Both suspects were caught in disbelief that their partner would betray them, because they're a lifelong friend. Yu Qian came to the conference room and found Wu Nai and Xiao Zhang who were taking a break. Xiao Zhang was still signing autographs for a young female police officer and said thoughtfully, if there's anything you don't understand you can call me and I'll be sure to guide you personally. A female police officer is shy, good at handling cases, and gentle and affectionate. Isn't that her ideal type of relationship? I'll call you. Yu Qian walked over to Xiao Zhang, wanting to see what this guy was up to. Xiao Zhang didn't even return his head. Signature, wait a bit, I'll exchange experiences with this beauty first. Chapter 43. Yu Qian slapped Xiao Zhang again, and Xiao Zhang turned his head depressingly. I said, how can you be so eyeless? Captain, you are back. Yu Qian asked, what are you up to? And signing people's names? Xiao Zhang scratched his head awkwardly. The guys were so enthusiastic. I couldn't refuse. The policewoman who was communicating with Xiao Zhang saw that Xiao Zhang was spirited 1 second and shriveled up the next. Couldn't help but be curious. Xiao Zhang said to the policewoman, let's contact each other by phone later. Go ahead and get busy. The policewoman had to leave unhappy. Chang was glad that the captain didn't know about him posing as an interrogation master. Otherwise he would not have spared him. Yu Qian walked to Wu Nai's side. Grandpa, Sha Jingwa wants to thank you in person. Do you think you can go to see him? Although Sha Jinghua was the richest man in the city, he was nothing in Yu Qian's eyes. Her family's assets were placed in this city, absolutely able to crush Sha Jinghua. Of course, if Grandmaster Wu wanted to meet the other party to ask for some favors, she wouldn't stand in the way. Wu Nai, forget it. When you see it, it's just those words of thanks. Don't listen to it. Yu Qian nodded down in agreement. I think so. Xiao Zhang is looking at the back of the straight anxious. That is the richest You do not see, let me go to meet Yu Qian, Grandpa, you rest a little longer. I'll take you back after I finish this side. At noon, Lu Mei called to ask if she was going back for dinner. Wu Nai had already eaten at the police station cafeteria and told the other man not to go back. Yu Qian was busy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before she came over to pick up Wu Nai. I'm sorry, Moncler, for keeping you waiting. They had to ask us to pass on some experience, and there was no choice but to deal with it. Wu Nai smiled and nodded. There was no need for him to understand the internal affairs of the police. It's already earned a reward for making the trip to get one. The police car traveled toward Fanghai City. Yu Qian casually asked, how is Moncler Outlet Store your body feeling these days? Wu Nai, good. Eat well and sleep well. Yu Qian sat on the passenger side frowning slightly as she pondered over the matter of Grandmaster Wu's condition. It's not reasonable to be in such good shape with terminal cancer and so many geriatric conditions. But she looked at Master Wu these days, as if he was younger. On the contrary. Was the last diagnosis really a misdiagnosis? Grandpa, it's okay to go back. Why don't I accompany you for a checkup? Also count my thanks to you. Wu Nai knew that Yu Qian was sensing that his condition was not right. Come to think of it, with only half a month left in the deal, he's instead getting in better shape, and anyone who sees him is going to be skeptical. Alright then, let's go check it out. In fact, Wu Nai also wanted to find out what was going on with his body right now. The police car drove back to the city, and instead of returning to the neighborhood, it went straight to the hospital where Snow was. Yu Qian called Bai Shui, and with Bai Shui as a nurse, it was easier to check. Bai Shui was still a bit surprised to see the two of them. Why are you guys here? Yu Qian quietly winked at Bai Shui. I'll bring Master Wu in for a checkup. Bai Shui's eyes instantly reddened. Could it be that Master Wu was in a physical condition? Excitedly, he looked at Wu Nai. What's wrong with you, Master Wu? Where are you uncomfortable? Wu Nai soothed. Don't be nervous. Your sister Yu is just casually bringing me here for a checkup. Snow then let go of his heart. Thought the Go All the Way program was wrapping up. Together, the two women accompanied Wu Nai for a full body checkup, and then went to the attending doctor's office to wait for the results. It sure was a lot more efficient with Snow. Within half an hour, the attending physician approached the trio with a diagnosis. The attending doctor's expression was stony, and the two women were suddenly panicked. Don't be afraid of the doctor's smile, but be afraid of the doctor's frown. Bai Shui nervously inquired. Dr. Xin, how is it? Dr. Xin sighed. Or let the patient out and talk about it. Without waiting for the two women to speak, Wu Nai said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I'm prepared in my heart. Yu Qian Bai Shui also nodded. What could be more terrifying than terminal cancer? Dr. Xin could only nod his head when he saw the three insisting. Alright, then I'll get right to it. The test results are bleak. This grandpa's cancer is in mid-stage. Ding. Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Ding. Receives surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Unbelievable. Bai Shui took the diagnosis and it really showed mid-stage cancer. Diabetes. Cerebral thrombosis, those are all down a level as well. Yu Qian also came to the side to check it out. Bai Shui was pleasantly surprised. Great Master Wu. You've become a mid-cancer. Yu Qian was also happy. Congratulations, Grand Master. You've really reached the middle stage. Dr. Xin, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had ever seen that the old man was in the middle stages of cancer and the family was still happy like this. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral failure? Wu Nai wore a smile on his face. The result was pretty much what he had predicted. It's just a mid-stage cancer. You two don't have to be so happy. Snowy bounced with joy. How could I not be happy? You're in the middle of your cancer. Grandpa. Dr. Xin man went numb and secretly pinched his thigh, thinking he was dreaming. Bai Shui bent and bowed to Dr. Xin. Thank you, Dr. Xin, for telling us such good news. If it didn't still hurt in my leg, Dr. Xin must think he's still awake. No, you're welcome. The three of them left the office under Dr. Xin's dismayed and puzzled and confused gaze. Wu Nai didn't expect it. The disease went from late to mid-stage, and it still caused the two women to be surprised. Wouldn't it be a wave of surprise if it waited until it became early-stage cancer? Another year's worth of rewards have been accumulated, and 6 more will open up the super jackpot again. By Shui, the fact that the condition can get better must have something to do with the mindset. Master Wu. Yu Qian agrees. Indeed, in the last half-month Moncler outlet online Wu appeared much more cheerful, a far cry from when she first met him. The two women quietly discussed that they should find more things for Master Wu to do, so that the mood will definitely be better. Yu Qian spoke first. Wu Moncler, why don't you go to us as a counselor, and give you the title of an auxiliary police officer? Wu Nai pointed at himself. 62 years old as an auxiliary police officer? Bai Shui helped persuade. What's wrong with being 62? Grandpa is young, just the right age to utilize his spare time. Wu Nai thought that staying with Yu Qian every day and showing his hand from time to time would indeed result in a lot of system rewards. Okay, what's the paycheck? Yu Qian smiled. How much salary do you want, Master Wu? I'll make it up to you if it's not enough. Wu Nai was only joking. How much salary could be more important than the reward? The three of them returned to the neighborhood together, just in time to run into Xia Lili, who was returning from work. And beside Xia Lili, there stood a man with a big bag. It was Manager White of the sales department. After mulling it over for a day, Manager Bai still felt that waiting for the compulsion to disappear on its own was not reliable, so he chose to come to the door to thank the master for helping him to lift it. Chapter 44, Driver's License Examination. Without the consent of Master Wu, privately brought the White manager. Xia Lili is also a little embarrassed, but he couldn't resist Manager White's soft words. Before Xia Lili could say anything, Bai Shui immediately told the other side of the good news. Wu De Master turned out to be in the middle stage of cancer. Xia Lili froze and looked at Yu Qian incredulously. The two men, though usually at odds, fought alike when it came to Wu Nai. Nodding, it's true. Ding, receiving surprise from Xia Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Xia Lili jumped into Wu Nai's arms at once. It's really great that you've become a mid-stage cancer. Manager Bai carried his things and stood back dumbfounded. He didn't know what the three gorgeous girls in front of him were so happy about. I don't think I heard you right, Maestro. Mid-stage cancer. But why be happy? Should I laugh along with you? Wu Nai plucked the sexily dressed Xia Lili out of his arms. What's it like when people come and go at the neighborhood gates after hours? Xia Lili greeted the still fuming Manager White. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry and congratulate Master Wu? Manager White, aha, congratulations Master on your happy mid-stage cancer. I hope your old man reaches the late stage soon. He thought that the master was trying to cultivate some unimaginable technique, and that's why he let himself get cancer. If mid-stage cancer is so happy, late-stage cancer must be even happier. As a result of the words, the three women all looked at him with eyes. It was so hard for Master Wu to go from terminal cancer to mid-stage. Why does this guy still want Master Wu to change back? Yu Chen inquired Xia Lili. Who is this guy? Snow got angry too. That's it. Can he talk? Xia Lili was depressed and had wanted to take advantage of Wu Nai's happiness to make Manager Bai perform well. And this is what you get. She didn't even know what to say to that. Still, Wu Nai calmed the anger of several women. All calm down. Manager Bai is also well-intentioned. Manager Bai also nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 I mean well. Sending the three women back to their respective homes, Wu Nai took Manager Bai back to his own home. After entering the house, Manager Bai handed all the stuff to Lu Mei. Master, please also help me remove the parasites for the sake of my sincerity. I always feel uncomfortable with that thing in my body. Where is the compulsion? Nothing more than the other side of the psychological effect. If Wu Nai wanted to scam money now, he could totally scam Manager Bai out of his pants. Lu Mei poured tea for the two. Knowing that Wu Nai wanted to talk about business, he put down his tea and went back to his room to rest. Wu Nai took a sip of hot tea. Have you taken care of Meng Hong's matter? Don't worry Master. She won't get Lily in trouble again. Manager Bai solemnly assured him how he still dared to mess with Meng Hong, or else he would surely be killed by that woman one day. Wu Nai nodded down. Give me your hand. Manager White obediently held out his hand. Wu Nai faked and drew carelessly on the palm of his opponent's hand. Well, it's been removed for you. Manager Bai felt his entire body, which seemed no different from before. To feel something, it's just a little tickle in the palm of my hand. Master, is that all? Wu Nai resumed his tea. You're doubting my strength? No. Absolutely not. Thank you Master for being merciful. Manager Bai's tone was so pious that he was close to kneeling down for Wu Nai. It's already dinner time. Wu Nai, why don't you have a bite at my place? How could Manager Bai dare? In case he got something more in his stomach after eating, he wouldn't even be able to cry. Master, take your time to eat, I'll leave you alone. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just give me a call. Manager White pulled out a business card and placed it on the table. Wu Nai nodded slightly, not bothering to look at the business card. Only after Manager Bai left did Lu Mei come out of the room and bring the prepared meal to the table. From Manager Bai's attitude towards Wu Nai, Lu Mei could tell that Wu Nai was definitely not an ordinary person. Yu Qian took a few days for Wu Nai to complete the entry procedures, so Wu Nai was free the next day. Just took advantage of my free time to take the subject 1 test. Because of the memories of the previous life in my head, I don't even have to memorize the questions. Out of 100, Wu Nai got 98. Once you have passed subject 1, you can go to a driving school to practice subject 2 and 3. Wu Nai found the driving school, which assigned him a male instructor. When the coach saw Wu Nai, he couldn't help but frown. This is because this is the age when it is the most difficult to teach people to drive. And he can't say it. He can't curse it. This is not picking up a trainee. It's picking up a live father. My name is Guan Rong, and I'll be your instructor for subject 2 and subject 3 from now on. Even though you're slow to react at your age, I'm sure I can get you to pass the exam within 6 months. Half a year? Wu Nai remembers that in his last life, he got his license in a month. So where does it take half a year? Is this coach not good enough? Guan Rong waved his hand. Get in the car. The two sat in the car and Guan Rong introduced himself. This is the steering wheel. You recognize it, right? Wu Nai, is this like Alzheimer's for him? Why don't I try it first? You can teach me what's wrong? Guan Rong heckled. He hadn't seen this kind of trainee before. The first time he got on the car he had to show him? Wrapping his arms around himself, he leaned back in his chair. Fine. I'll see how you are then. Wu Nai started the car, reversing into the garage. Side parking. Turn all the items in one go. Coach Quan, am I okay with this? Quan Wing? If he hadn't seen how old the other man was, he would have thought he was here to play him. What's the point of teaching? Just wait for the test and be done with it. Coughing lightly, you can't grab the steering wheel with one hand. That's not standardized. Wu Nai vainly accepts that there are rules in the test. It seems that you really can't grab the steering wheel with one hand. Guan Rong continued. Today's training ends here. Tomorrow if you're willing to come over and sneak around. If you're not willing to come, rest at home and make an appointment to take the test in a few days. Wu Nai got out of the car and waved goodbye to Guan Rong. He came just to go through the motions. Just after leaving the driving school, Bai Shui called. Hey, is Master Wu busy? Wu Nai, what can I do for you? Bai Shui said. Yesterday your test results have already spread in the hospital. Terminal cancer has turned into mid-stage cancer in just half a month. Many people find it unbelievable. I don't know who leaked it to the media. Our city's TV station wants to interview you. Do you think it's convenient? Wu Nai directly refused. It's inconvenient. He didn't bother getting involved in such things that had no real meaning. Bai Shui lowered her voice and continued. Our leader said that as long as you say in front of the media that you received treatment at our hospital will provide you with free medical care for the rest of your life. And will also give you a $50,000 grant. Wu Nai understood. Isn't this just trying to make him an ambassador for the hospital? That $50,000 is a lot of money. It's low. Your hospital grid is low. Snow didn't understand the meaning of the words. So, Moncler, do you do interviews? Wu Nai, you convey my words to your leader. Let's see what he says then. Chapter 45 Exclusive Title. Snow hung up the phone as if she understood and went to find their hospital leader. Wu Nai just slipped and wandered down the road, knowing that the other side would surely call him again later. Cancer is a medical problem that cannot be overcome. The impact of his own miraculously improved patient, if the hospital had seized the opportunity to publicize it more, would have been enormous. Of course Wu Nai also has a premise that it's okay for regular hospitals to utilize him for this kind of publicity. If it's a scam for some drug, he's not going to agree to it. Ironically, slipping away for less than 10 minutes, Wu Nai's phone rang again, still Bai Shui's number, but it was a man's voice that spoke inside. Ho ho ho. Hello, it's Mr. Wu, right? I'm the vice president of the second hospital in Fanhai. My last name is Xiao. You can just address me as Xiao Xiao. The other party's tone was very modest, not the slightest bit of the dean's frame, knowing that as a leader in the hospital, there must be a lot of people who usually flatter him. Of course there are reasons here why he asked for Wu Nai. Wu Nai, hello. Dean Zhao continued. Bai Shui has already told you. Right. After our consideration, the grant can be increased to 300,000 for you. What do you think? This was about the same as Wu Nai's psychological price. Already. But there's a caveat: if I go from mid-stage cancer to early cancer again, this grant needs to be doubled again. The other side of the phone fell into silence for a few seconds before Dean Zhao asked hesitantly, "What do you mean? Moncler Outlet Store? There is still hope for you to become early-stage cancer? If Wu Nai does turn out to be in the early stages of cancer, the publicity is going to be countless times stronger than it is now. Not to mention the doubling of publicity costs. 5 times he is also willing to pay. Wu Nai, who knows? Anything is possible. Anyway, doubling a few times is not something you have to hand over to the other party right now." And Dean Zhao agrees painfully. "Yes ma'am, can we talk about it when we meet? Anyway, with nothing to do today," Wu Nai said, "then I'll make a trip to your hospital later." Fine. Then Snowy will pick you up when the time comes." Hanging up the phone, Wu Nai scared twice, not realizing that he had a day to earn advertising money. $300,000 in this day and age. That's a lot of money. Wave for a cab and head straight to the second hospital. Snow was already waiting for him at the gate. The job Dean Zhao had assigned to Bai Shui today was to keep Wu Nai company. This includes signing the contract, and the interviews that will take place in a little while. Wu Nai just got out of the car, and Bai Shui rushed forward to help. She also did not expect that she would one day become a receptionist for Moncler Outlet Online Wu. Wu Nai smiled and asked, "Do you know how much the sponsorship fee paid me?" When the call was made, Bai Shui was standing next to Dean Zhao, so naturally she knew. $300,000. Moncler, you're too good. Wu Nai, don't talk to Yu Qian Sha Lily about this beforehand. Wait for me to tell them myself. Snow smiled cheekily, thinking that Master Wu wanted to surprise the other two. Actually, Wu Nai wanted to see if this matter could cause the two women to be surprised. What if? Wouldn't you have to be rewarded twice again? The two took the elevator to the office and met Dean Zhao himself. 50s, Mediterranean, dressed in a white lab coat, he makes you look uncomplicated at first glance. Snow, being the middleman, wanted to open her mouth to help with the introduction. Dean Zhao was busy waving his hands. No. Saying that, he walked forward and shook hands with Wu Nai. "You must be Master Wu, right? It's true that it's better to be known than to be seen. Worthy of being a dean." He opens his mouth and closes it. Wu Nai naturally wouldn't lean on his old age and said with a smile, "Dean Zhao is also a talented person with extraordinary conversation." Dean Zhao rubbed his large belly and let out a coy laugh. "We'll start now, Moncler." He had already had the documents printed out, and as long as he signed the contract and paid the money, Wu Nai would be the ambassador for their hospital's fight against cancer in the future. Wu Nai wasn't a grunt and nodded in agreement. Soon a staff member walked in with the contract. Wu Nai briefly glanced at the contract, and the most important points on it were: no revealing the contract to the public, no further collaboration with other people and organizations, i.e., exclusive endorsements. President Zhao smiled and sat next to him. "You can sign the contract if you see no problem, and the financial aid will be paid immediately." Dean Zhao has always talked about grants and never referred to the money as an endorsement fee. This is the art of language. "Wu Nai, I also have a condition that interviews or any other activities are at my discretion to participate or not. Of course I won't let you fund it for nothing, and I'll still show up on necessary occasions." Dean Zhao laughed dryly twice, thinking that the other party wouldn't notice this. All kinds of news interviews are bound to follow after the exposure on the city's TV stations. Of course the more interviews you give, the better the advertising. Their hospital is also planning to conduct regular monthly anti-cancer awareness programs, and they would like to have Wu Nai speak on stage at that time as well. If Wu Nai didn't participate in any of these things, their hundreds of thousands of dollars wouldn't be worth it. Luckily, the last edition will not make their costs in vain. Dean Zhao clenched his teeth. "Okay, Grand Master, as long as you're happy, we'll add this one." Wu Nai was finally satisfied. He didn't want to lose his personal freedom for $300,000. Your own bitcoins are now making more than $300,000. The contract was simply changed and both parties signed. $300,000 was immediately credited to Wu Nai's account. President Zhao wore a smile. "Then in a while the city TV station's coming over. But also please Master Wu directly in our hospital to be interviewed. It is best to wear our hospital gown again." Wu Nai. This and a performance costume? It's true that other people's money is not easy to earn nah. No problem. Wu Nai then followed Bai Shui to an intensive care ward. The ward had only one bed, a couch and a TV, and a separate bathroom. Wu Nai surveyed the environment of the hospital room. "It was too good to live here," asked Snow. "The contract says free medical care for me in the future. And this is the kind of room I'm staying in when I come, right? Bai Shue's expression was embarrassed. This kind of intensive care ward, the hospital didn't have a few in total. She doesn't know if it's livable or not. Grandpa, wait until I ask Dean Zhao for you. Looking at Snow's difficult expression, he knew that staying in this kind of ward wasn't that easy. Forget it, I'm better off not being hospitalized until I'm sick. Bai Shue hemmed and hawed, knowing that Master Wu didn't want to make things difficult for her. Grandpa, wait a moment, I'll go get you a hospital gown. Wu Nai sat down on the couch, fluffy and more comfortable than his home. I can't help but sigh in my heart. It's so nice to be rich. Hospitalization doesn't even suffer. Bai Shui quickly returned with a brand new set of hospital gowns. Moncler, quickly put the clothes on. The TV station's people are already downstairs. I'm going down to pick them up now. Sick gowns are basically a uniform size. And Wu Nai was of medium build, so he wasn't afraid of not fitting in. Putting down her hospital gown, Snow hurried out. Chapter 46, You're an actor, aren't you? Not long after Wu Nai had gotten dressed, Bai Shui led 3 reporters into the hospital room. There were 2 men and 1 woman reporters. The woman looked like the leader. Walking at the front, Bai Shui introduced, Comrade reporter, this is Wu. The female reporter just glanced at Wu Nai and impatiently interrupted Bai Shui's introduction. Alright, no need for an introduction. Let's hurry up and get started. We have other things to do. Snow choked. 2 male reporters quickly set up their professional video equipment and began to debug. The female reporter who had interrupted Bai Shui, on the other hand, walked up to Wu Nai, like a superior ordering a subordinate. In a moment you will say whatever I ask, and if you can't answer you will nod and smile. Understand? From the very beginning, Wu Nai has been looking at this female reporter in a bad light. Looking sharp-eared and thin-lipped, at first glance, she is a mean person. Sure enough, he comes in and interrupts Snow first, and then comes over to give him orders. Those who knew it was from the city TV station. Those who didn't thought it was from the national TV station. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? The female reporter eagerly re-asked again. Immediately afterward, he looked to the side at Snow. Does he still have Alzheimer's? Can't you guys get a witty one for acting? Dislike was evident in his tone. Since the beginning of time this female reporter didn't believe it was true that cancer could still get better. Thought the hospital was intentionally pulling a stunt to win over the masses. Snowy, I forbid you to talk about Master Wu like that. The female reporter got it. The original old man is a relationship. No wonder you can get this kind of opportunity to be on TV. The female reporter said condescendingly. I don't care who he's related to or who his grandfather is. If we can't cooperate we won't interview him. Bai Shui was furious, but the leader gave her a task that could not be left unfinished. Wasn't sure what to do. Wu Nai suddenly spoke. If you don't want to be interviewed, then you guys hurry up and leave. For a moment everyone froze. The female reporter looked at Wu Nai. Coming to the interview was an assignment given to her by the station, and saying that just now was nothing more than trying to scare the other party. If she couldn't do the interview, there was no way she could go back and deliver. The female reporter knew it was useless to talk to Wu Nai and instead questioned Bai Shui, trying to put pressure on her. I'm here because I got an invitation from your leader. Sure you don't want an interview? Snow was at a loss for words. She hadn't thought about this situation. Looking to Master Wu for help, Wu Nai didn't care and said, what are you afraid of? The TV station is not the only one. People don't want to interview. Let them go. I will talk to Dean Zhao afterward. Bai Shui nodded. Alright then, since you guys have other things to do, you should go ahead. Wu Nai also began to take off his own hospital gown. The 2 male reporters debugging the equipment looked at the female reporter in confusion. The other guy was a relation of a minor leader of their TV station. Usually, based on his status as a reporter, he is arrogant and domineering wherever he goes, with no one in sight. You've hit a brick wall this time, haven't you? Interviewing a cancer patient who is getting better is an order from the station manager, and the junior leader can't even protect her if she doesn't fulfill the assignment. The female reporter froze herself when she saw one person undress and the other give an order of dismissal. Which of the people who were usually interviewed were not coy when they saw her? They didn't dare to refute any of her demands. I'm going to ask again. You guys really don't do interviews? Wu Nai, what else? I take off all my clothes and fool around with you? Then I'll go to your dean and tell him you're not cooperating. The female reporter voiced her threat. Wu Nai, I'm a man with cancer and I'm afraid you're going to sue me? After saying that, Wu Nai, accompanied by Bai Shui, walked towards the outside of the hospital. The female reporter had no choice but to go to Dean Zhao, said a bunch of things about Wu Nai and Shirayuki not being cooperative, not following orders, not taking their station seriously. Dean Zhao didn't expect this to happen either. Mr. Wu is just a cancer patient, and we are only responsible for treating him, and we can't restrain the other person from doing anything. If he won't give an interview, there's nothing we can do at the hospital. The female reporter frowned. Wasn't he the actor you were looking for? Dean Zhao slammed the table as he finally realized why Wu Nai had refused the interview. With that kind of attitude on the other side, even he wouldn't give an interview. The case of Moncler Outlet Online Wu. Our hospital guarantees the authenticity and accepts any other hospital appraisal. Our hospital won't do anything to deceive patients either. And if you keep saying that, I have the right to sue you for defamation. Dean Zhao's change in attitude once again froze the female reporter. She couldn't understand how a simple interview had turned into this. Dean Zhao, I didn't mean it like that. Dean Zhao waved his hand to stop the other party from continuing. I don't care what you mean. It's Master Wu's business whether he accepts the interview or not. You can leave. The female reporter walked dizzily out of the office as two male reporters waited outside. Despite the gloating in his heart, his tone feigned concern as he asked, what did the dean say? The female reporter was in a state of turmoil. You are also responsible for the other party not accepting the interview. Now you must find a way to find that patient. Two male reporters? They're just talkative. It's bad luck to come out with her for an interview. A male reporter immediately said, that female nurse is with the patient. We just need to know her contact information to find the patient. The trio immediately headed to the nurse's station and found Snow's phone number. At this time, Bai Shui and Wu Nai were standing in front of the hospital waiting for a car. Wu Nai soothed. Don't worry. The dean won't blame you. Bai Shui's expression was firm. I'm not afraid of blaming me. I'll definitely not let others insult Grandpa. Wu Nai was very relieved. Just now in the hospital room, Bai Shui was defending him. Go back to work. I'll go home first. Call me if you need anything. Snow nodded in agreement and was about to turn around and head back to the hospital when the cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Taking it out to see an unfamiliar number on it, he picked up the phone in confusion. Hello. Across the room was a man's voice. Hello, we are the city TV reporter who just interviewed you. May I ask if that patient is still with you? Bai Shui looked to the side at Grandpa Wu and asked vigilantly. What else do you want? The male reporter apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, we had some misunderstandings just now. Can you give us another chance for an interview? The male reporter glanced at the waiting female reporter as he spoke. In my heart, I cursed, martyr, can cause trouble but can't calm things down, but also want me to help wipe my ass. Whether or not to accept the interview naturally depends on the attitude of Moncler Outlet Online Wu. Bai Shui covered the microphone and inquired in a low voice. Moncler, those reporters apologized and wanted to interview you again. Wu Nai, who apologized? If it's those two male reporters, forget it. If it's that woman, I can still consider it. Snow would smile. Understand what Moncler Outlet Online Wu means. She has also long looked at that female reporter is not good. Always think that they are journalists are superior look. She should be made to apologize. Bai Shui relayed Wu Nai's words to the other party. The male reporter who made the call handed his cell phone to the female reporter. They said they can do the interview, but they need you to apologize. Chapter 47, Simply Showing Off Your Riches. The female reporter frowned when she heard the other party ask her to apologize. She is a TV reporter and used to interview people like this, so why should she apologize to others? Give me the phone. The male reporter saw the look on the female reporter's face and knew that this guy was going to get into trouble again. Mess with it. Mess with it as much as you can. The male reporter resentfully handed over his cell phone. On the other side, Bai Shui also handed her cell phone to Wu Nai. Hello? You're a patient, right? Wu Nai, yes, it's me. The female reporter threatened. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't accept the interview, I'll expose your case as a forgery. It's going to make you lose your reputation and make you a late bloomer. Wu Nai. He thought the other guy wanted to apologize, and he gave him this? Fine. Then go ahead and expose it. I'll wait to see your news. After saying that, he hung up the phone and returned it to Bai Shui. Snow was still a little confused as she hadn't heard the call, so she didn't know why. Just to see the face of Master Wu suddenly cold. What's wrong, Master Wu? Wu Nai sneered. That guy was furious and said he would expose me for cheating. Bai Shui instantly became agitated. How can she talk nonsense and falsely accuse good people? She knows best about Wu's condition, and there's absolutely no way it could be fake. Bai Shui appeared even more angry than Wu Nai, looking as if she was going to go back to the other party immediately. Wu Nai instead wanted to appease Bai Shui. Let her make a fuss if she wants to. Let her make a fuss, and then prove that it's true. Won't the publicity effect be better? Snowy Sorrow said. But Grand Master, you will definitely be challenged that way. Wu Nai laughed. 300,000 can't be for nothing, right? Shiroyuki sighed. She didn't have anything too good to do. She could only wait until she got home to discuss it with the other two members. In the hospital, the female reporter's body trembled with anger. Two male reporters gloated. People have real cases and their health is there. You're still using this to scare the other side? Isn't that just a stupid idea? Not even a sane person would have thought of that. And the female reporter still didn't feel it was her fault. She felt that as a reporter, she should be privileged. An old guy. She didn't believe she couldn't handle the other side. Go back and no one is allowed to tell anyone about the scene. I'll explain it to the leaders. The female reporter wanted to go back to turning black and white. And the leaders didn't know what was actually going on her side anyway. Instead of taking a taxi home, Wu Nai went straight to the bank to withdraw all of the newly arrived $300,000 in cash. He was worried that the two women weren't surprised enough to hear that he was earning endorsement money, so he wanted to thrill the other with cash. The $300,000 on your lips and the $300,000 in cash that you actually see are two completely different concepts. Returning home with a tote bag. Lu Mei was cleaning the house and curiously came over to take the tote bag. Uncle Wu, what did you buy again? Wu Nai casually said. Take some pocket money and keep it at home for backup. Lu Mei, pocket money? In a bag? Receiving the handbag, Lu Mei casually scanned it, then quickly closed the tote bag. The tote bag was filled with, surprisingly, $100 bills. Both hands quickly returned the bag to Wu Nai. Uncle Wu, this is better to be put inside your house. Don't ever put it outside. Knowing that Lu Mei meant well, Wu Nai didn't say anything. By the time the afternoon rolled around, I figured a couple of the women would be back from work soon. Wu Nai placed $300,000 in the most conspicuous position, waiting for Yu Qian and Xia Lili to take the bait themselves. Lu Mei is convinced. How come Uncle Wu still has the habit of showing off his wealth? If people see this much money, they'll be jealous. As he was thinking, there was a knock on the door of his room. Lu Mei wanted to remind Wu Nai to hurry up and put the money away, but she saw that the other party had an excited look on his face. Could it be that Uncle Wu really put the money on the table on purpose to show it to others? She really couldn't understand the world of the rich. Opening the door to the room, Yu Qian stood outside. Aunt Lu, is Master Wu home? Lu Mei, yeah. Yu Qian smiled at Lu Mei again and walked into the room. When he saw several stacks of cash in front of Wu Nai, he froze. Grandpa, this is? Wu Nai coughed lightly and said vanillily, it's not much. I took a small job today and earned a little pocket money. Ding. Received surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Did she hear correctly that she made that much money in one day? Master Wu, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? After saying that Yu Qian knew for sure it wasn't. At his age and physical state, what else could Wu do to break the law? The bad guys won't even use him. With the reward already in hand, Wu Nai truthfully told Yu Qian about the cause and effect. Yu Qian realized this, but she was still surprised in her heart. I didn't realize that Moncler Outlet Online Wu could be blessed by a disaster. I can't help but exclaim. You're still really good, Moncler. $300,000 is nothing to Sin. But she had to be impressed by the money Wu earned on her own merit. Wu Nai laughed. Is there anything else you want? He wanted Yu Qian to go back first, and had to wait for Xia Lili. Yu Qian remembered that there was still business left unsaid. Moncler, the auxiliary police matter has been arranged. $1,500 per month. Holidays off. After saying that, Yu Qian looked at the $300,000 on the desktop. Moncler sale outlet in one day. She made $300,000. Her auxiliary police officer's salary of $15,000 in January is more or less unreasonable. I don't know if Moncler Outlet Online will go for it again. Yu Qian can only explain. Moncler, sometimes, money is not the most important. When the auxiliary police can go out to walk around to take a break. In fact, quite good. Wu Nai had already thought about becoming an auxiliary police officer and took the opportunity to get a reward from Yu Qian. Naturally, he was full of it. Don't worry. I know what you mean. When can I be on duty? Yu Qian, Moncler Outlet Store, look at you. Whenever you want. Yu Qian's auxiliary police for Wu Nai's office is different from the ordinary auxiliary police. More like a form of counselor. So there's no rush to get on board right away. Wu Nai thought of the fact that in 2 days, he would have to participate in the King Pesticide provincial competition with Zhang Lu and the others. So it said, next Monday. Then, Yu Qian got up. Okay, Moncler, I'll take you with me next Monday. After saying that, he politely greeted Lu Mei again before leaving. Lu Mei was just listening on the side and seemed to understand. His own 60-something-year-old employer is going to be a police auxiliary? Isn't that what young people do? What can he do? You can't even chase them. You can't even fight them. Running into bad guys and getting your ass kicked by them again. Though it's a price she pays to take care of the elderly and the vegetative. But taking care of an old vegetable really adds 200. Lu Mei labeled Wu Nai in her mind as having money and idleness to find excitement. Beep beep beep. The sound of a combination lock being depressed sounded outside the door. Wu Nai's penetrating eyes saw that it was Sha Lili who was opening the door outside. To Lu Mei, she said, "Go ahead and get busy. I'll talk to Lily for a while." Lu Mei looked at the closed door of the room and then at Wu Nai. How does Uncle Wu know it's MS? Lily out there? Chapter 48, the reporter comes to your door. The door to the room opened and it was indeed Sha Lili who entered. Ha, Master Wu. Sit down and do something. Before the words were finished, Sha Lili froze at the sight of several large stacks of bills on the tabletop. Ding! Receiving surprise from Sha Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Wu Nai was speechless. He hadn't even told the other party where the money came from, and the other party was already surprised. It's true that for Sha Lili, money is what works. Sha Lili sat down next to Wu Nai in surprise, her eyes fixed dead on the money, as if money was her master now. Grandpa, where did you get this money? Did you find it? Wu Nai blankly stared. Why don't you go out and pick one up for me? So you're taking out all the coffin money? It's not because you want to give us a share, is it? In fact, I didn't do much. That is, I cared about you every day, took care of you, and thought about you in the unit. If you really want to give me a cut, then I can't let you down. Wu Nai was helpless. Since when do you have the habit of dreaming during the day? Sha Lili, so it's not about splitting the money nah. Despite the shortage of money, Sha Lili would not have any wrong ideas about Moncler Outlet Online Wu's money. She is now having a very fulfilling day and her life has hope. I believe that on my own. I will get my life together. Sha Lili, familiar with herself, shouted towards the busy Lu Mei in the kitchen. Aunt Lu, when will you cook? I'm going to dine here tonight. Lu Mei poked her head out smilingly. 1 more hour and dinner will be ready. Sha Lili stood up. Then I'll go back and take a shower and come over for dinner later. Still glancing at the money on the table before leaving. You'd better hurry up and put the money away. It's too gluttonous to look at. Wu Nai grunted twice. The purpose had been achieved. Of course he had to put the money away. In the evening, all 3 girls ate at Wu Nai's house, as if they were Wu Nai's daughters. Snow kept fiddling with her cell phone as she ate. Since the afternoon, she has been checking online to see if there is any news about Moncler Outlet Online Wu. She was worried that the other party would really slander Moncler Outlet Store Wu in the media. When the page refreshes again, a few hot posts suddenly pop up. Shocker! A hospital went so far as to take advantage of the patient's desire for survival by hiring unscrupulous old men to commit fraud by disguising themselves as recovered cancer patients. The unscrupulous old man was relying on his old age, and when he was exposed, he became enraged and insulted the radio reporter. For the sake of profit, the old man went so far as to disguise himself as a cancer patient and cooperate with the hospital in the fraud. With 3 posts in a row, Snow knew that the other side had really gotten down to business. Putting his cell phone on the table. Look guys, Yu Qian and Sha Lili inexplicably looked at the cell phone. When reading the 3 posts, none of them were associated with Moncler Outlet Online Wu. Sha Lili, what's this? Wu Nai also glanced at the post on his phone. The other party was fast enough. It was broadcast so quickly. And the headline, not bad for journalism. Enough hate pulling. Snow told the others what had happened at the hospital. Sha Lili, ******, so arrogant? Watch me scold her in the comments. Yu Qian bristled. What's the point of you cursing on the internet? Grandpa Wu should sue the other party immediately now. Wu Nai, on the contrary, was in no hurry. None of these posts were made by the woman reporter's real name. The police can't do anything about the other side. Bai Shui once again refreshed the post bar page and said in surprise, the comments have already exceeded 500. It seems like a lot of people are paying attention to this matter. Yu Qian, Wu Moncler, I still recommend that you call the police to sue the other party. I can call the family lawyer to come over to help you. Wu Nai shook his head. It was better for the post to have heat. He was waiting until the other party felt that it was a sure thing and showed up to crusade against him in person. Then he would strike back. Don't worry, I have this matter in mind. Seeing Wu Nai's resolute attitude, the 3 women could only stop their thoughts of persuasion. Looking at each other, they decided that after dinner, they would go back and hold the 3rd plenary meeting of the All the Way to the Good program. Things were moving faster than Wu Nai had expected. The next morning, A couple of reporters picked up the location of his house and sought it out. Lu Mei opened the door and froze a little when she saw the reporter holding a camera outside. "What's the matter with you guys?" a reporter said. "May I ask if Wu Nai is here? We'd like to interview him for a moment." Lu Mei had never seen such a battle. Turning around, he asked Wu Nai, who was playing a game in the house. "Uncle Wu, they said they were reporters and wanted to interview you." Wu Nai let out an slight sound and put down his phone. It seemed that he could only pit his teammates in this game. "Let them in." 5 or 6 reporters crowded into the house together. "Hello, I'm a reporter from the Sunshine Daily and I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Hello, I'm a reporter from today's tailgate. Is it convenient for an interview?" "Hello, I'm a reporter from SoCat." Wu Nai waved his hand. "There's no need to rush. Sit down and talk slowly. I can tell you whatever you want to know." A few people sat down and Lu Mei poured them water. A reporter from today's tailgate asked, "Moncler Outlet Online. Some people say you cooperate with hospitals and cheat cancer patients. Is it true?" a reporter from SoCat asked. "There were also posts that broke that you insulted the radio reporter. Do you admit that?" Wu Nai asked rhetorically. "Who posted the post you are talking about? How come I don't know?" The reporters were stunned. This post had been all over the internet and the person in question didn't even know about it yet? A reporter took out his cell phone and pulled up the post and showed it to Wu Nai. Wu Nai narrowed his eyes and asked the reporter who handed him the cell phone, "Did you post all of these?" The reporter hastened to deny it. How could he publish such unconfirmed content? "The reason for coming over today is to verify the truth so they can report on it." Wu Nai looked at the remaining few reporters again. "So you guys published that?" Reporters shook their heads. Wu Nai spread his hands. "So yeah, what are you all doing coming over to me when you don't even know if it's true or not? Do you guys know who posted the thread? Or do you know which people I scammed?" Several journalists were dumbfounded by the question. And it appears that no gullible people have indeed spoken out online, only a mere few posts. There was also a female reporter from the city's TV station who tipped them off. "Tell them it must be big news. Let them all come over for an interview exposure." Looking at the bewildered expressions of several people, Wu Nai understood why. That female reporter was afraid to report fake news herself, or the station's leadership wouldn't let her. So these people were sought out as guns, hiding behind the internet themselves to inflame public opinion. Wu Nai said, "I advise you to find the person who provided the information and ask her if she can find the victim. Won't you have the evidence to identify me then?" Several reporters' heads were full of question marks. Was the old man in front of them teaching them how to deal with themselves? Or is there something really fishy about the whole thing itself? Everyone decided that they would go back and call the female reporter they knew from the city TV station to see if they could find the victim. Chapter 49, Shalili's idea of hitting the money. A few reporters inexplicably approached and inexplicably left. Wu Nai sat on the sofa without moving his butt. All he could hope for now was that the female reporter from the TV station would really just find a couple of victims somewhere and identify them to him. That's when things get interesting. 2 rewards away from winning another super prize. Wu Nai was thinking about which of the 3 women to start with. Looking at his increasingly youthful appearance in the mirror, 2 more rewards would make him a full 6 years younger. The true age is equivalent to becoming 56. Uncle Wu is eating. Lu Mei brought the prepared breakfast to the table. Wu Nai decided that whoever came to his house first in a while would be the one to make a move on today. I had just sat down at the table when there was a knock on the door. Lu Mei smiled slightly. She could see that Uncle Wu's 3 female tenants really cared about him and visited him several times a day. Walking over and opening the door, Shalili stood outside. "Hey, Auntie Lau, is breakfast ready?" Lu Mei wore a smile. "It's done. Just waiting for you to come and eat." Shalili walked into the house with a big grin and sat her butt down next to Wu Nai. "Where's the grandpa for dinner?" Wu Nai was holding a freshly made pie in his hand. "Not eating? Am I on the toilet?" Shariari licked her lips. By the look on the other side's face, I knew something was definitely up. "Say, what's up?" "I'm fine." Shalili immediately denied it. "Wu Nai, if you're fine, hurry up and eat, and hurry to work afterward." Shalili absent-mindedly took 2 bites of the pie and watched as Mr. Wu really stopped questioning her. Only then did he say hesitantly, "Master Wu, you made so much money yesterday, how are you going to spend it?" "Wu Nai, did the other party want to borrow money again?" "But it didn't look like it by the expression. How else can I spend it? I'll just go and deposit it in the bank and eat the interest." Shalili finally found a reason to open her mouth. "How much interest is there in the bank?" "Master, you believe me. You invest in buying a house. 3 years let you double." "Wu Nai, so he's here to pull in the numbers. Real estate has really been, for a few years, in high gear." Home prices will rub off on me over the next few years, but I already have 4 suites. Shalili almost choked on her pie. Tears in my eyes. The difference in being human is just too great. She doesn't even have a doghouse. Moncler Outlet Online 4 suites. With tears in my eyes. I prayed. Just buy another set. Moncler, I haven't finished this month's task yet. And you know I'm in charge now. And it's humiliating not to finish. Said Shalili hugged Wu Nai's arm and pampered him. Wu Nai disliked getting rid of Shalili's arm. $300,000 won't buy you a house in your neck of the woods. The neighborhood where Shalili is selling is more upscale than the one they live in. Shalili, Moncler, you can get a loan now. $300,000 down payment. Only need to pay back $15,000 per month. Wu Nai, how many years will that take to pay back? Embarrassed, Shalili said. 30 years. Wu Nai convinced. I believe you now and really look forward to me living a long life because I can't even pay off my mortgage if I don't live to be 100. Shalili, I heard you Qian say yesterday that she found you a $15,000 job so you can support the loan with your salary. Wu Nai, then what do I eat and what do I spend? Shalili, isn't that still our rent? Wu Nai, the rent is just enough to pay your Aunt Lu's salary. Shalili scratched her head. It seems that persuading Moncler Outlet Online Wu to buy a house is really not very reliable. Had to keep my head down and keep eating. Wu Nai was just waiting for Shalili to give up voluntarily. Telling him to buy a house now is no different than shoving money in his pocket. Just a slightly longer cycle. I'll take a set. Ding. Receiving surprise from Shalili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Shalili couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth in excitement. Moncler, I thought you weren't going to buy it? Wu patiently pleased with himself and took it easily. Earning a bonus. The mouth must still say. Carrying a pig trough for 1,000 miles. And it's not for you. Shalili, so what do you eat and what do you spend? Wu Nai, I remember you guys sell existing houses there, right? Shalili nodded. Wu Nai, then I'll buy it and rent it out. And won't I just use the rent to cover the loan and be done with it? Shalili froze. How come she hadn't realized before that Master Wu was so financially savvy? So, Master Wu, you're really buying? How can Wu Nai not do anything that makes money? I'll follow you to the sales floor in a few minutes. Shalili nodded frantically. Grand Master, the commission I get is also returned to you. I just need to complete the task. The commission is less than a small 10,000. It seems that Shalili, in order to complete the task, is really anxious. Shalili haphazardly stuffed the whole pie into her mouth. Grandpa, why don't we leave now? I'll buy you something nice for lunch. Wu Nai couldn't help but think of the carousel of small hot pots once again. Shaking his head, he lifted the tote bag containing $300,000. Took the ID again. The two of them went downstairs and took a taxi, going straight to the sales office. Manager Bai saw from afar that Shalili surprisingly brought Master Wu again. I didn't provoke her in the past 2 days. Why did I invite this living father here again? Showing a stiff smile, he greeted them. What brings you here today, Moncler? The panic on Manager White's face was visible to the naked eye. Wu Nai, take it easy. I'm not coming at you today. Manager White, huh? Who's that at? Manager Bai had already been shadowed by Wu Nai and was afraid that his men would mess with Wu Nai and he would be implicated. Shalili spoke up to explain. My grandpa is here to buy our house. Manager Bai was even more surprised than Shalili. Master, you want to buy our house here? Shalili must give the biggest discount to the big man. The process of buying the house went smoothly and was completed in less than a morning. $300,000 down. 30-year loan. 130 square feet of house. You receive about $3,000 a month in rent for renting it out. After the $1,500 to pay off the loan, you have $1,500 left for yourself. One last reward left to win the super prize. Wu Nai had been a little impatient. Just in time to come to noon. Shalili was in a happy mood as she completed her task. What do you think you'd like to eat today? Sir, my treat. Wu Nai, let's eat something simple then. I see that there's a Western restaurant right across from your sales office. So let's go there and simply deal with a bite. I haven't had a meal there in all the time I've worked here. Wu Nai, what? You don't want to give up? Shalili couldn't wait to smack herself twice. Why don't you just take Mr. Wu to a restaurant? Why do you have to pretend to be so generous? And let the master choose for himself. Manager Bai came over at this time. What are Lily and the grandpa talking about? Lily's eyes lit up. Isn't this where the big bad seed comes in? Chapter 50, How Dare a Grandpa Tell Fortunes? Lily smiled and said, Manager Bai, our grandpa wants to eat Western food. I was about to take him there. When Lily puckered her ass, Wu Nai knew what kind of she was going to take. Definitely trying to get Manager White to pay for a treat. Manager Bai was really on board and immediately said, then let's all go eat together. My treat. Sha Lily put on a coy expression. How can this be a good idea? Western food is so expensive. Why don't we let the grandpa decide which one of us will treat us? Sha Lily kept winking at Wu Nai behind Manager Bai's back. She had to continue working in the sales department. There was no way she could force Manager Bai to treat her, so came up with the idea of letting Wu Nai decide. I'm not to blame for whoever the master asked to treat him, am I? Manager Bai hurriedly said. There's no need to be so troublesome. It's just me. Looking at Sha Lily still scowling, Wu Nai sighed helplessly. Since Manager Bai said so, let Manager Bai treat us, and let Lily treat us next time. Sha Lily flashed a winning smile, and put on a sorry face. Egu, I told you I'd treat it. Letting Manager Bai break the bank again. Manager Bai didn't care at all about this amount of money for dinner. As long as Wu Nai didn't lay a hand on him again, he would thank God. The three of them came to the Western restaurant. The steaks are $388 apiece and the various soup and vegetable dishes are not cheap. 3 people didn't order much and it cost over $2,000. The waiter asked how rare the steak was. Sha Lily was still very concerned about Wu Nai. My grandpa has bad teeth. Give him a 1080. The waiter served. Miss, the steak 10% is already fully cooked. Sha Lily said rightly. Yeah, more rare than fully cooked. To make the steak a little more rare. Waiter, explain. Actually, the more cooked the steak is, the more wooded it is, the less cooked it is, the more tender it is instead. It took Sha Lily a moment to realize there was more to it. A ripe one for the big man. Then, Wu Nai couldn't look away. You could just make me eat raw beef. Manager White sat across the table, not daring to speak or laugh. The three of them ended up asking for rare together. The waiter went down before Manager White dared to speak. What do you think of our house, Moncler? This time to buy a house. The white manager to contribute at least let Wu Nai save tens of thousands of dollars. The house felt really nice too. If it wasn't more convenient to be close to the 3 girls over there, he'd be tempted to move this side of the house. Nice. Manager White breathed a sigh of relief. Moncler Outlet Store satisfied. He was relieved. Then he asked, what do you think of the feng shui of our property, Moncler? He knew that when the property was opened, the owner had specifically asked a feng shui master to look at the location. He also knew that Wu Nai was someone with real skills, so he wanted to see if the feng shui master his boss had found was reliable. Where does Wu Nai know how to tell fortunes and read feng shui? However, when she saw Sha Lily looking like a curious baby, her heart couldn't help but be moved. The way to surprise Sha Lily he thought of. Putting on an air of superiority, he nodded his head gently. Well, good. Manager Bai had an expression of I'm sure it's so. The master was really proficient in fortune telling in feng shui. Then I have an ungrateful request. Can I trouble you to take a look for me, master? Wu Nai asked directly. Well, what do you want to see? Manager Bai said somewhat nervously. I want to see the fortune. I always feel bad luck lately, and nothing I do is going too well. Sha Lily sat quietly observing. She now wondered if Master Wu was really capable, or if he was trying to fool Manager Bai. Wu Nai pretended to scrutinize the white manager's appearance. In his heart, he was actually wondering how to convince Manager Bai and Sha Lily that what he said was true. It's normal for you to have a rough luck this year, being the year of your birth. Manager White showed a shocked expression. He has always claimed to be in his 40s because he looks significantly older. In fact, this year was the very year of his 36th birthday, a matter that no one knew about. So it couldn't have been Sha Lily who told the other side either. Sha Lily laughed. So it turns out that Wu Moncler Outlet Store is really fooling people. Everyone in the sales department knows that Manager Bai is 44 this year, which is what year of life? Nevertheless, Manager Bai suddenly said, Master, I'm convinced. This is the year of my birth year. Can you help me think of a way to dissolve it? Wu Nai breathed a secret sigh of relief. What's more, he was using his penetrating eye to discover that Manager White was wearing a red pantsuit and a pair of red socks. That was the only way to guess that the other man was Nativity, and he didn't even know how to round it off if he guessed wrong. It's a good thing the last name White wearing red pants and red socks isn't a special fetish. Sha Lily's eyes widened. Manager Bai this year is really your natal year? Manager White nodded. Lily, you have to keep my secret. Ding. Receiving surprise from Sha Lily. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Ding. Rewards accumulated for 2 years. Opening the super prize. Nose of detection. Approaching an opponent to find out if they've committed a crime. Reaccumulate for 2 years to reopen the super jackpot. Wu Nai was stunned when he heard the system beep. The eye of perspective. The mouth of honesty. The nose of probing. The system was trying to upgrade all of his 5 senses now. I wonder what will open next. Could it still be the year of the wind? Xia Lili was still looking at Wu Nai in surprise. A mediocre old man beside him was a master fortune teller. Call anyone surprised. Manager Bai, on the other hand, was still waiting for Wu Nai to come up with a way to crack the luck of the current year for him. Wu Nai rubbed his nose, leaning so close to the two. The system didn't give any indication that the two hadn't done anything illegal, since the other party already believes that he is a master. What does one say that the other person still doesn't believe? So he spoke faintly. It's easy to break the effects of the nativity. Don't wear red pants and red socks. The white manager's buttocks tightened, and he immediately felt some leakage from the red pants underneath. At the same time, he was even more convinced of Wu Nai's skill. You're right, master. I've been wearing red pants and red socks since the beginning of the year. I'm going to take it off right now. After that he got up and headed for the bathroom. When Manager Bai left, Xia Lili asked incredulously, Master Wu, how did you figure it out? Wu Nai beckoned Xia Lili to come closer. Xia Lili obediently brought her head to Wu Nai's mouth. Wu Nai, the sky is the limit. Xia Lili, she should have known. How could you tell her? The waiter came over with the steak just in time to see Xia Lili bury her head in Wu Nai's arms. Amazement was written all over his face. No wonder he said he'd make 18-minute beef for the old man. Is he so old that he can still eat soft food? However, Wu Nai suddenly heard a system prompt. Guardian 2. Male. 27 years old. On the night of July 21st, theft of red wine from a Western restaurant. Valued at $5. 600. Wu Nai looked up and looked at the waiter who was arranging the dishes. Wei Er? The waiter jerked his head around and inquired suspiciously. Do you recognize me, Moncler? Chapter 51, Victim Found? Determining that the other party's name was really Wei Er, Wu Nai just smiled slightly. A few $1,000s in theft and the restaurant didn't call the police, so he didn't have to be nosy. Wei Er is a bit puzzled. This old man how God chatter, but also know his name? Sitting on the sidelines, Xia Lili's eyes glazed over. Wu Moncler outlet store can know the name of the other party. It must have been calculated again. Now she had to believe it if she didn't. When the waiter set up the plates and left, Xia Lili moved her chair back toward Wu Nai. Hey grandpa, why didn't you tell me you had such great skills? Wasn't the cancer cured by your own means as well? Wu Nai kept his mouth shut. Xia Lili can think what he wants to think. Xia Lili was anxious. Grandpa, you talk instead. Wu Nai picked up the table knife. What did I say? Hurry up and eat. Where was Xia Lili in the mood to eat? Licking his rosy lips. See if you can do the math for me. Moncler. Wu Nai glanced at Xia Lili and his perspective eyes opened. Seeing Xia Lili in a pair of purple lingerie, not to mention a great body, Wu Nai withdrew his gaze. Counting what? Counting that you're wearing purple underwear today? Ding. Receiving surprise from Xia Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Xia Lili hastily tore open her chest and peered in. Surprised, he looked at Wu Nai. You're also too godly. Grand Master. You can even figure this out, he said, yanking out the straps of his underwear. Look, I'm wearing really purple underwear. Wu Nai looked helplessly at Xia Lili. Can you be a little more reserved? Those who don't know will think we're going to do something? Xia Lili tucked the underwear belt back in. What are you afraid of? There are plenty of people who want to see the beach. Let them look. That's not the thing I'm looking for you to count. Moncler outlet, what do you count that I want to count? Wu Nai. He can't even figure it out by telling him. And you want him to guess? What are you playing at? Wu Nai continued to eat, ignoring the expectant Xia Lili whose eyes were full of anticipation. Xia Lili, like Manager Bai, the more he ignored her the more he felt that Wu Nai was inscrutable. Begged, Master, you just help me to tell my fortune. You see, when I can find a boyfriend. Boyfriend is not a rich second generation? Wu Nai put down the dinner knife and said in his heart, this is what you asked me to count. Xia Lili hurriedly sat upright, so as to allow Wu to observe more closely. Wu Nai shook his head while looking at it. No, no. Xia Lili panicked. How come you can't do it yourself? Say it clearly. Moncler, why can't I? Wu Nai, you're a person who puts too much emphasis on money. And in turn, you can't attract the attention of rich people. So don't think about the second generation of rich people, and rely on your own efforts. Xia Lili had a bitter face. She was counting on her face to find a rich kid and make the class leap. Wu Moncler outlet store directly to her pa. Wu Nai secretly laughed. There was nothing wrong with what he and Xia Lili said. There was nothing wrong with letting her struggle on her own. Manager White came back from the bathroom with his pants pockets bulging, thinking that the red panties and the red socks were in his pockets. Taking a seat, Manager Bai first thanked Wu Nai. Grandpa, thank you so much. The red panties and red socks are off. My whole body feels much more relaxed. Wu Nai oh. Doesn't it feel relaxing to not wear underwear and socks? Another instruction. Remember not to get involved with peach blossoms again this year, or the gods won't be able to save you even if they come. Manager Bai was still thinking that it would be okay to go back to Manhwa in a few days to catch up. Hearing that the consequences were so serious, it was decisive to just give up. The can have whoever she wants, and she certainly can't get involved with her again anyway. The three of them finished a meal in a cordial atmosphere. Wu Nai wanted to go home by himself, but Manager Bai insisted on giving Sha Lily half a day off to send Moncler Outlet Online her back. From knowing that she and the rich kid have no chance, Sha Lily has been in a very low mood. The cab was also muffled. Seeing that he couldn't go on like this, Wu Nai spoke out. Fate isn't fixed either. Shariari jerked her head back from sitting in the passenger side. Grandpa, is there hope for me? Wu Nai, have you ever heard that the harder you work the luckier you are? Sha Lily nodded her head. She surfed the internet when she was fine, and had drunk a lot of poisonous chicken soup, so naturally she had heard this before. Wu Nai, so yeah, as long as you work hard, what you want may not come. Sha Lily was as if she had been enlightened and revived with full blood. Instantly, I'm fighting for my life again. You're right, Moncler. I'll take you back to your neighborhood in a little while and go straight back to work again. Seeing that Sha Lily had resumed her heartless appearance, Wu Nai then let go of his heart, playing God and acting as a psychiatrist. It's been a busy day. The cab drove up to the gates of the Sunnyside neighborhood, where a group of people stood in front of the entrance to the neighborhood discussing something heatedly. Wu Nai caught a glimpse of a few reporters who had gone to his house yesterday. Why are you looking for me again so soon? Wu Nai got out of the cab. Shariari had wanted the cab to return to the sales office immediately. Suddenly saw those people outside the door, all rushing towards Moncler Outlet Store. Wu. Sha Lily hurriedly said to the driver, I'm not going back, you go. After saying that, he hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car. The driver, puzzled, murmured, two psychopaths. By the time Sha Lily got out of the car, the reporters had surrounded Wu Nai. Today's tailgate reporter disliked the microphone to Wu Nai's mouth. Moncler, 3 cancer patients contacted us and said they were deceived by you before going to the second hospital for treatment. What do you think about this matter? Search cat reporter with a camera to take pictures. Moncler Outlet Store. There are patients said, is listening to your words, bought tens of thousands of dollars of special drugs. The results do not have any effect. How do you explain? Dozens of residents in the surrounding neighborhood, watching the action from the sidelines. After hearing what the reporters said, they all pointed their fingers at Wu Nai. Sha Lily pushed away a few reporters. What do you want? I'll call the police if you don't leave. An old woman who looked to be in her 60s stepped forward. Step aside, girl. This old man is a liar. We're here to expose him today. Sha Lily, you're the liar. You dead old woman. And you guys. Sha Lily raised her hand and pointed at the witnesses who had come over to testify against Wu Nai. The reporter said, this young lady, please exercise restraint. We need to get the facts. These patients contacted us looking for media help, and this Moncler Outlet Store guy is perfectly capable of producing evidence if he's not cheating. We will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Sha Lily, bad you sister. Seeing all these reporters approaching, she had guessed what was going on. It must be the one that Bai Shui said, the reporter from the city TV station who found the person, deliberately trying to discredit Moncler Outlet Online. Wu Nai patted Sha Lily's shoulder. Don't get excited. Let's see what they really say and what they want. One patient agitated. We want compensation. We're going to make you publicly apologize and admit to lying. Another shouted. Right. A public apology must be made, admitting that both you and the second hospital are lying. Chapter 52, Confrontation on Air. Then Wu Nai looked at the few cancer patients who were alive and well. Are you sure you're all here to testify against me? Several people nodded frantically. We're here to expose you as a liar. Reporters from several media outlets appeared very excited about the incident, which has had a huge impact online. If they dismantle the other person as a scammer, they will surely get a lot of traffic. Searching for Elvis reporter, Moncler. Now that the witnesses have appeared, do you still want to weasel out? Sha Lily, bull asterisk sophistry. Doing something wrong is called sophistry. Master Wu didn't cheat at all. Sha Lily sprayed the reporter with spittle. Wu Nai once again told Sha Lily to calm down. He'd been waiting for the other side to get witnesses over here for a long time. And the next thing you know, that's when the fun starts. Turning to a few reporters, he said, since you guys want to make a big deal out of this, we might as well make it even bigger. Have a live-streamed identification session? Several journalists rejoiced. Wasn't that what they wanted? The few patients who identified Wu Nai, however, hesitated and looked at each other, no one daring to speak. In the end, it was the reporter who persuaded them. Don't worry, grandparents, grandma and grandpa, we in the media will do you justice. Live streaming will save more people from being scammed. You are doing a great thing. Several patients then reluctantly agreed to this request. The reporter asked Wu Nai, so when do we turn on the live stream? Wu Nai prevented things from changing and these disguised patients from suddenly backtracking again. Now then, I see you have all your equipment with you. Yes, all reporters immediately agreed. Equipment began to be set up, and more people gathered outside the neighborhood gates. Many people recognized Wu Nai. Some new back don't know what's going on. Out of the blue inquired, isn't that the old Wu head? How come he still has to be on TV? Someone helped to explain, old Wu head is in trouble. Those people say he is a liar. The whole thing is not good, but also the police to arrest in it. The more you watch, the more outrageous it gets. And Wu Nai, as the person in question, looked calm, as if he had everything under control. The live screen of each news platform is turned on, starting with a reporter introducing the scene in front of the screen. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a reporter from SOCAT, and the recent news of cancer recovery has been a hot topic on the internet. But after much investigation, it was confirmed that the news was fabricated by an old man named Wu Nai, to gain attention and scam other cancer patients. Today, several of the victims' clients are with me and they will be on hand to identify the rumor mongers. Because of the heat of this event, the live broadcast quickly gathered 100,000 plus viewers. The reporters were excited, they hadn't hosted a live broadcast with such a large audience. Then, all the cameras turned to Wu Nai, who was standing on the side, and several witnesses. It was the same old woman who inquired first. Auntie, can you tell us how you were deceived? The old woman was a little nervous. Obviously she hadn't expected this part. It was this old guy named Wu Nai who said he had terminal cancer that had turned into mid-stage and told me that taking a certain kind of medicine would definitely be good. So I believed him and spent $30,000. But my condition didn't improve at all. The reporter passed the microphone to another victim. How were you victimized? Moncler outlet store. This old man was obviously bolder than the old woman from earlier. Reaching out, he pointed to Wu Nai. He's the one who said he was cured of cancer in the second hospital. And my old partner was transferred to the second hospital, only to die within a few days. It's all because of him. Everyone help me. The live stream was vociferous, all pitying a few of the victims. Shalili also crouched in the live broadcast with her cell phone as she tried to type a defense for Wu Nai. But because there were so many people talking, the message she sent was instantly swiped away. Anxious, she rushed to Wu Nai's side and shouted at several cameras. Don't listen to these people. They are the ones who falsely accused Master Wu. The old woman who had just spoken pooh-poohed towards Shalili. You're all in this together. And you're speaking up for him. Shalili was sprayed with saliva. If it was normal, she would not hesitate to spit it back. But not now. If you spit it back, Moncler outlet online Wu can't explain it even better. Wu Nai pulled Shalili aside and inquired, how many people are in their live room? Shalili gritted her teeth. It's already over 100,000. I'm afraid the entire Fanghai city has seen you. Wu Nai felt about right. Turning to the old woman who had slandered him, he said righteously, this is in front of the media cameras, and you are legally responsible for every word you say. Are you sure everything you said is true? When it came down to it, the old woman raised her head. What's the matter? I'm telling the truth. Are you the only one allowed to lie and we're not allowed to say anything? The comments on the livestream were lopsided in favor of the old lady. A few reporters smiled with glee. They had finally caught the heat this time. Sure enough, that female reporter from the city TV station didn't lie to them. Wu Nai inquired with honesty. I'll ask you one last time. Is everything said true? Did I lie to you? The old woman blurted out. I told you a lie. You didn't lie to me at all. There was a moment of silence, preventing the old woman from retracting her confession. Wu Nai immediately continued to inquire. Then why did you say that I lied to you? Old woman, a girl gave me $200 and told me to say so, and said she'd give me 300 more when it was over. Wu Nai took out his cell phone and pulled up the photo of the female reporter that he had long ago found online, handing the photo to the other person to look at. Is it her? The old woman nodded and admitted. Yes, that's her. The reporters froze and the remaining victims were in a daze. We agreed to make false accusations together. Why did this old woman turn against us halfway? More than 100,000 netizens in the live broadcast room also do not know what happened. Is there a reversal of the plot? Wu Nai then used the mouth of honesty to ask the old man who said he had a dead partner. What about you? Are you telling the truth? The old man tried to deny it, but his mouth admitted uncontrollably. What I said is false. My old partner died 20 years ago. Boom! In an instant the broadcast room exploded. There is also the possibility of an accident if a person changes their story. When two people say that, there's definitely a reversal. Several reporters were shocked plus regretful at this point. Before they went on air they said they were on the side of justice and had investigated everything. What's the explanation now? Wu Nai once again continued to hold up his cell phone. She's the one who sent you here too, isn't she? Old man, well, she gave me $300 and said she'd give me another $300 when it was over. Just as the old man finished speaking, the old woman was not pleased. Why should I give you $600 and I only have $500? The old man himself was dumbfounded when he finished speaking. Where could he care whether it was $500 or $600? The female reporter who was watching the live broadcast from the city's television building watched as her eyes went black and black. Never in her wildest dreams did she think it would come to this. Even though Wu Nai hadn't yet shown the live broadcast, the photo on her cell phone, she was already sure that it was definitely her in the photo. Chapter 53, Turning Defeat into Victory. Outside the gates of the Sunshine District, everyone's eyes were locked on Wu Nai, and several of the elderly men who came over to testify stood awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Everyone was waiting for Wu Nai to release the photos from his cell phone, and they all wanted to see who actually designed all of this. Naturally, Wu Nai would not disappoint the crowd. He'd been waiting for this moment. 2. Raise your cell phone and point it at several cameras. The spiteful face of the female TV reporter appeared on top of the screen. The first to be surprised were several journalists, because it was their TV counterparts in the photo who broke the news to them. For a moment, they all understood. Turns out he was being used as a gun. Then all these so-called victims in front of us must be fake too. What they thought was their chance became a joke. After that, the leaders will definitely talk to them and even hold them accountable. A few people hated it with a passion. Quick, turn off the live feed. It was at this point that they remembered that the live stream was still on. There are still over 100,000 viewers watching what's going on in front of them. Fonghai Second Hospital. Dean Zhao looked at the closed live feed and burst out laughing. This broadcast was better than any coverage. After that, their second hospital definitely became famous. And the female reporter sitting in the TV station stared vacantly at her phone, which had gone black. She's finished. The impact of this incident has rippled throughout the city. Everyone pretty much recognized her. And just then the phone rang. The female reporter saw it was her mom calling. She didn't need to answer it to know that her mother must be trying to question her about what was going on. Dang dang. There was a knock on the office room door. A staff member opened the door. The station manager wants you to come to the office. Wu Nai, on the other hand, was walking with Xia Lili at a brisk pace, heading for home. Xia Lili, Grandpa, you're just too godly. Even this can make you bounce back. Those reporters are turning blue. Wu Nai laughed. Aren't you going back to your unit? Xia Lili, still back to what unit? Follow you. I also became famous. Drip drip drip. Just up the stairs. Wu Nai's cell phone rang. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was Zhang Le calling. Pressing answer. Zhang Le shouted excitedly over there. Master Wu, you're just too good. Live, we all saw it. Wu Nai let out an oh-so-subtle cry. The race is the day after tomorrow, right? Zhang Lu excitedly said. Yes, Master Wu. Do you think we can practice together tomorrow? Wu Nai, no problem. Then it's better to come to my house. Alright, Zhang Lu agreed painfully over there. Xia Lili questioned. Who wants to come to your house? Moncler? Wu Nai casually said. A few friends. In Xia Lili thought, Wu's friends must also be all old men of years, and immediately lost interest. Day 2. Wu Nai asked Lu Mei to go out and buy more food, as the family is expecting a few people today. Lu Mei, how many people does that need to cook for? When Wu Nai thought about it, the amount of food that those 4 people had, it was horrible. Make it for 7 or 8. Lu Mei then immediately took the vegetable basket and went out the door. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Li's 4 men then lightly arrived at Wu Nai's house. Both parties hadn't seen each other for a week as well, and Zhang Li held up what he was carrying in his hand. Grandpa, we didn't come empty-handed this time. Wu Nai let out an ouch. You still know how to buy gifts. What did you buy? The black goo bag he couldn't see either. Zhang Li smiled awkwardly. We were going to buy some fruit, but fruit is too expensive. We just bought some carrots, so you can deal with it. Moncler. Wu Nai. Zhang Lu hurriedly explained. Grandpa, carrots are great. Not only do they store for a long time, but they also replenish vitamins. If you can't bite into it, you can still make carrot soup out of it. Wunai, thanks so much. I'm afraid that relying on carrots for vitamins would take a truckload of them to have any effect. Putting their stuff down, a few people started into the game. Tomorrow is the provincial competition, which is crucial. This is their battle for revenge and will meet up with their nemesis, Ma Feng, again. 5 people played until 11 o'clock without realizing it. A few of the guys' skills were there, so they didn't need too much guidance from Wunai. It depends on the mindset at the time of the game. Drip drip drip. Someone pressed the code to unlock the door, and Wunai knew it was Lu Mei returning from grocery shopping. All 4 youths also turned back to the door of the room. Click. The door to the room pulled open. Lu Mei walked in carrying the groceries. Wunai introduced the 4. This one you can just call Aunt Lu. Tao Dahi, however, slowly stood up. Mom, Lu Mei, Dashi, why are you here? Wunai and the other 3 froze. Tao Dashi was at a loss for words and stammered. We came to see Master Wu for tuition. Lu Mei walked in with her groceries suspiciously. A couple of the boys quickly put their cell phones away. Only Wunai was still holding his cell phone with the game screen on. Lu Mei, catch up on lessons? What kind of lessons? Tao Dashi constipated expression. He never dreamed that he could run into his old mom at Master Wu's house. Supplement. Tao Dashi racked his brain and didn't know what lessons he could make up at Moncler Outlet Store Wu's house. Wunai couldn't look away. Make up for it, just play the game. Tao Dahi had a constipated look on his face. I'm sure my mom won't let him go. Which Lu Mei just frowned slightly and then said, that's just it. If you're willing to play for a while on vacation, what can I say about you? Tao Dahi was as if he had been given a new life. Since when has your mom been so nice? I used to play games at home on vacation, too. Whenever I was caught, I was scolded. Ha. So I'll play some more? Lu Mei, play. I'll go cook for you. It was only when Lu Mei entered the kitchen that Zhang Lu and the others said enviously, Dahi, isn't your mom too nice to see you playing games and not even talk about you? No one felt ashamed of Tao Dashi's mother, who worked as a nanny for Master Wu. Instead, he envied Tao Dashi for getting involved with Master Wu. You'll be able to open up a little bit of game training in the future. Tao Dashi curled the corners of his mouth and said smugly, that's right, you don't look at whose mom it is. Lu Mei was in the kitchen when she heard the conversation outside and gripped the rolling pin in her hand. The kid's still fooling around. You'll have to learn a lesson when I get home sometime. Drip drip drip. Once again, someone pressed the combination lock. Zhang Lu, it's not someone's mom again, is it? A statement that directly caused the other 2 teammates to raise their hearts into their throats. They forgot that this was the Wunai house. How could their families find them? The door to the room opened. Snow walked in wearing a casual suit. She had the day off and had just gotten back from going out and working out. Zhang Lu excitedly said, it's pretty sister. Tao Dashi, however, suddenly got into the kitchen and spoke to his mom. Mom, look at the pretty girl outside. Does she look like my great aunt? Lu Mei's sister died when Tao Dashi was a child, but the family has always kept pictures of each other. Tao Dashi grew up saying that his great aunt was prettier than his mom. Got a lot of beatings for that. The speaker has no intention of listening. Lu Mei has also always felt that the girl by Shui looks like her long-deceased sister. Chapter 54, Recognition. Lu Mei thought there was a possibility. Do you think she could be the child your great-aunt once lost? Tao Dashi's eyes widened. You said she's my cousin? I didn't suppress the volume because I was too excited. Lu Mei hurriedly covered Tao Dashi's mouth. Will you keep your voice down? What if it's not? Tao Dashi packed his bags. Definitely. My eyes are the ruler. I'm going to recognize my cousin now. Lu Mei once again pulled her son back. Son, don't be impulsive. What kind of person goes up to recognize relatives casually? Aren't you good with Master Wu? Ask Master Wu on the side first if Bai Shui has any family. Tao Dashi's eyes narrowed. Mom, leave this matter to me. With that said, he exited the kitchen. Zhang Lu and the others simply thought that Tao Dashi was going in to see if the dishes were done, so it didn't really matter. Bai Shui, on the other hand, was laughing and joking as she was chatting with Zhang Lu and the others. We were all about the same age. And the other person was Moncler Outlet Online Wu's little friend. So Bai Shui quite enjoyed talking to them. Tao Dashi lewdly approached Wu Nai. Wu Nai also did not expect the world to be so small. And the nanny he found would be Tao Dashi's mother. Wu Nai, you kid, go back to perform well. Your mom see my face here did not ray you. Go back certainly will not let you off. Tao Dashi, of course, knows his mother's temperament. Did not beat him in front of the crowd. Really is to see the face of Wu Dashi. Grandpa, I want to ask you something. Tao Dahi kept his voice low to prevent a few other people from hearing him. Wunai, you don't mean to ask when your mom came to my house to do it, do you? Tao Dashi hurriedly shook his head. Oops. I want to ask, does Sister Bai Shui have a date? Wunai was speechless. Are you crazy? Tao Dashi hurriedly blah 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 a few times. Too excited. He asked the wrong question. What I want to ask, Moncler, is whether Sister Bai Shui has any family? In connection with Tao Dashi's rush into the kitchen just now, Wunai seemed to have some guesses. No family. Your sister Snowy grew up in an orphanage. Tao Dashi asked excitedly. What? Which orphanage? Wunai was helpless. How would I know? Just ask her directly if you have any questions. Just then, Bai Shui stood up. You guys chat. I'll go help Aunt Lu in the kitchen. Tao Dahi knew the opportunity had come. Hurriedly, he followed into the kitchen. With 3 people crammed into the tiny kitchen, Snow was a little uncomfortable. Smiling, she said to Tao Dashi, you go out first. I'll just help Aunt Lu with her work. Lu Mei had the intention to stop Tao Dashi from opening his mouth, but it was too late. Tao Dashi's tone was certain. Cousin, I'm your long-lost cousin. Again, he said to his mom. Mom, I've already asked Master Wu. My cousin grew up in an orphanage. Wow. The object in Lu Mei's hand fell onto the chopping board. Snow was in a daze. This whole mom and cousin thing. She didn't understand it at all. Lu Mei could no longer control her emotions and her voice trembled a little. Boy, did you really grow up in an orphanage? Because she hadn't been working in the Wunai family for long, she hadn't learned much about the lives of several of the women. I just feel inexplicably close to Snow every time I see him. Snow didn't feel anything growing up in an orphanage and nodded. Yeah. Lu Mei followed up by inquiring. Then is there a birthmark on your buttocks? Snow nodded again. Tao Dashi was excited. Sister Bai Shui, take off your pants and show us, okay? Without waiting for Bai Shui to speak, Lu Mei waved her hand and slapped Tao Dashi on the head. Get the hell out of here. Tao Dashi blinked his innocent eyes. Didn't he just want to see his cousin's birthmark? What was wrong with him? As for calling him with a big slap? Snow had been shocked beyond words because no one knew she had a birthmark on her, but Tao Dahi covered his head and came out of the kitchen and sat down next to Wunai. Wunai had just used his penetrating eye to look at the image in the kitchen. Probably know what's going on. So he asked, are we sure? Tao Dashi rubbed his head that had been slapped painfully. I don't know. I don't see a birthmark. Wunai frowned. What birthmark? Tao Dashi explained. Sister Bai Shui has a birthmark on her buttocks. So if you show me the shape, I'll be able to tell if she's my cousin. Wunai, you weren't even born when your cousin got lost, were you? So where are you going to recognize a birthmark? Tao Dashi sat up straight violently. Yes, I've never seen a birthmark. Where to recognize it? No wonder Mom beat him up. Wunai then turned on his perspective ability again, wanting to see if Bai Shui would reveal the birthmark to Lu Mei. He definitely wasn't looking for an ass-whopping, just wanted to see how things went. In the kitchen, Bai Shui and Lu Mei hugged each other excitedly when they corroborated some information. The two cried uncontrollably. Wunai retracted his gaze. It seemed to be true after all. Although Lu Mei is not Bai Shui's real mother, she is her real mother's sister. Bai Shui also really became Tao Dashi cousin. Let's hope that Lu Mei won't let Bai Shui live in her house after the relationship is established. Otherwise there will be one less channel to get rewards. Zhang Li's few people covered their stomachs. To Tao Dashi, he said, go in and see if the food is done. We're hungry. Tao Dashi turned his head the other way. Whoever of you wants to go in can go in. He's afraid of going in and getting his ass kicked again. The two women had cried enough and came out of the kitchen. They wanted to thank Wunai for making it possible for them to meet. Zhang Li's bitter face. How can he cook and make both of them cry? Did you cut the onion? Lu Mei led Bai Shui and came to Wunai. Lu Mei, Uncle Wu. Snowy, Master Wu. Both said at the same time. Thank you. Wunai coughed lightly twice and had to put on an uninformed expression. What's wrong? Lu Mei took Bai Shui's hand and explained. Actually, she is my sister's daughter who was lost many years ago. Wunai put on a look of realization. The rent is not refundable. In order to prevent Shirayuki from moving away, he had no choice but to resort to desperate measures as well. The originally warm and touching atmosphere was directly broken by Wunai's sentence. The two women who made it didn't know how to take it. It was Snow who was the first to react. Moncler, I'm not going to move away. There's you here. Sister you. And Sha Lily, you're all my family. Lu Mei nodded approvingly. She could see Bai Shui every day here as well. It's the same wherever you live. Tao Dahi had another smug look on his face. Zhang Lu and the others hadn't seen it yet, so they inquired what was going on. Tao Dahi grunted twice. The old man took off, you know? If you want to talk to my cousin in the future, you'll have to see if I agree. And Master Wu's house. If you want to come, you'll have to ask my permission. The remaining three looked at each other. How come Tao Dashi was suddenly powerful? Wu Nai, alright, everyone hurry up and eat. Continue training after eating and participate in the provincial final tomorrow. Bai Shui realized after understanding that Wu was actually a master of playing games, and had to go to a tournament with 4 college students. Ding! Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Chapter 55, The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart. A few of the boys finished their meal and practiced at Wu Nai's house for another afternoon, until it was dark and almost time for dinner again. Zhanglu, why don't we leave? And we can't continue to dine at Master Wu's house. Another team member followed closely. Yes, Master Wu has been so good to us. We can't give an inch. Tao Dashi, right. Master Wu has been so good to us. We shouldn't keep sticking around. Wu Nai sat next to him with a helpless expression. Can't you guys discuss it behind my back? If you don't want to go, just say so. I'm not going to miss a meal. The 4 boys giggled in embarrassment. Back at school at this hour, the cafeteria was closed, so they could only eat instant noodles. Besides, even if the cafeteria was open, it wouldn't be as good as the food at Master Wu's house. Lu Mei was still in her room talking to Bai Shui. It's natural to want to say very much when loved ones are reunited. Wu Nai put his cell phone down. Alright, we won't eat at home at night. Moncler Outlet Online, you guys are invited to a restaurant. Long live the Grand Master. The 4 young men cheered. Snowy and the 2 of them walked out of the room. Snowy, Master, let me treat you to dinner. Wu Nai pulled out the recharge card he had previously run at the seafood restaurant, and there was still quite a bit of balance left in it. No one has to pay out of pocket today. Eat this card up for him. The 4 boys cheered again when they heard they were going to a seafood dinner. The last time they had seafood, it was seaweed soup made by the school cafeteria. Wu Nai found out the car keys. The car he won in the raffle just happened to be a 7-seater, so that saved him from hitting 2 cars. Ask Snow, can you drive? Although Wu Nai can drive himself, his driver's license hasn't come off yet. Bai Shui shook her head. She worked every day after graduation and had no time to learn how to drive. Lu Mei voiced out. I'll do it, Uncle Wu. She'd seen the car keys when she was cleaning up. I always thought that Uncle Wu had picked up the car keys somewhere, but I didn't realize that there was really a car. The group took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Upon seeing the brand new SUV, the 4 boys' eyes went wide. What man doesn't love a car? Especially a bloodthirsty youth like them. Tao Dashi stroked the body. Moncler Outlet Store, you want a driver? Don't. When I graduate, I'll come to you as a driver. Zhanglo, you want to work with your mom as a co-worker? Tao Dashi. You don't say. Mom, do you think it's okay? Lu Mei wanted to knife Tao Dashi's eyes could not be hidden. If not so many students were present, her big slap had already swung up. Wu Nai understood why Lu Mei was angry. After all these years of studying, you graduate and become a driver? He's still working with his mom. Who else is he going to smoke? Everyone gets in the car and heads straight to the seafood restaurant. Ordered a random table and spent the recharge card, letting the others sit first. Wu Nai went to the bathroom first. Played games all day and didn't go to the bathroom. Just as I reached the bathroom door, a woman came out of the women's side of the restroom. It just happened to brush up against Wu Nai. Ding! Zhang Yanhong, female, 32 years old. On May 20th, she killed her husband and hid his body in the family freezer. Wu Nai froze. May 20th to today. More than 3 months. The other party is still eating out. Apparently no one found out that the other husband has been killed. 520. Mud. It's not like I'm going to get GA'd because I didn't buy a gift, is it? Wu Nai didn't move. And the restroom didn't go. Immediately follows Zhang Yanhong quietly behind her. Found out that the other party was with a man. Eating here together. The 2 were talking, laughing and flirting. Clearly an unusual relationship. Wu Nai gave a cry of, what kind of mental quality is this? We still have 1 frozen in the freezer at home, so this will get us another one. How to notify Yu Qian but became a problem. It can't be said that it was prompted by the system and have to surprise Yu Qian. Wu Nai's eyes lit up with something. How can you use so much trouble to do something when you're such a hungover bastard? After the thought, he walked right over and sat between the 2. Zhang Yanhong and the man froze as the man questioned Zhang Yanhong. Do you know him? Zhang Yanhong shook her head in confusion. Just now she seemed to have seen this old man once in the bathroom. Wu Nai smiled faintly. Aren't you Zhang Yanhong? Zhang Yanhong nodded and searched all the memories in her mind, still not recalling who the other party was. The man saw that Wu Nai was able to call out Zhang Yanhong's name and did not speak out again. Zhang Yanhong, you are? Wu Nai directly used the mouth of honesty to inquire. I am your husband's friend. What has your husband done recently? Why haven't I seen him for quite a long time? Zhang Yanhong said casually. I killed it, and it's still hidden in my refrigerator. The man across the table had just taken a bite of vermicelli and nearly choked it out of his nose. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at Zhang Yanhong. Wu Nai then inquired. Why? I remember that you two are quite affectionate. Zhang Yanhong, that Valentine's Day found out I was chatting with someone else. So he said he wanted to divorce me and slapped me. I then sliced his neck with a knife while he was asleep. The man on the other side of the street looked around. Yes, they are eating in the restaurant now. Is this the kind of topic that can be brought up for conversation? And what did he say about her husband? Wasn't it himself who talked to her on 520? Coughing lightly, he slowly lifted his ass. So what? You guys talk first, I'll just go home. Wu Nai, how can you leave? At least be a witness nah. Zhang Yanhong's eyes widened. She couldn't even believe that those words came out of her own mouth. And she got up and wanted to leave. Wu Nai, however, suddenly grabbed her arm. Don't go away. I still want to hear how you killed your husband. With his other hand, he started dialing Yu Qian's phone number. Yu Qian has just arrived home from work. Just went to Master Wu's house. No one. She still feels strange. Where are you, Moncler? Wu Nai grabbed Zhang Yanhong with his left hand and held up his cell phone with his right hand. You quickly come to the Fish Wharf seafood restaurant. There's a guy over here who said he GA her husband and hid him in the refrigerator. Then Wu Nai turned the phone toward Zhang Yanhong. You killed your husband and hid him in the refrigerator, didn't you? Zhang Yanhong wanted to deny it, but her mouth said uncontrollably. Yes, that's right. I'll kill him if he tries to divorce me. Ding. Receives surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Yu Qian was surprised that Master Wu went out to eat and still ran into a murderer. Even more surprising was the fact that the other party outright admitted to killing her husband. Keep an eye on her, Moncler. I'll be right there. The man next to him had been dumbfounded. How come he didn't realize Zhang Yanhong was so ruthless before? 2 days ago, she told him that her husband had gone out of town and the two of them wouldn't have to sneak around anymore. But she didn't say that the field she went to was the Western Sky Na. Zhang Yanhong struggled hard, trying to break free of Wu Nai's control. But the old man in front of her was clearly more powerful than she thought. He's all nonsense. Come and help me. Zhang Yanhong begged the man for help. Men, didn't you say so yourself? He didn't say anything. Chapter 56 Arrival at the competition site. The chaos over here drew the attention of the entire restaurant, and all the eating customers looked over. Snow and the others found it too. Zhanglu, look guys, what is Master Wu doing pulling that woman? Tao Dashi furrowed his brows tightly. It can't be that Master Wu is in love with him, right? Tao Dahi had already brainstormed a big scene in his head. The woman that Moncler Outlet Online Wu was paid to keep is dating other men in private, and the two sides end up bumping into each other. Wu was pulling the woman and asking the other to give him a statement. Bai Shuilu Mei hurriedly got up and rushed over. Snowy, what happened to Master Wu? Wu Nai, just in time. Quickly help me hold on to her a bit. In a moment your sister you will come. Bai Shui first reached out and grabbed Zhang Yanhong's arm before asking Wu Nai. Why? Wu Nai, she's a murderer. And your sister you will arrest her when she comes later. Ding. Receives surprise from Snow. Increases life expectancy by 60 days. Lu Mei stood by the side with the same look of incredulity. How do you catch a murderer while you're eating here? The four boys came over and, hearing Wu Nai's explanation, immediately helped to press Zhang Yanhong to the ground. Tao Dashi then rushed up and directly strangled the man beside him. As he understood it, those who were with the murderer must be accomplices. Man, let go. It's none of my business. Tao Dashi, shut your mouth. You don't look like a good person to me. Several were college students, cynical and strong. The two were soon pressed into knots. The manager of the restaurant came over, after understanding the situation, and did not make a sound to stop, and let the hotel security over to maintain order. Dion 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 Dion. Outside the hotel, the sound of police cars rang out. Yu Qian rushed to the hotel with the team members she had notified. Rack up the two men under control. Zhang Yanhong still wants to argue. Why are you arresting me? Yu Qian looked to Moncler Outlet Store. Wu. On the phone is one thing, see on the spot is another. They need to hear the woman admit it to their face for it to work. Wu Nai asked with honesty. Did you kill your husband? Zhang Yanhong, killed. Wu Nai, where is it hidden? Zhang Yanhong, it's in my refrigerator. The man who ate with Zhang Yanhong was a big dunce throughout. If you want to deny it, deny it. If you want to admit it, admit it. What's all this back and forth for? Zhang Yanhong panicked. It wasn't my words just now. She didn't know why. But the old man in front of her couldn't help but say what was in her heart as soon as he asked her. Yu Qian said to the team, "Take them away." The man hurriedly shook his head. "It's none of my business. Don't believe me? Ask this grandpa." "Wu Nai, I don't count when I say so." The man has a question mark. "Didn't you cause all this? And now you're saying it doesn't count?" Officers escorted a man and a woman out of the hotel. "It's a simple matter of investigating. Just go to the suspect's house and see if there's a body in the refrigerator. It's possible to tell." Yu Qian smiled and said to Wu Nai, "Master Wu, when the matter is verified, the team will definitely give you recognition. Then you'll be the first one to solve a murder case without joining the team." Wu Nai has little interest in recognition. To capture a murderer and get 2 system rewards, he had earned it. "Bai Shui, sister, you will stay and eat with us." Yu Qian shook her head. "I still have to hurry back to finish this case." After Yu Qian left, Bai Shui was a bit regretful that she hadn't shared the fact that she had found her family with the other woman. "Wu Nai, let's go. Go back and eat." For youths surrounded Wu Nai. "How did you do it, Master Wu? How did you find her?" "Ha? Wu Nai, heaven's secrets must not be divulged." After dinner, Wu Nai first asked Lu Mei to drive the 4 boys back to school. Only then did the 3 drive back to the Sunnyside neighborhood. At night, Lu Mei went to Bai Shui's room again, and the 2 of them talked all night. It was only the next day that Yu Qian returned from the police station. Last night, she worked another all-nighter because of Zhang Yanhong's case. The first came to Wu Nai's house. "Grandpa, Zhang Yanhong's case is finalized. We've already found the body. It's been frozen in the freezer for months. There hasn't been a case this bad in the city in a long time." Wu Nai nodded. "It's good that it's verified." Yu Qian continued. "This time the case went so smoothly. Thanks to the Grand Master. Our director has decided that when you start, your salary will go up." Wu Nai didn't expect any surprises. Smilingly, he asked, "How much up?" Yu Qian held out her palm. 50. Wu Nai, who was still lolling just a moment ago, immediately stopped lolling, holding out a hand. He thought it was 500. Yu Qian hurriedly comforted. "Don't be anxious, Moncler, it will rise again in the future." Wu Nai nodded his head. "All right, a grasshopper is meat even if it's small. You hurry back to rest. I have to go out today, not at home." After breakfast, Lu Mei drove and dragged Wu Nai to Fanghai University to pick up the other 4 boys. Sitting in the brand new car, Tao Dahi sked. "We're better off now, too, with a shuttle to the game," Lu Mei said as she drove. "Aren't you guys still borrowing from Master Wu?" The 4 men were hemming and hawing and giggling in the background. The vehicle quickly arrived at the Fanghai Stadium, the same venue used for the municipal games. Zhang Lu got out of the car and shouted, "This time, what belongs to us will be taken back." Squeak! A $1 million luxury car pulls into the parking space next to it. The car door opens. Ma Feng, the winner of the last match, walked down with 2 other team members. Disdainfully, he glanced at Zhang Li's 4 men. TSK, Agu, you even took a taxi today? How come you didn't take the bus?" "Tao Dashi, grow a dog's eyes and look clearly. This is my private car of Master Wu's family." Ma Feng looked towards Wu Nai. He remembered that this old man was also present at the last match. "A private car is a big deal? My nanny's grocery cart is better than this piece of." "Tao Dahi, you fart." Zhang Le stopped the excited Tao Dashi. "Don't talk nonsense to him, let's beat him at the match." Hearing Zhang Le say that he would defeat them, Ma Feng laughed even more wildly. Reaching out, he pointed to Zhang Le, Tao Dashi and the others. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Oh yo, only 4 people nah? That dog of yours is gone. You can't even get a full team together. What are you going to beat us with?" Exasperated, Tao Dahi immediately tried to say that they had Master Wu, but it was stopped by Wu Dang's hand. "You can't tell the difference between a winner and a loser when it comes to things like sniping. The only way the other team will shut up for good is if they win the match." Ma Feng laughed out loud. "See, your grandpa won't even let you talk." Ma Feng thought that Wu Nai had followed Zhang Lu and the others, and must be the elder of one of them. Tao Dashi grunted coldly. "You'll just wait for my grandpa to teach you a lesson." Ma Feng thought that the lesson Tao Dashi was talking about was a lesson in reality. Scoffing, he said, "Letting this old guy teach me a lesson? You really can't find any help." The 2 team members beside Ma Feng let out a ha-ha-ha laugh. Their captain was a black Dan taekwondo man, not to mention the old man, and it was easy to beat up all 4 of the other team. Chapter 57 Horsewind turns to horse dung. A few people from Wunai walked into the venue. Provincial competitions have at least 3 times more spectators than municipal competitions. It already has the feel of a big game. The people who don't come over are basically young people. Not a single one as old as Wunai. The host takes the stage to introduce the rules of the game. There were 16 tournament teams in all, playing 2 against 2, 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2. Finally, there is the grand final. After the introduction of the teams from their respective cities, the captains were allowed to come up to the stage for the drawing of lots for the grouping. Zhang Lu, still as the captain of the BMW team, went on stage to draw lots. Tao Dashi stood next to Wunai. Marred. If only we were allowed to meet Ma Feng and the others in the first round. I wonder if Tao Dashi's prayers worked. Zhang Lu drew AC. Surprisingly, Ma Feng drew AC as well. That would represent 2 teams that would be the third pair to take the field. Ma Feng saw that he had drawn the same letter as Zhang Lu. The corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Compare a small thumb at Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu was not willing to show weakness and similarly returned a middle finger to his opponent. The 2 teams were the most fiery of all the teams. Zhang Lu returned to the crowd with his number plate. Tao Dashi slapped Zhang Li's shoulder fiercely. Okay, your hand is too good. So accurate. Zhang Lu looked at Wu Nai. Master Wu, please. The remaining 3 also looked over. Yeah, the key point of success or failure is Master Wu. Lu Mei stood on the sidelines. And although she didn't understand the game, she could tell that her son and these boys cared very much about this match. With the host's call for the start of the game, the 2 teams that drew a land began to go on stage. Wu Nai carefully observed the performance of the teams. These people may be their own strong opponents when they pass. 20 minutes and the game is over. A team called Mouse won the game easily. Tao Dashi bristled. What? Who came up with such a funny name? Why isn't his name Keyboard? Zhang Lu, don't underestimate the other team. This team is super strong. Tao Dashi, is it as strong as we are? Wu Nai faintly uttered 3 words. Not necessarily. Ha! The 4 team members looked over at the same time. With Wu Nai's judgment, if he didn't compete himself, it really wasn't certain who would win or lose between the 2 sides. Several of the opponents are also very talented players. Such strong players appeared in the first set of matches. It would be fun to see a few more sets to follow. The players come off the stage and the next to come on are the 2 teams that drew the bees. As Wu Nai continued to watch carefully, Group B behaved in a slightly more usual manner. It took close to 40 minutes of fighting to end the game. Wu Nai clapped his hands. Lift your spirits. It's our turn. Go for it. The 4 shouted in unison. Then they walked on stage together. There was a moment of silence when 4 youths and an old man were seen on stage at the same time. Then came the sound of lively discussion. Who is that grandpa? Send the kid to the stage? No. Look at that group of teams. There are only 5 people in total plus the grandpa. Could it be that the grandmaster is also a contestant? It can't be, can it? Are you going to play the game with your presbyopas on? If Moncler Outlet Store I can get on, I think I can too. No one was more surprised than Horsewind's team. They had never dreamed that Zhang Li's newly recruited contestant would be the same grandpa they had seen. Ma Feng scoffed. If you can't find a team member, you don't have to find an old man to come up and disgrace yourselves, right? If you really can't, we'll lend you one. Ha 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 ha. The rest of the team opened their mouths and laughed. If they were worried about Zhang Lu and his team making a comeback before, now that they saw that the other team member was an old man, they were completely unafraid. If they couldn't even beat the old man, they wouldn't have to play the game in the future. So what's the point of playing the tournament? The hosts didn't look too surprised because they had read the list before. Smiling, he said, our game is a game for all people, young and old. Any age is welcome to participate in the competition. The audience was once again abuzz. No one expected to see a game where grandparents and grandchildren played together today. Moderator, all players please take your seats. Our game will begin shortly. With the end of the preparation time, the host immediately shouted, the match begins, and both sides start picking. Doggy previously played the shooter position, and Zhang Lu played the field position. The key to a strong team overall is a strong hitter. So a few people decided before they went on stage that they would let Master Wu play the field. They had all seen how 6 Master Wu played the field. The selection is over and both sides can see the character chosen by the other side. When Ma Feng saw that the opposite side even let an old man play the field, he was even more happy. The opponent might as well just admit defeat. This match was, without a doubt, one of the most talked about on the floor. The host took the microphone and introduced, as you can see, the BMW battle team fielding position is the Grand Master. I wonder what kind of performance he will have. Giggles came from the audience. They and Ma Feng almost the same idea. Let Moncler Outlet Store play the field. Might as well just admit defeat better. Game on. Wu Nai operated in a smooth flow without wasting a second. When the audience saw Wu Nai in action, the scene immediately quieted down. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Those who can come to watch the game are enthusiasts who are very passionate about the game of King Naomiao. So, by operation alone, you can tell if the person can play. And the way they see Moncler Outlet Store then maneuvering the fielding position is undoubtedly top-notch. Anyway, they asked themselves, they would never be able to hit that kind of operation. The person who had just said that if Moncler Outlet Store they could get on too, quietly shut up. On the other side, Hornet plays the fielding position himself. When he was robbed of several wild monsters by Wu Nai in a row, Ma Feng went crazy. His mouth kept cursing. Where the hell did that old man come from? Mud. How come he's so powerful? You guys help me beat him to death. Ma Feng began to complain about the others. Zhang Lu and the others, on the other hand, were fighting with furrowed brows. With Master Wu leading the way, they couldn't be more relaxed. The other teams in the tournament silently watched the big screen on the stage. Imagine if they went up against the BMW team. Could they beat them? Or if it can beat the old man? The answer is, enough is enough. 15 minutes in and the game was easily over. The audience was left with the feeling that they couldn't get enough. And the whole team of Horsewinds stayed in their chairs. They couldn't believe that they were losing so fast. Ma Feng angrily stood up and cursed at his remaining 4 teammates. You bunch of losers. None of the 4 teammates dared to retort, as they usually received a lot of favors from the Hornets. Zhang Lu once again raised his middle finger to Ma Feng. Tao Dashi yelled. Fair game. You, guys. No. Real. Power. Lu Mei looked at her son on the stage with his teeth and claws. She had never seen her son so open and confident. Because she was a single parent, she always wanted that for her son. It seems to be true what Uncle Wu said. Playing games is not all bad. Chapter 58, Early Final. The crowd erupted in applause as both teams came off the field. Tao Dahi waved excitedly to the crowd because of the fight. Zhang Le struck out. What's so beautiful about you? People are applauding Master Wu. Tao Dashi, so what? Is Master Wu our Master Wu? Isn't applauding Master Wu the same as applauding us? Zhang Le blankly stared. Alright, you can talk. You have a point. The losing Ma Feng and the others left in disgrace, not giving Zhang Le Tao Dashi another chance to despise him. The 8-4 game will not be played until the afternoon. Wu Nai said, let's go, and take you guys to dinner. The 4 boys were naturally delighted. They were just the right age to love food. Didn't drive. Found a random restaurant next to the stadium. Just as I entered, I saw that there was already a team of players eating inside. Wu Nai recognized that the other party was the mouse team that he had noticed. The people from the mouse battle team also noticed Wu Nai and the others for the first time. After all, just now, Wu Nai's performance was just too eye-catching, and it was hard not to remember it. The captain of the opposing team was a yellow-haired man who looked 25 or 26 years old and was a bit gangly. Yellow hair, you guys put up a good fight. Zhang Li's few people frowned and didn't say anything. The other few look like socialites. Yellow hair and tattoos. As college students, they are more or less resistant in their hearts. Wu Nai spoke. You guys fought well too. On the other side of the table, there was also a variety of beer and liquor. Obviously very confident in the afternoon game. Even if drunk, it does not delay the gameplay. Yellow hair invited. Want to come over for a drink? Wu Nai, forget it. They're still students. Yellow hair watched as Wu Nai and the others sat down at a nearby table and put his hand on the chair and turned around. I can see that the championship will definitely be between our 2 teams. Why don't we fight now? Whoever loses won't have to go to the tournament this afternoon. Zhang Lu and the others furrowed their brows, then looked at Master Wu. What to do still had to be decided by Master Wu. Wu Nai inquired with honesty. Are you telling the truth? Yellow hair blurted out. Of course it's true. It's just a crappy tournament. After saying this, Huang Mao froze. He wanted to let the other party guess by himself how to say the words in his heart. Shaking his head, he wondered if it was fake wine, drinking a little too much. Determining that the other party was genuine and would not play tricks, Wu Nai was relieved. Come on then, let's fight. Both sides save time, and the loser goes home early and goes to bed. Yellow hair laughed out loud. That's right, lose and go home early to sleep. Both groups sat at the same large table. Each took out their cell phones and started picking people. Yellow hair inquired, are you still playing the field, Moncler? He had also seen Wu Nai's operation just now. His heart itched to compete with his opponent for a long time. That's why the offer was made for an early game at the hotel. Wu Nai nodded his head, and he also knew that yellow hair played the field as well. If Zhang Lu was allowed to play the field, he really wouldn't be able to beat the other side. That's when the waiter came up with the menu. Can I get you anything extra, please? Yellow hair raised his head. Asterisk 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 off nah. Can't you see we're busy? The waiter was so scared that he immediately apologized repeatedly and turned around. Tao Dashi secretly bared his teeth and looked at Zhang Lu. It means that if the other side loses, they won't beat us up, right? Zhang Lu glared back. We all have one head and two legs. Who's afraid of who? I didn't expect yellow hair to explain to Wu Nai. Sorry, nervous. Wu Nai smiled helplessly. Although the other party was not very civilized, he still knew to respect the old and love the young. And he was so close to the other side and the system didn't even prompt. Doesn't seem to have done anything illegal. Game on. Wu Nai maneuvered the fielder and went toe-to-toe with yellow hair. The opponent's skills were really good. More than a cut above Ma Fong. While Wu Nai's side stayed quiet. The people on the other side were already cursing out flowers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come help me. Asterisk 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 is ing dead again. For those who don't know, they think 5 people are playing a game with their mouths. Every now and then, the 5 men even poured a few mouthfuls of white wine into their mouths. This gave Zhang Lu and the others a whole lot of speechlessness. Finally, both sides went back and forth in a stalemate for half an hour. Wu Nai seized the opportunity to complete a 5-kill spell. Zhang Lu and the others were about to ride out the victory when the person on the opposite side directly put down his cell phone and chose to admit defeat. Yellow hair kept shaking his head. No, I can't beat it. The opposing personnel kept cursing their teammates during the game. But at the end of the game, they were playfully hugging each other and pouring alcohol on each other. Wu Nai smiled. You guys are already playing very well. Yellow hair rubbed his nose. Doesn't that still make him a loser? Turning his head to the other 4 teammates. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We don't have to go this afternoon anyway. So let's let loose and drink. Brothers. The other 4 didn't complain and started drinking even harder. After a match, Zhang Lu and the others were conversely less resistant to yellow hair and the others. Wu Nai got up. Let's go. Let's eat at another table. Yellow hair, what's the point of going to another table? We can all eat at the same table. Although he also quite appreciated yellow hair and the others' style of doing things, he still didn't want Zhang Lu and the others to have too much contact with each other. I think Lu Mei thought the same thing, hurriedly greeting Tao Dashi on another table. When Wu Nai and the others finished eating, yellow hair and the others hadn't finished eating yet. Yellow hair waved his hand in farewell. See you next time, provincial champion. Yellow hair has already determined that they do not go to the competition. The provincial champion is not the team led by the opposite Moncler outlet online. Back to the playing field. Since there was one team missing, lots were drawn to determine which group would take a turn. Zhang Li's hand wasn't as lucky this time and he didn't draw the number plate for the round. But it didn't matter. The team believes that with one more game, they would have won the title just as well. 8-4, 4-2, went as well as could be expected. Seeing that the person facing off was Wu Nai's team, the opponents had basically lost their confidence in winning. Behind the scenes, the other teams nicknamed Wu Nai the No. One master of the national service. Other old people have to be helped to cross the road. But this national service first Moncler outlet online in the Canyon Gaga Meskil, the online pesticide circle, 2, was full of news about Wu Nai and photos from the competition. Fanghai users commented online. Who cares about your national service this and that? We have a national service master in Fanghai. Come and fight if you don't. Whether you're online or offline. Moncler outlet online you can be ruled into submission. The final was about to be played when a system beep suddenly came to Wu Nai's mind. Ding! Receiving surprise from Shalili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. She usually likes to play the game King Naoyao, but because she is too good, she asks her brother to bring it every time. Almost dropped my jaw when I saw the online photos. It was only after putting the picture to the maximum that she was sure it was her dear Master Wu. Hurriedly, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Wu Nai. What's the point of having a brother to lead her? She wants a big brother to carry her. Chapter 59 Tao Dashi's Carefulness. Wu Nai was wondering why Shalili was surprised. Just heard the cell phone ring. The caller was none other than Shalili. Picking up the phone. Hello? Shalili, Moncler Outlet Online. I saw you participate in the competition. You play King Pesticide surprisingly so good. Wu Nai understood why Shalili was suddenly surprised. The match was about to start. And Wu Nai didn't have time for idle chit-chat. Let's leave it at that for now and meet at home. Shariari fed into the phone a few times at the sales office before realizing that the other side had hung up. Hey, this old man, he's hiding pretty deep. And on the playing field, the opposite team looked tense. They're finally going up against Fong Hai's national costume master. Players who especially play the fielding position are under tremendous mental pressure to face Wu Nai straight on. I only blame the rules of the competition for why there is no age limit. Zhang Li's few people, however, wore smiles on their faces. It seemed like the championship was a sure thing. Wu Nai cautioned, "Don't be cocky." The 4 members of the team then put the smiles on their faces away. With the order of the host, the game officially began. The lively venue went into silent mode for a moment. The audience had the same expectation in their hearts that the BMW team could win, and the national champions could get the title. When the time comes, they can represent their province to the nation and beat the opponents selected from other provinces and cities. Even the fans of the rival team were all thinking the same thing at the moment. The National Service Master's operation is still solid. Another double kill. Moncler, you still want a grandson, don't? I'll be your grandson. You're a real grandson. A nearby spectator saw through the sarcasm of the speaker. 20 minutes into the match, Team BMW already had an absolute advantage, and it was already a matter of time before they were defeated. The people at the scene stirred and started chanting for Wu Nai. Moncler awesome. Moncler invincible. Because of the crowd's chants, it affects the opponent's mindset even more. 3 minutes later, it was the BMW team that pushed back the crystal. The match is over, the host shouted, as he quickly stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. And I think it must have been very enjoyable for everyone to watch. So let's congratulate Team BMW and thank Team Super Can't Play for a great performance. In a week's time, the BMW team will represent us and compete in the national finals. So let's expect even better things from them next. An etiquette lady came up with a tray. On the tray rested the award belonging to the provincial champion, $50,000 in cash. Seeing the money, Zhang Li's few boys' eyes went straight. As college students, when have they ever seen so much money? Zhang Lu, as the captain, stepped forward to receive the bonus. Once again, there was loud applause. Both teams went off the stage. Zhang Lu hurriedly handed $50,000 to Wu Nai. Master Wu, you can split this money. The other 3 boys looked at Master Wu with excited gazes. Lu Mei was a bit surprised. She didn't think that playing games could still make money, and she could make so much at once. Wu Nai looked at the $50,000 in his hand, which was agreed upon by both parties before. Prize money for all races is split 50/50ths. Zhang La let him share the money, simply because he had the biggest role on the field. These boys are a little embarrassed to split it in half. That's why you want him to split the money. Wu Nai left $25,000 and returned the rest to Zhang Li's hand. It's been said before, so let's do what's been said. Zhang Li clenched his hands tightly around $25,000. Master Wu, how can this be a good thing? We were able to win the championship all because of you. Wu Nai blanked. When you say that, can you put your teeth away before you say it? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Li laughed cheaply. Divide the $25,000 into 4 equal parts. 6,000 each. Zhang Lu, with $1,000 left over. Can we treat Master Wu to a meal? Wu Nai had already treated them to several large meals, so several people naturally had no problem with it. Good. Tao Dashi's $6,000 just got in his hands, turned around and handed it to Lu Mei. Mom, just put it away. Lu Mei was a little stunned. Did not expect her son to get the money the first time to give her. You keep the flowers, Tao Dashi said in a serious manner. Mom, you raised my son from a young age with great hardship. Everything my son has is given to me by you. This money must be given to you. Lu Mei was about to be moved to tears by her son's words, and split the $6,000 in half, keeping half for herself and giving half to her son. Good son, your heart is known to Mom. Half the money. The rest of the group, including Zhang Lu, were so moved by the scene that they decided to go home and give the prize money to their mothers. Wu Nai, however, saw a hint of a conspiratorial smile on Tao Dashi's face. Waiting for the crowd to head out, he called Tao Dahi to his side. When no one is looking, use honesty to ask, do you really want to give all your money to your mom? Tao Dashi blurted out. How can it be If not, my mom went home and had to confiscate all of them for me. I'm like this to come to a bitter trick. Their own is not still left half? Wu Nai knew this would be the case. Tao Dashi quickly covered his mouth when he finished. How did he say the truth out? Hastily, he looked to his old mom, who luckily had walked ahead and hadn't heard what he'd said. Master Wu, you must keep this a secret for me, or else my mom will beat me to death. Wu Nai wouldn't care about Tao Dashi's family. laughing twice towards Tao Dahi. Tao Dashi panicked. Moncler outlet store pro Moncler. You say ah. Will not tell my mom. Seeing Tao Dashi endlessly, Wu Nai finally said, alright, don't rub it in. I won't say anything. You're too kind, Grandpa. Screaming too loud because of excitement. Lu Mei heard and turned back. Dashi, what are you doing? Tao Dashi hurriedly covered his mouth, fearing that this broken mouth and put the words out of his heart. It's okay, Mom. Mom is okay. Lu Mei a big blank stare. Master Wu is already tired enough from playing with you guys all day. Don't bother him anymore. A few people drove straight to the restaurant and feasted. Wu Naikai asked Lu Mei to drive them back to school. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening when Wu Nai and Lu Mei returned home. It was bedtime and Wu Nai yawned in the car. Despite being out for a busy day, the income was still substantial. Taking the elevator to the upper floor, Xia Lili, Yu Qian, and Bai Shui were surprisingly waiting outside his house. Xia Lili came up and hugged Wu Nai's arm. Master Wu, you are so good at playing games. Why didn't you say so before? Provincial champion? You're amazing. Wu Nai was helpless. Where did Xia Lili talk like a woman? Wu Nai suddenly looked at Yu Qian. You know about it too? Yu Qian smiled and nodded. Xia Lili all told me. Moncler Outlet Online, congratulations on winning the championship. Wu Nai convinced playing the game this thing, Snow Xia Lili on the body have been rewarded. It was just short of Yu Qian, but it turned out that she didn't get the reward because Shara Li told the other side in advance. Ouch. 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 Loss. Xia Lili is still holding Wu Nai's arm, provincial champion. The prize money alone is 50,000. What else do you lose? What the grandpa values is not money now. Wu Nai is helpless. No one can blame anyone for this matter. Who would have thought that playing a game? The whole network knows. Chapter 60, Let Me Go Act Cute. Wu Nai looked at the other two women. You guys aren't resting in your rooms on a big night? You wouldn't be celebrating for me as well, right? Yu Qian laughed. Moncler Outlet Store, I was discussing with you about what time to go on duty tomorrow. The team's co-workers are excited to know that you're going to be a counselor with us. Wu Nai, then let's go together tomorrow. He now goes to bed at 8 and wakes up at 5 every day. And it has become a habit. So there's no getting up and down. Yu Qian nodded. That's good. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Wu Nai looked at Bai Shui again. What about you? Anything? Bai Shui first looked at Lu Mei before saying, I'm just a little worried seeing that you guys haven't come back yet. Looking at Shirayuki's eyes, Wu Nai understood. To Lu Mei, she said, I'll go back and sleep. It's better for you to rest in Bai Shui's house at night. That way the two can have a nice chat again. Lu Mei nodded in agreement. Uncle Wu was in such a state of health that he didn't need much help from her at night. Just get up early tomorrow and cook. Wu Nai was sleepy and waved his hand. Alright, everyone hurry back to sleep. A few people split up and went their separate ways. Only Xia Lili remained standing beside Wu Nai. Xia Lili, can I come to your house? Moncler? Wu Nai frowned. I'm going back to bed. What are you trying to do to me by going to my house? Sally Li? Thinking that Wu Nai was a provincial champion, she couldn't help but want Wu Nai to take her for a few games. Feel what it's like to be carried away. What could she do to an old man? Wu Nai then said, Alright, put away your messed up thoughts. Moncler is not the kind of person you think of. Sally Li? I didn't think you were anything like that, and I'm not that kind of person. Wu Nai naturally understood what Xia Lili meant. He just didn't want the other party to disturb his sleep. Okay, hurry back to bed. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Until Wu Nai entered the room, Xia Lili was still frozen in place, stomping his foot a little harder. What a guy. The next morning after dinner, Yu Qian looked for it. Are you ready, Moncler Outlet Online? Let's go to work. Wu Nai put on the new clothes that Xia Lili had bought him in the first place, and it was still important to be a little more formal when going to work at the unit. Go. And to Lu Mei, there's no need to prepare me a meal for lunch. He'd eaten in the police station's cafeteria, and it tasted pretty good. Yu Qian also said, Yes, Aunt Lu, there's no need to prepare the meal. We'll give Master Wu a welcome party at noon. Lu Mei had an odd expression. She could understand not cooking and eating in the cafeteria. Uncle Wu has to have a welcome meeting to go to work? What kind of treatment is this? Wu Nai and Yu Qian took a taxi to the police station. In the car, Wu Nai saw Yu Qian pressing out her cell phone several times. Caller alerts are all mom. Wu Nai also saw Tu Qian's mother, sitting in a luxury car, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. It seemed that the other party hadn't come back to her since the last time Yu Qian warned her. Why don't you answer the phone? Yu Qian sighed. What else could she have said besides telling me to go back? Master Wu, how do you think there could be such parents? forcing their daughter to marry someone she doesn't like. Wu Nai laughed. The rich kid who came to you last time. This is something that if it were Xia Lili, she'd be dying to agree to. Wu Nai remembers that Xia Lili asked him to tell his fortune about whether he could find a rich second generation. And while the rich kids over here are rushing up, Yu Qian is reluctant. It's true that people have their own problems. Yu Qian had a helpless expression. That guy pursued me, also because of my family's relationship. If he pursued Xia Lili, it would definitely be just for fun. Yu Qian saw it clearly. Perhaps it also has to do with the family environment. It's natural to see this kind of thing all the time and be very aware of it. Not a moment later, the cab drove up to the police station gates. Wu Nai was no stranger to this police station. Having been here several times, Yu Qian first took Wu Nai through the procedures, and the two returned to the office of Yu Qian's team. There were 8 people in the office, and when they saw the captain leading Moncler outlet store Wu, all rise to say hello. Wu Nai smiled and waved his hand in response. When Yu Qian entered the police station, she transformed back into a shrewd and capable captain. Clapping his hands, let me introduce to you all. This is our new colleague, Wu Nai. You can call him Master Wu. Yu Qian introduced 8 more team members to Wu Nai. Master Wu, this is Zhang Xiaofeng. Wu Nai recognized the other party. Xiao Zhang, right? Zhang Xiaofeng smiled and hastily greeted. Grandpa, we're old partners. We'll take care of each other in the future. Yu Qian finished introducing the remaining people one by one again. Before either side had a chance to familiarize themselves, talk suddenly rang out over the intercom. Team 3, come to the conference room for a quick meeting. The 8 members of the team immediately found their respective pens and papers. Emergency meetings are something they have a lot of, and the reason for finding a pen and paper is to take minutes. Wu Nai saw that the crowd was going to a meeting and had wanted to find a place to rest and wait quietly for them to return. Zhang Xiaofeng, Moncler go off, meeting to go. Wu Nai, I'm going too. Yu Qian laughed. Of course Moncler, you're a member of our team now. Wu Nai had to follow the 9 men to the conference room. The conference room was already seated with another group of police team members. Zhang Xiaofeng whispered, you're just too lucky, Master Wu, to have a big case as soon as you arrive. The more squads that meet, the bigger the case. Usually for small cases, 1 squad is enough. Wu Nai nodded and didn't say anything. As a newcomer, volunteered to sit in the corner. Soon a leader walked in without a word of redundancy. A direct introduction to the case, according to reliable information. The city has seen an influx of a group of fraudsters who specialize in preying on the elderly, specializing in defrauding the elderly of their pensions. The number is around 20. So this time, you 2 teams and 3 teams will act jointly to get evidence and arrest people. And you are limited to 5 days to eliminate the criminal gang. Understood. Yu Qian and the captain of the second team rose to take orders. After the meeting was adjourned, the 2 teams did not leave the conference room, and Yu Qian and Guan Hongwei, the captain of the second team, began to discuss the case. Guan Hongwei, there's no difficulty in arresting people. The key is in forensics. This group of criminals is in East Grand City, and it's because of the lack of evidence that they haven't been apprehended. If we don't bring them to justice this time, I don't know how many more elderly people will be cheated. Zhang Xiaofeng asked, can't those deceived old people testify? Guan Hongwei shook his head. The other party's deception is very skillful, and now those old people don't think they've been cheated, so they're unwilling to come forward to testify against the fraudsters. It occurred to Wu Nai in the corner that it wouldn't be the same group of scammers who recognized their godparents, would it? The old man was coaxed into disowning even his own son and was willing to believe the crooks. The team continued their discussion and one said, it would be good forensics if there was someone who could get inside the crooks. Guan Hongwei frowned. No, the people they're scamming are the elderly, and the presence of young people will definitely be met with suspicion. The words came out. Everyone looked at Wu Nai in the corner. Wu Nai frowned slightly. You guys don't want me to act cute, to get cheated, right? Chapter 61 Acceptance of the Mission. Everyone continued to look at Wu Nai. Zhang Xiaofeng blinked. Grand Master, this is an opportunity to get credit, and we will protect you. Wu Nai asked back. How can I protect it? I'm getting my own ass kicked in there and you guys don't know about it. Zhang Xiaofeng hemmed and hawed. You don't know about this, Moncler? We'll put eavesdropping devices on you, and we'll be able to hear anything that happens. We'll be the first to rush in and save you if there's a situation. Yu Qian had a worried look on her face. Although Wu was the best person for the job, she didn't want to put him at risk. Yu Qian cleared her throat. Master Wu has just joined the police force and is not yet clear about the case process. We'd better think of something else. Guan Hongwei, the captain of the second team, retorted. Since he has been officially inducted, he is obliged to assist in the case. I've heard about this, Grandpa, and I've heard about it, so maybe it will work wonders. Yu Qian was still trying to find a reason to refuse for Master Wu, and Wu Nai saw Yu Qian's difficulty and took the initiative to say, "No need to argue. Isn't it just being an undercover agent? I'll do this." Yu Qian, Wu Moncler. Wu Nai cast Yu Qian a reassuring expression. The other party is only swindling the old man's money, not trying to take off his waist, so what is he afraid of? Guan Hongwei immediately clapped. Good. Then the task of evidence collection will be given to your third team. And when you've collected the evidence, our second team will be responsible for going to arrest people. It may seem like a difficult task for the second team to catch someone, but the task of gathering evidence is actually the least difficult. Otherwise the city next door wouldn't be able to do anything about this group knowing they are crooks. The division of tasks was completed and the teams returned to their respective offices. Zhang Xiaofeng cursed in a low voice. Marred. The second team is too thieving. The other members of the team looked at him. Wasn't it you who first said that you wanted Master Wu to go undercover? And talking about eavesdropping equipment, you're the one who knows best. It was only then that Zhang Xiaofeng remembered the incident and scratched his head. I just said that. I didn't think they really let Moncler outlet store Wu go. Yu Qian, as the captain, would not dwell on this matter since she had already decided. Don't argue. We have to trust Master Wu and at the same time do a good job of protection. Yu Qian brought information about the fraud gang. From the information shows that the other side of the leader is a person named Wei Million. The gang are called him Wei Manager. The gang, counting Wei Million, totaled 22, 15 men and 7 women. Conservative estimates suggest that the fraud has been in excess of $10 million. Yu Qian put down the information and said to Wu Nai, Master Wu, they are organizing an event at the China World Trade Center Hotel tomorrow. I want you to take this opportunity to break in. Is that okay? Wu Nai shrugged his shoulders down indifferently. No problem. He knew more or less about the other side of the scam. First, they organize events and treat the elderly to free meals, followed by meetings where the fake recovered patients are allowed to come on stage and tell their hard-won stories of getting well. Fraud gangs in good condition will also send some eggs, milk, rice and so on, used to lure the elderly into a trap. The condition is not good. Directly is the raw pull hard nagging. All rely on a mouth to fool. The other guy has already scammed millions, so maybe he'll go and mix in some free swag. Yu Qian, that's good. Tomorrow I'll have Xiao Zhang send you to the hotel. Make sure you keep yourself safe. Wu Nai, don't worry. This is considered an expatriate. There are food subsidies, right? Yu Qian nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, there is. A daily subsidy of $50 for going out on a mission. Wu Nai nodded down. Then I'm fine with it. The corners of the 8 team members' mouths twitched. This big man feels so knowledgeable. Then in the afternoon, I talked briefly with the other team members at the police station and got to know them a little better. I went home with Yu Qian after work. Lu Mei had already made dinner and asked smilingly, Uncle Wu, how do you feel today? Wu Nai washed his hands and sat down at the table. It's quite good, drinking tea and chatting. The day will pass. Lu Mei smiled and said, that was pretty easy. Wu Nai picked up a steamed bun. Well, but tomorrow it's going undercover. Lu Mei, who was still smiling and laughing, was directly fixed in the next second. Undercover agent? This kind of thing she had only heard of on TV, but 8 out of 10 undercover agents played on TV don't end up well. Uncle Wu, it's not a good idea to do this. Those bad guys kill without blinking an eye. Wu Nai glanced at the anxious Lu Mei. This is thinking that he went undercover in a gang? Or did he think he was going undercover in a drug gang? He's just an undercover gang of scammers who egg the old man. Where's the bloody scene? But people are always vain. Wu Nai smiled faintly. I've come through all the big storms and waves, so such a small scene can't scare me. Lu Mei was immediately impressed. If she was as rich as Uncle Wu, she would definitely stay at home honestly. Then, Uncle Wu, when I see you on the street in the future, should I pretend that I don't recognize you? I saw that's how it's done in the TV series. Wu Nai nodded solemnly. Comrade Lu Mei, you have a high level of awareness. Let's do as you say. Lu Mei nodded her head repeatedly. I'll call Dashi in a moment and tell them as well. Don't expose your identity. Wu Nai helpless. How can this still hole know more and more people? Lu Mei wouldn't tell the whole neighborhood that he's undercover, would she? What's the point of going undercover then? Don't bother. I'll just avoid them when I see them from now on. Lu Mei then let out a somewhat regretful oh. After dinner, Yu Qian came back to explain some precautions to him. It wasn't until Wu Nai was too sleepy that the other party left. The next day, Zhang Xiaofeng rushed to the neighborhood early, first looking for Yu Qian, and the two came to find Wu Nai. Yu Qian, Grandpa. Xiao Zhang is playing your son these days. Wu Nai looked at Zhang Xiaofeng. What's your name? Zhang Xiaofeng was a bit confused. Could it be that Master Wu had Alzheimer's and couldn't even remember his name? Grandpa, my name is Zhang Xiaofeng. Yu Qian was speechless on the side. Master Wu's surname is Wu. You are his son. How come your surname is Zhang? Zhang Xiaofeng? Ha, that's a start. Hurriedly, he said. Moncler Outlet Store, ask me again. Wu Nai turned his head to Yu Qian. How about someone else? Zhang Xiaofeng was once again confused. Where did I go wrong again? Yu Qian sighed. I've said it started. Why are you still called Grandpa? Shouldn't you be called Dad? Zhang Xiaofeng scratched his head with both hands. How did he forget about this again? He had always felt that he was the elite of the police force, but he ended up making 2 mistakes in a row. No, this face must be earned back. Taking a deep breath to look at Wu Nai. Dad, ask me another question and I'm sure I won't make a mistake. Yu Qian also looked at Wu Nai. The most suitable person in the team to be her son was Zhang Xiaofeng, and she did not want to change the candidate. Wu Nai, let me ask you an easy one then. Are you ready? Chapter 62, Old Lu. Embarrassed again. Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath. He did not believe that his years of work experience could not answer the questions raised by Moncler Outlet Online Wu. Wu Nai, what do you do for a living? Zhang Xiaofeng smoothly wanted to say that he was a police officer, and instantly reacted that he couldn't say that. If the fraudsters know that the family members of the elderly are police officers, they will certainly not dare to continue with their deception. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. Moncler Outlet Online Wu really thought too thoroughly. Even noticed this. Dad, if you say I'm a doer, I'm a doer. Wu Nai nodded his head in satisfaction. You're just a little boss who likes to give your father money to spend when there's nothing else to do. Zhang Xiaofeng and Yu Qian immediately understood what Wu Nai meant. The son has no time for his old man when he's the boss, and he keeps giving him money. Isn't that the perfect target for a scam? Zhang Xiaofeng, Grandpa. No, Dad. I'm convinced. You're my real dad. The three of them went downstairs and Yu Qian went to the police station. Zhang Xiaofeng, on the other hand, was going to drive Wu Nai to the event. Wu Nai looked at the dilapidated Santana, letting people take a look at it. You can't do this business. Zhang Xiaofeng's bitter face. Grandpa, you also know that we are not treated well. This car is still a second-hand one that I saved up for 2 years before I bought it. Wu Nai called Lu Mei and asked her to bring down the keys to the family car. When Zhang Xiaofeng saw the brand new SUV, he instantly felt that his car was too worn out as well. Wu Nai threw the car keys to Zhang Xiaofeng. This is the car to pick me up and drop me off in the next few days. Zhang Xiaofeng was excited. Well, there is a fuel subsidy for our missions, so we can let Team U apply for the subsidy at that time. Wu Nai nodded casually. The two of them drove straight to the ITC hotel. When the car parked in front of the hotel, we saw a constant stream of elderly people walking inside. Zhang Xiaofeng handed the button-sized bug to Wu Nai. Father, as long as you keep this on you, we can hear whatever is said inside. If there's danger you call out and we'll go in and save you right away. Wu Nai took the wiretap, looked at it and put it in his pocket. Good son. Then Dad goes. Zhang Xiaofeng? Although he knew it was an act, but how did he feel that Master Wu was taking advantage of him? Wu Nai walked towards the hotel door. I just went in and noticed that someone was confiscating cell phones at the door position. The other side also said beautifully, take away the phone is for the good of everyone, so that experts can concentrate on lecturing, and when they come out, the phone will be returned to the original owner. Those who hand over their cell phones have to go through a detection gate that looks like an airport security check. Those who know it is a meeting for the old man. Those who don't think it's some kind of important meeting. A bug in your pocket will certainly not escape detection by the other side. It wasn't like he could turn away when there were crooks staring in. He was about to shove the bug into some random person's pocket when someone behind him suddenly called out to him. Old Wu, you're here too? Wu Nai turned back, and the person who called him turned out to be his neighbor Old Lu. Last time this guy was pushed into a flower bed by a murderer and spent days in the hospital. I'm just getting over my injury and I'm out again. Old Lu came over with a smile. Old Wu, I knew that you would definitely participate in this kind of taking advantage. Wu Nai laughed. Since you came up on your own, don't blame me. When Lao Lu was not paying attention, he stuffed the wiretap into Lao Lu's pocket. What's this talk about taking advantage? Old Lu didn't notice Wu Nai's little gesture at all. Anyone who comes to study gets 3 pounds of eggs. Don't say you didn't know. Seeing that he was about to arrive at the testing door, Wu Nai laughed twice. Can that be unknown? Old Lu reminded. Go in later and say I introduced you here, so I can get an extra pound of eggs. Wu Nai, no problem. After saying that, he deliberately said, go ahead, I'll tie my shoe. He couldn't go with someone who had a bug on him, or he'd surely be thrown out with them. Old Lu took a look at Wu Nai's shoes. Cloth shoes which have shoelaces. It's just as well that he doesn't want to go with him. He'll go in first and talk to the person in charge about introducing new people. That's like picking up another pound of eggs for nothing. Lao Lu walked through the detection door. The detection door immediately issued a sharp sound of drip 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 drip. The 3 staff members immediately gathered around Lao Lu. Master, do you have anything else on you? Old Lu was baffled, knowing that cell phones were not allowed here. And he didn't even have a cell phone with him, so where else would he have anything? The staff member pretended to be polite and asked, is it convenient for us to search you then? Sir, for the sake of 3 pounds of eggs. Old Lu agreed painfully, stretching out both hands. Search. A staff member stepped forward, touched it briefly twice, and something like a button appeared in his hand. 3 staff members recognized the items recovered as wiretaps. Old Lu looked at what the other party was holding and inquired, what is that? The 3 staff members sneered. And you're asking us? Say, who the hell are you? As they spoke, the 2 of them racked Old Lu toward the outside of the lobby. Old Lu struggled violently. What are you doing? I haven't gotten my eggs yet. Wu Nai hid in the crowd and secretly said Old Lu. Embarrassed again, Wu Nai knew that these people would at most blacklist Old Lu and not allow him to come back to the event, and would not do anything excessive to him. Zhang Xiaofeng, who was responsible for eavesdropping outside, immediately called to report the situation to Yu Qian. Team Yu, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yu Qian is having a meeting at the bureau, and after that, she has to bring other team members to come and support Wu Nai, so she doesn't have time to talk nonsense with Zhang Xiaofeng. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Zhang Xiaofeng, okay then I'll say it all together. The bad news is that the wiretap was discovered by the other side. When Yu Qian heard this, her heart thumped. Is Master Wu okay? Zhang Xiaofeng hemmed and hawed. The next is the good news. Wu had the bright idea to put the bug in someone else's pocket and didn't get caught. If Zhang Xiaofeng was in front of him, Yu Qian would definitely be unable to resist going up and kicking him twice. What a time to tell her good news about bad news. So Mr. Wu went in without a wire? Zhang Xiaofeng hummed. Captain, oh, should we go in now to save Master Wu? Yu Qian thought carefully, since Wu put the wiretap on others, is to continue to go in to investigate, now go in to rescue instead of disrupting Wu's plans. You wait outside, don't do anything rash, we'll be there soon. Wu Nai passed the test with flying colors and walked into the event hall. With 10 people at a table, there were at least 100 people already seated at the scene. Today, the elderly can not only receive eggs, as long as they stay until noon does not leave, but also can mix a free meal. See this group of fraudsters really willing to pay blood money. Wu Nai casually found an empty seat and sat down. An old man in his 60s was telling his personal experience with a few other old men. Thanks to Manager Wei and their products, I was able to get back on my feet and meet you here. Not only cured my paralysis, but also my heart disease, cerebral thrombosis, coronary heart disease, diabetes, and cancer were all cured for me. You guys know that there's a cancer patient in the 2nd hospital who went from advanced to intermediate stage, right? He actually got better by taking Manager Wei's products. Wu Nai cringed as he listened from the side. The scammer even used him to advertise. The key didn't pay him for advertising. Chapter 63, Snubbing the Scene. The old man who spoke looked toward the newly seated Wu Nai. Why do you look familiar to me? Do we know each other? Wu durably covered his mouth with his hand. The other man looked familiar to him. He might have seen his pictures on the internet. Never seen it. Don't recognize it. The old man let out an oh-so-quiet sigh, then asked, what's wrong with your body? Wu Nai, cancer. When they heard the word cancer, the other seniors looked over. The old man slammed his thigh, then you've come to the right place. Manager Wei's products are particularly effective against cancer. You've heard that there was a cancer patient in the 2nd hospital who went from late stage to mid stage, right? Wu patiently thought I not only know, I know him well. The old man continued to gush. It was because he ate Manager Wei's products that he got well. The product will be on sale in a while, so you must buy more. Wu Nai swept over to the other round tables, each of which basically had one of these people there, spouting off about something. Using honesty, Wu Nai asked the old man who was still persuading him to buy medicine, how much do you get paid a day? The old man blurted out, 150. Cover your mouth hastily after saying that. Wu Nai was speechless. 105 to do something so unscrupulous. The old man was still trying to explain. I'm talking about my retirement pay, 150 a day. So don't think too much about it. No one at the table except Wu Nai knew that the old man was talking about cheating people out of their day's wages, so it didn't cause a commotion. After the old man realized that Wu Nai was not easy to deal with, he did not continue to persuade him to buy the product. Turning his head, he began to introduce himself to another person. As the number of people in the venue approached 200, the organizers closed the doors to the venue. Then 10 young men in suits walked up to the stage. Please invite our chairman, Mr. Wei Million, to speak on stage. After saying that, the 10 people began to applaud. The old men at each table who were cheating also began to clap, driving the others to follow suit. The scene created a very lively picture. Then a man in his 30s walked on stage. After standing, he first bowed deeply to the stage. Uncles and aunts, grandparents, I'm your child Wei Million, and today, I'm here to do my filial duty for you. Once again, there was loud applause on and off the stage. Wu Nai looked at the young Wei Million on the stage. No wonder he was able to form such a large fraud team. Whether it's the ability to react on the spot or the language skills, this person is really unusual now. Wei Million continued. Our team of experts have worked their hearts out, and after 30 years of research, we have finally researched this universal capsule in my hands. Whether you are a terminally ill patient with cancer or a helpless patient afflicted with a chronic illness, by taking 3 courses of our capsules, I guarantee that moms, dads, grandparents, will have good health again. I'm here to make sure that if the capsule doesn't work, you guys come and beat me up. The TOs at every table on the stage began to shout, Son, you are a good boy. How can we afford to beat you for the sake of our health? Wei Million pretended to rub his eyes. Thank you, big guy, for trusting me. Surely some of you are wondering if such a marvelous medicine will be expensive? Will it cost you a fortune? I can tell you unequivocally that for free. The child heals you for free. Many people on the stage froze, and many came with the attitude of taking advantage of the situation. Like old Lou, mix a meal, take a few pounds of eggs and leave. They were heartened to hear that it was free. Who doesn't have a few problems at their age? But if they were asked to buy medicine, they really wouldn't be able to afford it. If it's free, they're willing to taste something, even if it doesn't work. Wu Nai's nose hummed softly. Where in heaven is there a free lunch? The more free something is, the more expensive it is. He wanted to see what Wei Million would say next. Wei Million instead did not continue his impassioned speech, waved his hand and began to let the staff hand out the so-called universal capsules. Wei Million stood on the stage and explained, Dear loved ones, because of the low capacity of our factories, we can only send you 1 course of medicine at a time. I hope you can understand that when this batch of medicine is finished, people won't be able to come in until 2 days from now to get their next dose, and our product needs to be kept confidential, so the staff will watch you take it down. One by one, the staff handed the capsules to the elderly and watched the person take them. As Wu Nai guessed, as long as it was something free, these old people had nothing to fear, especially surrounded by people who have supposedly taken the medication and assured me that there was nothing wrong with it. One by one, the elderly swallowed 3 capsules under the supervision of the staff. Wu Nai didn't dare to eat this kind of thing from an unknown source, and secretly poured out 3 separate vitamin capsules from the pocket he was carrying, and put them into another pocket. In a moment it'll just be a matter of finding a chance to beaver away. Soon the staff sent to Wu Nai, and the staff member who handed the capsule to Wu Nai had his eyes fixed dead on him. The other old men at the table looked at him. Eat up, Moncler, the staff urged. That's right, eat quickly. The old people beside them were also urging, because if Wu Nai didn't eat, it wouldn't be their turn, and if they didn't eat, they wouldn't be able to receive the eggs. Wu Nai quickly stuck his hands in his pockets. I'll go home and eat by myself. Wu Nai's action caused the staff to panic. Hurriedly stepping forward, he put his hand into Wu Nai's pocket to pull it out, saying as he did so, No, it has to be eaten on sight. The staff put the emptied capsule back in Wu Nai's hand. Threateningly, he said, Either eat it in front of me, or you'll be disqualified from taking the universal capsule, and you don't want the egg. Wu Nai sneered. The capsule given by the other party he didn't even put in his pocket. What the other man pulled out was, of course, the vitamin capsules he had prepared in advance. It's a good thing the capsules all look alike on the outside. I'll eat, can't I eat? Don't deny me the eggs. Wu Nai pretended to be eager. The staff mockingly laughed. He had seen this kind of old man many times. As soon as he said no eggs, immediately obeyed. He watched Wu Nai finish the 3 capsules and had his mouth opened and checked again before nodding in satisfaction and giving the next person the next dose. Wu Nai then waited for the staff to leave and secretly stuffed the capsule into his sock. This capsule is evidence of the other side's crime. Go out and make sure to let Yu Qian test the ingredients inside. He felt that the other man's ability to scam had a lot to do with the capsule. The medication session went on for an hour. Several elderly people who did not want to take their medication were expelled, and certainly not rewarded with 3 pounds of eggs. The rest of the old men are still laughing at the ones who walked away for being dumbasses. Manager Wei took the stage again. Mom, Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, thank you for your trust. As he spoke, the hotel attendants began to serve the food. Wu Nai took a look. Well, 10 dishes 9 vegetarian. A table down with not $200. Manager Wei said beautifully that vegetarianism is for the good health of the family. Chapter 64, The Secret of the Capsule. Wu Nai simply ate a few bites of the mat noodles that only herbivores like to eat. The staff finally let the elderly people go after leaving their phone numbers. Wu Nai walked out of the venue and saw Zhang Xiaofeng still waiting for him in his car. So he walked straight over. Zhang Xiaofeng still had some work experience and did not immediately ask what was going on inside. The vehicle drove more than 100 meters. Wu Nai found Yu Qian and 2 other team members sitting in another car. Both sides nodded to each other and drove back to the police station together. After confirming that it was safe, Zhang Xiaofeng finally couldn't help himself. Grandpa, what's the situation? Worried to death. Wu Nai, the other side of the fraudulent means is very clever, and did not meet immediately on the deception. Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. What about that? We can only have 5 days. Wu Nai adjusted his body to be more comfortable. What's the rush? They have to organize an event the day after tomorrow. Zhang Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 cars drove into the police station, and with Yu Qian and the others staring at the back, there was no fear of anyone following. Hundreds of people those crooks can't keep track of. Yu Qian got out of the car and hurriedly came to Wu Nai's side. Grandpa, what's the situation? Wu Nai bent down, took out the 3 issued capsules from his socks, and handed them over to Yu Qian. Here's the universal capsule they gave out. I snuck it out and brought it with me, so go ahead and have it assayed. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Wu Nai and then at the socks under his feet. Captain, the capsule won't be contaminated if it's put in the socks, right? Yu Qian gave Zhang Xiaofeng a blank look. Since Moncler Outlet Online he brought out the medicine hidden in his socks. Surely the inspection inside is very strict. And you're still saying this kind of thing? Zhang Xiaofeng commiserated. I didn't mean that. No, Moncler. No, father, you know I didn't mean that. Seeing that the captain was ignoring him, Zhang Xiaofeng began to explain to Wu Nai. Wu Nai patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Good big son, if you want to do a good job, first of all mind your own mouth. The rest of the team stifled their laughter. There was nothing much to do in the afternoon, so Wu Nai continued to drink tea and chat. Near the end of the day, Yu Qian ran back to the office with the lab report. All the players were instantly pumped up. Wu Nai also wanted to know what was in the universal capsule. Yu Xin, the main ingredients in the capsule are aminopyrine, finasteride, caffeine and phenobarbital. Zhang Xiaofeng wrinkled his brows. They put caffeine into the capsules? Do they want those old people to get addicted to coffee? A medically savvy team member explained. It's not that caffeine. There's another name for these things. Painkillers. Oh, hearing the words painkillers, most people got it. The old man must feel much better physically after taking so many doses of painkillers. In other words, one would also think that the universal capsule works. Zhang Xiaofeng continued. But the painkillers will soon wear off. Won't that reveal the truth? Wu Nai, so the other party will issue the medicine again 2 days later to consolidate the position of the universal capsule in the old man's mind. The next step is the real time for the deception. Yu Qian looked at Wu Nai. I'm afraid you'll have to make another trip next time. Moncler. Wu Nai carried 3 pounds of eggs in his hand. Isn't this good? There's food, drink, and eggs to take. Come to my house for scrambled eggs tonight. Yu Qian smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaofeng came over to Wu Nai's side. Father, can I go at night too? Wu Nai, you're not my son after work hours. Find yourself a place to eat. Zhang Xiaofeng. Why does he have the feeling of being abandoned by his father? After work, Yu Qian drove her car to take Wu Nai home with her. Just as he arrived at the gate of the neighborhood, he saw 3 old acquaintances standing beside the gate. 6 eyes furtively scanned the crowd coming in and out. Yu Qian, Grandpa. That's Xiao Guofang and her 2 sons, right? Wu Nai hummed. The last time he'd gotten him in there, he'd been locked up for so long. I didn't think I'd just come out and have the nerve to come over here looking for trouble. This must have gone to his house and knocked on the door, found no one there, and then went to squat on him in front of the neighborhood. Wu Nai, I'll go down and take a look. You take your cell phone and record in the car. Yu Qian hurriedly stopped. No, Moncler, it's too dangerous. I'll go down and drive them away. These 3 dogskin plasters. Where is it so easy to get rid of them? Drive away 1 foot and come back the next. Maybe one day another dirty trick. The best thing to do would be to send them in again. Just do as I say and videotape me in the car. Seeing that she couldn't argue with Master Wu, Yu Qian could only agree. You must be safe then. Moncler. Wu Nai opened the door and got out of the car, pretending not to see the 3, carrying 3 pounds of eggs toward the neighborhood. Old Wu, you stop right there. Zhao Guifang was the first to spot Wu Nai and shouted out. The 2 sons, Fei Kai Fei Wu, rushed to the front of Wu Nai to block the way. Old Wu too, you've done us a great disservice. Wu Nai pretended to be scared. What do you want? I told you that so many people are watching. Fei Kai Fei Wu grunted coldly. They liked being watched by others. No one is looking at them uncomfortably yet. Fei Kai laughed coldly. Old Wu too, because of you we've been locked up for so many days. You say what to do. Zhao Guifang also came over at this time. Old Wu, you have a cruel heart nah. 2 children want you to be their father, but you let them go in and squat for half a month. Wu Nai hurriedly interrupted the other party. I don't want these 2 sons, all day long, except for eating or ting, are 2 machines that just know how to make. Fei Kai Fei Wu looked at each other as if he was scolding them both. Do you want to die, old man? Fei Wu rolled up his sleeves and was about to do it, but was hastily pulled back by Zhao Guifang. She was afraid that her 2 sons would be imprisoned again. Wu Nai sneaked a glance back at Yu Qian in the car. The other party was holding up her cell phone anxiously trying to get out of the car. Dark shook his head, signaling the other man not to get out of the car. Then he once again looked at the 3 people in front of him. Use honesty to inquire. If you don't like it when I say you're manure-making machines, what do you do besides eat, drink, and fetch? Sleep. Fei Wu, play. Zhao Guifang, thinking about your money. After saying that, the 3 men froze. They didn't understand why they had to answer each other. Zhao Guifang, in particular, actually said what was on her mind. Wu Nai spread his hands. See, you all think so yourselves, and you're still thinking about my money. You're really ugly looking and thinking about it. Don't you dare curse my mom. Fei Wu swung his fist violently at Wu Nai, and Zhao Guifang didn't even pull back. Fei Kai also didn't expect that his brother would do it when he said he would. Wu Nai used his body to block the line of sight of Yu Qian shooting behind him as the other party rushed over. Then he flung the 3 pounds of eggs in his hand in Fei Wu's face. The person slowly sat down on the floor and slowly lay down again. Come on, people, come and see. It's a beating. Fei Kai Fei Wu, who was smashed head to face with eggs, froze. They didn't hit anyone at all. How did the other party lie down again? The past came flooding back. Remember the last time? It was wrongly accused in the same way. With egg liquid stuck to their faces, the 2 men turned back to the flaxen and frozen Zhao Guifang. Mom, what should we do? Zhao Guifang was blocked by the sight of her 2 sons and didn't see if she hit or not. In a panic, he shouted, what are you waiting for? Don't run yet. Legally illiterate Zhao Guifang believes that as long as a person runs away without being caught, he will not go to jail. Chapter 65, They're in cahoots. When Fei Kai Fei Wu heard his mom's words, he sprinted through the crowd of people watching and took off. Yu Qian hurriedly got down from the car and shouted, no running. Where would Fei Kai Fei Wu listen to her? And ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Yu Qian went up to check on Wu Nai's condition and asked worriedly, are you okay, Grandpa? Wu Nai rubbed his old waist. Oops, I can't. Quickly call 120. Zhao Guifang didn't run and walked over to Wu Nai as well. Old Wu too. I'm telling you, you just fell on your own. Don't try to blame anyone else. Wu Nai looked at Yu Qian. It's all recorded, right? Yu Qian held up her cell phone. Moncler, don't worry. The recording is clear. They can't run away. Zhao Guifang saw the situation and went forward to try to snatch the phone in Yu Qian's hand. Yu Qian moved quickly and dodged Zhao Guifang's hand. If you keep snatching, I'll charge you with robbery. Zhao Guifang's hand stuttered and flopped down to sit on the ground like Wu Nai. Crying, he said, come and see, everyone, they're ganging up on me, an orphan and a widow. Yu Qian did not take care of Zhao Guifang. Rushed to call 120. Only after hanging up did he say to Zhao Guifang, I advise you to get those 2 sons to turn themselves in. Assaulting a police officer is a felony, and if our people catch them, they won't get out in 10 days and half a month. Wu Nai rubbed his waist inside, telling her what to do. Turning yourself in doesn't make the sentence lighter again. Zhao Guifang was splashing around, you're talking nonsense. Even if old Wu Tu was beaten by my son, why is it considered assaulting a police officer? My son didn't hit a police officer. Yu Qian's expression was serious. Master Wu has officially become an auxiliary police officer in our bureau. So hitting him is assaulting a police officer. Zhao Guifang froze. Old Wu as an auxiliary police officer? Who are you kidding? Who would want someone this old to be an auxiliary police officer? Yu Qian also want to explain. Wu Nai pretend to ayat scream a few times. I can't. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? Yu Qian had to interrupt to explain. Wu's condition is important. There is no need to spend more time with the other side. The police moved very quickly. Wu Nai was hospitalized at 7 p.m. and the two Fei Kai Fei Wu brothers were returned to the police at 8 p.m. The two boys had no money on them and no brains, so they hid in a public restroom near their home. Zhang Xiaofeng went to visit and investigate around his house, and a trip to the restroom directly led to the arrest of two people. The two were really acting too suspiciously, squatting in their pants on the pit in the toilet. Someone enters the restroom, and the two men are the first to observe, as if they're waiting for on purpose. Yu Qian, Bai Shui, and Xia Lili all came to the hospital and stood by the bedside. Yu Qian received the news that Zhang Xiaofeng had reported the capture of the man and immediately told a few other people. Xia Lili, serves them right. Sentence them to death. Snow, that's just it. They're just so bad. Yu Qian, intentional injury. Assault on a police officer. Escape. They both have to spend years inside. Wu Nai opened his eyes. Then this medical bill of mine. Can they compensate me? Yu Qian, if they want to obtain your forgiveness and fight for a reduced sentence, they will certainly compensate you. If people admit the sentence, the medical expenses, Moncler outlet store, you can only bear the burden yourself. Wu Nai sat up from the hospital bed. It's not mandatory, so I can't lie here. He would have been lying on the floor by himself, and had come to the hospital to increase his punishment of the two men. Now listening to Yu Qian's meaning, it seems that he no longer needs these means. The three women looked at each other for a moment. They were just wondering. There was nothing wrong with the Moncler outlet store inspection report. Why Moncler outlet store do you say your back hurts and your butt hurts and your legs hurt and everything hurts? Looks like it's all pretend. Snow smiled and said, I'll go get you discharged. Moncler. Yu Qian also said, I'll go with you. In the end only Xia Lili was left in the ward. Xia Lili said righteously, Grandpa, when you encounter this kind of thing in the future, just call me. Against this kind of hooligan gangster, I'll do it, or you can call my uncle Shanlu, who can play with the crosses and still beat him. Wu Nai had forgotten about Shuani. If Shuani was allowed to take on the two men of Fei Wu Fei Kai, they would be considered to have pulled a clean poop if they didn't beat the out of them. But everything is resolved, and Zhao Guifang cannot make any trouble after the two people go in. Wu Nai had just finished his thought when a cloaked figure rushed in through the ward door. Xia Lili was so scared that she jumped directly to the other side of the hospital bed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is this? Psychiatry ran out? Zhao Guifang rushed to the side of the hospital bed and tore Wu Nai's hospital gown with both hands. Give back my son. You give my son back. Wu Nai looked over to Xia Lili, who jumped to the other side, one foot saying that she would take care of anything, and the next foot running behind him to hide. What? What else can I do to protect you? Xia Lili scratched her forehead. She had just gotten too excited, yelling, let go of that old man and come at me if you can. Then went up to pull Zhao Guifang. Equal to Qian and Bai Shui came back from the discharge. Seeing Xia Lili and Zhao Guifang, they were practicing wrestling on Wu Nai. Wu Nai reached out and shouted breathlessly, quick, help, the two of them are in cahoots. Xia Lili is going to help Zhao Guifang kill me. The two women hurried up and pulled Xia Lili and Zhao Guifang off of Wu Nai. Xia Lili shouted, what are you pulling me for? Hit her. Xia Lili also did not expect that the old woman who was over 100 years old would be so strong. I can't believe I haven't gotten a whole lot of work done myself, even with Yu Qian and Bai Shui's help. It was a bit of a struggle for the three of them to hold Zhao Guifang down. Xia Lili stroked the corner of her mouth that was scratched. Thanks to Master Wu did not agree to be with her in the first place. Otherwise it would not have been domestically abused 8 times a day? Yu Qian and the other side does not make sense. Directly notified the team will first get to the bureau to mediate. Wu Nai touched his thumping little heart. Is this considered assault by her? Yu Qian spread her hands. This is at most considered provoking trouble, and does not count as assaulting a police officer. Wu Nai rubbed a sound, feeling that this wife's fighting strength was even tougher than her two sons. You're not talking about your feelings with him. You're talking about boxing, right? Discharged home. There's no point in staying in this hospital any longer. Bai Shui has already told Lu Mei about the beating and hospitalization of Grandpa Wu, so as soon as she arrived home, Lu Mei asked with concern, "Is everything okay? Is it alright? Are you okay?" "Wu Nai, I'd like a yo-yo." Lu Mei froze. "What yo-yo plum?" Wu Nai just remembered that there was no such product as yo-yo plums at this time. Busy saying, "It's fine. Lu Mei, Uncle Wu, I boiled bone soup for you. Have some to replenish it." Sha Lily shyly sat down at the table with a big face. "Hey, Aunt Lu, I want to drink too. Give me a bowl. That big bone. Master Wu can't gnaw on it, so put it in a bowl for me too." Wu Nai rolled his eyes. "You're the one who hurt me the most this time, and you still want to gnaw on bones?" Sha Lily aggrieved. "I also did not expect that old woman so difficult to deal with. Wait for the next time. See how I take revenge." Chapter 66, Entering the Tiger's Den again. Because of the attack, Wu Nai didn't go to the police station the next day. This was mainly at Yu Qian's request for more rest at home. Wu Nai begged for a day of lying at home in style. The next day, Zhang Xiaofeng came to pick him up early to attend the second event held by the crooks. Yu Qian also came to Wu Nai's house. "Zhang Xiaofeng, Captain, let's take the car together in a while, so you don't have to go to the bureau and change cars again." Yu Qian shook her head. "No, if someone with a heart sees the explanation is not clear." "Zhang Xiaofeng, what's so unexplainable about that? Just say that you're Master Wu's daughter-in-law. Wouldn't that be fine?" Wu Nai laughed and sneered a little, and Zhang Xiaofeng's abacus beads were about to crash on his face. Yu Qian, as the police flower of Fanghai City Bureau, there were naturally not a few police officers who liked her. Zhang Xiaofeng is undoubtedly one of them. Yu Qian boarded up her face, thinking quite well. Zhang Xiaofeng scratched his head. "Isn't it all about work?" In the end, Yu Qian went to the unit alone, leaving Zhang Xiaofeng to send Wu Nai to the venue by himself. Arriving outside the venue, it was almost the same scene as last time. The seniors lined up toward the venue. Zhang Xiaofeng once again pulled out a wiretap. "Grandpa, do you see this band? Wu Nai, what's the point of bringing it? If you bring it, you'll still be searched out, and at most, you'll pit another old man to be kicked out." Zhang Xiaofeng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This wiretap was still something he had asked for back from the old man surnamed Lu. Wu Nai was all alone, without a cell phone, and walked straight into the venue. Same steps, go through security and enter the venue hall. This time it was a lot more lively than last time. Inside, a lot of seniors are talking about the effectiveness of the universal capsule. "Hey, you don't say. I took Manager Wei's universal capsule, and my headache seems to have lessened quite a bit." Another person, "What's wrong with you having a headache?" "I'm feeling better about all my heart attacks. It feels like with 2 more treatments, I could really be cured." Yeah, I feel the effects too. It's really a miracle drug." Wu Nai was speechless, took a couple of strong painkillers and gave them back hallucinations. The venue was full and the staff closed the doors again. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. Manager Wei once again took the stage and affectionately shouted, "Mom, Dad, grandparents, I missed you all." The scene does not need to be driven. All the elderly warmly applauded. "Manager Wei, I think you have already felt that our universal capsule magical healing effect. As long as you take 3 courses of treatment, you will surely be able to remove all the diseases from your body. We believe you. Manager Wei, you are the living Buddha." The old people let out a cry. Manager Wei turned to a difficult expression. "But Mom, Dad, grandparents, you know how difficult it is to produce universal capsules. This time, we only produced enough doses for 50 people. Ha!" The older people on stage began to mingle. 50 people were portioned out, but at least 150 people came to the scene. Who gets a share and who doesn't has undoubtedly become the biggest question. This is where the brilliance of the scammers becomes apparent. It's not a matter of not having enough. Everyone is still ironclad, and when someone can have it and someone doesn't, the conflict is immediately apparent. The old folks have also stopped chatting with each other, all trying to qualify for that 1 in 50. "Manager Wei, I trust you. Be sure to count my share. Manager Wei, you're a good boy. Give Auntie a portion of the medicine." Manager Wei stood on the stage and made a difficult face. "You are all my family, my elders, and I want every one of you to be able to take your medicine and be healthy. But the conditions just don't allow it. How about this? For these 50 medicines, I'll divide them among whoever can come up with a $20,000 deposit. And don't worry, we'll use this money to expand our productivity. The next batch of medicine we produce, we'll sell it for $1,000 a serving and give you back the money we make. For the next batch, again, you will not be charged for your medication." When Manager Wei finished, the scene was silent. Some old people muttered that it was too good a deal to just take $20,000 and get the medicine this time. And next time, not only would they get their money back, but they would also get the medicine for free. Another old man chimed in. Right. The Kiwi know that this medicine is real and effective. Manager Wei, he is not a liar. Wu Nai also finally understood the other party's deception. No wonder those previous victims didn't call the police or testify. As long as the scammers say that the equipment is still being upgraded, those people will fantasize that the money will definitely come back. $20,000 for one person. 50 people is $1 million. Again with the hunger marketing and playing with people. This Wei knows quite a lot. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the other side to collect the money, and he'd notify his team to come in and close the net. The fact that the man was caught in the act, coupled with the other man's own confession, was enough to put the case on the table. There was already an enthusiastic show of hands from seniors who wanted to hand over $20,000 to get a chance to take their medication, but basically did not bring you some money. Wu Nai also followed the hand. Want to take this opportunity to go out to notify Yu Qian, Xiao Zhang and others. Manager Wei looked at the hands that were raised on the stage and was filled with laughter. It's all a scramble to get him money. Relatives, do not be anxious. Let our staff count. You can rest assured that even if the family members who did not take the medicine today, at noon we will manage the meal. 3 pounds of eggs is taken, and those who pay the deposit will not only get the medicine, but will also receive 30 pounds of eggs. Manager Wei raised the number of eggs tenfold for no other reason than he was afraid that these old people would not come back when they went out to get their money. Used the huge benefits to flush out the last of the old people's sanity. Wu Nai successfully enrolled. Another successful enrolled senior at the same table laughed. Looks like we two are the luckiest. Wu Nai, huh? If he wasn't undercover, if he really was just an ordinary old man, the two of them would be the most unfortunate of all. Manager Wei raised his hand to glance at the time and said with a smile, Aunts and uncles who have been given a place, go home as soon as you can to collect your money. I can only give you 1 hour. If it's more than that, the place will have to be given to someone else who needs it more. The old man beside Wu Nai greeted. Come on old buddy, let's go back and get the money. Don't get robbed by others later. Wu Nai sighed. Crooks are certainly hateful. Take a step back. Are these old people themselves not at fault? Really little cuties. Too many. Not enough liars. As the group of 50 walked out of the venue, the staff kept the crowd outside the gates, waving goodbye. Moncler Jackets Outlet. You must come back soon. Don't miss a good opportunity. Wu Nai walked to the curb and got right into the car. Zhang Xiaofeng blinked his eyes. Father, why did you come out so early today? Didn't eat inside na? Wu Nai, drive. We'll be ready to close the net in a while. Chapter 67. When did it all go to the Tritons? Hearing that the net could be closed, Zhang Xiaofeng's spirit was shaken. The foot on the gas is harder. After the car drove some distance, Yu Qian and the others' cars followed. Several cars were parked in hidden locations. As soon as Zhang Xiaofeng got off the bus, he shouted excitedly, Team Yu, my father said it's time to close the net. It had only been 2 days, and Zhang Xiaofeng had already completely entered the role. Yu Qian quickly asked, Master Wu, what's the situation inside? Wu Nai, the other side has begun to cheat the elderly to pay money today. An hour later, the elderly who went home to get money will be handed over to the other side. Then it is the time for the crooks to take the money and run away. Yu Qian knows that he cannot miss this opportunity. If there is no stolen goods, it will be difficult to catch each other again. I'm calling Guan Hongwei now. The two teams had previously agreed that their third team would be responsible for collecting evidence and providing intelligence, while the second team would be responsible for operational arrests. If the second team was not notified and acted alone to make the arrest, it would in turn easily lead to misunderstandings between the two teams. Guan Hongwei, understood. I'll bring someone there right away. Together, the two teams also had 20 men. More than enough to deal with the crooks. Wu Nai, get me $20,000 first. I can't get into the venue without it. Yu Qian has millions of dollars lying on her card, but once she spends it, her family will know. You won't get the money for an hour if you apply to the bureau. Yu Qian looked at the other team members. Who can get $20,000 as soon as possible now? When the mission is over, you can get it back. A few people looked at each other. They had all joined the workforce not long ago and $20,000 was not a small amount for them. Wu Nai looked at Zhang Xiaofeng. Aren't you a businessman? Can't you come up with $20,000? Zhang Xiaofeng bit her melon face. Dad, that is not a disguise identity? Or my broken Santana is worth 20,000. Ask them if it's okay, and give it to them. Another member of the team laughed. What do people want with your crappy car? You'd still have to pay tens of thousands of dollars for an overhaul. Wu Nai sighed. Alright, I'll figure out the money. He just happened to have his bank card in his pocket, and it was easy to go to the bank and withdraw $20,000. Zhang Xiaofeng, but when do we rush in and do it? If we rush in early, the other party hasn't collected the money yet. Yu Qian, after Master Wu goes in for half an hour, we'll rush in with our men. Wu Nai was listening to a few people discussing the fact that if he went in for half an hour before the team rushed in, he would have to be there to take control of the moment. It has to be in that time frame to make sure that the fraudster both gets his money and doesn't get away with it. Yu Qian looked to Wu Nai. Grandpa, everything depends on you. Wu Nai coughed lightly. Looks like we won't be able to mix lunch today. The scammer had said he would take care of lunch today, and the other guy hadn't even been caught yet, so naturally lunch was out of the question. The team laughed at Wu Nai's words. Zhang Xiaofeng, father, you can rest assured. After this case is finished, the reception and celebration banquet, we will do it together. Zhang Xiaofeng then sent Wu Nai to the bank to withdraw money. Then it returned to the venue, and many of the elderly who had gone home to get their money had already returned. The old man who had previously sat at the same table as Wu Nai saw Wu Nai and came over with a smile. Old buddy, back pretty fast. Wu Nai skimmed at the other party. Didn't you come back quite fast too? The old man sighed. My old companion even did not let me take the money to Manager Wei, and had to say that he was a liar. Which is not stupid. I stole it right out when she wasn't looking. Wu Nai smacked his lips. How to feel the other party is quite proud. White blind that good old companion. Old man, hurry up and go. Don't miss our turn again later. As the two walked inside, Wu Nai asked, You've bought other physical therapy products, haven't you? The other party let out another sigh. How come you haven't bought any? Space physiotherapy mattresses, cosmically invincible hypnotic pillows, and triple dehydrated comforters. Wu Nai, this, Earth can't satisfy each other anymore? Why are you still working on the three-body side? Effective? The old man exhaled deeply. The only effect is that the money is gone and the disease remains. But I believe this time, Manager Wei is definitely not a liar. And when I get cured, I'll show those people who always laugh at me for being fooled that not everyone is a liar. Wu Nai nodded down. It looked like the other party was going to be laughed at again. The two went through layers of security and re-entered the venue. The staff applauds each person who returns. Another lucky family member is about to qualify for our universal capsule. Everyone applaud and congratulate him. Wu Nai returned to his previous seat somewhat awkwardly. He'd never felt so embarrassed by someone else's applause. While some elderly people were complacent when they heard the applause and waved to the audience, Wu Nai glanced at the time on his watch. At this moment, 10:40 minutes past 10. 11 o'clock was the time the team was scheduled to move. The scene continues to wait because some of the seniors have not returned. The old man beside him seemed to be familiar with Wu Nai and kept striking up a conversation with him. Wu Nai, on the other hand, had a word to say in return. Warm applause rang out from time to time. Old buddy, let's find a place to drink after we finish our medicine? Wu Nai skimmed his mouth. Taking painkillers and drinking, wasn't that just looking for death? I don't drink, and I advise you not to either. The old man couldn't care less. At our age, what else can we do but drink? We can't even play, and we can't even go whoring. Wu Nai froze. Why do I remember you just said you have an old partner? Old man, yes. What does that have to do with me whoring or not whoring? Wu Nai gave a thumbs up. You're good. No wonder you can even cover the little quilt of the three bodies. The old man was smug. By 9:50, all the old people who had gone home to get their money had returned. This made Wu Nai a bit surprised. The success rate of this scam was too high. Manager Wei walked onto the stage with a big smile. Let's congratulate the lucky uncles and aunts once again. You are one step closer to saying goodbye to your illness for good. The 20-odd staff members collectively applauded enthusiastically. Manager Wei held up two hands. The scene was suddenly quiet. The following staff will collect the deposits from your uncles and aunts one by one and send the capsules for the second course of treatment to you. 20 staff members picked up the pace and walked over to the elderly people who had returned from withdrawing their money. Take away the $20,000 that the other person has retrieved and give them 3 capsules. This time, the other side didn't stare at the old folks as they ate it. As long as the money is there, whether the old people eat or not no longer has anything to do with them. At this time, a staff member finished collecting the money from the old man next to him and turned his head to look at Wu Nai. You can give me the money now, Moncler, and you'll get the capsule. The old man beside me blinked his innocent eyes. Old man, pay up nah. You're the one who's missing. Wu Nai looked at the time on his watch. There were still 5 minutes until 11 o'clock. He had to drag it out until 11 o'clock. Chapter 68. Wu Nai grasped the $20,000 in his hand and pretended to be a bit reluctant as he asked, "When will you guys give this money back to me? This is all my savings." The staff only had money in their eyes and were close to just grabbing it. "Just don't worry, Moncler. As long as we complete the expansion program and the next batch of medicine is produced, we can give you the money soon. Besides, is more money as important as good health?" In order to stall for time, Wu Nai continued to put on an expression of reluctance to hand over the money to the other party. The old man beside him looked anxious. "Old man, give the money to the others. Manager Wei and the others won't cheat." If he hadn't talked to this old man quite a bit, Wu Nai almost thought that the other party was a trustee. How much family money is enough to be scammed when you're so actively being scammed? Wu Nai ignored the old man and continued to ask the staff, "Then can you give me a receipt?" The staff frowned. Having lied to so many old people, he hadn't seen one so abrasive. Threateningly, he said, "If you don't want it, Moncler, we can give the spot to someone else." Wu Nai laughed coldly. How to let someone else, and then let someone else go home to get the money? The staff was obviously trying to scare him, and if he was an ordinary old man, he would have been intimidated by the other side. After a moment's hesitation, he followed the other's words and said, "Then you can let someone else have the spot." The staff member's expression was dumbfounded. If he let Manager Wei know that he lost the money that came to him, Manager Wei would have to beat him to death. His tone softened. "Look, Moncler, so many people have given us their money. How can there be a problem? The remaining 49 elderly people have all paid up, and the only one left on the scene who has not paid up is Wu Nai." All eyes looked over. Manager Wei on the stage also frowned in this direction. The staff is more anxious. Secretly, he said that he was really unlucky. How did he run into an old man like Wu Nai? Whispering close to Wu Nai's ear, he said, "Grandpa, you pay the money, and in a moment I'll make the decision to give you 20 more pounds of eggs. Do you think it's okay?" Wu Nai broke his fingers. 30 pounds plus 20 pounds. 50 pounds of eggs. How can I carry them? The staff cursed in their hearts. If you can't carry it, just throw it all on the ground. Why are you yammering with me? On his face, however, he still had to wear a smile. "Don't worry, Moncler, the meeting will be adjourned in a while, and our people will help you carry it home. As long as they can get Wu Nai to pay up, the other side will agree to anything. And anyway, they'll run away afterward, and they can't be found." But the staff's words angered the old man next to him and he slammed the table. "Why? Give him 50 pounds and give us 30 pounds? He is good looking it, so what?" Wu Nai laughed. He was quite annoyed with this old man just now, but now the more he looked at him, the more he was able to fight with him. The staff member's brain nearly exploded. One old man didn't pan out, and then another one pops up. How did the old man next to him hear him when he was talking so quietly? Doesn't he have any hearing problems at all? The key phrase shouts out, "And other people who have paid the money will be unbalanced." The staff member stole a glance at Manager Wei on the stage. Manager Wei was looking at him with murderous eyes, clearly pissed off. Huffing and puffing, he stormed off the stage, giving the staff another hard stare and shoving the other man aside as he did so. Turning his head and changing his face, he looked at Wu Nai with a smile. "Does this lord have any doubts?" Not waiting for Wu Nai to speak, the old man beside him coughed lightly. "Manager Wei, I have doubts. I trust you so much. Why give him 50 pounds of eggs and give me 30 pounds? Is it to see that I am good to talk? Manager Wei is worthy of being the head of the fraudsters. The clinical reaction is very fast," said smilingly. "How come? Today I make the decision. All my family members who support me. 50 pounds of eggs each." The old man next to him was satisfied. Manager Wei again inquired Wu Nai, "Grandpa, you see, so you satisfied?" Wu Nai glanced at the time on his watch. It was already 10:59. Yu Qian and the others are about to rush in. Smilingly handed over $20,000 to Manager Wei, taking the opportunity to hold his hands in both hands. "Okay, Manager Wei, I trust you, and I'll be willing to give you the money." Manager Wei tried hard to pull his hand out, but realized that the other party had no intention of letting go. "Grandpa, what are you?" Wu Nai pulled the other party's hand. "It's meaningless. I'm just touched. You're really the best person in the whole world, nah." Manager Wei seemed to sense something was wrong, jerked his hand hard again, and looked at the staff member standing dumbfounded next to him. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you come over and help?" Bang! At that moment, the closed doors of the venue were slammed open from the outside. Yu Qian and Guan Hongwei rushed into the venue with many police officers. "Nobody move! Police!" Manager Wei suddenly panicked. The old people's money has been collected. If the police caught is stolen, Both eyes glared at Wu Nai, blaming the old man in front of them. Otherwise they would have escaped from their planned position in the past few minutes. You let go. The old man at his side looked at what was happening in front of him in confusion, not understanding what was going on. He hasn't claimed his 50 pounds of eggs yet. Wu Nai saw that he was about to lose control of Manager Wei, and using the mouth of honesty, he asked, "Did you lie to the old man next to you?" Manager Wei instinctively looked at the stunned old man beside him and blurted out, "Growing up with a deluded brain, who am I going to fool if I don't fool him? Old man? Asterisk 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 asterisk." Hearing that Manager Wei was lying to him and calling him an ingrate, he immediately rushed up and grabbed Manager Wei's clothes. "Who are you scolding? I'm such a shrewd person, and you're saying that I have a deluded brain?" With the old man's help, Wu Nai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly rushed to Wu Nai's side and helped to put Manager Wei under complete control. "Dad, you're awesome." Zhang Xiaofeng did not forget to brag about Wu Nai. Manager Wei, the old man, and the people around him were dumbfounded. This old man is actually the father of a police officer, letting his dad go undercover. This kid is tough enough. The fraudsters were all brought under control. Yu Qian explained the scene to all the seniors. Wu Nai glanced sideways at the old man who was helping, and to his surprise, the other party was secretly shoving the 3 newly issued capsules into his mouth. "Holy, didn't you hear the cops call them crooks? This medicine is fake." The old man swallowed the 3 capsules with a hard choke. Here, this can't go to waste." Wu Nai was convinced. Yu Qian finished her speech and walked over to Wu Nai. "Master Wu, you can't rest yet today. You may still need your help with the interrogation. The fraud gang is a recidivist, and Yu Qian is worried that the interrogation will be a stalemate. The gang's case must be sat on as soon as possible before it can be finalized." Wu Nai nodded. "No problem. This is supposed to be my job." The old man took a look at Yu Qian and then at Wu Nai. "No, old man, what exactly is your status? I told you that the whoring thing is a lie. You must not take it seriously." Chapter 69, Meddling. Wu Nai followed the large group back to the police station. As for the money the old people were cheated of, it was seized by the police at the scene though. It still needs to be picked up by the elderly at the police station. After arriving at the police station, there are still elderly people who do not believe that Manager Wei is a liar. Shouting for Manager Wei, "You guys let Manager Wei go. He's a good guy. The medicines he gives us are real. He's not a liar." Yu Qian left the matter of explaining to the old man to Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng is pouring tea for Wu Nai. "Captain, let someone else go. I can't understand those old men with him." The rest of the team avoided it. Elderly people who have been brainwashed by scammers are not that easy to convince. To put it mildly, it's when the real sun comes in, and the other side doesn't necessarily listen. "Yu Qian, just you go. If you can't set those old people right, you'll work overtime every day to go up to their homes and continue to explain." Yu Qian finished speaking and left. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Wu Nai with a bitter face. "Father, help your son." Zhang Xiaofeng was smart enough to think that Wu Nai was similar in age to those old people and had participated in the crooks' activities together, so he must be more efficient than him. Wu Nai picked up the tea and took a sip, then shook his head. "Can't help." Zhang Xiaofeng wanted to cry. "Why, master? Just because I've been calling you my father for so many days, why don't you do it? Grandpa, from now on, I'll cover all your tea and snacks, okay?" Wu Nai sighed and reached out to touch Zhang Xiaofeng's hairy head. "Geez, okay, I'll just see you poor kid and help you out." Zhang Xiaofeng grinned bitterly. "You see me pitiful, you just promise me it is not for the sake of the tea snacks in the future." His already modest wallet looks like it's about to get worse again. Wu Nai and Zhang Xiaofeng came to another office, and the 8 old men sitting in the room were the ones who were convinced that Manager Wei was not a fraud. They waited to be heard for Manager Wei, even tried to testify for Manager Wei in the lawsuit. When the 8 people saw Wu Nai, they were first stunned as they recognized the man, who was similar in age to them, as an undercover agent of the police. He's the one who got Manager Wei arrested. Wu Nai swept a glance at the 8 people, and it was good that the old man sitting next to him was not among them. Zhang Xiaofeng scowled at Wu Nai, meaning Grand Master, "It all depends on you." Wu Nai gave a blank look. The first words that came out of his mouth surprised Zhang Xiaofeng. "Didn't you guys say that Manager Wei is a good guy? Do you want to meet him now?" An old man held a skeptical tone. "You can let us see Manager Wei? Do you have that much power?" Wu Nai coughed lightly. Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly said, "My father." "No, this is Officer Wu. Of course he has the authority to take you to see the criminals." With Zhang Xiaofeng's cooperation, the 8 people immediately believed it. "Good. Then you take us to see Manager Wei. Unless he personally says he lied to us, we'll never believe it. The two Wunai took the 8 old men and headed for the interrogation room. As the main culprit, the police force is intensifying the interrogation of Manager Wei. Dang dang. Zhang Xiaofeng gently knocked on the door of the interrogation room, and Yu Qian's voice came out from inside. Enter. Zhang Xiaofeng put his head in. The captain is busy? Yu Qian, didn't I tell you to explain to those old people? Why are you here? Zhang Xiaofeng, hey, I found an expert in dealing with the elderly. And the expert said that the elderly needed to be taken to see the criminal. Yu Qian frowned. Expert? They've got negotiators. Bomb disposal experts. When did an expert in dealing with the elderly pop up? Zhang Xiaofeng opened the door to the room and Wu Nai walked in from behind. Ding! Receive surprise from Sin. Increase life expectancy by 60 days. Yu Qian was surprised. Master Wu, you are the expert in dealing with the elderly? Wu Nai was helpless. I'm a hair expert. It wasn't this kid who begged me. He also didn't expect that a simple thing would be rewarded from Yu Qian. Yu Qian glared at Zhang Xiaofeng. She had wanted to bring someone to interrogate the prisoner first. If the other party resisted, she would then ask Master Wu to help. But it turned out that Zhang Xiaofeng, this kid, got the person here first. Will Master Wu be okay? It is important to explain to these old people that they understand. Otherwise these old people can easily get into trouble. Perfect cases are also painted with imperfect symbols. Wu Nai, I'll give it a try. Behind them, 8 elderly men were still scrambling to peer into the interrogation room, trying to get a good look at Manager Wei inside. Wu Nai, no need to squeeze, all come in. The 8 men entered the interrogation room in turn and questioned Manager Wei with concern, as if they were caring for their own children. Wei, are you alright? Manager Wei, they didn't bully you, did they? We're all convinced you're not a liar, and you'll definitely be released. Manager Wei was silent. At this point his situation was not something that a few old men could get off with a few words. The old people saw that Manager Wei didn't say anything and became even more worried. Son, speak up? Did these policemen bully you? You talk to your uncles and aunts, and your uncles and aunts will do it for you. Yes, Wei manager, you say it. Did they beat you? Yu Qian, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the remaining 2 police officers frowned. These old people have obviously been completely brainwashed by Manager Wei's deception and cannot tell who is good and who is bad. Yu Qian whispered to Wu Nai, Grandpa, really can't lead them out first. It's too disruptive here. Wu Nai smiled slightly. Don't worry, they won't think so in a while. Yu Qian's frown deepened. She couldn't think of any other way to make these old people come around and recognize reality. Wu Nai walked up to unring the bell. Want to let these old people turn back. Naturally still need to Wei manager personally say to them. Wu Nai looked at Manager Wei who had his head down. As you can see, these old people trust you. Now tell them, are you lying to them? Manager Wei, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head with an odd expression and swept a circle around the 8 old men. Of course I lied to them. Such good old men and women. Who would I lie to if not them? I lied to them. And I want them to remember my goodness and be thankful and burn incense to me every day. Zhang Xiaofeng looked excited. Here it comes again. Master Wu is demonstrating his skill in enlightening people again. The last person he enlightened has been shot. I wonder what will happen to this one. Yu Qian was listening to the side and was straight speechless. Zhang Xiaofeng spoke as if whoever Master Wu enlightened would die. The 8 old men had been dumbfounded beyond belief. They would rather believe that their hearing aids are broken than what they just heard. I don't believe it. Manager Wei must have been forced by you guys. Manager Wei, you say? Were you forced by these cops? Wu Nai used the mouth of honesty to help the old people to ask Manager Wei, tell me, did anyone force you? Manager Wei, no, everything is from my heart. You old guys deserve to be cheated. You are. Chapter 70, Shalili's family is here. The 8 old men heard Manager Wei address them. The whole thing was a thunderbolt. Looking at each other, trying to see if they had heard wrong. As a result, everyone else had an angry look on their faces as well. They are over 100 years old, with dirt buried up to their necks, and they are being scolded like this. I'll beat you to death. An old man was the first to hold back and rushed forward to smack Manager Wei in the mouth. The others were too far away to stop it, and Wu Nai stood right in the path of the old man's charge, but did not stop it at all. Manager Wei was unable to resist or hide because his hands were handcuffed to the chair. He was also confused as to why he had said what was on his mind. Things have come to a head. Wei manager completely let go, opened his mouth and spat out the old man in front of him. I just lied to you. How? If I don't get caught, I lied to make you lose all your money. The old man is the same person who suspected the police of assaulting Manager way before, but at this time, he complained to Yu Qian and others. Did you guys see him spit on me? That's a crime. I suggest you guys sentence him to death and deprive him of whatever rights he has for life. Zhang Xiaofeng was directly amused. This old man knew quite a lot. One minute they say they coerced confessions under torture, and the next minute they make the criminals more guilty. So it's all up to him? Seeing that the old man had already recognized Manager Wei as a fraud, Yu Qian said to Zhang Xiaofeng, "You take the grandpa and grandma to have a drink first. We have to continue the interrogation here." Zhang Xiaofeng, please, grandpa and grandma. The old man who smoked Manager Wei's mouth finally did not forget to remind Yu Qian, "You must listen to me. Never let him come out to harm people again, nah." Yu Qian nodded repeatedly and finally sent all the old people away. Wu Nai, on the other hand, stayed in the interrogation room. Yu Qian smiled and said, "Master Wu, there are still a few questions." He said he is not willing to explain anything, but also to trouble you a little. The other two team members' eyes glowed. They all knew this Master Wu, for what he was recruited into the police station. Soon you'll meet the ceiling that opens the prisoner, the finisher that judges the crime. Grandpa Wu himself took a shot at it. Wu Nai remained modest. "I can only say try." Half an hour later, Manager Wei gave a thorough and clear explanation. He even gave an account of stealing a neighbor's bike when he was a kid. Sitting in his chair, Manager Wei seemed to have lost his soul. He was as if he were naked before this strange old man. He can't help but answer whatever the other person says. Yu Qian and the other two team members looked at Wu Nai with admiration, because Yu Qian had already seen Wu Nai's enlightened interrogation. There was no system reward this time. The end result was the breakup of a multi-location fraud ring. Bureau leaders singled out the second team and third team for praise. Guan Hongwei, the captain of Team 2, runs to Team 3's office to thank Wu Nai for his undercover work. In the evening, the two teams went together to a celebration at a nearby restaurant. Wu Nai is also considered to be thoroughly integrated into the life of the police force. After dinner, Yu Qian drove Wu Nai's SUV and the two of them returned to the neighborhood together. The next day, Wu Nai was awakened by the noise in the hallway. On this floor, apart from a few of their households, the other residents were relatively nice and there had never been a row in the corridor. Wu Nai frowned as he walked out of the room. Lu Mei was about to head outside. "Uncle Wu, stay inside. I'll go see what's going on." Using his penetrating eyes, Wu Nai had already seen that it was Xia Lili and two men and a woman who were making the noise outside. "I'll go out and look around too." The two of them walked out of the room, and Yu Qian and Bai Shui also opened the door to check the situation. "Xia Lili, Mom and Dad, I really don't have any more money. Go find someone else." Wu Nai blinked. The ones who came were actually Xia Lili's parents? That kid, that would be the brother that Xia Lili was talking about. 6 years younger than Xia Lili. This year 16 dropped out of school and stayed home. Xia's mother begged Xia Lili, "Girl, just find a way to get together another 20,000 yuan. If this money can't be paid back, the people who want the debt will really beat your father and your brother to death." Xia Lili grabbed her head with both hands. "Mom, do you want to force me to die? I don't work at the bar anymore. Not as an escort. There's no way I can make that much money." Wu Nai remembered that Xia Lili had told him that the money she had borrowed from him last time had paid off her family's debts. "Is it a new debt? It's only been a month." "Right. And you can owe another 20,000. This family is also capable of building." Sandy's mother froze. "How can you quit a job that good?" Xia Lili broke down. "Mom, do you know what an escort does? Do you know how many men take advantage of your daughter every day? How do you say that's a good job?" Xia's mother had an exasperated look on her face. "Being able to earn money is a good job. Now you tell me what to do, right? If he didn't know you could earn money, would your father dare to go out and borrow so much? It's all your fault." Yu Qian Baishui came to Wu Nai's side, wanting to inquire in the end because of what, but Wu Nai was also listening to the clouds. "Ask Lily later." At this time, Xia's father finally spoke. "It doesn't matter if you don't have any money now. We'll hide in your house for a while. And when you earn $20,000, when will we leave?" Xia Lili's younger brother, Xia Debao, took advantage of Xia Lili's lack of attention to directly drill into the house. The two parents followed close behind, squeezing past Xia Lili into the room. Xia Lili stood helplessly, her eyes frozen. "Snowy, Xia looks so pathetic nah." Yu Qian, who usually looked down on Xia Lili, didn't say anything at this time. With the conversation between the two sides just now, she could tell that Xia Lili's parents weren't that nice to be around. After a few seconds, Xia Lili smiled miserably towards the three Wu Nai and turned around, ready to enter the house. Wu Nai voiced out. Lily, come here for a moment. Bai Shui also waved from the side and shouted in a low voice. Come over here. Sister Sha. Sha Lily, however, shook her head gently and went back to her house anyway. Bai Shui was worried. What do you think Master Wu should do? They won't bully Sister Sha, right? Wu Nai was helpless, since Lily didn't come over. She definitely doesn't want us to know about her family's business. Each go and get busy. You have to go to work in a while. Yu Qian, Grandpa. We just solved the case yesterday. Today you can rest at home for a day. I will call you if there is anything. Wu Nai smiled slightly. 1 day on and 1 day off. A month is equivalent to only half a month of work. A monthly salary of 1,550. It is not a small amount. Okay, then I'll be home resting, so call me if you need anything. When he returned home and ate the breakfast Lu Mei had made, Wu Nai lay down on his bed and played a game. The next game is the national finals, and he'll have to practice hard to get there as well. The game was just 3 games in when there was a knock on the door of the room from outside. Wu Nai glanced at the time. 9:40 in the morning. The 3 women should all be at work at this hour. Could it be that Zhao Guifang had found them? Wu Nai winced and stopped Lu Mei from going over to open the door. First, use your perspective eyes to see what's going on outside. Surprisingly, it was Shalili's mother standing outside. What's she coming over for? Wu Nai himself walked over to open the door. Sha's mother wore a fake smile on her face and spoke in a thick accent. Hello there, big brother. I'm Sha Lily's mother. Wu Nai nodded down. Can I help you? Sha's mother, it's a waste for Sha Lily to live in such a big house. I want to return the rent she paid so she can rent a basement. Chapter 71 Decision to Help. Wu Nai blinked. Letting Sha Lily move out. Wouldn't that kill him? He was counting on getting a reward from Sha Lily. How was he going to get it when people moved away? There is also the most crucial point. When Sha Lily rented the house, it was particularly difficult, so the rent was paid in January. It seems that the San mother didn't know about it. Wu Nai didn't break it down either. In case Sha's mother knew that Sha Lily didn't pay that much rent, it would be easy to take Sha Lily away directly instead. Can't return it. Mother Sha's face, which was originally a fake smile, instantly went cold. Hands pinch waist, 2 eyes glare. What do you have not to return? I have heard, Sha Lily said. The monthly rent is almost 2,000. Why do not you go to Rob? Lu Mei said helpfully from the side. Uncle Wu's house is already the cheapest in the neighborhood. Ask around. Which one isn't over 2,000? Then I don't care. We're not renting this house from you anyway. You must return the rent to us. Wu Nai, I signed a contract with Sha Lili. The lease period of 1 year. There is a problem, you let Sha Lili to come to me to say. I cannot talk to you, since the other party had a bad attitude. Wu Nai did not spoil the other party. It was obvious that Sha's mother had come over to him for rent behind Sha Lili's back. Sha's mother was furious. If you don't return the rent, do you believe I'll call the police? Wu Nai, call the police, You wait a while. Heading for the house after that. Sha's mother thought Wu Nai had gone to get her money because she was afraid to call the police. A sneer curled the corners of his mouth. Turning to Lu Mei, she said, I still don't believe it. He dares not give me my rent back? Lu Mei didn't reply, just blocked the door to keep Sha's mother from entering the house. Soon after, Wu Nai walked back out. Sha's mother held out a hand. Bring it. I know the rent is still 7 or 8 months away, and I'm not done with you for missing a penny. Wu Nai similarly stretched out his hand, but instead of money, he was holding his auxiliary police ID. I'm the police. If you want to call the police, just talk to me directly. Sha's mother froze. She didn't understand what auxiliary police meant, but she heard the other person say he was a police officer. The domineering attitude was extinguished at once. His tone became timid, not daring to look Wu Nai in the eyes. You're a cop. You can't just not give someone their rent back. Wu Nai, I have told you that everything is according to the contract, and you are not the one who signed the contract with me. So what right do you have to make me return the rent? But, Shemu held her tongue for half a day, not knowing how to retort. Wu Nai directly closed the door to the room. It seems that Sha Lili's parents should be resolved before it's too late. In case Sha Lili is really pulled away by her, he will lose a lot of money. Wu Nai went back to his room and dialed Sha Lili. Where are you? On the phone. Shariari's voice was a little hoarse, with the feeling that she had just cried. Grandpa, I'm in the sales office. Wu Nai, okay, I'll go find you now. Hanging up the phone, he said to Lu Mei and went straight out the door. Sha's mother, who had just left, stood in front of Sha Lili's house and watched him. However, after knowing the identity of Wu Nai's auxiliary police, it was obvious that he did not dare to yell anymore. Wu Nai took a taxi to the sales department. and the time just reached 11 o'clock. Instead of going into the sales office, he called Shalili to come out. If he went in and was seen by manager Bai, he would surely have to go through a lot of trouble again. Soon, Shalili walked out of the sales department wearing a black lady suit. What brings you here, Moncler? Wu Nai saw Shalili's eyes red and swollen. Crying? Shalili pursed her lips. I'm fine, Moncler. Wu Nai sighed with his hands behind his back. Let's go. It's noon. Let's eat. Shalili was about to say I'll buy, when she suddenly thought of all the money she had on her, which her family had asked for last night. Today she doesn't even have money for lunch. Master, why don't we do it some other time? Some other time I'll treat you. Seeing Shalili's embarrassed expression, one could guess why she said that. Wu Nai waved his hand. Come on, I'll treat you. What could be as important as eating? Shalili could only follow Wu Nai with embarrassment. The two went to the same Western restaurant across the street. After ordering, Wu Nai asked, Tell me, what's the situation at home? After a moment's hesitation, Shalili spoke up. My dad likes to gamble, and the last time he owed money it was because he lost money gambling. Then he promised me that he would never gamble again, so I paid that money back for him. But I didn't realize that not even a month later, he went back to gambling and owed more than $20,000. Shalili lowered her head as she finished her sentence. Wu Nai didn't say anything either. The situation was similar to what he had guessed. Shalili went on to say, Moncler outlet store, I'm not going to work in the sales department. Wu Nai heard yesterday, Sha's mother said that it was a good job to work as a young lady, and today Shalili is not going to work in the sales department. Wu Nai looked up. Your mom made you do it? Shariari nodded her head down. Well, my mom made me. At that exact moment, the waiter came up with the steak. Shocked, he looked at the two men in front of him. What's the situation? One swears at someone and the other swears at himself? Has the world gone so crazy? Wu Nai looked at the frozen waiter. Just put it down. The waiter came back to his senses, and after putting the steak down, he gave the two another look before leaving. Wu Nai said to Shalili, Your life is your own. You can't give in even if your mom forces you to. Shalili lowered her head and dropped 2 tears. But I'm the only one in my family who can make money, and if I don't pay off my foreign debt soon, they'll really hurt my family. Wu Nai was speechless. You treat them as family, do they treat you as family? Have you ever forced your daughter to become a lady? Shalili is still explaining for her family. Usually they are nice to me. It's all because my dad got addicted to gambling. Wu Nai knew that it was useless to say anything to Shalili now. She had already been PUA'd by her family and was firmly under control. For the other person to be lost, she needs to be like those old men in the police department, so that she can hear for herself what her family thinks of her in their hearts. It's what will make her die and recognize reality. Let's eat. We'll talk about it when we get back. There's no hurry about quitting. There might be a better way. Shalili choked and nodded her head. It was hard for Wu to help her become a supervisor, and she didn't want to give up the job so easily. After dinner, Wu Nai took a taxi home. Everything will have to wait until Shariari gets home from work. Taxi back to the neighborhood. Just get off the car, we'll see Zhao Guifang that good squatting in front of the neighborhood. Wu Nai rubbed a sound, turned back and sat back in the cab. The driver, who was about to leave, froze. What's the matter, Moncler? Wu Nai, it's fine. The driver continued to look at Wu Nai. That means nothing, you get off in my car to stay how I work At this time Zhao Guifang also found Wu Nai. A few steps rushed over to lie on the hood of the cab. The cloaked look startled the driver. How to stop and still come up to touch the porcelain? Grandpa, you give me testimony. It is her own climb up. Wu Nai, don't worry. She's not touching me. She's here to touch me. Driver? Chapter 72. Already blocked in the car by Zhao Guifang, Wu Nai could only get out of the car helplessly. Without bothering about Zhao Guifang, who was lying on the car, he went straight to the neighborhood. Zhao Guifang hurriedly climbed down from the cab and chased after Wu Nai. Cab driver? A foot on the gas hurried the car away. The old lady's too crazy for love. Don't get him involved again in a minute. Old Wu, you stand still. Old Wu, you stand still. Zhao Guifang shouted as she ran. Wu Nai walked to a broken brick and stopped his feet. If Zhao Guifang dared to use violence against him, he would use the brick defense to dry out his opponent. What is it? Zhao Guifang chased after Wu Nai and suddenly crouched her body downwards. Wu, patience in A. She is not going to pick up bricks to me, right? He was about to bend down and fight with the other side for the bricks, when he suddenly realized that Zhao Guifang was kneeling in front of him. Old Wu, just show some kindness and release my 2 sons. Count my wife as begging you. Wu Nai hurriedly took 2 steps to the side, not accepting Zhao Guifang's kneeling. It's no use begging me. They broke the law. They can't be released just because I say so. Zhao Guifang sobbed. I've already asked the police, and as long as I can gain your forgiveness, my 2 sons will be lightly punished. Wu Nai, remember how you also cried and begged me last time, and promised not to bother me again. But in the end, you still brought your 2 sons and came to trouble me again? Zhao Guifang's expression was ugly. Of course she remembered. But old Wu, can't you spare them one more time for my sake? You have no face with me. After saying that, Wu Nai turned around and walked towards the neighborhood. People come and go at the entrance of the neighborhood, all watching them like a drama. He is not willing to accompany Zhao Guifang there to lose face. Zhao Guifang naturally refused to give up, and the only thing she could do now was to help her son ask Wu Nai for forgiveness. If you want money, you don't have it, and if you want your life, you can only rely on this face, hoping that Wu Nai will remember some old favor. Unbeknownst to him, the current Wu Nai has long since ceased to be the soft-hearted old Wu Tu he once was. When you see her cry, you'll give in to her. Before he could get to the door of the flat, Zhao Guifang once again caught up with him. Wu Nai saw that his opponent was holding half a brick in his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you going to do? If you make a move, I'll send you in too. After saying that, it suddenly occurred to me that in case this crazy wanted to go in to see her son, she would really dare to shoot him, and added, men and women go in there. They're not locked up together. Zhao Guifang raised a brick and threatened, if you don't forgive my son, I'll die in front of your house. Wu Nai sighed in relief. So it wasn't wanting to shoot him, it was wanting to shoot himself. Use the mouth of honesty to ask the person, do you dare to kill yourself? Zhao Guifang, I don't dare. I just want to scare you. Wu Nai looked at Zhao Guifang playfully. Zhao Guifang held the brick awkwardly in her hand. I just said a lie. You do not forgive my son. I really die in front of your house. Wu Nai turned and entered the door of the unit. Zhao Guifang raged a bit, slamming the brick on the unit door. Old Wu Tu is not finished with you. Wu Nai wasn't in the mood to take care of Zhao Guifang right now. He had to finish dealing with Sha Lili's family first, taking the elevator to the 9th floor, just in time to see Sha Lili's parents, moving the refrigerator washing machine out of the room. Wu Nai hurried over. What are you doing? Mother Sha glared at Wu Nai. The rent is not refundable. Can't we sell our own stuff? Wu Patience wants these few. You guys call Sha Lili and ask, who bought this refrigerator washing machine? This is all my stuff. Father Sandy, you say you bought it? What's the proof? Want proof, huh? Wu Nai took out his cell phone and dialed Yu Qian. Yu Qian, bring a few team members to our neighborhood. Someone is trying to steal from me. Yu Qian, Grandpa, tell me clearly what's going on. Wu Nai told the matter briefly. Yu Qian also felt that the other party had gone too far. I'll have Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li make a trip right away. Before Wu Nai's phone call hung up, Sha Lili's parents had already started to move the things that had been moved out, back into the house. Mother Sha, if it's yours, it's yours. Can't we just move it back? Father Sha, that's right. City people will bully us country people. It's really bad luck that Lily found a landlord like you. Wu Nai warned the other party. This behavior of yours is called theft. If you dare to do this again, I will directly call someone to arrest you. Hello? Yu Qian's phone didn't hang up and kept listening. Wu Nai, there's no need to send anyone over for now. I've already taken care of it. Yu Qian is also helpless. Who would have thought that Sha Lili's parents can be shameless to such a point? For the sake of money, no lower limit. Got it, Moncler. Call me back if anything happens. Hanging up the phone, Wu Nai watched as several people returned things to their original places. Another look at what was going on in Sha Lili's room. The kitchen was built in disarray, and there was a sariari quilt on the floor. The crib that Sha Lili had, obviously, couldn't accommodate so many people, and last night they slept on the floor. Wu Nai, everything in this room is mine. If one piece is missing, I will find you all. With that, he turned around and went back to his house. Lu Mei heard Uncle Wu talking outside and went out to check. After the two entered the house, Lu Mei worried. This family is so difficult to deal with. Can Sha Lili handle it? Sha Lili is usually big-headed, but I can tell she's good girl. Wu Nai sat down and drank a mouthful of water first. Again Zhao Guifang. Again Sha Lili's parents. All the annoying people have rushed together. Sha Lili's parents so excessive. All because Sha Lili owns soft heart. Thought her parents still take her as a real daughter. When she came back to let her recognize the reality is good. Lu Mei sighed. How can we make her recognize it? It's not good for us outsiders to talk. Wu Nai hummed softly, then let her parents speak for themselves. telling Lu Mei that in the future, if someone knocks on the door and hears that it is Zhao Guifeng, he absolutely cannot open the door. Wu Nai then went inside for his afternoon nap, slept until 5 o'clock at night. Snow came back from work to see him. Lu Mei told Bai Shui about Sha's father and mother, who wanted to sell the electrical appliances in the room. Bai Shui's eyes widened. How can you do that? Those were all dispensed to us by Master Wu. The two women looked at Wu Nai. If they didn't get rid of Father Sha and Mother Sha, I'm afraid that the 9th floor wouldn't be able to stop anymore in the future. Wu Nai, on the contrary, had a look of great interest. It's just as well that Snow is here. You two prepare a few more dishes. I'm inviting Shalili's family for dinner tonight. Bai Shui assumed, and wasn't surprised, that Mr. Wu wanted to step in and mediate. Lu Mei naturally listened to Wu Nai. The two of them cooked very fast, and in no time at all they had a table full of food ready. Yu Qian also came back from work at this time. Wu Nai called her ahead of time and asked her to come to the house for dinner as well. Looking at the time on her cell phone, Shalili should be back soon. Wu Nai greeted Bai Shui. Why don't you go to Shalili's house and call them over? Just tell them I'm inviting them to dinner. Father Sandy and Mother Sandy were already of an advantageous disposition. The hallway was filled with the smell of cooking again. Without hesitation, he agreed and followed Bai Shui to Wu Nai's house. Wu Nai greeted. Hurry up and sit down all of you. Since you are Sha Lili's family, let's talk about anything while we eat. Father Sha and Mother Sha looked at Wu Nai suspiciously. To be honest, they were quite afraid of the old man in front of them, but couldn't resist the aroma of the meal. Without saying a word, Shalili's brother sat down on the stool, picked up his chopsticks, and began to wolf down his food. Looking at Yu Qian's several women, his brows furrowed. Sha's mother explained, there's nothing to eat at Lily's house either. We haven't eaten all day, so if the child is willing to eat, let him eat more. Wu Nai greeted the others and sat down to eat as well. Bai Shui wanted to close the door, but Wu Nai blocked it. Leave it open. Get some air. While eating, Wu Nai had been using his penetrating eyes to observe the corridor outside the door. Upon seeing Shalili coming out of the elevator and immediately going to the door, using the mouth of honesty, asked Mother Sha, who was showing off her rice in her mouth. Oh, elder sister, why do you push your daughter so hard? The people at the table raised their heads in unison, no one expecting Wu Nai to suddenly ask this question. Outside the door, Shalili also stood still, wanting to hear what her mother had to say in response as well. Chapter 73. Shalili is completely heartbroken. Mother Sha put down the dishes in her hand when she heard Wu Nai's question. Since Lily was born a girl, she is a cheap life. If she doesn't work to make money, who will? When she finds an in-law to sell her in a couple of years, she'll have just enough money to pay for Debayo's wedding. After Sha mother finished, Yu Qi and Bai Shui were all dumbfounded. It was the first time they heard someone say this about their daughter. Then he looked to Sha's father and Sha Debayo, thinking the two would be as surprised as they were. As a result, Sha's father continued to eat his meal as if it was a matter of course, while Sha Debayo had a proud expression on his face. My mom is right. Whoever wants to marry Sha Lili must take 200,000 dowry and give it to me for my marriage. Otherwise she won't be able to get married for the rest of her life, and will always earn money for us at home. Yu Qian, Bai Shui and Lu may have been shocked by the family's remarks, and cannot help but wonder if Sha Lili is the other party's own girl or not. Even picking it up isn't so bad, is it? Wu Nai used his penetrating eyes to look out the door. Sha Lili stood outside with a stony expression. Wu Nai added more fuel to the fire, using the mouth of honesty to question Father Sha. Why did you dare to borrow so much money to gamble if your family had no money? Sha's father made a contemptuous expression. What's wrong with having no money? With Lily around, she has to find a way for me to pay back how much money I owe, or I'll sell her. Anyway, she's my daughter. No one can care if I sell her. Hearing Father Sha actually say such words, Yu Qian slammed the table. What gives you the right to sell sari? And no one can control it? Do you know this is called human trafficking? Shalili's family was shocked. I didn't realize that the girl who looked so pretty was so scary when she started to get angry. Father Sandy was chagrined that he had said what was on his mind, but the words had already been said, and he wouldn't take them back for the sake of face. Putting on a tough tone, my family's business is none of your outsiders' business. Bai Shui, uncle and auntie, if you guys think this way, how sad would Sister Sha be if she knew? She's your own daughter. Father Sha grunted. It's because she's my own daughter that we can do whatever we want. Mother Sha stood up. I thought you guys kindly invited us for dinner, but it turns out that you are trying to be nosy. We won't eat this meal. He finished with a yuck and spat at the meal on the table. Let's go. Father Sha and Sha Debayo stood up and headed out. Sha Debeo even snapped his bowl of rice on the table before he left. How could you do this? Snowy questioned loudly as she stood up. The best-tempered Bai Shui had been exasperated like this, so one could imagine what the scene was like for the others. Yu Qian took a step to catch up with the few people, but was suddenly pulled back by Wu Nai. Yu Qian, don't mind it. Moncler, they're too much. Wu Nai didn't say anything, but instead looked toward the door of the room. The three men walking outward suddenly froze in their tracks. Mother Sha asked somewhat sheepishly, Lily, when did you get back? A sad look appeared on Shalili's face. I came back a long time ago, and I heard everything you guys said. Sha's mother coughed lightly and stepped forward to pull Sha Lily's arm. Come on, let's go home and talk about it. Sha Lily finally dropped out of tears. It's all so humiliating. Is there anything you can't say outside? I'm just a ready-to-be discarded moneymaker in your minds, aren't I? Sha Lily looked sideways at her father. Because I was born to you. You can sell me if you want to, right? Father Sha was dumbfounded by the questioning and violently raised his hand to slap Sha Lily. Is that how you talk to your parents? Sha's mother once again tugged on Sha Lily's arm. Let's go back quickly. Don't make your father angry. Sha Debeo also said. Yes sis, don't disgrace our family outside. Sha Lily pointed at herself. I'm ashamed? You guys actually think I'm humiliated? Sha Lily is completely disappointed in the family in front of her. She had thought that her family, though somewhat selfish, still considered her family. That's why she willingly solves her family's problems, pays off her father's gambling debts, and subsidizes her family with all the money she earns from her part-time job. As a result, the family treats her as a complete outsider, a tool for generating money. Shariari turned and ran toward the elevator. Don't go, girl. Sand Mother immediately wanted to chase after her. A hand, however, suddenly took her arm. Turning back, she realized that the person pulling her was none other than the landlord. Wu Nai. Wu Nai winked and laughed. Big sister. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Going after them now won't solve the problem. Mother Sha, you hurry up and untie your hands. I want to chase my daughter. Wu Nai's hand continued to hold on to Sand Mother's arm in a death grip. You see you have such a high-speed operation of the machinery into the country. Remember I give the principle of small time. Is the development of people? The development of the principle of this thing, is the netherworld regime tube. Sand Mother froze. Father Sha and Sha Debeo both froze as well, looking at the old man who was babbling in front of them. Wu Nai controlled the scene hard for 30 seconds with a set of Yellow Dragon River Ripai, all with Bluetooth, buying time for Sha Lily to leave. Father Sha slapped Wu Nai's hand away. What high-speed machinery? What the hell are you grabbing my wife and talking about? Sha Debeo seemed to understand and touched his father. Dad. What he said seems to make some sense. Sha's father glared at his baby son. Have you braced yourself silly by eating ribs? What's the point? It was no longer possible for the three to chase after Sha Lily anymore. Calling Shariari and not answering. Can only go back to the house and wait for Shariari to come back on her own? Waiting for the three to leave. Bai Shui walked over to Wu Nai. What did you mean by what you just said, Grandpa? Wu Nai took out his cell phone. Hell knows what it means. Then call Sha Lily on the phone, doh. After a few rings, the call was answered. There was no sound on the other side of the phone. Wu Nai, where are you? I'll come to you. At this time, a sobbing voice sounded inside the phone. Oh, you guys don't look for me, just let me die. The cell phone was on public playback, and Yu Qian's few people heard it. Yu Qian shouted towards the phone. Sha Lily, didn't you want to prove yourself in front of me? How can you prove it when you're dead? Bai Shui also said. Sister Sha, you mustn't do anything stupid. Lu Mei, don't be sad child. Your family is not good to you. Master Wu and I are good to you. Calling on the other side of the phone, just not saying where it is. Wu Nai had to use his honest mouth to inquire. Where are you? He wasn't sure the mouth of honesty was still valid across the phone. Well, in the next second, Sha Lily answered directly. I'm on the roof. Turns out she took the elevator and instead of going downstairs, she ran straight upstairs. A few people quickly made their way to the top floor, where Shalari sat on the edge of the building with her knees wrapped around her. The body keeps twitching. Knowing what her family had in mind for her was just too much of a blow. Wu Nai knows that nothing is broken until it's broken. Without this trick, Sha Lily could be sucked to death by her family for the rest of her life. It's not good to open up with too many people. So Wu Nai first asked Lu Mei to take the other two women downstairs, and he wanted to have a chat with Sha Lili himself. The three girls made a cheering gesture at Sha Lily and obediently went downstairs. Chapter 74, A Tiger Father Doesn't Have a Dog Son. Wu Nai walked over to sit beside Xia Lili and did not take the initiative to open her mouth to comfort her, but just sat quietly with her. A few minutes later, Xia Lili cried out with a wow and jumped into Wu Nai's arms. What do you think I should do, Moncler? Wu Nai innocently patted Xia Lili's back. You've given enough over the years to repay them for their upbringing, and there is no end to the day of a gambler. If you don't get yourself out of this now in a hurry, you'll only get in deeper and deeper, and your father will gamble even more recklessly with you as his backer. Xia Lili calling, but surely they won't leave me alone. They'll stay in my house and never leave. As long as Xia Lili herself wants to get rid of the relationship with her family, things will be fine. The fear is that she will willingly continue to be sucked for the sake of the so-called kinship. Wu Nai laughed. You go to the hotel for a few days first. I'll deal with your parents. Xia Lili bit her lip. You don't know how difficult they are to deal with. Moncler, if they don't see me, they will never leave. Wu Nai sneered. Lying in my house and not leaving. Do they dare? Don't you still believe in the tactics of the Grand Master? Thinking of all the mean things that Master Wu had done, Xia Lili broke into tears. Wu Nai took $5,000 out of his pocket. This is the money he went to the bank to withdraw in the first place to gain the trust of the scammers. Take this money and go stay in a hotel and pay me back when you have it. Ding! Receiving surprise from Xia Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Hearing the system reward sound, Wu Nai hooked up the corner of his mouth. Finally he hadn't worked for nothing. Getting up, he patted his ass. Go get a hotel then. I'll head back, Xia Lili said solemnly. Thank you, Moncler. Wu Nai waved his hand as a response and touched the shirt on his body that was wet from crying. Going back to trouble Lu Mei to wash it again. Xia Lili didn't come home all night and didn't answer her phone. It was a rush for Xia Lili's mother. It's not that I'm worried about Xia Lili being in danger, but I'm afraid that if Xia Lili disappears, there will be no one to pay the external debt that the family owes. Those debt collectors won't be able to spoil them, and in time they may trash the old family home. The next day, he came to knock on the door of Wu Nai's house early. Wu Nai had to go to work at the police station today, and got up relatively early. Opening the door to the room and seeing that it was Mother Xia outside, Wu Nai asked suspiciously, Who are you? Xia's mother froze. Big brother. I'm Xia Lili's mother Na. We even had dinner together yesterday. Wu Nai frowned. Xia Lili? Who is Xia Lili? Don't recognize. With that said, bang slammed the door behind him. Sandy's mother froze outside for several seconds before resuming knocking on the door. Wu Nai impatiently opened the door. Are you sick? I've said I don't recognize you. Why are you knocking? Xia's mother pointed at herself and said anxiously. I'm Xia Lili's mother Na. Where's your nanny? Your family nanny surely remembers me. Wu Nai called Lu Mei to his side and inquired. Do you know her? Lu Mei shook her head. I don't recognize it. I've never seen it. San mother broke down. I thought Wu Nai was suffering from Alzheimer's and couldn't remember people. The nanny was about her age. So how come she didn't remember her either? I'm asking if you know where my daughter went? Both of them had a puzzled look on their faces. Wu Nai, did he recognize the wrong person? Lu Mei nodded. It should be. Go ask at another house, said the man as he reclosed the door. After closing the door, Lu Mei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pretending to not recognize the other party was naturally an order given to her by Uncle Wu. She almost didn't strain herself when she saw the other's puzzled expression just now. Wu Nai shushu and lowered his voice. Don't let her hear. Lu Mei hurriedly covered her mouth. Wu Nai then said, Prepare more dishes tonight. I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Mei was surprised. Uncle Wu, you don't want to invite their family again. Yesterday's move by Sandy's mother to spit in the dish had pissed her off. Later on, it was Uncle Wu who gave the word for her to throw away all the plates and bowls and buy new ones. Wu Nai, eat? They go eat. After dinner, Wu Nai went to work with Yu Qian and Bai Shui. On the way, Yu Qian asked what to do. Wu Nai, cool it. I'll find a way to get rid of the family tonight, so that they'll never dare to come over here to look for Xia Lili again. Yu Qian was puzzled. Wu Nai, however, did not continue to explain. There weren't any cases today, so Wu Nai sipped tea in his office and farted around with the other staff. Little Li will go to my house for dinner tonight. Okay, Le Master Wu. Xiao Zhang will go to my house for dinner tonight. Zhang Xiaofeng, okay Le Dad. I finally have a chance to go to your house to rub rice. Wu Nai called all 8 men on the team. At the end of the evening, the team was ready to change back into civilian clothes. Wu Nai hurriedly stopped. There's no need to change. You guys can just wear these to go. In case there's any case, you can still make it to the police in time. 8 members of the team head out of the question mark. There is a case should also be the duty officer responsible for However, at Wu Nai's strong request, The 8 of them still didn't change into civilian clothes. Wu Nai's SUV plus Zhang Xiaofeng's broken Santana were just enough to pull everyone back. Back home, Lu Mei had already prepared a table of food. Seeing so many in police uniforms, Lu Mei realized that Uncle Wu was inviting his colleagues to a dinner party. Wu Nai waved his hand. Quickly, all sit. 8 members of the team and Yu Qian took their seats. Wu Nai opened the door and shouted towards the door, "Dinner is ready." Then he closed the door and walked over to the dining room table. The team looked at each other, none of them getting what the custom was, having to shout to the outside before eating. Shalilis, Sha's father and mother, who had been waiting anxiously all day, jerked to their feet when they heard Wu Nai's shouts in the corridor. Mother Sha, that old man must have hidden Lily. We'll go get him now. Father Sha, on the other hand, went to the kitchen and fetched a kitchen knife. If that old man doesn't hand over Lily, I'll chop him to death. The timid and cowardly father of Sha, let him really cut people. Certainly do not dare. But he knew that Wu Nai was childless and only had a nanny around. He was sure he could scare his opponent with a kitchen knife. Seeing his dad with a weapon, Sha Debao went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife himself. If he doesn't deliver, I'll stab him. Father Sha patted Sha Debao's shoulder. It's true that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son. Let's go. Old dad will let you see what it means to be a man. The 3 men were aggressive and came straight to Wu Nai's house. Wu Nai used his penetrating eyes to observe and saw that the 3 did take the bait, knowing that he was back and couldn't wait to come over and demand someone. Bang bang bang. Seconds later, the sound of a kitchen knife chopping at a security door rang out from outside the door. The people eating stopped moving. Lu Mei wanted to go open the door, and Wu Nai hurriedly said, "I'll go." After that he got up and walked towards the door of the room. The team didn't continue eating either. Wanting to see who was knocking so loudly, Wu Nai opened the door to the room and immediately took 2 steps back, looking at Sha's father who was holding up a kitchen knife. "What do you want?" Chapter 75, returning to the village to look for someone. Hearing Wu Nai's frightened tone and seeing Wu Nai's frightened expression, Father Sandy's self-confidence exploded even more. He was going to show his wife and kids his manly side today, raising the kitchen knife in his hand. "Old man, you hand over my daughter or I'll chop you to death today." Wu Nai turned sideways so that the team members who were eating in the house could see Father Sha, who was holding the murder weapon. It also allowed Father Sandy to see exactly who was sitting in the room. To be honest, he didn't even think that the other side would come over with a knife. Thinking that at most one family would come over to block the door and make trouble to ask for people. I wanted to use the team to scare the other side away, but it turned out that the other side was so cooperative that they came straight to give away their heads. Yu Qian and the 8 members of the team, seeing the father of Sha with a kitchen knife, hurriedly got up and rushed over to prevent the other party from hurting the Wu. Sha's father had been dumbfounded, and Sha's mother stood beside her. Dumbfounded. Only Sha Debao, who stood in the back, was ignorant. Shouting from behind, he said, "Dad, chop him. My sister must have been hidden by him." Zhang Xiaofeng rushed the fastest, a tackle to control the arm of Sha's father holding the knife, and then his body force even pushed down Sha's father. When Sha Debao saw his dad being bullied, he flashed the fruit knife hidden behind him and wanted to rush forward to sneak attack Zhang Xiaofeng. Wu Nai leaned the closest and raised his foot to kick the charging Sha Debao. How Sha Debao rushed up and flew back. The remaining members of the team rushed up and quickly brought the 2 men under complete control. Sha's mother tugged at the officer's clothes. "You let go of my husband and son. You let go." Wu Nai rubbed his old back that was almost flashed. "I suspect that the 3 of them are accomplices. Let's control her as well." Yu Qian knew what was going on and mentally gave a thumbs up to Moncler Outlet Online Wu. Even when she saw Moncler Outlet Online Wu invite the team over for dinner, she didn't guess what Moncler Outlet Store Wu was really up to. Stepping forward to control the shouting mother of Sand, "The fact that you broke into another person's home with a knife has constituted endangering the safety of others, and we are now going to take you back for investigation." Sand mother cried out, "We didn't want to hurt anyone unjustly. Yu Qian, so many of us saw that your husband and your son, armed with a murder weapon, wanted to hurt people. It's not like sophistry can be useful." Sha's father, who was being controlled by 2 team members, shouted, "I just wanted to scare him. I really didn't want to hurt anyone." Sha Debao, who was also controlled, persuaded his father, "Dad, don't say it. Jail son to sit with you. We want to be real men. Dare to act." Father Sha turned his head to the rebellious son beside him. "Are you out of your mind? You're really afraid that I won't be able to get in, aren't you?" The 3 were taken away by Yu Qian and his teammates. Before he left, Zhang Xiaofeng thanked Moncler Outlet Store Wu. If not for that kick from Wu, he would have been lying in the ambulance by now. At the same time, he also thought of the words that Wu said before he left work, telling them to wear police uniforms so that they could go straight to the police in case of a mission. It's not really out of the police. After sending the others away, only Wu Nai, Bai Shui, and Lu Mei remained in the room. Wu Nai, scratch that. I wanted to scare Sha Lili's parents. This is directly sent in. How should I explain to Sha Lili? Bai Shui sat down next to Wu Nai. Master Wu, you can't be blamed for this. It's not your fault that they were the ones who wanted to hurt you with their weapons. Lu Mei also said. That's right. How scary. If not so many people are there. I'm afraid we all have to suffer. The three continued to finish their meal. Wu Nai did not call the things that happened at home to tell Sha Lili. Also let Bai Shui first do not call Sha Lili. Everything wait for the bureau site to finish processing say. A knife attack in full view of the public is a bigger deal than Zhao Guifeng's two sons. It's not easy to get out of it. The next day when he woke up from sleep, Yu Qian came to Wu Nai's house to tell him the results of last night's bureau processing. Father Sha pleaded guilty to the charges and has been incarcerated pending sentencing. Sha Debao resisted the interrogation, but because he was under the age of 18, he could only be sent to a juvenile detention center for rehabilitation. As for Sha's mother, she was not prosecuted because she did not take part in the process of committing the murder. Wu Nai, where did Sha Lili's mom go? He was afraid that Sha Lili, her mother, to learn Zhao Guifeng also come to block him. Really want that? This family will not need to come back. Yu Qian, I heard that I went back to the village to find someone. His family seems to have a relative who is a leader. If there are relatives in the family who are leaders, how can they still be forced by debt collectors to the point where they are afraid to go back? Wu Nai was skeptical. Yu Qian shrugged her shoulders. Then I don't know. Moncler outlet store, you had a shock yesterday. Rest at home today. Wu Nai was thinking of talking to Sha Lili today, so he agreed painfully. In the morning, take a taxi to the sales office. When the call to Sha Lili was not answered, Wu Nai walked straight in. At a glance, he saw that Sha Lili was receiving customers. No wonder she didn't have time to answer the phone. Wu Nai found an empty seat and sat down, and a saleswoman immediately brought up tea for Wu Nai. Drink your tea, Moncler. Sister Sha will be right over. You know me? Wu Nai froze. He thought the other party mistook him for a customer before serving tea. The saleswoman smiled and said, how can I not recognize you, Moncler outlet store? You are a celebrity here. And we also know that you are the star of the second hospital to fight cancer and the King Pesticide National Service Moncler outlet. Wu Nai's expression was odd. He had a feeling that he was not in the Jianghu, but the Jianghu had his legend. I didn't realize that I had so many titles. The other guy doesn't know that he's still the oldest auxiliary police officer in the city. 10 minutes later, Sha Lili walked over after dealing with a client. With a worried expression, he asked, Master, are my parents giving you trouble? Wu Nai coughed lightly and took another sip of tea to suppress it. Lily, there's something I want to talk to you about. Sha Lili nodded. Master Wu, I know my family can go overboard with things, so if there's anything you want to do, just say it. Wu Nai, yesterday your father and your brother rushed to my house with a knife. Ding! Receives a surprise from Sha Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Sha Lili hurriedly checked Wu Nai's whole body and inquired with concern. Did the grandpa hurt you? Wu Nai patted the anxious Sha Lili. Don't be nervous. I'm fine. But your father and your brother were arrested because of this matter. No 3 years 2 years certainly can't come out. Ding! Receives a surprise from Sha Lili. Increasing life expectancy by 60 days. Though Wu Nai shouldn't look too happy that Sha Lili's family was taken in. But he couldn't control the corners of his mouth after receiving 2 system rewards in a row. It was a good thing Sha Lili was still frozen and didn't notice his micro-expression. After Sha Lili calmed down, she asked, Moncler, what about my mom? Wu Nai told him what Yu Qian told him. I heard that your family has any big leader. It seems that they went back to look for someone. Sha Lili heard the news and froze again. After thinking for half a day, I said, I know. My second uncle's cousin's mother-in-law's sister is the women's director of the next village. Wu Nai crossed his fingers and counted several times. Isn't this the legendary 8 relatives? Chapter 76, Encountering Lao Deng. Sha Lili worriedly asked, Master Wu, do you think that relative can save my father and my brother? Wu Nai erupted. It might be a bit difficult for the women's director. Even if she's the village director, I'm afraid. You want them to be rescued? Wu Nai looked at Sha Lili's eyes. If she still hoped that her father's brother could be saved, the effort he had put in would be all for nothing. Sha Lili shook her head. I don't hope so. Maybe staying inside is the best outcome for him. Wu Nai understands what Sha Lili means. Her father won't have to gamble after he's in prison. Wu Nai said with relief. Then work hard. I'm going back. And you can go home and stay at night. Xia Lili was busy saying, wait a moment, Master Wu, he said running quickly to the dressing room. Not long after, he returned with a pile of money and handed it to Wu Nai with both hands. Grandpa, here's your $5,000 I have no use for. Wu Nai, so where did you sleep last night? Xia Lili looked helplessly at the sales floor, where she had slept last night. Wu Nai sighed. Despite having been an escort, it was undeniable that Xia Lili was definitely a good girl. She just didn't have a good family. Wu Nai didn't bother to take the money from the other party's hand, and the house was cleaned out both inside and outside the house. The sales department does not care about food. Always wait until Xia Lili opened the payroll. Keep the money. I'm leaving. After saying that, he left Xia Lili with a dashing back. Wu Nai, who had left the sales department, had wanted to go to the lake and take a turn, followed by going home to eat and take an afternoon nap. Suddenly I got a call from Snow. Hello? What's Mr. Wu doing? Wu Nai walking around the lake to see if there are any good-looking old ladies. Put. Snow was amused. She knew Moncler outlet online that what Wu said must be false. Wu Moncler, our hospital is going to organize a cancer patients symposium in the afternoon. Dean Zhao would like to see if you have time. Come over to say a few words. It was only then that Wu Nai remembered that he had also received $300,000 in advertising fees from the other party. Since the incident at the city TV station, other journalists who wanted to interview him were also turned down by him. We can't let people's money go to waste, and it shouldn't be too much trouble to go to the symposium and say a few words. Okay, I'll be there after dinner. Okay, Moncler, then I'll wait for you at the hospital. Bai Shui's tone revealed happiness. This matter was a dead order given to her by Dean Zhao, and she didn't want to make things difficult for Wu Nai, which was why she intentionally said it in a tone that she could come or not. Naturally, he was happy to hear Moncler outlet store Wu agree. Since he had to go to the hospital in the afternoon, Wu Nai didn't go home for lunch and casually found a noodle shop to deal with a bite. Just after ordering the noodles and sitting down, someone next to me shouted, "What a coincidence, old buddy?" Wu Nai sounded familiar and looked sideways, and sure enough, the person who called him was the very same old man who participated in the liar's activities and sat next to him when he first went to the police station to collect his $20,000. He disappeared. I didn't expect to run into it here. The old man thought that Wu Nai didn't recognize him and excitedly pointed at himself. I'm Lao Deng. Have you forgotten that we were cheated together? Wu Nai. Of course, wouldn't forget. Just, your name is Lao Deng? Old Den nodded. Yeah, Den as in mountain climbing. Den too old. You can call me Old Den or too old. Wu Nai smacked his lips. The name was explosive enough. I'd better call you Lao Deng. Too old is more or less too intimate. Lao Deng familiarized himself with his own noodle bowl and sat down across from Wu Nai. Lowering his voice, he asked, how did Manager Wei's gang of crooks handle it in the end? Those who know are two old men chatting. Those who don't know think it's a secret agent joint. Wu Nai sat back and pulled some distance away. When you're caught, of course you'll be judged and go to jail. Lao Deng grunted disdainfully. I could tell they were crooks at first glance. And sure enough I was right. Wu Nai looked at the other party speechlessly. He could remember how active this Olden was at first, and helped the scammer to urge him to hurry up and pay the money. Even the money he handed over to the scammers was stolen from his partner. Now it had backfired into something he could see at a glance. Seeing that Wu Nai didn't pay any attention to himself, Lao Deng continued to lower his voice and asked, is it another undercover mission this time? Is it that cancer symposium organized by the second hospital? Wu Nai frowned. How did you know about the symposium? Wu Nai was just curious. The symposium should only be attended by cancer patients. How did the other party know about it? Lao Deng, however, mistakenly believes that he guessed correctly and that Wu Nai really wants to go undercover at the second hospital symposium. They let me go too. Wu Nai looked the other man up and down. You have cancer too? Olden pursed her lips. Stage 1 breast cancer. Wu Nai quietly looked at Lao Deng. To be honest, he was a bit unable to guess the other party's gender now. Lao Deng, what? You still don't believe it? Said he was going to peel off his clothes to prove to Wu Nai see. Wu Nai hurriedly stopped it. Stop it, I still have to eat. Lao Deng straightened his clothes and muttered under his breath. They're all men. What are you afraid of? Wu Nai frowned. They are all men. What kind of breast cancer do you have? Later, after chatting with Wu Nai, he realized that men can also get breast cancer, and the chances of getting it are not low. The ordered noodles were brought up and Wu Nai started eating. Olden, however, has no interest in eating anymore. Old Wu, How about I cooperate with you on this mission? Wu Nai had noodles in his mouth. Cooperate with what? They're just a symposium. They don't sell drugs. They don't force you to be hospitalized. They're not crooks at all. Lao Deng narrowed his eyes. You're still keeping secrets from me, aren't you? You were like this last time. How well we know each other now. I also want to do justice. Get rid of harm for the people. And play my spare time. So just give me a chance. Wu Nai and the other side cannot say. The old Biden recognized that he went to the symposium. Is to go undercover case. Did you know that there was a person in the second hospital who had terminal cancer that turned into mid-stage cancer? That person is. Didn't wait for Wu Nai to say it was him. Lao Deng interrupted Wu Nai. I know. That man is a liar. Don't let me run into him or I'll take him for justice first. Wu Nai, do you know what he looks like? And you take him for justice? Lao Deng's eyes glared. I've heard that guy is likely to show up at the symposium organized by the Second Academy this time. As long as he shows up I'll rush up and expose him. Wu Nai, fine. Whatever. He'd like to see how old Biden would expose him. The two finished their noodles and headed to the second hospital together. Dean Zhao, with the influence of Wu Nai Manufacturing, has organized the symposium on a very large scale. There were 500 to 600 cancer patients on hand. By the time the two arrived, there was no room in the front row. Wu Nai greeted. Come on, go sit in the back. Snow would bring him to the front when it was his turn to speak anyway. Lao Deng, however, didn't want to go to the back. No, I'll have to tear the crooks apart by hand in a while, so it's not good to take a shot at the back. Wu Nai was helpless. Lao Deng was really trying his best to tear him down. Chapter 77, Ambiguous Answers. A professional moderator took the stage and opened the symposium. Vice President Zhao was the first to take the stage to speak. Thank you all for coming to our second hospital. The first national symposium on fighting cancer. Treating cancer has always been something we strive for at our hospital, and we have achieved excellence. There was loud applause. Most of them came to this symposium because they heard about Wu Nai's deeds. Lao Deng sat next to Wu Nai and whispered, later that liar will definitely go up to the stage to speak, so I'll go up and expose him. Wu Nai asked breathlessly, so many people believe he's real, so how come you're biting the bullet and saying he's a fake? Lao Deng's finger compared to his own eyes. These eyes of mine are the fiery eyes of gold. Any deception can hardly escape my eyes. Wu Nai, then what's with your little three-body quilt? The strongest little mattress in the universe? Lao Deng coughed violently twice. I that is called to enter the game with my body. Win the day half a sun you understand not. I play all the high-end game. Wu Nai nodded his head repeatedly. Alright, I'll see how you can win against the heavenly half-sun. Bai Shuet found Wu Nai at this time. Let's go to the back and get ready. Grandpa. Old Deng too saw Wu Nai get up and follow the female nurse as she prepared to leave. Hastily, he said, hey, old buddy, wait a while. You wait for me to finish tearing up that crook. Then we'll move together. He assumes that Wu Nai is there to expose the deception at the scene, and that Shiroyuki is another undercover agent in hiding. Bai Shuai curiously inquired. Master, who is this? Wu Nai looked at the old man with an eager face. Lao Deng. Old Den was all smiles. Hello comrade. I'm his partner. Snow White? Isn't Lao Deng a curse word? Why did the other party seem to be quite happy when he heard Master Wu call him Lao Deng? Bai Shuai hesitated for a moment and called out. Good day, Grand Master Lao Deng. Lao Deng was happy and couldn't stop talking. This girl child has manners. Snow. She'd never thought of an old man being called olden and complimented on his manners. At that moment, Vice President Zhao on the stage finished his speech. While clapping, he said, here is the hospital's star in the fight against cancer. The patient, Mr. Wu, to speak on stage. The scene was once again filled with loud applause, and everyone looked around for signs of Wu Nai. Old Deng too also half stood up and kept muttering, where is he? Let me see what that crook really looks like. Wu Nai stopped caring about Lao Deng and followed Shiroyuki toward the stage. A patient shouted, he's here. I know him. I've seen his picture online. Surely it's all true. You guys, look at the energy with which he walks. Where does he look like a cancer patient? Of course it's true. So many media outlets have reported it. How can it be fake? I heard that there are still reporters who tried to frame him. Unsuccessfully. Old Deng anxiously asked the other old men beside him. Who is it? Who is it? Where is that man? The old people around him looked at Olden like he was an idiot. He was sitting next to you just now. Don't you guys still know each other? Shocked, stunned, puzzled, disbelief. When did his own old buddy become an ambassador against cancer? He had just said he was going to tear each other down. Wasn't there talk of tearing each other apart? The other guy could have another layer of police. so he wouldn't retaliate against him. Would he? The thought of it made Olden's ass sit up a little, but he still wanted to hear what Wu Nai would say when he got on stage, so he could only apprehensively continue to sit in his chair and bury his head a little deeper. Wu Nai went on stage and shook hands with Dean Zhao first. Dean Zhao said enthusiastically, "Thank you for coming to our event, Mr. Wu Nai, it's all what I should do." The words meant that since he had received the money, he would naturally contribute his share. Of course it was a phrase that only a few people in the audience could understand. Dean Zhao let out a hearty laugh. "Master Wu, I'll leave the scene to you." Wu Nai took the microphone, completely unprepared, not even given a copy of the draft for him to say something. Dean Zhao stepped back after handing over the microphone. Wu Nai looked at the hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him from the stage and coughed lightly twice. "Everyone is free to ask any questions they want. Since I don't know what to say, I'll leave the talking to the people on stage." I didn't realize this approach, but it worked surprisingly well. With a dozen patients raising their hands and wanting to ask questions, Wu Nai casually ordered a middle-aged male. "You go first." The middle-aged male stood up excitedly. "I would like to ask you, what do cancer patients need to pay attention to in their normal life?" Without hesitation, Wu Nai replied, "Put your mind at ease. Don't think of yourselves as a cancer patient, and you will realize that cancer can't affect your life." The patients on the stage listened attentively and all felt that Wu Nai had a point. They just worry about their condition every day, so they don't have a good time even when they are comfortable. Wu Nai then named another patient who raised his hand to ask a question. The other man stood up. "Is it true that cancer can be treated at the second hospital?" Patients have pricked up their ears, and this is a great concern for them. Dean Zhao and the medical staff on the side all raised their spirits. The answer to this question was undoubtedly very important. All their hard work paid for that answer. Wu Nai, the second hospital has a perfect treatment system, and entering the second hospital for treatment is undoubtedly the very best choice. Wu Nai uttered an ambiguous answer, neither saying that the second hospital could definitely treat cancer nor that it could not. It's the equivalent of saying it and not saying it. Dean Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was already very satisfied with the answer, and felt that the hundreds of thousands of dollars was too much to spend. Wu Nai looked to Lao Deng who had his head down in the crowd. "Why is that patient's head down? Do you have any questions?" Lao Deng buried his head deeper. His mouth kept murmuring, "It wasn't me who screamed, it wasn't me who screamed, it wasn't me," which the others beside him reminded him of. "Your friend is calling you. Get up and talk. You're lucky you're even friends with him. No one else has that." Olden looked up awkwardly. "Friend? Lucky? Why don't I feel that?" The thing he regretted most right now was that he hadn't left right away just now, and with everyone watching, he had no choice but to stand up. Once again, Wu Nai asked, "May I ask if there's anything you'd like to ask?" Old Deng too swallowed. "I'd like to ask when the symposium will be over. I'd like to go home for dinner." The scene is silent. Everyone, both the patients and the medical staff, all looked at Olden. The symposium has just begun, so why is this one thinking of ending it and going home? Besides, it's just 2 p.m. What kind of meal is that? Chapter 78, Calling and Shaking People. Wu Nai didn't continue to make things difficult for Lao Deng. He also just wanted to play his part. What was wrong with him? Have Olden sit down. He answered some more questions from other patients, but Wu Nai never said that it was their freedom to let people buy what medicine and where to go for treatment. Wu Nai glanced at Dean Zhao, who immediately understood, walking up and taking the microphone. "Thank you to our Grandpa Wu for sharing his experience in fighting cancer. Let's applaud and send him off the stage." There was loud applause, and the patients felt that they had benefited a lot from attending the symposium, but of course it was not much deeper. After all, Wu Nai had spoken for half a day, but he hadn't said anything of substance. Wu Nai returned to sit down next to Olden, who was a little afraid to meet Wu Nai's eyes. In a somewhat raspy voice, he said, "Old buddy, you're keeping secrets from me again. You told me you were the cancer fighting star." Wu Nai said helplessly, "I wanted to say it, but you didn't give me a chance." The old den suits up. "So be honest with me, can cancer really be cured? You know this breast cancer of mine is quite painful." Wu Nai scratched his forehead, a little uncomfortable every time he heard Lao Deng talk about his breast cancer, but still comforted each other. "You have to trust the doctor. I can get better from liver cancer. You just have a little problem with your chest. Is it still a problem? If it doesn't work, just cut it off. There's no use for you to have breasts anyway." Lao Deng looked sad. "I've already cut it off. Don't believe me, I'll show you," he said as he started to rip off his clothes again. Wu Nai hurriedly said, Don't. I have no interest in men's breasts. Not to mention that your breasts are gone." Olden straightened his clothes. Alright then, I'll trust you to get treatment later. Wu Nai, right. In the future, let's listen to those scammers fooled by those messy things. Lao Dang organized his clothes and took out the phone. Old buddy, leave a phone number, so that you can often contact each other in the future. Olden seems like a pretty good guy. No major flaws except that he likes to be a smart ass. Wu Nai pulled out his phone, ready to write down the other party's number as well, when he suddenly saw 5 missed calls on the screen. Tao Dashi played 3 times and Lu Mei played twice. Wu Nai was curious as to what this mother and son were calling themselves for. Noting down Lao Dang's phone number, Wu Nai first dialed back to Lu Mei. Lu Mei anxiously said, "Where are you, Uncle Wu?" "Wu Nai, I'm out running some errands, so don't worry and speak slowly." Lu Mei, Zhao Guofan led 3 old women, with the roles live in our corridor, said you do not understand her 2 sons? She has been living outside, but also said to eat, drink, pull out all in the corridor. Wu Nai furrowed his brows. This old lady was not done yet. Eating and drinking he could understand. Ting and peeing in the corridor? He didn't believe that a few old ladies would still dare to and pee in the corridor. Just let them lie in the hallway until I get back. After hanging up the phone, Wu Nai called Tao Dashi again. Tao rejoiced. "Grandpa, you finally called me back." Wu Nai inquired. "What's wrong with you again?" "It's Thursday, the day after the big game." They had previously agreed to leave together for Sioux City on Saturday for the national competition. Tao Dashi cried out. "Grandpa, we got beaten up. Zhang Lu was hospitalized." Wu Nai was puzzled. "How can you guys get beat up in school?" Tao Dashi wailed. "We went out to eat together at noon and were beaten up by a group of punks. And the other party even said that if we dared to continue in the competition, they would break all of our hands." This matter was not a small matter, and Wu Nai could only put Zhao Guofang in the corridor on hold first. "First, we have to go see what's going on with Zhang Lu and the others." "What hospital are you in?" "We're at our cousin's second hospital." Tao Dashi answered immediately. Wu Nai blinked. "Isn't that a coincidence? In which ward?" "I'll come to you." Asking for the ward number, Wu Nai spoke to Lao Dang who was waiting and left. When they found the ward they were in, Tao Dashi and several other team members were all in the ward. Zhang Lu was lying on the hospital bed with gauze wrapped around his head. "I told you that there's no need to tell Master Wu about this little matter." Tao Dashi, "What if I don't tell Master Wu? Can you deal with that gang?" "I think it's 80% that Ma Feng found someone to do it." Zhang Lu, "Then there's nothing you can do to have Master Wu come and make him worry for nothing." Tao Dashi, "That's Master Wu. Don't you still believe in Master Wu's methods?" Wu Nai listened for a moment, coughing lightly in the background. Tao Dashi jerked his head back. How did you come so fast? Master Wu? Didn't come on a rocket. Wu Nai blankly stared. "I'm riding a hair rocket. I'm right downstairs." Walking over to check on Zhang Li's injuries, Zhang Li's expression was embarrassed. "Master Wu, I'm fine. Just 2 stitches. I'll be able to leave the hospital after the 4. After chatting, I learned that a few boys got the last reward money, and at noon when they have nothing to do, they will go out to rub a meal to improve their lives. As a result, today, while eating the rice noodles, a group of punks from the school neighborhood came in and got into an argument with them. They were also warned that they would not be allowed to compete in the national finals." Tao Dashi was not guessing for no reason, since the other party could directly say that they would not be allowed to participate in the competition. They must have a good understanding of their identity. Conflicts do not happen by accident. "Wu Nai, did you call the police?" Tao Dashi gasped. "The police were called, but the police said they couldn't find them and told us to wait for news. Those guys are always bullying people around our school, and a lot of people have reported them to the police, but there's not much that can be done about them. Even if they are caught, they will be released immediately after punishment and will retaliate against the person who called the police." Wu Nai got it. Is a gang of gangsters and scoundrels. Hobbies. The police really do not have much threat to them. Know what they're called? The injured Zhang Le said hatefully. "I know that their leader is called Brother Donkey." Wu Nai took out his cell phone in public. Tao Dashi, "Master Wu, it's useless to call the police. Even if we let Sister Yu come in person, we can't do anything about them." Wu Nai in the cell phone to find out a number, wrote things on the road to solve trouble. What police comrades are. Under the puzzled gazes of several people, Wu Nai dialed Xuanyao's number on his cell phone. Xuanyao quickly picked up the phone. "Brother Wu, why did you remember to call me?" Wu Nai directly said. "Xuani, something has happened to a couple of kids, and I need to trouble you to step in." Xuani, ********. "Wu, why are you being polite to me? Tell me what's up." Wu Nai briefly talked about Taodashi's several people and told the other party the name of that so-called donkey. Zhang Lu, Taodashi and the others looked at each other from the side. Taodashi asked in a low voice. The Shuani that Master Wu said. It wouldn't be that Shuani, would it? Another team member, I don't think so. If it's that big brother making a move, isn't it a bit of a big deal to deal with donkey? Taodashi shushed. We'll know if we ask Master Wu in a while. If it's really that Shuani, I'm afraid things are going to get big. Chapter 79, a bunch of traffic lights. Hang up. Wu Nai looked at the few boys in the hospital room, all looking at him with strange eyes. It was only thought that they were still worried about the matter and comforted. Well, it's already shaken down, and he'll set those guys up for you. Smiles instantly appeared on the faces of several people. It was Taodashi who was the first to speak. Great Master Wu, I knew you had the best idea. Wu Nai heckled. Who made me your grandpa? Right. Sit down, grandpa. A few boys showed incomparable attentiveness. Zhang Lu indeed wasn't seriously injured. Just a small break. If it wasn't on his head, he wouldn't even need stitches. Zhang Lu asked. By the way, Master Wu, the person who heard you shaking on the phone just now, is his name Shunyao? Taodashi's few people also came over, carrying the same, eager eyes as earlier. Wu Nai was a bit unsure. It's called Shunyao. Why? Do you guys know him? A few people looked at each other with unusually excited expressions, but then shook their heads at the same time. Don't recognize it. Wu Nai, why are you excited if you don't know each other? Zhang Lo laughed. Although we don't know brother Shunyao, we've heard of his legend. Feng Hai's future mobster. One person slashing through dozens of enemies. Zhang Lu recounted it with an expression of adoration and yearning. Young and vigorous boys love this kind of jungle legend. Worship that kind of jungle big brother. Wu Nai heckled twice. So you guys are still Shunyata's fans? Ha! The four boys nodded frantically. Taodashi, Grandpa, can we get him to sign an autograph for us? Wu Nai slapped Taodashi on the head. The other party was not hearing his sarcasm at all. More autographs? Do you guys want a poster? A few of the boys looked at each other. And Taodashi asked seriously. Does Master really have a poster? Wu Nai, yes. You can ask your mom for the poster when I give it to her. Taodashi. Ha dry laugh. If they no longer do not know that Master Wu is teasing them, they are really stupid. Wu Nai didn't instruct a few people to have less contact with socialites. Not with the guts of a few people. About an hour later, Shunyata put in a call. Brother Wu, the person is next to me now. What do you say to fix it? Wu Nai did not expect the other party to be so efficient. The punks who beat up the people were secondary. The key was the person who made the bad things happen behind the scenes. If there was no one instructing them to make a move, it was unlikely that the punks would have gone to beat up Zhang Li's men. Where are you? I'm coming over to see. Zhang Lo and Taodashi were eavesdropping from the side with their ears perked up, and when they heard that Shunyao had captured the punks who beat them up so quickly, each of them wore an expression of excitement, worthy of the Shuani brother they adore, worthy of their worship of Master Wu. Sooner said the name of a pool hall on the phone and hung up. Wu Nai sighed and stood up. After the injection you guys hurry back to school. I'll make a trip. Taodashi put his face close to Wu Nai. Master, you take me to it. Wu Nai frowned. Taodashi hastened to explain. I have seen those gangsters. You can see Shuani big brother to catch no wrong people. Beat up the wrong person is not good, you say at Moncler outlet. Wu Nai knew that Taodashi just wanted to go and watch the fun, but it wasn't unreasonable to say so. Okay, then I'll take you alone. These words undoubtedly blocked the others from wanting to go. After all, none of them were as close to Master Wu as Taodashi. Took Taodashi a taxi to the said billiard hall. When he went in, the strong smell of smoke choked Wu Nai and he coughed. A shirtless youth with tattoos of dragons and tigers stepped forward. Seeing this, Taodashi immediately blocked in front of Wu Nai and asked with some fear, "What do you want?" The youth skimmed Taodashi twice, then looked at Wu Nai. Master Wu. Right. Big brother is waiting for you inside. Wu Nai smiled and pulled Taodashi behind him. Not to mention that this kid is really good. Something really top in front of him. Followed the tattooed youth to an office in the back. The not-so-large room smoky and crowded with a dozen people. 5 of them were on their knees, their faces showing signs of beatings. Taodashi immediately recognized the 5. Master Wu was the one who beat us up. Several people lowered their heads as they recognized Taodashi. They also didn't expect to kick the can down the road by simply taking on the job of bullying a college student. It's no longer iron plate. It's steel plate. Sooner sat on the couch, relaxed. Brother Wu, the people are all here. Just tell me what to do. Wu Nai looked at the red, green, and yellow hairs kneeling on the ground, and without a closer look, he thought that the traffic lights had become fertilized. Tell me, who told you to beat up the people? None of the 5 men kneeling on the floor answered back. In the next second, the youth who brought Wu Nai in kicked Yellow Hair in the head. Yellow Hair's head hit the floor with a thud. Tao Dashi was so scared that he shivered violently. He had only seen this kind of scene on TV, and only realized how scary it was when it really happened in front of his eyes. Yellow Hair covered his head and fell to the ground begging for mercy. Big brother, don't hit. Don't hit. I'll say it all. It was a man named Mafun who told us to do it. The youth gave Yellow Hair another kick. He's your father? Do you do what he tells you to do? Yellow Hair wanted to cry. Was it his hair color that was wrong? Why was it only hitting him and no one else? Mafun gave us $2,000 to teach those game-playing boys a lesson. The tattooed youth raised his foot again, and Yellow Hair hurriedly rolled into the pile of his fellow gang members, wanting to wreak havoc and make the other side change targets. The youth put down his foot. Asterisk, kicking you all dirty, my little cloth shoes. Yellow Hair? But I don't see you kicking me less. Things have been cleared up. Shunyao asked. What are you going to do? Brother Wu, do you want me to send someone to arrest the one called Ma Feng as well? The other party was still a school student, so it would be easy to cause trouble if he let Shunyako strike. Don't a few of them like to beat up students? Let them go beat up Ma Feng again. Bullying college students like this was something that the 5 were comfortable with, and without waiting for Shunyao to speak, Yellow Hair immediately raised his head. Grandmaster, your idea is too good. I've long looked at that surname Ma with displeasure, and this time let us offend Brother Shuani. We'll definitely beat the out of him. You can tell that several people really fear Shunyata's gang and desperately want to be forgiven by Shunyata and the others. Wu Nai, okay, what if you guys get caught? Yellow Hair assured. It is we ourselves who want to beat him up if we are caught. It has nothing to do with you at all. Wu Nai nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. A few people looked at Shuani on the couch. They didn't dare to leave without this big brother's word. Smoothie raised his head. Get lost. The office door opened and a couple of people rolled and ran out. Wu Nai thought of the 4 old ladies still lying in the corridor of his house. If he let Shuanyao's gang of brothers take action, he could definitely scare the other side into submission as well. But think about it, he's good enough to deal with a few old ladies on his own. Chapter 80, All Ungrateful Children and Grandchildren. Shunyao stood up from the sofa. Wu, let's go eat. The 7 or 8 junior brothers quietly watched what was happening in front of them. They had never seen their big brother being so polite to anyone. Tao Dashi, on the other hand, had glowing eyes as he looked at the legend-level ruthless man in front of him. Wu Nai refused. Some other time. I'll treat you to a meal at home some other time. Shun Lu knew that Wu Nai didn't drink, so he didn't force himself. Alright then, Brother Wu. I'll come to your house as a guest some other day. Saying goodbye to Shunyao, Wu Nai led the glowing-eyed Tao Dashi out of the billiard hall. Tao Dashi has some regrets in his heart. How come Master Wu did not introduce him to him? Not knowing that Wu Nai deliberately did not mention him. You should hurry back to school too. I have some errands to run. Tao Dashi nodded his head painfully. He still wanted to hurry up and blow off a bit of what he had just seen with a few people from Zhanglo. He was also considered to have seen a big scene. Then Master Wu, we'll meet you on Saturday to set out together. Wu Nai nodded down and watched Tao Dashi take a taxi away. He then took a cab himself, but instead of going home, he went straight to the department store. Looking for a store that sells monitoring equipment, Wu Nai ordered 2 sets of monitoring equipment. The other party is responsible for door-to-door installation. Wu Nai returned directly to the neighborhood with the installer. The elevator reached the 9th floor and the 2 stepped out to see 4 old ladies lying in the hallway. The installer froze, not understanding what was going on. When Zhao Guofang saw Wu Nai, she hurriedly got up from the ground and pinched her waist with both hands. Humph, I thought you wouldn't dare to come back. If you don't give a letter of understanding to my 2 sons, I'll just bring a few of my sisters to keep laying in front of your house. Wu Nai ignored Zhao Guofang and said to the installers, install one on this side and one on that side, just enough to illuminate their every move anyway. The 4 old ladies were unsure, and within moments, 2 more cameras appeared above their heads. An old lady was not pleased. What gives you the right to film us with it? If the camera hadn't been planted high enough, a few old ladies would have wanted to go up there and yank it down with their hands. And no matter how uneducated they were, they knew that the thing above their heads was called a camera. Wu Nai, I didn't like you guys. I'm shining in front of my house. You guys don't want to eat, drink and sleep in front of my house. I'll go back to all of you live to the internet, so that your sons and daughters can see that their mom is going to become an Edison. It turned out that the old woman didn't understand what Netflix meant and thought that Wunai just wanted to stare at them. Xiao Guifeng, you think we're afraid of you? These are my good sisters. They'll accompany me to fight to the end. The remaining 3 old ladies nodded their heads. Right. Don't you dare try to bully Guifeng's sister. Wunai, then you will lie down in the hallway, he said, opening the door and entering the house. At this time, there is no way to directly use a cell phone to broadcast. Good thing Wunai has long bought a computer. Connect to the surveillance equipment and turn on the live feed. Images of 4 old ladies lying in a hallway appeared on the air. Wunai's name for the live broadcast was very dogmatic. Fanghai City's unfilial children and grandchildren have lost their conscience, and they don't support the elderly and drive them to the corridor. Lumei looked at the side and saw that there were only 7 or 8 people in the live room. Uncle Wu, can this be effective? Wunai fiddled with the live broadcast and stopped paying attention. Said indifferently, don't be anxious, let the bullets fly for a while. Anyway, if they don't go, we won't stop live broadcasting. Maybe we'll be on fire sometime. Wunai took time to take an afternoon nap. When she woke up from another nap, Lumei said excitedly, Uncle Wu, you're on fire. The live broadcast room already has more than 2,000 people. Wunai walked over to the computer screen, and sure enough, the live broadcast already had over 2,400 viewers, and the comments below were scrolling. It's too bad for these old people, too, to be kicked out of their homes by their children. What kind of wicked children would drive their own mother to live in the hallway? It's really worse than that. This kind of person should go to hell. The police should be called and the ungrateful children and grandchildren should be arrested and put in jail. At the same time, a company in Fanghai City, a woman at work to fish opened the live site. See Fanghai City, unfilial children and grandchildren of the heartless. Do not support the elderly but also drive them to the corridor of the live room. Frowned. It's so infuriating to be able to touch a fish for a while and still come across something so infuriating that you don't hesitate to click in. She also wanted to condemn abusive parents. As a result, the live broadcast screen had just opened, and she saw that an old man inside looked very familiar, and the more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. It was finally determined that it was her mom. What? Is actually myself? The woman hurriedly pulled out her phone and called home. Hey Dad, where's my mom? The other side of the phone said, your mom said she's going out to do some favors for someone and won't be back for a couple of days. The woman asked eagerly, and do you know where she is? The other side of the phone answered, I don't know. She didn't tell me either. The woman put the phone down and panicked because her mom didn't even have a cell phone and she couldn't find anyone if she wanted to. The woman was on pins and needles as she watched the scrolling comments scolding her elderly children. Quick word on the keyboard, these aren't real. Do any of you know where this is? What she said was quickly brushed off by other comments, though, and the woman could only continue to withhold her words. On the other side, an upscale residence. A man comes home and calls for his mom twice with no response. He is a business owner, and when he made some money, he brought his rural mom to the city to enjoy her life. I thought my mom had gone out to play with the neighbors, but suddenly I saw a note left by my mom on the dining room table telling him that she wouldn't be back for a couple of days. When he was wondering where his mom could go, his wife suddenly called him. Go online and watch the live broadcast. Your mom is lying inside. Man confused. His mom? Live? Lying? How do these words correlate together? Still, he quickly turned on his computer and accessed the live feed his wife had told him about. True to form, he saw his elderly mother lying on the cold floor of the corridor. The man was even more confused. His mom was really lying live. The comments kept scrolling with words like rebellious son, ungrateful grandson, and white-eyed wolf. Men read every solid sentence. When have you ever done such a bad thing? Like the women before them? The men frantically snapped and asked the live streamers if anyone knew where they were. Wunai looked at the live broadcast popularity, which exceeded 6,000 and continued to rise. Edit the text to put a tagline at the bottom of the live feed with the name floor of the neighborhood where his house is located. Gently knocked back the car. Great job. Don't they like to lie down? Let's see if they can still lie down when they are surrounded by hundreds of people on the spot in a while. The groping woman, who had been staring at the live broadcast, and the boss man, when they saw the address appear at the bottom of the screen, they immediately took note of it and got up to rush to the location. Countless groups of agitated Fanghai City netizens in the live broadcast room. Seeing the location so close to them, they also immediately rushed towards Wunai's house. Chapter 81. Old lady directing herself? The male boss was the first to drive his BMW to Wunai's neighborhood. Upon taking the elevator to the upper floors, the sky was falling when he saw his old mom sitting on the cold floor. Mom, what are you doing here? The male boss walked over to the 4 old ladies. One of Zhao Guifang's good sisters froze for a moment. Son, why are you here? How did you find this place? Didn't I leave you a note? The male boss went forward to help his mom. Get up. Don't embarrass me. Do you know how many people are watching you on the internet now? They are all calling me an unfilial son. The old lady was unsure because she didn't understand the internet at all, much less live streaming, and wouldn't get up from the floor. Stay out of it, son. I'm doing your Aunt Guifang a big favor. The male boss looked sideways at Zhao Guifang, who had a spiteful face. He knew the other party. He always went to his house to dabble in food and drink when he was fine, and it looked like a spiteful old lady, just before in the way of mom's face, did not say out. Today even pulled his mom together out of shame. Are you sick? What are you dragging my mom for if you're willing to be embarrassed? Zhao Guifang, how does this kid talk? Boss's mother, that's right. How do you talk to your Aunt Guifang? She's my good sister, the boss said with annoyance. Mom, you take her as a good sister. She takes you as an ingrate. You hurry up and go with me. That's when the elevator doors opened again. 7 or 8 people came out from inside. All of them watched the live broadcast to come over to Justice Netizens. Among them, there are also see their own moms groping women. The first thing the groping girl did when she rushed out was to yell, Mom, what are you doing here? My dad and I were worried sick about you. The groping woman was in the elevator when she heard these netizens cursing the ungrateful children and grandchildren. So the first thing she had to do was to clear her name and prove that her old mom wasn't kicked out and that her own family was looking for her. The other old woman looked at her daughter in surprise. Why are you here too? Girl, I'm helping your Auntie Zhao. The groping woman looked at Zhao Guifang and recognized the other woman as the old woman who always came up to her house to take advantage of her. She's been eyeballing her dad for a long time. You old. It's all your fault. Zhao Guifang, how does this kid talk? The elevator again transported up a dozen enthusiastic netizens. 20 or 30 people have filled the corridor. Of course the live footage and sound was synchronized and streamed live on the internet. The popularity of the live broadcast room had soared to 20,000 people. Wu Nai sat in front of the computer and watched the live feed with great interest, watching the 4 old women's sons and daughters hurl insults and attack Zhao Guifang. The 4 sisters were initially defensible and were soon pulled away by their respective sons and daughters. The netizens on the scene and on the air finally knew the truth as well. No one is abusing parents and persecuting the elderly. There is just a self-directed old lady who swindles 4 well-meaning friends into coming over to help her threaten others. And according to those sons and daughters, the old woman called Zhao Guifang is extremely willing to take advantage of the situation. Not only do they eat and take from others, but they also miss their old partners. Simply a disgrace among women and the scum of old ladies. Netizens came angry. Originally wanted to condemn the unfilial children, turned into a condemnation of the vicious old lady, using the kindness of others to help themselves to do bad things. Cursing anyone is cursing anyway. They can't make a trip for nothing. Zhao Guifang sat on the ground in confusion. You people, why are you scolding me? They were the ones who were willing to come with me. What does it have to do with me? I don't know who in the crowd threw 2 eggs at Zhao Guifang, which coincidentally hit Zhao Guifang right in the head. Originally, this egg was given to the ungrateful children and grandchildren, but now it was given directly to Zhao Guifang. Wu Nai looked at the screen and directly laughed out loud, not to mention that the man threw quite accurately. After the crowd left, the only thing left in the corridor was a crying Zhao Guifang, and a floor of rotten vegetable leaves. These netizens came prepared, many with throwing weapons. Wu Nai scared twice. Where are those good sisters of yours? Didn't they say they would accompany you to fight to the end? As if Zhao Guifang had forgotten her hatred with Wu Nai, she cried and said, You call up the surveillance. I'm going to sue all those people who beat me. Wu Nai was surprised, not expecting Zhao Guifang to know that the surveillance could be pulled out. Sorry about that. I don't have a playback function on this surveillance, so you won't be able to find anyone on it. Zhao Guifang flashed her killer weapon, slapping the ground hard with both hands and crying even louder. Everyone come and see na, bullying widows and orphans. Didn't my son hit you a couple times? Who are you to not forgive them and give them a letter of understanding? Wu Nai bristled. Again this old trick, nothing new at all. Turned around and went back to the house to close the door. Zhao Guifang howled in the corridor for 7 or 8 minutes. Her voice was muffled, and she didn't see anyone pay attention to her. He had to keep his mouth shut resentfully and lay alone in the hallway. Even if she was the only one, she would fight to the end and had to make Wu Nai give her 2 sons a letter of understanding. It didn't take long for Snow Shalili and the others to return from work. Looking at Zhao Guifang, whose head was covered in egg liquid, she frowned, remembering the last time she hadn't done anything to the other side. Shalili rolled up her sleeves. You have a lot of guts. Old lady, how dare you come? When Shalili was about to make a move, Wu Nai opened the door to the room. What are you bothering with her for? Come in and eat. Shalili pointed to Zhao Guifang. You wait for me until I finish my meals. In fact, Zhao Guifang couldn't wait for Shalili to beat her so that she could use it to threaten Wu Nai into agreeing to her conditions. It turned out to be spoiled by Wu Nai halfway through. For her part, Snow entered the door only after avoiding the crazy old lady. Bai Shui asked worriedly, what should we do? Moncler, we can't just let her lie in the corridor all the time. Wu Nai indifference, willing to lie on the lie and go. The corridor is the common area. Also not our own say. Bai Shui and Shalili froze, as they felt that these words shouldn't have come from Grandmaster Wu. Shalili heated and laughed strangely. Grandpa, you must already have a solution, don't you? Hurry up and tell me so I can know it too. Wu Nai smiled mysteriously. Heaven's secret cannot be revealed. This method can not only help others, but also make that guy outside never dare to come again. Hearing Wu Nai's words, not only was Bai Shui Shalili curious, even Lu Mei couldn't help but wonder what exactly was the solution. Yu Qian was on duty today, so she didn't come back at night. Everyone ate together at Wu Nai's house. After dinner, Wu Nai went out the door by himself in a mysterious manner. Zhao Guifang squinted at Wu Nai. Humph, I'll just lie here. I don't believe you'll never come back. Wu Nai said indifferently. You lie down. As long as you can lie down until whenever you want. After saying that, he took the elevator downstairs and went under the footbridge next to the park and looked at a homeless man wrapped in a tattered cotton jacket lying there. Wu Nai smiled mysteriously and slowly walked over. Chapter 82, Sleeping Together. The homeless man didn't even open his eyes until Wu Nai came closer. Looking at the age of the other party, it should be less than 50. Messy long hair scattered all around. The corners of the mouth are still drooling outward, mixed with the remains of food. Probably having some kind of a nice dream. Wu Nai tapped the other. Hey, wake up. The homeless man opened his sleepy eyes. Who are you? Wu Nai, the person who invited you to dinner. The homeless man's attitude immediately turned 180 degrees, wiped the corner of his mouth, and busied himself with climbing to his feet. Brother, I see you as a good person at first glance. Wu Nai got close first and asked, why are you wandering? The vagabond sighed. Business failed. His wife was separated, and he owed a bunch of foreign debts. What else can I do if I don't wander? Wu Nai was surprised, not realizing that the other party had once been a businessman. Pull $300 out of your pocket. The hobo's eyes, though yearning for $300, gave no sign of greed. You can just buy me a bowl of noodles. It won't take that much. Wu Nai, since you've done business, you should know that there's no such thing as a free lunch. This $300 isn't for nothing. You need to do something for me. The hobo frowned. What is it? I don't do anything illegal. Wu Nai laughed. You're quite principled. Then he told the story about what happened with Zhao Guifang's family. Now that old woman is still lying in front of my house. You go and lie in front of my house at night too. Get rid of her, and the $300 will be yours. The hobo raised an eyebrow. That simple? Wu Nai first took 100 to the other party. You first take this 100 to eat, and after you finish eating, go to my house and look for me. The hobo wasn't in a hurry to take the money. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Not help you with your errands? Wu Nai inquired with honesty. Can you run? The homeless man snapped. Not to mention this area of $100. Once someone else $1 million put in my hands, I did not move a little crooked mind. Wu Nai was surprised again and became more curious about the homeless man. It looked like the other party was really unusual before now. I don't know what happened to him that he would be reduced to this. The homeless man finished answering the question and looked a little dazed. He had never told anyone about his past. What was wrong with him today? Taking the $100. My name is Li Jiacheng. After dinner I'll go and do that old lady for you. Wu Nai murmured the name Li Jiacheng. What a rich name. Okay, then I'll go back and wait for you. It was already getting dark and Bai Shui was still chatting with Lu Mei at Wu Nai's house. Seeing Moncler Outlet Online will return, Bai Shui asked worriedly. What did you do? Moncler Outlet Online Wu? Wu Nai, going to meet someone interesting. The guy at the door will be gone in a minute. Lu Mei Bai Shui looked at each other and couldn't figure out who Moncler Outlet Store Wu was looking for, that he was so sure he could drive Zhao Guifang away. Knowing Zhao Guifang's rogue character, even if the police came, they couldn't do anything to her. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening and it was completely dark. Bai Shui looked at the surveillance screen in the computer. Moncler, why hasn't the person you mentioned come yet? Wu Nai was in no hurry. The later he comes, the better. The three waited another half hour. The elevator opened with a ding. Zhao Guifang lay on the ground without opening her eyes. There were so many people coming and going that she was too lazy to look. With the sound of clattering walking, Zhao Guifang, who was lying down, suddenly smelled an unpleasant odor, and after inhaling her nose twice with force, the unpleasant odor became more obvious, and the footsteps disappeared as soon as they reached her. Zhao Guifang snapped her eyes open, and was surprised to find that a homeless man dressed in rags, with a cloak of hair and an unpleasant odor, was sitting right next to her. There was only half a meter between them. Zhao Guifang quickly sat up. Who are you? Li Jiaqing was still carrying half a bottle of unfinished white wine in his hand. All of them are children of the Jianghu, and they have met each other before. Zhao Guifang is crazy, all mixed up into a tramp, and still tugging on words with her here. Who gave you permission to lie here? Li Jiaqing's body moved a little closer to Zhao Guifang again and said lazily, why can you lie down and I can't? Is this your home? Snow watched the security footage in the house in amazement. Stammering, he asked, Grandpa, is this the man you found? Never in her wildest dreams did she think that the one that Moncler Outlet Online Wu had found was a vagrant. Wu Nai was also watching the live feed with great interest. Shoo, you can't see this kind of scene on TV. Li Jiaqing approached and Zhao Guifang moved backward in fear. What are you doing? You stay away from me. Li Jiaqing laughed and said, I see that you have a mattress and a quilt there. So give up a little bit of space and let's cover up together. Zhao Guifang quickly stood up from the ground and patted the door of Wu Nai's house with great force. Old Wu, there is a vagrant on your doorstep. You hurry out and drive him away. Wu Nai said through the door of the room. If I could get rid of people, I would have gotten rid of you a long time ago. You can all lie outside if you want to. When Zhao Guifang turned her head back, Li Jiaqing's entire body had already burrowed into her comforter, and was kind enough to save half of it for her. Li Jiaqing patted the covers. Hurry up and go to bed. It's not early. Zhao Guifang, get out of here. Get out from under my covers. Li Jiaqing rolled over. What a crazy, yelling. Then there was a snort. Zhao Guifang, the whole person stupid. She wanted to pull out the other side but did not dare. Even if she sat next to it for a while she did not dare. Fearful that if she fell asleep, the hobo would make another move on her. All that could be done was to stand still and stare dead at the homeless man who had fallen asleep. Bai Shui snickered in the room. It was the first time she had seen someone who could make Zhao Guifang helpless. Wu Nai, you know what it means to be one thing to another. Isn't she willing to lie down? I'll see how she still lies down. Lu Mei was worried. We're not going to send away a god and have another one come, are we? She was worried that if Zhao Guifang left, the homeless man would in turn linger. Wu Nai, don't worry. Li Jiaqing couldn't do something like that. Li Jiaqing? Why did Bai Shui feel that this name was so familiar? As if she had heard it somewhere before. Just then, the hallway regenerated. Li Jiaqing suddenly stood up, startling Zhao Guifang and hurriedly dodging to the back. You, what do you want? I'm telling you, there are people in all these rooms. Li Jiaqing half squinted his eyes, not even bothering to look at the shocked Zhao Guifang. Both hands kept groping for the waist position, as if unbuckling the waistband of his pants, and muttered, what are you afraid of? I just want to pee. Zhao Guifang's eyes widened. You just pee under the comforter? That's my ing comforter. Chapter 83. Zhao Guifang glared angrily at Li Jiaqing, who was unbuckling his belt, but there was nothing she could do about the other party. Not to mention peeing in her comforter. Even if she bared her face with urine, she wouldn't dare to make a move towards Li Jiaqing. The other guy is a bum. There's nothing to care about. Li Jiaqing doesn't know if he's drunk or if he's doing it on purpose. True unzipped his pants and started to ease up towards the bedding. Zhao Guifang and Bai Shui, who was watching the video in the room, let out gasps of surprise at the same time. Snow covered her eyes and rushed away, not daring to look again. But Zhao Guifang in the corridor had nowhere to run, and could only watch as her bedding was wet with urine. Conveniently, Li Jiaqing rubbed his hand on his tattered clothes. Drunkenly, she walked towards Zhao Guifang. What are you standing around for if you're not sleeping at night? Looking at Li Jiaqing's outstretched palm, Zhao Guifang could naturally guess why he had wiped his hands with his clothes just now. Don't come over. You roll na. Zhao Guifang said as she stepped back until she retreated to the end of the corridor. Li Jiaqing still had a bottom line. At most disgusting Zhao Guifang, and would not really do anything to hurt people. Since we're both corridor fallers, why are you still being polite to me? Anyway, no one else will care or know what we do. Zhao Guifang? Who the hell is in the same hallway as you? I have a home, okay? Think I'm homeless like you? These words seemed to sting Li Jiaqing's heart, and he violently rushed forward and grabbed Zhao Guifang's collar. You have a home is very bull? You don't go home when you have a home. You lie in the corridor. Do you know that the corridor is also a common area from house to house? Zhao Guifang was strangled and smelled the odor from Li Jiaqing's hands, and immediately felt worse than death. Seeing that the other party's other hand was also going to touch up, Zhao Guifang anxiously shouted, "Don't you move! Don't you move! I'll go, okay? The corridor gives way to you." Li Jiaqing gently slapped his right hand on Zhao Guifang's left cheek, which made Zhao Guifang shiver. "Remember, from now on, the corridor is my place. No one can do anything about it. Let me see you again." Ha ha ha, Zhao Guifang gulped, and when Li Jiaqing let go of her hand, she desperately ran wildly towards the elevator entrance, not even wanting the pea-soaked comforter. When Zhao Guifang took the elevator downstairs, Wu Nai opened the door and walked out. Li Jiaqing was drunk and sat on the ground disheveled. "I didn't think that Li Jiaqing, would have a day to do such a thing." Apparently terrorizing an old lady made him feel bad. Wu Nai took out the promised remaining $200 and handed it to Li Jiaqing's eyes. The first thing a person has to think about is to live. And as long as one can live, no problem is a problem. Li Jiaqing smiled miserably and took the money. "That's because you didn't go through what I went through." "Oh, tell me about it." Because of watching Zhao Guifang's good show, Wu Nai had no sleep, so he wanted to talk to the other party. Li Jiaqing, maybe because he had been drinking today, or maybe it had been a long time since anyone had talked to him. Tilting his head, he spoke with a retrospective gaze. "I used to do business with my good brother. After more than 10 years of struggle, business is good, but also has a tens of millions of family. Until one day, brother said contacted a big deal. We need to put all the family are betting on it. I originally did not want to agree, but my wife also said that the business is feasible. And finally we will be the house and car, all the things, all bets on it. The last is still not enough, and borrowed another 5 million. Speaking of this, Li Jiaqing face full of helplessness. He thought of his own once $10 million, and now for $300. Dry intimidation of the old lady. When the world is really in a state of flux, the large intestine is covered with the small intestine. Wu Nai, and then what? Li Jiaqing slammed a mouthful of white wine in the bottle, then it is cheated, chanting, "The whole thing is my dearest wife, and my most trusted brother to do the bureau. Even the loan of 5 million, are my brother arranged for people to disguise?" Wu Nai knew what Li Jiaqing had become, a vagabond. With the other party's experience and connections, even if he was cheated out of everything, he would not become a vagabond. And the reason he became a bum was supposedly because he didn't want the other guy to get any more money out of him. He's become a bum. Naturally, he doesn't have to pay back a cent of that 5 million. Lu Mei and Bai Shui also heard what the two said through the surveillance video. Snow pursed her lips. He's just too pitiful, losing two of his most trusted people at the same time. Lu Mei nodded her head in agreement. But what can be done? Since people want to cheat him, they have already made all the preparations. He won't have a chance to turn over. Wu Nai outside the house similarly understood this. Even if those two dogs and men left a little crack, Li Ka-shing wouldn't have gotten to where he is now. Li Jiaqing, big brother, do you know what's the most outrageous thing the two of them have done? Wu Nai couldn't really guess that there was anything more outrageous than cheating away property and causing people to wander. Is your son on the other side too? Li Jiaqing laughed bitterly. That's not true. We didn't have any money when we had the baby, and it was impossible for them to get together. Wu Nai didn't bother guessing. Just tell me, what did they do that was so outrageous? Li Jiaqing pulled out a crumpled piece of red paper from his arms. This is the invitation they sent me when they got married in the first place, and they actually asked me to be a witness for them. Wu Nai, so you can tolerate it all? Not you Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Li Jiaqing grabbed his hair with both hands. It's not all for the sake of the child. If I kill that, the child won't have any relatives. If I kill the guy, that can instead take the money from both of them and go to the younger guy, and my kids will have even less of a good time. Wu Nai froze for a few seconds, surprisingly feeling that the other party had a point. If he single-handedly knifed that brother, all the money the two had saved over the years would have fallen into the woman's hands. Wu Nai took the creased invitation and looked at it. The date was already 2 years ago. Male, Li Menqing. Female, Zhang Jinlian. Wu Nai closed the invitation. Here you go, De Lang. Treasure it. You dare to find Menqing's brother in Jinlian's wife. If you don't get into trouble, who will? Be thankful for the rule of law, if it keeps you alive. Li Jiaqing didn't hear what Wu Nai called him, and shakily stood up while rolling up the quilt he had wet himself with and hugging it. I'll leave if there's nothing else. I'm a lot more relaxed talking to you for a while. Wu Nai looked at Li Jiaqing's forlorn back. You did me a favor today. If you need my help, you can also come over to me. Li Jiaqing waved with his back turned, then took the elevator down the stairs. When Wu Nai returned to the house, Bai Shui said with a sad face, "Master, he is too pitiful. Or let's help him." Wu Nai sighed, "How can I help? With that much foreign debt, surely bank cards are frozen. And if they are not given in cash, transfers are immediately scratched. Get him a job. That paycheck goes on the card, and it gets scratched as usual." So Li Jiaqing was right to lie flat at this point, unless that pair of dogs is sorted out. Hearing Li Jiaqing's story, Bai Shui and Lu Mei were not in a very good mood, but after hearing Wu Nai's analysis, they felt that there was really nothing they could do. At most, I'd go under the overpass every now and then to bring him some food. Snow then went back to her house to sleep. Wu Nai and Lu Mei both fell asleep as well. The next day when he woke up from sleep, Yu Qian still hadn't come back. He didn't leave for the competition until tomorrow. "So when I traveled to work at the police station alone today, it's not like you get paid $15.50 a month for nothing." Walking into the police station, every officer who saw him smiled and greeted him, and Wu Nai responded with a smile. Walking into the office of the third group, the first thing you smell when you enter is the strong smell of instant noodles. The 8 members of the team ate the instant noodles in front of them listlessly. Seeing Wu Nai was also a breathless greeting. "Wu Nai, you all worked overtime last night?" "Alas." Zhang Xiaofeng let out a long sigh. "Grandpa, you didn't come yesterday can be blessed. We were busy all night last night, and will continue to be busy in a while." Wu Nai was curious. "What kind of case is it? So difficult?" Zhang Xiaofeng piled up helplessly in his chair. "A murder case that was caused by an economic dispute. We arrested it all night." Wu Nai owed. "Caught?" Zhang Xiaofeng sighed again. "If we catch it, we won't have to be busy today." Wu Nai casually picked up the case record on Zhang Xiaofeng's desktop. He was also a member of the third team, so it was normal to look at the case record. Flipping through the case records, photos of the crime scene from all angles were posted, followed by the identifying information of the deceased. When he saw the name of the deceased, Wu Nai frowned. Deceased, Li Menqing. Male, 48 years old. General Manager of Menqing Trading Company. Suspect information, Wu Song. Male, 38 years old. General Manager of Jingyang Gang Trading Company. Alarmist, Zhang Jinlian. Husband and wife of the deceased. Wu Nai, holy? Zhang Xiaofeng said helplessly. "Master, we know that you are good at interrogation and enlightening criminals, but you can't interrogate us since we haven't even caught our prisoners." Wu Nai continued to look through the case record, which also had Zhang Jinlian's picture on it. Worthy of being a woman who dared to call herself Golden Lotus, she was almost 50 and looked surprisingly like she was about 30, with fair and lustrous skin. It has the maturity of an older woman and the feel of a young teenager at the same time. Seeing Wu Nai staring at the photo, Zhang Xiaofeng snickered. "What's the matter? Do you have a crush on her, Grandpa? I'd better advise you to dismiss that idea. Do you know how much property she can inherit when her husband dies?" Wu Nai casually said. "More than $20 million. Zhang Xiaofeng was shocked. "Where did you hear the news, Grandpa?" According to their investigation, the deceased Li Menqing did have a family fortune of over $20 million. Wu Nai did not explain. Last night Li Jiaqing said he was cheated more than 10 million, and he did business with the brothers. The two earned naturally not much difference. The two added to know. Zhang Jinlian is really a husband's grudge. First, she caused one to become a vagrant, and the second one was sent away directly. If he hadn't been killed by a knife, but poisoned, he would have suspected the other side. In the case record, there was also information about Li Jiaqing, which was enough to show how detailed the team had investigated last night. At this time, Yu Qian returned to the office after reporting the situation, saw Wu Nai first greeted, and then said to Zhang Xiaofeng, "Xiao Zhang, you accompany me to meet the deceased's family Zhang Jinlian." Wu Nai put down the folder in his hand. "I have nothing to do at the bureau, so I'll go with you too." Yu Qian naturally had no opinion. The three drove a police car straight to Zhang Jinlian's other residence. Li Menqing died in his original villa and Zhang Jinlian dared not live there again, but the other residence is also in an upscale neighborhood. Zhang Xiaofeng said, "Each house in this neighborhood must be worth $1.5 million. Being rich is really good." Yu Qian wide eyes, "Can you be a little bit out of it? You rented a house although small, not still broken?" Zhang Xiaofeng had thought that Yu Qian was going to comfort him, but it turned out that she was going to stab him in the heart. To Wu Nai, who was sitting in the back row, he begged, "Grandpa, when you have an empty house again, can you rent me a set cheaper?" Wu Nai, "Not for rent to men." Zhang Xiaofeng, %#% yen %# and *& and *& and *. The police car drove to the upscale neighborhood, and because Yu Qian had already contacted them in advance, the three of them went upstairs without any problems. The moment he opened the door to the room, Zhang Xiaofeng was all but stunned by the other party's appearance. Wu Nai, on the other hand, was focusing on Zhang Jilian's expression, wanting to see if he could discover anything unusual from it. Zhang Jilian's eyes were slightly red and her voice was hoarse. "You're here, come in." The three of them walked into the house. The room was decorated in high class, and one could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary house. Zhang Jilian closed the door behind her and greeted, "Get yourself anything you want to drink from the refrigerator." Zhang Xiaofeng lifted his feet and tried to walk towards the refrigerator. Yu Qian said, "No more drinks. We just came over to find out what's going on." Zhang Xiaofeng's foot that had stepped out retracted, coughing softly, "Ahem. Yeah, we just came over to find out what's going on. We don't want to drink anything." Zhang Jilian looked at Wu Nai. "Where is this officer? Would you like something to drink? Who dares to drink what Golden Lotus gave? Wouldn't that be reckless?" Wu Nai waved his hand politely. Zhang Jilian revealed a smile, her peach blossom eyes narrowing into a line. "This officer looks like he's experienced and an expert at solving crimes. Wu Nai, you can just say I'm old looking." Zhang Xiaofeng was almost amused, but only held it back when he saw Yu Qian glaring at him. Zhang Jilian said awkwardly, "Please sit down. Several of you." After a few people were seated, Xiao Zhang took out his notebook and was in charge of taking notes. Yu Qian said, "We still want to find out about your husband's problem with Wu Song this time." Zhang Jilian turned back to her soft and weak self and drew out a tissue to wipe her tears. "You must catch the murderer and get justice for my husband." Wu Nai inquired, "You've been married to your husband for 2 years. Are you that close?" The sobbing Zhang Jilian was stunned. "Although we've been married for 2 years, we've known each other for more than 10 years. Wu Nai continued, "You mean you had feelings for him more than 10 years ago?" Zhang Jilian's face changed and she put down her hand that was wiping her tears. "I don't know what this issue has to do with my husband's murder," Yu Qian helpfully explained. "We have to collect all the clues to catch the suspect faster." Yu Qian believed that Master Wu would not ask random questions for no reason, and at the same time, she also had a feeling that Li Minqing's death was likely to have something to do with this woman. Chapter 84, A Change of Face. Seeing that Yu Qian, who was the captain, also had this attitude, Zhang Jilian had to answer Wu Nai's question. "At that time we were just normal friends, and after a long period of time, I realized that he was much better than my ex-husband, which is why I divorced my ex-husband and stayed with him." Wu Nai continued his question. "Oh, so by that you mean divorcing your ex-husband had nothing to do with his bankruptcy?" Zhang Jilian's face was ugly and she said stiffly, "It's okay, my ex-husband and I divorced just because of personality differences." Yu Qian Zhang Xiaofeng silently listened to the two men's conversation. These situations are what they did not learn from the preliminary investigation. After being asked a few questions by Wu Nai, Zhang Jilian became visibly agitated. "I'm sorry, my husband just passed away and I'm not in a good mood. So if there's nothing else, you guys can go home now." Wu Nai asked with honesty. "So do you think Wu Song or Li Minqing is better?" Zhang Jilian blurted out. "Of course it's Wu Song who's good, both young and strong, and considerate to people. That guy Li Minqing, he just thinks about staring at me every day." Ding! Life expectancy increased by 60 days after receiving a surprise from Sin. Yu Qian was surprised. Yu Qian didn't expect Moncler outlet store Wu to ask this question. And even more so, she didn't expect Zhang Jilian to answer like this. Zhang Xiaofeng kept blinking his big curious eyes as if he had eaten some big melon. Zhang Jilian's expression changed from excitement to nervous panic after she answered the question, and she didn't understand why she answered the other party in such a way. Wu Nai smiled faintly. He was already sure that Zhang Jilian and Li Minqing's death were definitely related, but he was not prepared to use the mouth of honesty at once to make the other man confess his crime. In that case, at most a portion of the marital property of the two people would be left to the children, and the rest would be divided between the families of the two people. Li Jiaqin's money will definitely not be returned. Zhang Jilian stood up in a panic. "I'm not feeling well. You guys should go." Despite seeing that Zhang Jilian had something to hide, Yu Chen did not continue to choose to stay here. "Alright then, let's head back and we'll get back to you if we need anything." The three had just walked out of the room when Zhang Jilian slammed the door heavily with a bang. Yu Chen inquired in a low voice, "Master Wu, do you see something?" Wu Nai shook his head. "No, it's the first time I've seen her. What can I find out?" Yu Chen looked deeply at Grandmaster Wu, always feeling that the other party was hiding something from her. But she couldn't pursue it if Master Wu didn't say anything. "Let's go." Back to the station. Wu Nai stretched a lazy waist. Oops, the old body is not useful. Out of a trip back pain. Or I ask for a half-day vacation. Go home and rest. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Wu Nai with a bitter face, the envy in his eyes especially obvious. It's better for Master Wu to take time off when he wants to, and to rest when he wants to, unlike him, who worked all night last night and has to work again today. Yu Qian saw through Zhang Xiaofeng's thoughts. Why don't we give you a half-day vacation too? Zhang Xiaofeng's expression was delighted. Is it really possible, Captain? Yu Qian, Master Wu is not well. Are you not well too? Gah. Zhang Xiaofeng, who was happy 1 second, directly choked in the next. No, Captain. I feel like I'm physically okay. I'll be able to hold out for a few more all-nighters with him. Yu Qian also urged Wu Nai to go back and rest more. Then she and Zhang Xiaofeng drove away in the police car. Wu Nai stood still and glanced at the system records first, and with the rewards he had just received, he was 2 rewards away from opening the super jackpot again. One is also about to be 8 years younger. Wu Nai greeted a cab and went straight to the flyover near his home. Li Jiacheng Li Jiacheng, for your sake, I can miss half a day of work. When you take back everything belongs to their own, you have to thank me. The cab drove under the flyover, and from a distance, he saw Li Jiacheng lying on his exclusive seat, still covered with Zhao Guifeng's quilt. Getting out of the car and walking over, I realized that there were a few empty bottles of white wine scattered nearby. The $300 given to him was probably all for drinking. Wu Nai tapped the other. Hey, get up. Li Jiacheng opened his sleepy eyes, saw that it was Wu Nai, and slowly got up. Bossy, it's not that old lady going again, is it? Wu Nai blankly stared. What? You still want to make $300, nah? Last night just scared Zhao Guifeng away. Give her even more courage would not dare to run back so quickly. Li Jiacheng laughed dryly twice. It seems that I should exchange with that old lady about cooperation. She went to rely on you. I'll go to get rid of her. $300 we both split it half and half, so that in the future I won't worry about food and drink. Knowing that the other party was joking, Wu Nai laughed and cursed. You are really a treacherous businessman. Wu Nai stood up. Get up. Take you to freshen up and meet someone. Li Jiacheng frowned slightly, thinking that the well-meaning older brother he had just met wanted to introduce him to a job. Old brother Wu, you know my situation. There's no point in working or not working. I thank you for your kindness. Wu Nai lifted his leg and kicked Li Jiacheng. Look at your lack of talent. Hurry up and I'll send you a creation. Li Jiacheng could only obediently stand up and follow Wu Nai. The two went first to the $10 barber store next to the overpass. Inside this kind of barber store the owner's wife is the one who washes and cuts the hair, and the owner of this store is a woman in her 50s. Wu Nai said to Tony's old lady in the store, give him a spirited haircut. The boss's wife recognized Li Jiacheng as the homeless man under the flyover and said in disgust, this one can't be cut. Wu Nai, 20. The boss's wife said seriously, I'm a bottom line person. Li Jiacheng sighed and tried to tell Wu Nai to leave. He wouldn't cut this head. Wu Nai held out 5 fingers. 50. I'll take him elsewhere if you don't cut it. The boss's wife picked up her apron and slipped it over her body. My bottom line is that I'm a helper, and I'm really not in it for your $50. Wu Nai gave Li Jiacheng a wink, telling him to speak less and follow his orders today. Li Jiacheng just had to sit obediently in his chair. The boss's wife looked at Li Jiacheng's dirty locks of hair. If not too difficult to do business, she really did not want to take this job. Cut other people 20 minutes to finish. Cut Li Jiacheng. A full hour. The shaving pushers are almost dry. Unwilling to listen to the boss's wife ramble on and on, Wu Nai threw down $50 and hurriedly took Li Jiacheng to leave. The two walked to the wholesale market again. The choice to walk was really because no driver would pull them. This wholesale market Sha Lili brought him here, and the clothes inside are really cheap. Bought a suit plus shirt and shoes for Li Jiacheng, spending a total of $200. Wu Nai threw all the handbags to the frozen Li Jiacheng, add the head cut for a total of $250. Remember to pay me back when you have the money. Li Jiacheng was holding a large pile of clothes, still thinking that Wu Nai was trying to find him a job. Old brother Wu, I know you mean well, but, Wu Nai waved his hand to prevent the other party from continuing, sighing, if you're like this now, people can't let you in at the bathhouse. Go to my house and wash yourself. Chapter 85. What's going on? The two returned to Wu Nai's house and opened the door. Lu Mei asked in surprise, Uncle Wu, why are you back so early? Lu Mei then froze when she saw Li Jiacheng behind her. Wu Nai explained, I'll bring him back for a bath. Just go about your business. Lu Mei nodded her head. She did not resent Li Jiacheng in her heart. On the contrary, she felt pity for the other party and sympathized with him. I have fresh towels there. I'll go get him one. Embarrassed, Li Jiaqing thanked. Thank you. Wu Nai stuffed Li Jiaqing into the bathroom and threw his newly purchased clothes in as well. He gave the other man a makeover just so he wouldn't fall into a corner when he met Zhang Jinlian. $100 suit didn't compare to the thousands he'd once owned, but it was better than a raggedy suit. About an hour later, Li Jiaqing, his hair a little damp and wearing new clothes, came out of the bathroom. Wu Nai and Lu Mei looked over at the same time. Lu Mei's eyes lit up. I didn't expect this homeless man to clean up a bit and still be quite spirited. Wu Nai also nodded with satisfaction. Although the other party had been down and out for 2 years, that aura on his body was still there. Lu Mei, is there any rice left at home? Give him some whole meal. Lu Mei said repeatedly. Yes, 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 I'll go serve it to him now, said the man as he hurried off to the kitchen to get busy. Li Jiaqing looked at himself in the mirror. Brother Wu, I didn't think I would ever have a day to wear a suit. Wu Nai, you'll have plenty of chances to wear it in the future. Hurry up and sit down to eat. We'll take you to see that person in a while. Li Jiaqing had more meals than Wu Nai and Lu Mei combined, and ate all the family's meals before he was considered full. Lu Mei, on the other hand, has been on the sidelines silently watching Li Jiaqing eat, reminding him from time to time to eat slowly, don't choke. There is still rice in the pot. Wu Nai noticed Lu Mei's gaze and rubbed his chin. It's not like he's gotten himself into trouble, is it? Scooping up the nanny he had managed to find again. One had been widowed for years, the other divorced and single, and he felt they were a good match. Li Jiaqing smiled at Lu Mei after finishing his meal. Thanks for the hospitality. Wu Nai, grass ah. I take you to buy clothes to cut the hair, you did not say thank me. Lu Mei just give you a little hot rice. You have thanked how many times? A sentence that embarrassed both of them wholeheartedly. Don't get me wrong, big brother. I just think it's too much trouble for sister-in-law. Despite wanting to guard against Li Jiaqing poaching Lu Mei, Wu Nai explained, this is the person I hired to take care of me, not your sister-in-law. Li Jiaqing hurriedly apologized to Lu Mei. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Wu Nai, come on, don't even bring him an apology. Hurry up and put your coat on and come with me. The two took the elevator downstairs, and when they took a cab again, there were no more refusals. In the car, Li Jiaqing inquired, old brother Wu, who exactly are you taking me to see? As things stood, Wu Nai wasn't worried about the other party jumping out of the car and escaping, retreating from the battlefield. Your ex-wife, Zhang Jinlian. Shocked, dismayed. How could Li Jiaqing not expect that it was that smelly woman that Wu Nai wanted to take him to see? He couldn't figure out how Wu Nai had found the other party, much less why he had been brought to see them. Wu Nai uttered a piece of news that shocked Li Jiaqing even more. Hello brother, Li Menqing is dead. What? Li Jiaqing was so shocked that he almost stood up and banged his head before resuming his chair. What's going on brother Wu? Tell me clearly. There was a driver in the car, and Wu Nai didn't explain right away. By the time the two of them arrived at the upscale neighborhood where Zhang Jinlian was located, after getting off the bus, Wu Nai Kai told the events before and after. Li Jiaqing was too shocked to speak for half a day. The enemy who had made him gnash his teeth and hate him for 2 years had died so casually. Some of him found it unbelievable. Wu Nai observed no one around and whispered, I suspect that Li Menqing's death and Zhang Jinlian are not unrelated, so I've found you to confront her, and if it goes well, you'll be able to get back all the will you've lost. Today, Li Jiaqing experienced no less shock than the day he was betrayed by his brother and his wife, and all of it all stemmed from his old Wu brother whom he had just met a few days ago. Li Jiaqing bent his legs and directly wanted to kneel down for Wu Nai. He had nothing now, and the only way he could thank the other man was to kowtow twice. Wu Nai hastily propped up Li Jiaqing. Get thee up. Like you're going to send me away. Li Jiaqing's eyes were red. Old brother Wu, you are my savior and regenerative parent. Wu Nai patted Li Jiaqing, thinking, come on, say more words of thanks. It's better to wait for you to get the money back and give me more practical. Zhang Jinlian is at home and is calling from a number no one else knows. Just now a few police officers came to my house to look for me again. Don't worry, when the wind is over, I will arrange for you to leave the country, and then I will also bring all my possessions to look for you abroad. Don't worry, you must hide well and not get caught or we're both doomed. Ding dong, the doorbell rings. Zhang Jinlian hurriedly said, let's not talk about it for now. There are people at home again. Then he hung up and quickly hid his cell phone. With enchanting steps and twisting her slender waist, she walked over and opened the door to her room. When she saw that it was Wu Nai and Li Jiaqing standing outside, Zhang Jinlian froze. What are you doing here? When Li Jiaqing saw Zhang Jinlian again, his eyes erupted with anger, and he clutched the creased invitation in his pocket. Even though Wu Nai told him to throw away all his old clothes and pants, he still kept this invitation. Wu Nai, let's talk inside. Zhang Jinlian hurriedly closed the door into a small crack. I have nothing to say to you or him. If you continue to harass me, I'm going to call the police. Wu Nai said directly. I know that Li Menqing's death was done by you and Wu Song together. If you call the police, I can make you tell the police all the truth in person. Do you believe me? Zhang Jinlian was agitated. You are talking nonsense. I have no relationship with Wu Song at all. Seeing that the other party was still talking tough, Wu Nai used an honest mouth to inquire. Where is Wu Song hiding? Zhang Jinlian bit her lip, not wanting to make a sound, but when Wu Nai finished his question, she still blurted out uncontrollably, in my other house. After answering, Zhang Jinlian covered her mouth in shock. It's also true that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhang Jinlian dared to hide the murderer in her other house. Wu Nai took out his cell phone and waved it around. If you don't let us in, I'll call the bureau right now and have them come to your house to arrest you. At this point, as unbelievable and incomprehensible as it may seem, Zhang Jinlian also had to believe that the other party had the ability to make her give a truthful account now. Panic made her open the door to her room uncontrollably. Wu Nai looked back at the still angry Li Jiacheng. Come on, let's go in and have a good talk with your ex-wife. Chapter 86, Taking Down Zhang Jinlian. Li Jiacheng looked at the familiar house. Yes, this house used to be his. Then he was cheated by his best buddy along with his wife. Zhang Jinlian followed behind the two in a fidgety manner. She didn't understand what for and why she answered whatever the other asked. The unknown terrified her. The other thing is that the other person brought her ex-husband with her, who was obviously in cahoots with her ex-husband, and what she had done in conjunction with Li Menqing. She had not forgotten. Zhang Jinlian stood closest to the kitchen, and as soon as she realized the slightest thing was wrong, she would run into the kitchen and look for a weapon. Wu Naiku asked with honesty. Tell me, why did you kill Li Menqing? Zhang Jinlian blurted out. From 2 years ago, after we cheated Li Jiacheng out of his assets, that guy tricked me into getting a marriage license with him with his flowery words. As a result, after the marriage, he took control of his money and the money he cheated Li Kaxing with, and gave me just a few $1,000s a month to spend out of pocket. So who am I not to kill him? Hearing Zhang Jinlian's motive for murder, Li Jiacheng said hatefully. Once at home, did I ever control you to spend money? Which time didn't I give you as much as you wanted? And in the end, didn't you cheat me out of my money with outsiders? With her previous experiences, Zhang Jinlian was no longer surprised that she could not help but answer truthfully when asked by the old man in front of her. Zhang Jinlian, what can you give me besides money? You just know how to do business and make money every day. How many meals a month can you come home for? When you don't come home for meals, it's Li Menqing who comes to the house to keep me company. You know? Li Jiacheng remembered. He and Li Menqing is a partnership business. There are times to go to talk about business. Li Menqing said he was not feeling well. Let him go alone to socialize. Turns out he took the opportunity to look for his wife at his house. That's the reason you two ganged up on me and cheated me out of my family fortune? Zhang Jinlian spread her hands with an indifferent expression. What else? Would you give me so much property in a normal divorce? Knowing that I'm good with Li Menqing, you still don't want to find a way to kick Li Menqing out of the company? In an instant, Li Jiacheng understood, and only hated himself for not noticing that the two had quietly gotten together long ago. The more he thought, the more angry Li Jiacheng suddenly saw the fruit knife on the coffee table, was about to reach out to take. Wu Nai stepped ahead of the fruit knife in the hand. Picking up another apple in his right hand, he peeled it while asking, the past has been recalled. Let's get down to business. The Li Menqing that you and Wu Song killed together should definitely be punished by the law. As to whether it's a death sentence or jail time, it depends on the court's judgment. Now I'll give you two choices. First, return the money you cheated Li Jiacheng as much as you can. I can let you turn yourself in, and you can also say that it was you who uncovered your accomplice Wu Song. Secondly, recalcitrant to the end. I will arrest you now, and then I will arrest that Wu Song. The difference between before and after, you think for yourself. Zhang Jinlian was silent, her eyes slowly looking towards the kitchen. No, she had another option, which was to kill the two people in front of her. Immediately flee abroad with Wu Song. That way you can get away with it. Noticing that Zhang Jinlian's eyes were not right, Wu Nai inquired with an honest mouth. What's the matter? Still want to kill us? Zhang Jinlian, yes. After answering, Zhang Jinlian crumbled and grabbed her hair with both hands. Even with a sneak attack, she couldn't deal with the two. And now that the other party knew her intentions, it was even more unlikely that she would succeed. Wu Nai laughed. It would be even better if you went to get the knife. Li Jiaqing could just use the justification of self-defense to send you straight to your old flame. Li Jiaqing kept quiet, realizing that Brother Wu beside him was the real master, completely playing that woman in the palm of his hand. Speaking on his own instead, he was prone to making mistakes, and he finally realized just how big a creation the other party was talking about sending him. Regenerate parents doesn't even begin to describe it. It's like the old ancestors manifesting themselves. Zhang Jinlian looked at Wu Nai. Not only can I pay him back the money I cheated him with, I'll give you another $3 million. And you'll pretend you don't know anything about it. Is that okay? Wu Nai said angrily. Are you trying to smash my $15.50 per month job? I'm telling you no way. The key Wu Nai is afraid that things will be exposed. He was caught in, when he could not get the system rewards. Not a few years he is not GA. Whether it was money or life that mattered, he could still tell. Zhang Jinlian has never seen such an upright person. And he doesn't even want $3 million in front of him. $5 million then. Wu Nai, you can instead give the extra money to Li Jiaqing as well. After all, he will have to raise your children in the future. Zhang Jinlian then thought of her son who was boarding out. She had been sending her son to boarding school since she married Li Menqing. Not that she didn't want to see him, but Li Menqing didn't like to see the boy. Zhang Jinlian's last psychological defense collapsed. If she doesn't return the money to Li Jiaqing, her son won't get a penny when she's arrested and all of it will be screwed away by Li Menqing's family. Not only would my son have no one to take care of him, but the cost of his schooling would be a problem. Li Kasang, are you still willing to control your son? Li Jiaqing, he is also my son. Why don't I care? Zhang Jinlian nodded. Okay, I will return the money I took from you. Zhang Jinlian still kept a mindful eye. She knew clearly that as long as she was counted to turn herself in, and the murderer was not her, she would not be sentenced to death. Sooner or later, you'll get out. Stash some of your money away and you'll still be able to use it when you get out. Li Jiaqing looked at Wu Nai. His heart was now in turmoil and he needed Brother Wu to give him ideas. Wu Nai originally wanted Li Jiaqing to get his money back. I believe that with Li Jiaqing's ability, without the worry of debt and with this amount of money, it is definitely not difficult to make a comeback. Good. Then you can move now. After an afternoon operation, Zhang Jinlian first withdrew the indictment that Li Jiaqing owed a debt of $5 million, and then transferred $5 million in cash to Li Jiaqing. The rest is topped up by assets. Li Kaxing has gone from being a homeless man to being a boss worth nearly $10 million once again. The clothes on his body hadn't changed, but his temperament made the difference noticeable. Even the voice that spoke to Wu Nai became a little louder. Brother Wu, give me your card number. I'll transfer $3 million to you right now. Wu Nai had thought that Li Jiaqing would thank him, but he hadn't expected the sincerity to be so great. A total of $5 million in cash. To give him 3. You want to restart. It is the time to use money. This $3 million counts as my share. In the future, no matter how much money you earn, there is my 30% profit. Li Jiaqing was touched. This was not only a trust in his character, but also a trust in his ability. Brother Wu, don't worry. 3 years? No. 2 years I'll let you get a minimum of 3 million dividends per year. Otherwise I'll sell my assets to compensate you. Zhang Jinlian was listening silently next to her. She could not figure out how Li Jiaqing, who had been reduced to a beggar, could come across such a powerful old man. Wu Nai, oh, you've already figured out what kind of business you want to do. Li Jiaqing was confident. Sell cakes. Zhang Jinlian. Wu Nai. Wu Nai looked at Zhang Jinlian. Let's go. Take you to the bureau to turn yourself in. Li Jiaqing. Since he wants to sell cakes, let's sell cakes. Although he doesn't have the name of Delang, but he has the life of Delang. Maybe selling cakes will really get rich. Zhang Jinlian finally looked at Li Jiaqing. Take care of our children. Even though he has gotten back the money that belongs to him, Li Jiaqing has not forgiven Zhang Jinlian. Just go in there and step on the sewing machine without worrying about your son. Wu Nai took Zhang Jinlian back to the police station by taxi. In the office of the third group, only Zhang Xiaofeng was left to organize the information, while everyone else had gone out to track down Wu Song. Zhang Xiaofeng froze when he saw Wu Nai, and froze again when he saw Zhang Jinlian behind him. One blink after another left him unsure of what to ask in the first place. Finally, he asked, "You two are getting along so quickly, Moncler?" Wu Nai was speechless. "You're a love brain, aren't you? Where's Yu Qian?" Zhang Xiaofeng stammered for half a day. "The captain has gone to report to his superiors and will be back in a while." Wu Nai pointed to an empty seat and said to Zhang Jinlian, "You go sit there first." If he turned himself in, Zhang Xiaofeng could actually handle it. And Wu Nai only wanted to wait until Qian came back in order to ensure that he could obtain Yu Qian's surprise reward. After all, it was just 2 rewards away, and he had to be careful. Zhang Jinlian just sat down, and Zhang Xiaofeng immediately and attentively went to pour her a cup of hot water. Drink water. Wu Nai, slapping Zhang Xiaofeng heavily in the back. Can you keep your mouth shut? Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly covered his mouth. Sorry. I called early. Wu Nai, what just you called it early? I don't have anything to do with her at all. Zhang Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes and his face was full of the expression of still wanting to hide it from me. Although he had never been in love, he had seen a lot of relationship dramas, especially the overbearing president falling in love with the menopausal her. I don't know whether Zhang Jinlian is absolutely menopausal or not, but it's definitely true that she has money. Wu really worked 2.5 days, directly to be retired again. Moncler Outlet Store. Zhang Jinlian was too lazy to explain because she was depressed and ignored Zhang Xiaofeng. It further solidified the speculation in Zhang Xiaofeng's mind. What do you mean by acquiescence? Isn't this kind of Zhang Jinlian's acquiescence? Wu Nai didn't know what was going on in Zhang Xiaofeng's head, otherwise he would definitely have to slap him a few more times. 10 minutes later, Yu Qian returned to the office. First saw Wu Nai. Lightly eat, Grandpa, you did not go back to rest? Wu Nai opened his body sideways so that Yu Qian could see Zhang Jinlian behind him. Yu Qian looked at Zhang Jinlian and then at Wu Nai. Master, what is this? Zhang Xiaofeng muttered in the back. If you can't tell from this, she doesn't understand love either. Yu Qian turned her head. Xiao Zhang, what did you say? Zhang Xiaofeng hastily shook his head. No, I didn't say anything. Wu Nai, she came to turn herself in. Li Menqing was killed by her together with Wu Song. Ding! Life expectancy increased by 60 days after receiving a surprise from Sin. No one was more surprised than Zhang Xiaofeng. How come in the blink of an eye, the older woman has become a criminal? Was his newly believed love just shattered? Yu Qian was still in a bit of disbelief. Did you kill Li Menqing? Zhang Jinlian raised her head. I didn't kill him, but I was present when Wu Song killed him, and I was also the one who hit him. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately wanted to go up and handcuff Zhang Jinlian. Yu Qian reached out to stop. The other party is to turn himself in. If immediately handcuffed, it is likely to irritate the other party, resulting in the interrogation is hindered. So where did you hide Wu Song? Zhang Jinlian, 1802. Unit 2, Building 10, Golden Area Subdivision. After saying that, he pulled a key out of his pocket. This is the spare key to the house. Yu Qian hurriedly threw the key to Zhang Xiaofeng, quickly called a team to arrest someone. Zhang Xiaofeng spread his legs and ran out. Yu Qian then found the transcript and interrogated Zhang Jinlian right in the office, including the motive, the circumstances of the crime scene, and the relationship with Wu Song one by one memorized. Finally, the record was placed in front of Zhang Jinlian. If there are no mistakes, sign your name. Zhang Jinlian took the pen, paused, and looked up to inquire. How long will I be sentenced? Yu Qian, we cannot give you the answer. Need to court judgment, but in view of your surrender, account of the problem with good cooperation, and took the initiative to confess the main culprit, we will apply to the court for leniency for you. Yu Qian's statement was basically the same as what Wu Nai had said before, and Zhang Jinlian put her heart down and signed her name on the record. Just then, the team returned from arresting Wu Song. The two met through a door and Wu Song shouted, Jinlian, why did you betray me? It was you who said that you were unhappy with Li Menqing and wanted to be with me forever, so I killed him. And you said that in the old days there was a good man Wu Song who killed Simon Chang, and today there is a good man Wu Song who killed Li Menqing. Zhang Jinlian, I didn't say anything like that. Wu Song struggled frantically. I should have killed you along with me in the first place. Zhang Jinlian, however, wore a smile on her face, and Wu Song saying so was even more likely to make her less culpable. Yu Qian waved her hand. Take it to the interrogation room for interrogation and take her with you. Only Yu Qian and Wu Nai remained in the office. Yu Qian inquired with interest. Master Wu, how did you convince her to turn herself in? In fact, in the morning, when Moncler Outlet Store Wu took a leave of absence, Yu Qian sensed the abnormality, and did not expect a surprise to be delivered to her in the afternoon. Wu Nai, nothing. Just enlightening her. Yu Qian gave a thumbs up. Master Wu, you are so good at enlightening people. When will you also enlighten my father? It would be nice, so that he doesn't always think of forcing me to marry someone I don't like. Human murder case solved. Yu Qian relaxed. Cannot help but think of the family's forced marriage. There was also the inevitable daily call from her mother, urging her to hurry home. Wu Nai laughed. Everyone I've enlightened has gone in. Do you want to send your father in as well? Yu Qian. Then forget it. She was quite annoyed with her dad's style of doing things, but not so much that she'd get someone to do time in jail. After work, Wu Nai and Yu Qian returned home together. When Wu Nai opened the door to his room, he was surprised to see two people in the kitchen cooking and laughing. Wu Nai went out and took a look at the door number. Yes, it is 914. Scratch that. He thought he'd entered the home of the wrong young couple. Hearing the sound of the door opening voice, Lu Mei and Li Jiaqing came out from the kitchen. Lu Mei, Uncle Wu is back. Jiaqing came to see you and stopped by to help me cook. Wu Nai, Kasang? When did you become so close? Li Jiaqing smiled and said, Brother Wu, I'd made you a stew of wanbang soup. Come over and drink it. Wu Nai, also drink chicken hair bastard soup. This is to dig his nanny to come. Chapter 87. Shalili came to her senses. Wu Nai helplessly walked into the room and looked at the table with 4 dishes and 1 soup. And the Wang Bao in the soup seemed to be smiling at him. Li Jiaqing moodily asked, Wu Hao, you guys know each other? Wu Nai laughed a little. I'll just know you. I don't need to know Wang Ba. Li Jiaqing violently coughed a few times, but also the old Wu big brother. A little lost does not eat. Lu Mei looked at the two speechlessly. Their ages together were over 100 years old, and they were still fighting with each other like children. Uncle Wu, quickly wash your hands for dinner. When Wu Nai came out after washing his hands, Lu Mei and Li Jiaqing were sitting together and were waiting for him, like a family waiting for him as a guest. Wu Nai shook his head. The world is going downhill. Li Jiaqing took out a bottle of the good wine he brought with him. Brother Wu, I'll have a drink with you. Wu Nai waved his hand. I don't drink. You drink with Lu Mei. Lu Mei also said, I've told you that Uncle Wu doesn't drink. Li Jiaqing said repeatedly, It's all my fault. I didn't feel out the situation before coming. Lu Mei wore a smile. It's fine. Uncle Wu won't blame you. Watching the two sing and harmonize in perfect harmony, Wu Nai remembered a song. He should be at the bottom of the table, not at the top. Seeing how sweet you guys are, Li Jiaqing, Brother Wu, what's the situation on Jilian's side? Wu Nai, plead guilty and wait to be judged. Li Jiaqing wasn't as angry as he was when he first saw Zhang Jinlian, and said in a calm voice, I've already gone to see my son, and I'll be able to bring him back to live with me once arrangements are made over here. Wu Nai just casually nodded his head. He had already helped what he could. The rest of the way was up to the other party to go on their own. Whether he gets rich or turns back into a bum is out of his hands. However, with Li Jiaqing's ability, I believe that he can definitely make a career out of it. Li Jiaqing put down his wineglass and said with a bit of a squirm, Brother Wu, there is something I don't know if I should open my mouth. Wu Nai picked up a bite of food and put it in his mouth. Since you don't know if you should or shouldn't, then don't open your mouth. Ga. Li Jiaqing choked and looked at Lu Mei awkwardly. He didn't expect Brother Wu to reject so dryly and didn't even want to hear what he had to say. Wu patiently laughed coldly. Li Jiaqing's small mind, he still cannot know? Definitely trying to poach Lu Mei with the pretense of getting him 2 more young, capable nannies. Lu Mei didn't know what Li Jiaqing was trying to say and just watched curiously from the side. She wasn't sure why Uncle Wu, who was usually a good talker, was so perverse this time that he didn't even let Li Jiaqing finish his sentence. Li Jiaqing shook his head helplessly. Alright then, I'll stop. Let's eat. Wu Nai gave a and didn't block Li Jiaqing's path, faintly saying, if you're not doing anything, you can come and sit at home. Li Jiaqing instantly raised his head in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wu. He thought he'd never get another chance. Wu Nai only sees Lu Mei as a friend, not trying to prevent her from achieving happiness, but to help her test Li Jiaqing. After the 3 of them had finished their meal happily, Li Jiaqing left. Wu Nai asked Lu Mei with honesty, what do you think of Li Jiaqing? It's fine. Wu Nai continued. So do you want to develop with him? Lu Mei shook her head. He's a big boss. How can I match him? Besides, I'm so old and have a son. It's good to find one like you. Wu Nai, am I much worse than Li Kashing? Lu Mei froze herself after answering. How did she say what was in her heart? Uncle Wu, I didn't mean what I said. Don't misunderstand. Wu Nai waved his hand. It's fine. What big storm has your Uncle Wu not seen before? This little thing can't hurt me at all. After you clean up, you also take an early rest. I'll go back to the house and lie down first. Looking at Wu Nai's back as he walked into the room, Lu Mei bit her lip, thinking in her heart that Uncle Wu wasn't going inside to cry. Was he? How could the Wu Nai in the room cry? He was a young man in his 20s inside. With a trip to Sioux City for the national competition tomorrow, he had to get his strength up. When he woke up from his sleep the next day, Lu Mei had already prepared breakfast. For this competition, Wu Nai would go by train with the 4 boys, and Lu Mei would only drive them to the train station and not follow. Just after eating a bun, the door to the room was opened. Xia Lili poked a little head in. Hey, I'm not late, am I? Wu Nai looked at the breakfast on the table. More than not being late, you really came just in time. Xia Lili bounced and sat next to Wu Nai. Grandpa, you're dressed so formally today. Are you going to work? Wu Nai, going on a trip. Xia Lili first frowned, then suddenly realized. Excitedly shouted. Grandpa, you go to participate in the King Pesticide Finals, is not it? Wu Nai stared blankly. I'm going to the competition. Why are you so excited? Have you heard from your mom? The last time Xia's father and Xia Debao were arrested, Xia's mother ran back to her hometown to try to find someone to make connections, remembering that she seemed to be looking for a women's director. At the mention of her mother, Xia Lili's excited expression immediately collapsed. There's news. The 8-pole relative said that if my mom put up $60,000, she could help get the guy out. Wu Nai, isn't this just cheating? Thinking that 2 people are falling into a pond, saying that they can be fished out. Xia Lili sighed helplessly. But on the contrary, my mother believed it, and said that she would hurry to find me an in-laws, and charge $60,000 for the dowry to save my father and my brother. Wu Nai smiled slightly. Why do I remember that your mom said she wanted to receive $200,000 to $300,000 for the dowry? Otherwise, she has been letting you work for the family. Xia Lili shrugged. Anxious. Anyway, how much dowry she receives? Marry herself. I will not just marry someone. Wu Nai nodded his head in satisfaction. Xia Lili had finally come to her senses. If it had been before, it would have been possible to marry yourself off in confusion to save your family. After dinner, Xia Lili went to work, while Lu Mei drove Wu Nai to pick up the 4 Zhang Lu Tao Dashi. Upon meeting, the 4 boys' eyes filled with red blood. Lu Mei looked at Tao Dashi worriedly. Son, what's wrong with your eyes? The 4 boys scratched their heads in embarrassment. Wu Nai was able to guess the reason. It must be because of the excitement of the upcoming finals and going out of town. He didn't sleep all night. Tao Dashi lied. Nothing, Mom. Maybe the soap into the eyes. Tao Dashi answered truthfully. Inevitably suffer a nagging mom. The group rode to the train station. The tickets had been bought out a week in advance, and with Lu Mei waving goodbye, Wu Nai led the 4 into the train station. If there was no Wu Nai, Lu Mei would definitely not feel comfortable with her son traveling such a long distance. Tinkerbell, walking in front of Wu Nai's cell phone rang, took out a look as Yu Qian called. Hello? Master Wu, you and Auntie Lu both went out? After dealing with the case all night, Yu Qian just arrived home and wanted to say hello to Mr. Wu, but found no one at home. One more reward to go to open the super jackpot. Wu Nai chose to blog for a moment. Well, I'm going to Sioux City for a national competition. I can be back tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 88, The Trouble is Over. Ding! Receiving a surprise from Sin increases life expectancy by 60 days. Ding! Accumulated life expectancy of 2 years is gained. Opening a super gift pack. Gossipeer, this ability to randomly hear gossip news. 100% real gossip. There is no false. Yu Qian was surprised and asked, You're going to the national competition? What kind of competition? Wu Nai was still listening to the system broadcast. Ding! The latest gossip, Yu Qian's father, Yu Qiangdong, was the guest of honor at the King's Pesticide Finals. Tao Dashi was constipated last night and used Zhang Li's shampoo as a corkscrew. Snow is once again pursued by a male doctor, and is sternly rejected by Snow. Mother Xia has found a 48-year-old bachelor for Xia Lili to marry. Wu Nai's expression was odd. This year of gossip was a bit gossipy. People are constipated and it knows it. Hello? Master Wu, can you still hear me? Yu Qian anxiously inquired over there. Wu Nai, I can hear you. Go to the King's Pesticide National Finals. Maybe I'll even run into your dad. You Sin? It was only assumed that Mr. Wu was talking about it because her dad didn't know how to play the game at all. Then, Master Wu, I wish you a good score. Cutting off the call, the 4 boys looked at him wide-eyed. Wu Nai looked at Tao Dashi, remembering the gossip he had just heard, and revealed an expression of disgust. Tao Dashi was unsure. Master Wu, why are you looking at me like that? Wu Nai, constipation better? Tao Dahi was shocked and fell toward his buttocks, sneaking another look at Zhang Lu. Alright. Thank you Master Wu for your concern. Nervous, he forgot to ask Master Wu how he knew he was constipated. Wu Nai shook his head and laughed bitterly, taking the 4 boys to check their tickets and get on the bus. We talked and laughed the whole way, and after 7 hours of traveling we finally arrived at the place where the competition was held. Sioux City. Stepping out of the compartment, a heat wave hit my face. The weather in Sioux City was at least 7 or 8 degrees hotter than their Fahrenheit. Several of the boys were clamoring to go out and about to buy ice cream for dinner. Wu Nai shook his head. He was still wearing fall pants underneath. What did he say? I only blame this body for the old cold legs, which are really painful at night when you don't wear fall pants. Leaving the train station, a few people quickly found an ice cream seller, and the 4 of them pulled Wu Nai in that direction. With a poof, an old woman walking in front of the 5 men lay on the ground for no apparent reason. Zhanglu, I'm going to go. Granny fell down. Tao Dashi hurried forward. What are you waiting for? Don't hurry over to help up. A few people moved so fast that Wu Nai didn't even have time to stop them if he wanted to. The old lady had a bad fall and blood came out of her face and mouth. Zhang Li took out his cell phone. Granny, what's your family's phone number? I'll call your family. Tao Dashi also held his cell phone. It's too late to call his family. It's better to call 120 first. The old woman was bleeding out of her mouth and her speech was a little slurred. You hit me. Tao Dashi pricked up his ears. What did you say, Granny? The old lady repeated. You hit me. You have to take the blame. Zhang Lu reacted half-heartedly. She seemed to say that we were the ones who knocked her down and made us responsible. Tao Dashi, *******. How to help and still stall. Looking around, there were no cameras around and only a few passers-by in the distance. One can only ask for help from Wu Nai in the back. Master Wu, please help us explain. We didn't hit her. She fell on her own. Wu Nai knew that the old lady did not intentionally want to blackmail a few people, but coincidentally fell. So she wanted to find a random wrongdoer responsible for the medical expenses. It is also difficult for the police to recognize the authenticity of this particular situation where there is no physical evidence. Again, he could not ask anything using an honest mouth. And the old lady probably really thought she had been knocked down by a couple of young men. His presence was very important at this point, and if he wanted to be a witness, he couldn't let anyone know that he knew the 4 boys. That's the only way his confession will be useful. Thus, Wu Nai looked at Tao Dashi inexplicably. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Tao Dashi blinked his big innocent eyes. Master Wu, I'm Dashi. Wu Nai once again voiced a reminder. I don't know you, but I can prove that this big sister fell on her own. And you guys just went up to help. Tao Dashi, Master Wu. This is Dashi. Wu Nai helpless. This also cannot bring This Tao Dashi full of head loaded is not all corkscrew. Tao Dashi, Master Wu. This is Dashi. Wu Nai, get out of here. I told you I don't know you. And you're still overjoyed. Zhang Lu reacted at once that Master Wu was trying to make himself a bystander to help them prove their innocence. Hastily covering Tao Dashi's mouth. Shut your mouth quickly. Then he respectfully said to Wu Nai. This grandpa. Just now you saw this grandma fall down by herself, right? Wu Nai breathed a sigh of relief. There was finally a smart one. If he's opening his mouth about being Dale, the fun will be real. Yes, I saw your good deed of helping people. Don't worry, the grandpa will testify for you. The old lady looked back at Wu Nai. I was knocked down by them. Wu Nai walked up. Big sister. You're wrong about them. It's better to hurry to the hospital. At this time the surrounding has gathered 7 or 8 people watching the crowd. Continue to theorize here. Will only be more and more black. People will only believe old ladies with bruises all over their faces. Wu Nai secretly gave Zhang Lu a look. And Zhang Lu understood and immediately dialed 120. The ambulance arrived at the scene in 5 minutes. First gave the old lady a simple treatment, then carried to the car. Tao Dashi whispered. Master, do you think it's okay for us to run now? Wu Nai wiped Tao Dashi a glance. This time you come to smart energy. Trouble has been caused. Can still run away? Come on, let's go to the hospital together. The game isn't until tomorrow anyway. Several people followed the ambulance to the hospital, and the doctor in the car asked for the family's phone number from the old lady. Less than 10 minutes after the old lady was wheeled into the operating room, the other pair of children arrived. Because the old lady kept saying on the phone that she was knocked down by a few young people, so the other side of the children came. They all looked angrily at Tao Dashi's several people. The daughter was fierce. Can't you guys be more careful when you're fighting? Can you afford to pay for anything that happens to my mom? The son was vicious. If anything happens to my mom, I'll send you all to jail. Tao Dashi condescendingly. It was the old granny who fell by herself. It was us who kindly helped her up and called the ambulance. Zhang Lo huffed. That's right. Why rely on us to crash? Son, why would you help if you didn't hit it? A sentence that dumbed down all 4 of the boys. They were taught from childhood to help people, and they were not taught why. The son was not forgiven and continued his accusations. I think you are just lying and trying to avoid responsibility. Wu Nai didn't rush to defend the 4. It was useless to defend with the fierce and vicious old lady's children. Everything will have to wait until the police arrive. Chapter 89. This is too shameless. No need to woo Nai and others' hands. The old lady's son to see the four youths. In any case, do not recognize the fact of hitting people. Shouting to his oldest sister, he said, call the police and see how they dare to talk when the police come. Hearing the police, even if the thing is not their doing, the four people are a little afraid, quietly looking at the distance to the Wu grandfather. But he realized that Master Wu didn't seem to hear the sound over here. His eyes kept looking at the scenery outside the window. Tao Dashi, just report it. We don't do anything wrong. We are not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. The old lady's daughter picked up her cell phone and called the police. And in less than 10 minutes, 2 officers arrived at the hospital. Since the old lady had not yet come out of the operating room, the officers had a hard time with each side. Officer A asked Zhang Lu, then is there anyone who can testify to you that the old man was not knocked down by you? Zhang Lu once again looked up at Moncler Outlet Store Wu. The old man's children also looked over. They just realized that there is an old man standing over there, and thought that they were watching the fun. Wu Nai knew that it was time for his own show. Clearing his throat, well, I can vouch for them. I happened to be walking behind them at the time. Police Officer A, so, Moncler, can you recount what happened? Wu Nai truthfully told the 2 officers what had happened. The 2 policemen nodded frequently. The old man's son said angrily, are you blind? Can you see clearly? My mom was clearly knocked down by them. The old man's daughter chimed in, I think you're just in league with them, trying to help them get out of their responsibilities. I didn't realize that the 2 men's nonsensical remarks had actually spoken the truth. However, Wu Nai knew that the 2 were just trying to rely on Zhang Lu Tao Dashi to cover their mother's medical bills and all sorts of compensation. Ding! Gossip news, Yi Baoquan lies to his wife about half of his salary every month in order to keep his mistress. Yip Bakun cheated on her leader for 3 years. Wu Nai froze. Who were this Yi Baoquan and Yi Baowan? He didn't know them at all. System, can you stop sending me gossip indiscriminately? The old man's son was still accusing Zhang Lu and the others. Police Officer A said in a hushed voice, all quiet. Everything will have to wait until the victim has been operated on. Give me all your names. Police Officer B takes out his logbook and prepares to take notes. Zhang Lu, Tao Dahi. Only after the 4 boys finished speaking did the old man's son reluctantly reply. Yi Baoquan. Daughter, Yi Baoguan. Aha! Wu Nai raised his head. So the 2 people in the gossip are them na. It's really not a family that doesn't enter a family door. There's no such thing as a normal male bagging a mistress or a woman being a mistress. The 2 officers looked at Wu Nai. Grandpa, your name needs to be said as well. Wu Nai lit up. The killer took out his auxiliary police officer's ID from his pocket and handed it to the other party. My name is Wu Nai, and I'm kind of in the same system as you guys. Surprised, the 2 officers took the papers and looked at them. Yi Baoquan. Yi Baowan's siblings on the other hand were shocked, not expecting that the other party was also a police officer. Then wouldn't it be easy for problems to arise if they had just falsely accused the other party and the 4 youths of being a gang? Yi Baowan reacted first. Sorry Moncler. I didn't know your identity just now. Don't mind if my language offends. Yi Baoquan held his face red and thick neck. The other party is a police officer. How? The other party is a police officer. He will not apologize. He dared to get in the way of making the 4 boys pay for the police. And the police he didn't give a damn about. Police Officer A returned the ID to Wu Nai. And with this layer of identity, the credibility of Wu Nai's speech had undoubtedly increased by 100%. The 4 boys have a bright light in their eyes. Or else they say that Master Wu is a cow. Humph. I did not think that Master Wu still has the identity of a police officer. Right? Ding. The surgical lights are out. The 2 nurses pushed the old lady out of the operating room and froze slightly when they saw a group of people standing outside, including police officers. Who is the patient's family? Yi Baoquan rushed to the side of the hospital bed. Without saying anything, lying on the old lady, Mom, you're okay, you have to go, I can do na. Yi Baowan went forward and pulled up her brother. Are you crazy? Don't you see that our mom can't breathe? The old lady, who was originally no big deal, almost let him, the filial son, send her away directly. Yi Baoquan hurriedly climbed up from his mom, not waiting for his mom to take a breather, and then hurriedly asked, Mom, was it those 4 boys who hit you? Don't worry, I won't let them go. Wu Nai observed from the back that Yi Baoquan quietly pinched his mom's hand twice, and watched his mom's eyes keep blinking. Yi Baowan, yes Mom. As long as you say they hit us, the police will give us justice. Seeing that the police were there, the old lady couldn't help but panic for a moment, but at her children's hints, she still said in a weak voice, Yeah, they hit it. Yi Baoquan, as if he had been given the imperial sword, raised his voice an octave and questioned. What else do you have to say? My mom has said that they hit the car, and you, a police officer, are clearly in league with them. Kape frowned slightly and couldn't help but look at Wu Nai. Wu Nai hurriedly walked to the side of the hospital bed and asked the old lady using an honest mouth. Big sister, did you see them hit you with your own eyes? Yi Baoquan stood next to the non-stop winking to the mom. The mouth kept wriggling, implying that the mom replied to see. The old woman noticed her son's hint and opened her mouth to say she saw them, but what came out was, I didn't see them. I didn't see them until after they helped me up. Yi Baoquan's face directly wrinkled into a Chuan character, and his eyes rolled back in his mind. My mom just got out of surgery and is not in her right mind, so you guys can ask her again in a little while, and that's definitely not the answer. Wu Nai asked with honesty. Why? You still have to make up for your mom. Yi Baoquan, yes. What can you do to me? I'm just going to teach my mom what to say in order to rely on 4 boys. After one sentence, even the 2 nurses who pushed the old lady out were stunned. This is too shameless, right? People are kind enough to save your mom, but you want to rely on each other. Yi Baoquan stood in place in a daze. Did he say that just now? Sis, did I speak just now? Yi Baoquan asked Yi Baowan for confirmation. Yi Baowan shook her head helplessly. Originally, each side had a 50-50 chance of winning, and mom was injured, so the chance of winning should be greater. But because of his brother's words, he turned the tide of battle. In order to keep Yi Baoquan from continuing to pester him, Wu Nai whispered, if you don't want your wife to know that you're taking half your salary to support a mistress, keep your mouth shut. Yi Baoquan's eyes snapped. You fart. The cursing was so loud that what was supposed to be a whisper between 2 people turned out to be heard by everyone. Wu Nai did not need to give Yi Baoquan another step, using honesty to ask, what's the name of the mistress you keep? Where does she live? And how old is she? Without thinking, Yi Baoquan replied, Xiao Lijing, lives in the human neighborhood. 30 years old. Hearing Junior call Xiao Lijing, Yi Baowan raised her head violently, completely ignoring her younger brother who was already dumbfounded and frozen in thought. Go forward and grab the other person's collar. Say that again for me? The mistress you keep is Xiao Lijing? Yi Baoquan man was already dumbfounded, completely unable to hear what his sister was saying, only seeing her mouth open and close. Wu Nai's expression was odd. It looked like this Junior his sister seemed to know. Chapter 90, The Sioux City Warriors. Yi Baoquan was coy and didn't dare to look into his sister's eyes. This certainly confirmed Yi Baoquan's suspicions. Raising his hand is a big slap in the face of Yi Baoquan. Your wife is my best friend. Looking for a mistress is my best friend. You want to put me around sister's scourge light, is it? Yi Baowan was burning with anger, and while saying so, she was going to raise her hand again and whip this brother of hers. Yi Baoquan, who received a slap, seemed to have been awakened by this, and pressed his sister's raised slap with both hands. Sister, listen to my explanation. Yi Baowan naturally do not give him the opportunity to explain. Also do not care that this is a hospital, next to the police. At the moment she just want to smoke this asshole brother. Hearing Yi Baowan say this, it was only when the people next to her realized. No wonder she was so angry. Yi Baoquan was self-conscious of his shortcomings, and Yi Baowan had a flurry of bloodline suppression on him, so he didn't dodge much less dare to resist. At this time, 2 police officers walked up to Wu Nai and gestured for him to take a step to talk. Comrade Wu Nai, the situation is also clear to us. The injured person fell by himself and was helped up by these young people who saw the need for justice. At this moment, Zhang Li's few people also came over. The 2 officers said to the 4, next time you want to do a good deed, remember to keep the evidence, preferably in the presence of witnesses, as well as take your own video to keep the evidence, and don't blindly save people to prevent being blackmailed. Zhang Li's few people nodded their heads in succession. Yes, Uncle Policeman, we remember. Wu Nai laughed and concurred. Yes, the children are good children, just not too bright. Today if there is no me as a witness, just that family, but not blackmail to death a few of you, Wu Nai said pointing to Yi Baoquan's family. Constable A stated, this blackmailing behavior of theirs is indeed shameful and we will verbally criticize and educate them as well. Hearing this, Zhang Li's few people finally put their hearts down. The 2 police officers called Yi Baoquan's siblings over, and thinking about what he had just said in front of Wu Nai, Yi Baoquan only felt that the old man in front of him was unfathomable. On second thought, the other party is a police officer, so old and still not retired, must be able to know some kind of hypnosis. All criminals have nowhere to hide in front of him. Thinking about this, Yi Baoquan didn't even dare to look directly into Wu Nai's eyes anymore, Faced with the verbal education of the two police officers, they could only bow their heads and say yes repeatedly. Yi Baowan was very cooperative, not only listened to the police and apologized to Zhang Luo, but also made a deep self-reflection. Tao Dashi couldn't help but roll his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Che, hypocrisy. It's precisely because they've seen their true colors that their attitudes now that they've been exposed are all the more hypocritical." After taking notes, the officers excused themselves and left. In the corridor of the ward, only two sets of people from both sides were left. The air instantly became incredibly awkward, especially Yi Baoquan, as if he was a walking corpse, no longer having the arrogance he had just had, only to see that the police had already left, no longer whispering to Wu Nai and the others, but pretending that they didn't exist, and pretending to themselves that they were busy with something. Wu Nai greeted the four boys. "Let's go." Following Wu Nai out of the hospital, several young men were clearly not in a very good mood. "Wu Nai, they've all learned their lesson this time, haven't they?" Tao Dashi was the first to jump out. It's not just a long memory, it's also a long knowledge. It was the first time they had seen that there were such brazen people in this world. But this kind of thing, Wu Nai is not surprised. When helping others, first protect yourself. In the future this kind of thing will be more and more. Several people spoke in unison. "Master Wu, I understand." A group of people took a taxi to the hotel officially arranged by King Pesticide. National Finals, King Pesticide official for the participants to provide food and lodging, round-trip car transportation. When I took a taxi to the front of the hotel, I realized that it was the largest hotel in Sioux City. Tao Dashi opened his mouth wide. "I haven't been in such a luxurious hotel yet." Zhang Le touched Tao Dashi with his arm. "Can you stop embarrassing yourself and wipe your harlotry?" Tao Dashi hastily wiped down his mouth. "Che, as if you've been in." At that exact moment, another team arrived in front of the hotel. The 5 members of the team looked at Tao Dashi and the others with derision. "What a bumpkin." Another person laughed. "You can't blame them for this. Players from remote cities certainly haven't seen the prosperity of our Sioux City." It turned out that the other side was the local team from Sioux City, and the seeded players for this national finals. On the official website of King Nongyao, there are power rankings about the 34 teams participating in the finals. The Sioux City battle team was the very same team that was ranked second, while their Fong Hai battle team, having lost a match, was only ranked 27th. One of the Sioux City battle team greeted the other team members. Hey, you guys, look at that old man, isn't he the one master of the national service rumored on the internet?" The other team members once again looked disdainful. "The national champion? It's just a gimmick, that's just it. You don't really think an old man can be that good at playing games? One-on-one, I could knock the Alzheimer's out of him." The other party spoke very arrogantly and surprisingly loudly. It attracted the attention of many people coming in and out of the hotel, including some participants from other cities. People focused their eyes on Wu Nai. "Tao Dashi, grass, cannot blow powerful. You commit Alzheimer's. Master Wu will not commit dementia. Do not serve us now on a single fight." Agu. Ming Xiao, they even dared to fight one-on-one. Should we teach them a lesson? The person who spoke was the same person who had called for Wu Nai to be beaten out of his Alzheimer's, while Ming Xiao, who was the captain of Sioux City, remained quiet at all times. Tao Dashi disdainfully sliced. "Thought you were more than capable of fighting, so it's just that your mouth is powerful, and you have to rely on others for single combat. I'll abuse you all on my own solo as usual." Ming Xiao glared at his teammates. "Keep your mouth shut. What's the point of winning the other team in single combat if you have the ability to show it on the field?" Wu Nai glanced at Ming Xiao with interest. The other party was similar in age to Tao Dashi and the others, but his speech appeared to be a lot more mature and steady, which made him a bit surprised. The Sioux City team walked into the hotel led by Ming Xiao. "Tao Dashi, humph. What's the point of pretending? Isn't it just a native of Sioux City? Looks superior to him." "Zhang Lu, I've seen videos of their matches and they are really strong." Wu Nai slapped Tao Dashi's head. "You learn from others, Zhang Lu. Don't just think about dry all day." Wu Nai criticized Tao Dashi for not daring to retort. "When I have money, I'll be more bullish than them." Wu Nai thought of Lu Mei and Li Jiacheng. If the two of them became a success, Tao Dashi would not become a halfway rich second generation. "There's a real chance you'll turn out to be rich." Tao Dashi immediately straightened his waist. "Right, Moncler? You also see that I have potential, is not it? The future of my mother, my cousin have to enjoy the blessings with me." Wu Nai helplessly shook his head. "Enjoying the blessings is not false, but it is you who follow your mother-in-law." The hotel arranged 1 triple room and 1 double room for each team of participants. After training, Wu Nai and Zhang Le stayed in a double room. Tao Dashi is very lost. According to his thought, it should be him who lives with Master Wu. Unbeknownst to him, every time Wu Nai saw him, he could think of the image of him using Zhang Le shampoo as a corkscrew. Wu Nai was afraid that when he fell asleep at night, Tao Dashi, the pervert, would do something to him again. Zhang Le was lying on the bed wearing only a pair of small panties after the bath. His hands kept pressing the cell phone, and his face was still full of anti-smile. Wu Nai, what about messaging your girlfriend? Zhang Le hurriedly put his cell phone away. No, a classmate. Wu Nai laughed twice. I believe you the hell. Chatting with classmates can show that kind of expression? Wu Nai lay on the bed and also took out his cell phone, replying to the messages sent to him by several women. By Shui, Moncler, is it hot in Su Chang? Don't ever get a heat stroke. Yu Qian, Moncler, there's nothing going on in the unit. You don't have to rush back. You can play in Su Chang for a few days. Sha Lily, Moncler, when you see Qin Ming of the Su Chang team, can you get me an autograph? I'm a fan of him. Wu Nai replied to Bai Shui's and Yu Qian's messages, and as for Sha Lili's, he let the other party wait. To be someone's fan, is he not strong enough as a grandpa? Zhang Le put his head toward Wu Nai. Messaging your girlfriend? Wu Nai, hey, this kid, giving back what he said. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the room door. Master Wu, Dale, something's wrong. You guys come out. By the sound of it, it was another member of the team. Zhang Le jumped to the floor in his underwear at once and ran over to open the door in a few steps. What's wrong? The team member pointed to the other end of the corridor. Tao Dashi is arguing with someone over there. Wu Nai also got up from the bed and asked with a frown. Didn't they all go back to the house to rest already? Why are you arguing with someone again? The team member was a bit embarrassed. The three of us ate too much and wanted to sneak around the hotel to digest our food, but we didn't expect to run into Su Chang's gang again. The corner of Wu Nai's mouth twitched. The crowd was eating the buffet in the hotel, and when he saw a few of them, each holding an elbow and nibbling on it, he was worried that a few of them would eat too much. Fruitful Brace couldn't sleep and wandered around the hotel in the middle of the night, with his pants on and a simple shirt on. Wu Nai, hurry up and take us to them. The team took Wu Nai and the two of them around 7 times. Worthy of being the largest hotel in Sioux City, with a gym, a swimming pool, a bar, and a billiard room. Tao Dahi and the others who were finally found at the swimming pool. Tao Dashi, in his wet cotton thread pants, one man's tongue fought several of the other men. Opponent, who the hell swims in cotton pants? If you don't have any swim trunks, I'll give you a pair. Tao Dashi lifted his sagging pants. I just like to wear cotton pants, what's wrong with that? The other side, small city is not seen the world. Your family is not still farming, right? Tao Dashi, my family farming how land? Eat your family a grain of rice? There were also quite a few other teams that came to the pool to play, and when they saw that there was a lively scene, they came over, which undoubtedly made the people from the Sioux City team feel even more superior. TSK, 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 look at the Sioux City team members, showing off their urbanite faces. A mocking voice came from the side. The Sioux City battle team's people looked over sideways. Where are you bumpkins from again? Magic City. The other party simply replied with 2 words, but it made the Sioux City battle team unable to taunt anymore. Mordor is not only one of the most developed cities in China, but Mordor battle team is also the #1 ranked battle team on the official website. If they, Sioux City, were the seeded battle group, Mordor was the seat of the seeds. Ming Xiao laughed coldly. Who do I think it is? So confident. It turns out to be the Magic City battle team. At the end of this tournament, you won't be the #1 power ranked team anymore. Zhang Lu Wu Nai came behind Tao Dashi. Zhang Lu, that wouldn't be you guys. Ming Xiao mockingly looked at Wu Nai and the others. Could it be you guys? Ask them. How many of them know about the battle team in your nook and cranny area? Magic City battle team. Captain Meng Long smiled and said, who doesn't recognize the No. 1 Grand Master of the National Service? When he finished speaking, he flashed a kind smile at Wu Nai. Big cities like Mordor and Sioux City had long had clubs in existence, and both teams had clubs that belonged to them behind them. In other words, that means they all belong to the pros. It's on a completely different level than the amateurs selected from other areas. Wu Nai carried his hands behind his back. You young people nah. You're just full of spirit. Almost 9 o'clock and still not in a hurry to go to bed. Come on Dahi, let's go back to bed. Tao Dashi's pants were still dripping down, and he said with some reluctance, Master Wu, teach them a lesson, or else they really think they are invincible. The Su Chang player sneered. Ask your national service master if he dares to do so. I'm afraid that if you lose, You won't even have the face to participate in tomorrow's match. Ming Xiao's eyes kept looking at Meng Long. If we're going to fight, it's also with the Magic City battle team. What's the point of winning against an unknown small local battle team? The players immediately cajoled. Right. Isn't the Magic City battle team bullish? If you have the guts, let's fight in advance and see who's strong and who's weak. Meng Long was unmoved. I think the National Servant Grandmaster is better than me. If you defeat the National Servant Grandmaster, I'll admit that our Magic City battle team is inferior to you. Wu Nai once again looked at Meng Long. It seemed that the other party had not studied his match video much nah. If they did not know his strength very well, it was impossible to press their honor on him. Ming Xiao, on the other hand, looked at Wu Nai, who was too busy training every day to watch videos of other people's matches. The National Service Moncler outlet online still heard the other team members speak in front of him. Now that Meng Long said that, it in turn made him raise his interest in Wu Nai. A handful of singles? Wu Nai waved his hand. No, 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 you young people can carry it, but I, an old man, can't carry it. I've been sleepy for a long time. Su Cheng player, if you don't dare, you don't dare. What excuses are you looking for? Tao Dashi, Zhang Lu and others, anxious to look at Master Wu. They believe that Master Wu can certainly finish the other side. Why do not agree? It wasn't that Wu Nai didn't want to agree. He also wanted to see the strength of the Sioux City Warriors. It's just that I'll fight you if you want to? Why? You think I'm a sparring partner? Meng Long seemed to see what Wu Patience was thinking and spoke with a smile. Since we're going to play, of course we can't play for nothing. How about bringing a little bit of color? If you lose, give Moncler Jackets Outlet $50,000. Moncler Jackets Outlet, I'll give you $50,000 if you lose. For this kind of rich second generation, tens of thousands of dollars is far less important than face. The other party said $50,000. Obviously some looked down on him. Ming Xiao. Ming Xiao curled up the corner of his mouth. Since we are going to play, we might as well play a little bigger. 200,000 a hand. 2 out of 3 games. Those who must play all 3 games. Dare you? Sucking sounds rang out around them. $200,000 a hand. If you win 3 in a row, it can be $600,000. And the losing side will also pay $600,000. It's only $100,000 for the finals prize money.